This comic makes the reader stop and think. At first glance, you might think it's just a cliched school or harem story where the male protagonist is the center of the universe. But the more you read, the more you realize that it's all meticulously designed to completely subvert the old formula. The supporting characters you thought you knew, the girls, are the ones truly writing the story of this world. The most captivating part of the tale is how the author guides the reader through each girl's perspective, peeling back layers of secrets and making seemingly insignificant details suddenly and unexpectedly crucial. Each girl is a piece of a much larger puzzle. Some hide a painful past, some defy a destiny arranged by others, and some silently break the script they were once a part of. Beneath the veneer of school or daily life lies a silent battle between freedom and fate, a choice between remaining a supporting character or stepping into the spotlight to become the protagonist of one's own life. The story's brilliance isn't just in its content, it also conquers readers with its clever narrative style. Each chapter is like a missing puzzle piece, forcing you to remember details and question if what you see is the truth. And as the truth gradually emerges, you'll find that anyone can be the protagonist of their own story. As long as you dare to step out of the shadows cast by others, you can have a wonderful life. As for how the story unfolds from here, please join me and see for yourselves. A video was playing on the computer screen. A scantily clad girl was on camera, thanking a gentleman for his second sponsorship and for purchasing her work. At this moment, the male lead was slumped over his desk, having logged off. The girl's seductive voice continued in the video as she prepared to announce the name of the next sponsor. He began to introduce himself. My name is Mu Jian, male, 30 years old, an age where I'm about to become a true wizard. After working for 72 hours straight and then observing a precious physical education video, the blood rushed to my head and I died from a stroke. Back in reality, Mu Jian calmly shared that everything he just said was from his past life. He had no idea why he had transmigrated to this current world. With him at this moment was an absolute beauty. She was whispering sweetly in his ear, "None of that matters, my magic can feel it." Still in his small body, he lay shyly in the woman's arms, letting her caress his cheek while agreeing with her words, not forgetting to praise. "The other world is truly convenient," she continued. "I thought that after being jointly sealed here by the major sects I would never see another living soul again. Perhaps the gods took pity on me and sent you to keep me company." Leaning closer, she invited him. "Our meeting is fate. Why not take me as your master? I will pass down all the secret arts of the Reunion Sect to you." Hearing this unfamiliar name, Mu Jian curiously asked what the Reunion Sect was. She simply explained that it was the sect she had founded. Her eyes shimmered with a pink light as if imbued with a captivating charm. Her honey-sweet voice poured into his ears, intoxicating him. "I can also see that you are a prodigy, the likes of which has not been seen in ages." Suddenly, her demeanor shifted to one of excitement. She gently pinched Mu Jian's cheek and reminded him, "The future revival of the Reunion Sect rests on your shoulders, but for now, you need only study your lessons well with your master every day." Time flew by. According to Mu Jian's memory, he and his master cultivated in the seal for 10 years like this until something unexpected happened. That day, Mu Jian knelt before a circular altar in the center of the grand hall, calling out "Master" in a low voice. He grumbled that after she had taught him all the sect's knowledge, she had vanished for a full 6 months. Vague questions began to bubble up in his mind. Was she assassinated? Did she run off with some handsome man, or did she just not want to see him anymore? By now, Mu Jian had grown into a man completely transformed into a dashing and talented scholar. In the end, he could only smile and mutter to himself, "So be it," after Master disappeared. The seal has also been broken. It's time for this disciple to descend the mountain and enter the world. Perhaps when I have revived the Reunion Sect I will be able to see Master again. Mu Jian recounted his journey down the mountain. As his master's only male disciple, he carried the embers of the Reunion Sect back into the mortal realm. Unlike his previous life where he died as a corporate slave, his body in this life was extraordinarily gifted, even stronger than a protagonist. After 99,999 friendly exchanges with all things and spirits, he reached the highest realm in the world, the Dao merging realm. Mu Jian explained that Dao merging is when a cultivator, after comprehending and achieving great enlightenment in a Dao, merges with that Dao. Almost all cultivators nearing the Dao merging realm choose the Heavenly Dao, which is the will of the world. If blessed with the aura of the Heavenly Dao, they can even become what the world sees as a chosen one. At this point, Mu Jian looked incredibly wronged and emphasized, "Except for me." The reason being, based on the reunion method taught by my master, I created a completely different path. The lewd Dao. Now, the world reveres me as the patriarch of the lewd Dao. Mu Jian recalled those who had vehemently opposed and resisted his Dao. So he's that witch's disciple, as expected of a demonic path. What she teaches is also a demonic path. That brat has harassed every single person in my family, young and old, for committing such an act against the Heavenly Dao. You will surely come to a bad end. Despite this, his outlook remained optimistic. Of course, when you spread your teachings far and wide, you're bound to run into a little friction. He had once confidently held his head high and confronted them with a smile. Everyone, those who cultivate with me, do so willingly. I have never forced anyone. How can you call this a wicked path? but he also retorted directly, instead of getting angry here, why don't you all join my reunion sect and learn how to please others? If you sincerely repent, we can also progress together on my lewd Dao. However, their reaction was even more furious, cursing him as a shameless scoundrel. In the end, since words couldn't resolve the issue, Mu Jian gave them all a harsh lesson. He floated in the air, looking down at the scene of blossoming buttocks below, and said with a look that was both helpless and self-justifying, "It's not that I didn't listen to Master's words, it's just that they were too annoying. You can't blame me." Suddenly, a spatial rift appeared in the fiery twilight sky. The rift grew larger as if being torn open by a powerful force. From the other side, a corner of Mu Jian's mouth lifted in a smirk. "With all the mortal sects in my grasp, you finally couldn't sit still anymore, could you, Heavenly Dao?" From the spatial rift, the figure of a woman emerged. Though her face was unclear, she clearly radiated immense power. At first, she gently tried to persuade him to submit to her, as that was the path the world was meant to follow. Her words held no kindness for him, so Mu Jian shot back without courtesy. "Are you worried that Master's lewd Dao will threaten your existence? What a petty world's will! A Heavenly Dao like you isn't worth following." She said no more, only muttering something under her breath. Suddenly, 3 more spatial vortexes appeared in the sky. She spoke faintly. "Chosen one, set things right." As her voice fell, 3 more women appeared, each exuding a different powerful aura. A fierce battle erupted between the two sides, with Mu Jian single-handedly fighting against 3 completely different power systems. According to his recollection, the battle against the Heavenly Dao lasted for a full 100 days and nights. In the end, an exhausted Mu Jian was besieged. At that moment, the Heavenly Dao manifested a crossbow made of condensed light. She drew the string, aimed, and fired. The arrow tore through the air with immense power. As a result, Mu Jian was pierced through the heart by the Heavenly Dao's arrow, on the verge of death. He still struggled to say a few words. "I'm sorry, Master. Our lewd Dao ends here." The Heavenly Dao in her female form looked down on him coldly from above, merely waiting for his strength to fail and for him to die. Suddenly, the person Mu Jian had been thinking of day and night appeared from behind him, cheekily asking, "Is that so?" He softly called out, "Master." She embraced his broken body and gently comforted him. "You've done enough in this life." Then the two of them vanished together in a flash of light. Seeing this, the Heavenly Dao coldly left a final word, "You cannot escape. No matter where you go, I will find you." A faint light flickered through time and space. In Mu Jian's half-opened eyes, 3 stunning women with voluptuous figures appeared, screaming in panic. It seemed they had just done something stimulating and then thought he had stopped breathing. He frowned, opening his eyes in confusion. The woman in the blue dress saw him wake up and said with relief, "Young Master Mu, you really scared us to death. For a moment there, it really seemed like you weren't breathing." The woman in the light green dress next to her smiled and continued her sales pitch. "Since you're alright, why not continue the fun for a few more rounds, young Master Mu? We even have a special discount for you." Mu Jian woke up groggily in a new body. The ambiguous scene before him and the 3 hot beauties made him wonder if he had transmigrated again. However, the location seemed a bit delicate. The beauties chattered in his ear, their words filled with relief after a close call. "Young Master Mu almost had an accident just now. You scared us sisters half to death. How could a man as dashing as yourself fall so easily?" Mu Jian raised the hand of his current body to examine it. His trembling hands made him feel lost and unable to believe he had been reborn into an adult's body this time, and one that was so frail. The girls quickly crawled over, showing off their seductive figures. The 3 of them embraced him from front and back, caressing his body, and pouring sweet nothings into his ears as they continued to flatter him. Young Master Mu almost couldn't take it. The girls hurriedly comforted him and promised to adjust the intensity. Instantly, the original owner's memories flooded his mind. He was shocked to find that the original owner was also named Mu Jian and was the sole son of the Mu family of Tianquan City, but he was addicted to beautiful women, becoming a walking ATM for the brothel, and at the tender age of 18 he was drained dry and died in a beauty's bed. Thinking of the scene where this body's original owner was drained by these 3 venomous women, a sharp glint of anger ignited in his eyes. "I cultivate the lewd Dao which seeks the union of body and mind. Money and desire are but fleeting clouds before my lewd Dao." Then Mu Jian abruptly sat up, breaking free from the women's embrace. A fierce look flashed in his eyes as he coldly announced, "Let's just end this early." But as soon as the words left his mouth, he collapsed back onto the bed. This socially fatal, embarrassing scene, coupled with a nosebleed, only made him more depressed. To think of how powerful he was in his past life, only to now be stuck in such a fragile body. Mu Jian lifted the covers to take a look, and being mocked in this situation made his mood instantly worse. As expected, this body was utterly ruined. Calling it riddled with holes was no exaggeration. "I just got reincarnated and I can't even stand up." The green-clad beauty saw this and covered her mouth with a charming smile. "Young Master Mu, if you're really tired today, then perhaps what frustrated him most wasn't being weak, but being weak when others were about to serve him, unable to get up and being looked down upon by 3 people at once." His hands started to heat up as if ready to accept the challenge. In an instant his tall figure loomed over them, making the 3 girls tremble in fear. "Once my cultivation overlord aura kicks in, even this little bit of skill is enough," he thought to himself. In the blink of an eye, with a slight movement of his fingers, the three beauties were sent flying as if ascending to the heavens. Their hair was a mess, their faces flushed, and moans escaped their lips as if their deepest weaknesses had been touched. A moment later, all three collapsed to the ground, their limbs twitching slightly after experiencing an unimaginable climax. They were all in disbelief that he had suddenly become a completely different person, and he simply flicked his sleeves and left. A while later, Mu Jian suddenly recalled a memory from his past life. That thing the Heavenly Dao said before I was taken away, what did it mean? Could it really chase me across worlds to kill me? But this body's combat power is less than a chicken's. Making a comeback will be difficult. Suddenly, a screen of light appeared out of thin air, displaying conspicuous red text that read, Open black lens bracket cognition awakened close black lens bracket. Far from being alarmed, Mu Jian smirked smugly as if he had been expecting it. Now that's more like it, he thought to himself with satisfaction. I am, after all, a patriarch of the lewd Dao. This cheat ability shouldn't be too bad. But the next words left him speechless because his character role was just open black lens bracket cannon fodder close black lens bracket. Mu Jian was filled with doubt. According to the popular web novel tropes from when I first transmigrated, I should at least be a major villain, right? How did I end up as a pawn? At that moment, the panel displayed more of Jian's information. Open black lens bracket troll. Cannon fodder close black lens bracket open black lens bracket attributes. Natural human cauldron. Friend to villains close black lens bracket. His attention fell on the novel new content of attributes. After looking at it for a moment, he scratched his head with a helpless laugh, gradually accepting reality. With the original owner's character, he really couldn't be a protagonist. Better to study these two attributes first. However, he was met with another bucket of cold water. The information panel read, Open black lens bracket friend to villains level 1 close black lens bracket. Possesses a natural strong attraction to evil forces, easily drawing the attention of villains. Mu Jian was speechless. Isn't this just a hate-attracting target? The second attribute wasn't much better. Open black lens bracket natural human cauldron level 1 close black lens bracket. An exquisite physical body for refining essence energy. The more intimate the union with a partner, the richer the effect. A 1 in a million constitution. His confusion deepened. Why would a cannon fodder character have this kind of villainous attribute? My current situation is too disadvantageous. Mu Jian struggled with bitter thoughts. My cheat is useless, and if I cultivate on my own, I'll just be helping someone else. This cannon fodder role is too damn frustrating. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him. The reason I lost in the previous world was because I was ganged up on by those chosen ones. The Heavenly Dao only won because it had more people. Mu Jian said to himself with determination. But in this life, before they can team up, I will secretly pull every single chosen one into my lewd Dao. This time, I'll be the one with overwhelming numbers. His ambition seemed to have found a glimmer of hope. The natural human cauldron. In the hands of a patriarch of the lewd Dao like him, this constitution was the perfect bait, tailor-made for those chosen ones. Mu Jian took a step forward, his tone regaining its former kingly air. I, Mu Jian, the pond master, welcome all you chosen ones to join my fish pond. He proudly issued a challenge. Heavenly Dao, this time I will win over every single one of your followers in this world without exception. Without exception. Just as he was striking a cool pose, his body suddenly spurted a mouthful of blood. Mu Jian came to his senses and thought seriously, this body can't hold a handsome pose for more than 3 seconds. I have to get it in shape or else I'm just waiting to die. Suddenly, an urgent voice caught his attention. Miss Bai, I don't serve female customers here, the Miss Bai replied haughtily. I'm just here to find someone, the madam pleaded with a trembling voice. If you stand here, we won't be able to do any business. But she answered, it doesn't matter. The person I'm looking for has already appeared. It was only then that Mu Jian saw the girl's furious expression. She enunciated each word. So you are here, Mu Jian. Hearing his name, the madam instantly became flustered and started stammering. A young Master Mu, how did you… Oh no, why are you out already? Amidst the argument and the tense atmosphere of the meeting, Mu Jian thought to himself. Although her attitude is clearly unfriendly as the patriarch of the lewd Dao, Mu Jian's first reaction was still instinctual. He concluded, this person is fated to be with me. Mu Jian tilted his head and sized her up, thinking to himself, Bai Yaki, the young lady of the Bai family, one of the 5 great families of Tianquan City, and a true #1 beauty. Bai Yaki frowned and began to channel the crystal in her hand, which was emanating a powerful energy. He closed his eyes and kept comforting himself. The original owner always openly teased her and played all sorts of dirty tricks behind her back. Bai Yaki suffered quite a bit, so it's no wonder the original owner was seen as a trashy third-rate villain. Let's see if I can reason with her now. Mu Jian cleared his throat, about to ask her why she was looking for him, but before he could finish, her face was already full of killing intent as she swung her sword, preparing to attack. Bai Yaki charged at him with all her might, furiously shouting, You shameless Mu Ji! Relying on his instincts, he nimbly dodged the hate-filled blade. Mu Jian calmly thought to himself, She's very emotional. I'll first pretend to be the Mu Jian she knows and feign panic. He pretended to be frightened and asked her, Miss Bai, what have I done to offend you? Bai Yaxi's face darkened, her voice as cold as ice. Still pretending, do you not know? She gritted her teeth, looking at him with hatred, and then recounted what had happened half a month ago. The Bai family and the Royal Merchant Guild had a major business dispute. The Royal Merchant Guild joined forces with the Gongsun family and repeatedly sabotaged the Bai family's business. Competition is competition, and the Bai family isn't afraid, but they resorted to despicable means. On his way back from the neighboring city, my father was attacked by a mysterious cultivator. The scene of her father being harmed by the enemy replayed vividly in her mind. Bai Yaxi continued angrily, with my father heavily injured and in a coma, the Bai family was leaderless, and you took advantage of this opportunity, using the Mu family's power to annex 16 of the Bai family's shops overnight, forcing me to marry into the Mu family. The madam at the side hurriedly tried to mediate, attempting to calm the girl down. Mu Jian seemed to recall something. He wasn't flustered, instead calculating in his mind. Seizing an opponent's weakness and delivering a fatal blow, isn't that the original owner's usual trick? Let me think. In the original owner's memory, someone had cunningly persuaded Mu Jian, if the Bai family falls, won't Bai Yaxi be yours for the taking? Then you can do whatever you want with her. At that time he had enthusiastically agreed. Gongsun Suan, you're right. Outwardly, Mu Jian forced a dry laugh, but inwardly he was already roaring, cursing the original owner for picking up all these bad habits and planting so many death flags for him. Bai Yaxi was full of grievances, on the verge of tears, yet she held them back and cursed Mu Jian as a bastard who specialized in humiliating women, saying she would rather die with him than marry him. But he just stared at her constantly trembling hands, thinking how nervous she was. Mu Jian looked at Bai Yaxi's beautiful face with some difficulty. When he saw that there was no real killing intent in her eyes, he fell into deep thought. Still, Mu Jian wanted to humor her and let her vent her anger first. Bai Yaxi thrust her sword straight at his chest. His expression didn't change and he was quite confident, thinking that this little girl's attack was nothing to a patriarch of the lewd Dao. But just a second later, Mu Jian frowned as if he remembered something was wrong. He was crying on the inside but still smiling gently on the outside, accepting his fate. Right, I forgot for a moment, this body of mine is as weak as a matchstick. Getting hit by a sword is actually this painful? Bai Yaxi was startled and quickly retreated, asking in confusion, why didn't you dodge? Without a second thought, Mu Jian immediately spoke, I know you're wondering why I didn't dodge. I also know that I took advantage of your misfortune and extinguished the Bai family's last hope. Even if you kill me today, nothing will change. On the contrary, you'll bring trouble upon yourself, maybe even lose your life and throw the Bai family into even greater turmoil. Bai Yaxi bit her lip, trying to hold back her tears, her voice already choked with sobs. The Bai family can't be saved anymore. The only thing I can do now is, but before she could finish, Mu Jian coldly cut her off. No, you are perfectly capable of doing it. He smiled and took Bai Yaxi's hand, begging her in a wheedling tone to spare his life. He would then make the Mu family back off and could even help the Bai family. But she ruthlessly flung his hand away. Bai Yaxi shouted in bewilderment, at a time like this, you're still saying you'll help the Bai family? Mu Jian hastily defended himself. Miss Bai, I was used by someone before, he added. The Royal Merchant Guild and the Gongsun family can indeed cause you a lot of trouble, but the reason they brought me into this business is precisely because they don't have the vast liquid capital of the Mu family. Bai Yaxi was stunned by his words. Mu Jian continued without hesitation. In other words, as long as you and I are on the same side, the problem can be easily solved. She stared at him blankly for a moment, as if confirming something. Bai Yaxi also noticed something new about him. It was as if he was starting to change. Mu Jian thought smugly. From her expression, it seems she's calmed down and has also noticed that I've changed a bit. Bai Yaxi shook her head, trying to dismiss the thought. No, a leopard can't change its spots. Isn't he still messing around in a brothel? Mu Jian sighed helplessly. It's indeed hard to believe someone who just finished having a good time in a brothel when he claims to be a savior. He leaned closer to her face and proposed, Of course, Miss Bai, I'll need a different kind of reward. I want you. Bai Yaxi was startled. Mu Jian, after all that beating around the bush, you still just want me in the end? He slowly finished his sentence. The Bai family's meridian unblocking pills. She was so surprised by this that she froze. Mu Jian reviewed his knowledge. In his memory, the Bai family's meridian unblocking pills could accelerate spirit energy absorption and speed up cultivation. With them, even though my body hasn't refined its essence, I can quickly reach the qi refining stage. Mu Jian then explained that he had recently developed an interest in cultivation. Bai Yaxi also felt she got the better end of the deal, saying, although the meridian unblocking pills are rare, trading them for the Mu family's support for the Bai family is already a good deal. Her tone now seemed a little disappointed, as if she realized she had been thinking too much of herself. Bai Yaxi turned and left coldly. I will go see my mother and ask for the meridian unblocking pills. I'll leave the rest to you, young Master Mu. A trace of pity suddenly arose in Mu Jian's heart. Bai Yaxi is probably just a pretty-faced supporting character being forced by a villain, but for now I need to find the chosen one as soon as possible. However, she stopped in her tracks not long after, stunning him. Bai Yaxi turned around and slowly said, I hear that in 3 days you are to duel with the Yi family's young master, Yi Yu, in the Dragon Head Forest. I hope you can survive this ordeal. After all, you brought it upon yourself." After saying this, she continued to walk away without another word. A moment later, Mu Jian snapped to attention as if struck by lightning, realizing something was wrong. Memories began to surface. The original owner had swaggered up to challenge the young master of the Yi family, even declaring that his fiancée, Bai Yaki, would also be his. His heart clenched as he muttered to himself about how many damn death flags the original owner had set up for him. At this time in the Mu Manor, as soon as he entered the door, old Ren came forward to greet Mu Jian. "Young master, why are you back at the manor so early today?" he replied listlessly. "I'm feeling a bit tired, so I came back early." He quickly noticed the wound on Mu Jian's shoulder, but Mu Jian just smiled and reassured him that he had just been playing a bit too rough and told him not to worry. Mu Jian turned away and finally fell into deep thought. Although this old man looks simple, he's actually a master at the spirit tempering realm. He was once hunted by his enemies and heavily injured, but was saved by Mu Jian's father. Since then he has served the Mu family with unwavering loyalty, though with some helplessness. His years of successfully playing the part of a kind old man ended up spoiling the young master. He raised him from childhood, which is perhaps why Mu Jian's personality became so arrogant. He now felt very confused, but for some reason, no matter how much I search my memories, I can't recall my parents' faces. Even if I were completely heartless, it's impossible to forget my parents to this extent. He was about to turn and leave when he suddenly remembered something. "By the way, old Ren, I ran into the young lady of the Bai family on my way back." Old Ren immediately shot back. "Did she come looking for you, young master, to ask for your help with the Bai family?" Mu Jian calmly replied. "I thought about it and have already agreed to help her." Old Ren was a little angry. "And then you just came back alone? You didn't do anything else?" he thought to himself. "Not even taking this chance to bully that girl a little?" The old man's face clearly showed that Mu Jian had read his mind. "I suddenly realized today that being played by women all the time was such a waste. I want to become a man who has moved beyond such base pleasures." Old Ren was so moved he was on the verge of tears. "It's wonderful that you've come to this realization." Before turning to leave, he added, "Oh right, old Ren, please prepare some more pills for me that enhance physical constitution and strengthen muscles and bones, like that meridian unblocking pill." This young master has suddenly taken an interest in cultivation. Old Ren could hardly believe his ears. "See cultivation, I'll go prepare them at once." Old Ren was moved to tears, thinking, this must be what the young master calls sage time, right? I understand. While the young master is still in this sage time, I must hurry and teach him some good things. He looked at the man behind him, who was as happy as a child, and fell into deep thought again. The Mu family's wealth in Tianquan City far surpassed that of the other families. The young master and head of the house had long been without parents, with only a capable old butler as his true family. Mu Jian commented, "The same setup, but he's a far cry from someone like Wei Xiaobao." As soon as he entered the door, he saw Wei Mengru standing there as if waiting for him. "HMPH, it's been a while since you used cultivation as an excuse. I suppose you've run out of reasons to play outside and have come back again?" He immediately noticed her. The girl standing at the door was none other than Mu Jian's personal maid, Wei Mengru. Mu Jian screamed internally, "My sage mode is completely gone." Seeing his expression, Wei Mengru thought to herself, "This kind of direct stare, I've never experienced anything like it in my past life. It's new and it hits my sweet spot perfectly." She stood to the side, not knowing what he was doing, while only Mu Jian, blushing, kept thinking, "This is an achievement only the useless original owner could have reached with his maid." You did well. He knew very well that this girl was no ordinary person. Wei Mengru was also a master at the spirit tempering realm, hired by the Mu family to be Mu Jian's personal maid, but in reality, she was a bodyguard hired by his mother. No matter what the other party was like, they couldn't stop him. This woman had a cold personality, but Mu Jian was extremely domineering, using all sorts of tricks just to get a peek at her underwear. Wei Mengru didn't have a pleasant expression for Mu Jian either. Day after day, Wei Mengru had grown utterly disgusted with this young master, but she had to admit she was a professional. Even if her master Mu Jian was the worst kind of person, a servant's job was still done perfectly, but she certainly wouldn't give him a pleasant look. He said with a sly smile, "Sorry, Sister Mengru, I apologize for my previous rudeness." Hearing this, Wei Mengru was greatly surprised. "What, a change of heart today, not only with old Ren, but now you want me to be nice to you too." Mu Jian stepped forward, stroking her cheek. "This is the one thing that cannot change. Please, sister, continue to treat me like a pile of trash." Soon she noticed something was wrong. Wei Mengru hurriedly checked his wound. "Miss Bai shouldn't have had any killing intent. How did you get a wound like this?" Mu Jian quickly followed up. "It was you who told her my location, wasn't it, Sister Mengru?" Her expression changed instantly. Wei Mengru pulled out a dagger and pointed the tip at herself. "A lapse in judgment is a grave dereliction of my duty." He reached out in a panic to stop her. "Wait!" The blade plunged perfectly into his hand. As Wei Mengru focused on bandaging Mu Jian's hand, he couldn't help but feel delighted. "In your eyes, am I nothing but an insect? Why blame yourself like this?" Wei Mengru answered indifferently. "They are two different things. You being an insect is one thing, and me failing to look after said insect is another," she continued with a pained heart. "But if the young master is hurt on the inside, I will feel upset." Mu Jian cheered excitedly. I really love the feeling of Sister Mengru feeling guilty towards me. Wei Mengru became annoyed. Did you let Miss Bai hurt you on purpose? Mu Jian pretended to be pitiful. The wound suddenly split open. I need Sister Mengru's lap pillow to soothe it. Wei Mengru whispered through gritted teeth. Change the subject. Mu Jian moved his face closer to hers, analyzing to himself. This reluctant yet helpless expression is truly exquisite. He spoke again. Oh right, Sister Mengru, starting tomorrow please teach me how to cultivate again. Wei Mengru showed obvious annoyance. It'll just be your usual quarter incense stick worth of enthusiasm, it's so quick every time. But Mu Jian asserted firmly, nonsense Sister Mengru, I'm a man who can cultivate for 10 incense sticks. At this moment Mu Jian was sitting and reading a book and he couldn't help but curse. The original owner was truly shameless. With a maid like this, shouldn't he be enjoying the pleasure of being looked down upon by her disdainful gaze? He read carefully, page by page. The world I've come to this time is called Kyushu. As the name suggests, it is divided into 9 major regions, each with a different administrative system. The region I'm in now belongs to the eastern part of this world, known as the Eastern Continent. Mu Jian thought for a moment and said, as for the other regions, there's no need to rush to understand them now. It's probably just some random plot a web novel author came up with that will never even show up in the end. He suddenly glanced forward, but the entire space was empty. Mu Jian kept asking himself, could it be that my friend Tavilan's constitution attracted this guy? A black shadow suddenly appeared behind Mu Jian. He gently placed a hand on his shoulder. Mu Jian cried out in terror. Ah, you, who are you? The person said in a stern voice. Just as the rumors say, the young master of the Mu family of Tianquan City. Mu Jian suddenly grew worried. Rumors? What rumors? That I like women? Then you've asked the right person, but you're a man and I'm not interested. He paid him no mind and continued. I can help you win that duel you've already agreed to but cannot win. He frowned, deep in thought. An opportunity for this little scoundrel Mu Jian has arrived, the man in black said with certainty. I can help you win that duel you've already agreed to but cannot win. Mu Jian began to calculate in his head. The young master of the Mu family is a good-for-nothing wastrel. That reputation has really spread far and wide. I should make more use of that. He feigned arrogance. Ha, what did you say? Who can't win? Mu Jian roared angrily. The Yi family kid and I are both in the essence refining realm and I'm even a level higher than him. That kid only has that engagement arranged since childhood. That's how he became Bai Yaxi's fiancé. He was now full of confidence. Turns out after cultivating for over a decade, that kid is barely any stronger than me, who can't be bothered to cultivate. Anyway, Bai Yaxi has no feelings for him. Once I beat him, who else would dare compete with the Mu family for a woman? As Mu Jian spoke, sweat poured down his face. I'm scared to death right now. It's actually a bit embarrassing to say these trashy lines, the man in black spoke up. Young Master Mu, there's a type of person in this world who cannot be measured by realm alone. If certain special conditions are triggered, it's not impossible for them to fight someone a whole major realm above them. Hearing this, he felt it made sense. It perfectly matched the traits of a chosen one, who could get stronger just by shouting things like courage or friendship. Mu Jian felt a surge of joy. If he's really a chosen one, and I can subdue him in the early stages, then where's the fairness in that? The man in black suddenly spoke. Perhaps he has also had some fortunate encounter and is using you to test his skills. Mu Jian let out a cry and stepped forward to grab the man's clothes. Hey, I was just saying, why would he suddenly challenge me to a fight? He shamelessly clung to the man and begged, you have to help me. The man saw his tears and snot getting on his clothes and was filled with disgust. Hey, is that snot? The man in black waved his hand while giving instructions. In any case, I need something from young Master Yi, and you just need him dead. Our interests align, then he added. The location of your duel is in the Dragon Head Forest outside the city. On that day, you just need to arrange it so that no one else can watch. I will help you take care of him. Mu Jian trembled with fear. If you make a move, that kid will probably be pulverized. The Yi family will know at a glance that I got your help and then I'll lose all my face, but the man in black replied coldly. As long as I take what I need, he'll turn back into a real weakling. Dealing with him will be more than enough for you. Although Mu Jian was excited, he was still a little worried. That sounds good, but what if that kid finishes me off before you make your move? You have to give me some sort of guarantee, right? The man in black cursed inwardly. Why is this useless guy so much trouble? He took something out of his pocket and handed it to him. Here's a poison needle. I can't be bothered to explain the details. Anyway, he's protected by luck, so I doubt you could hurt him with it. Keep it for your own peace of mind. Before leaving, he reminded him. In any case, remember to clear the area that day. Don't let any outsiders ruin our plan. The man in black looked very impatient. If it weren't for the fact that the Yi family kid is protected by great fortune, he would have never had the chance to make a move in the city, so why would I need to suck up to this idiot? In a flash, he had vanished without a trace. Mu Jian thought. The man in black said that as long as he steals something from the Yi family's young master, he'll become an ordinary person. Is it some kind of magic treasure, a fortunate encounter, or perhaps, he suddenly had a thought, it's the luck of the Heavenly Dao? Wei Mengru suddenly appeared. You clearly sensed his presence already. Why did you pretend you didn't know? He gave a faint smile. Has he already been targeted by you, Sister Mengru? Then Mu Jian added fawningly. Because I have Sister Mengru to protect me, I'm very confident in my safety, so I was just playing a little joke with him. Wei Mengru sized up the mysterious person. That person is very strong. I can't fully guarantee your safety, she then asked for his opinion. If I team up with old Ren, we can definitely catch him. Do you want me and the old man to go capture him? But Mu Jian refused. No need, just have old Ren investigate where he came from. Suddenly his eyes flew wide open and he shouted, I see it. That night the Bai Manor was stained with blood, a harbinger of ill fortune. Gongsun Suan said arrogantly, Bai Yaki, all of the Bai family's former suppliers have turned against you. What are you still struggling for? You can't supply the goods for your previous orders, so the Bai family can only compensate with its assets. Bai Yaki still refused to give up, holding her sword. Determined to fight these villains to the death, that guy became even more excessive, constantly mocking her. But your silver vault and manors combined aren't enough to cover the compensation. So what should we do? His underlings immediately started jeering about her selling herself. Gongsun Suan leaned close to Bai Yaxi's face, a treacherous look in his eyes. That's right. The most valuable thing in the Bai family now is you. She ruthlessly punched him in the face. Take your men and get out of here. Gongsun Suan, Mu Jian has already agreed to return the 12 shops to the Bai family. Gongsun Suan mocked her. What nonsense are you dreaming about? It's not like Mu Jian has only wanted to mess with you for a day or two. A cooked duck, is he going to let it fly away? The underlings immediately grabbed Bai Yaki. Now she was completely under their control. Gongsun Suan said triumphantly, the people of the Gongsun family are no ordinary folk. They are all cultivators who have reached the essence refining realm. Looking at the underlings holding her down tightly, Bai Yaki struggled ceaselessly. Get off! She unleashed a burst of aura, instantly sending the underlings flying. She declared angrily, whether Mu Jian tricked me or not is none of your business. Suddenly, Gongsun Suan launched a sneak attack, shooting her in the leg. He was very satisfied seeing her fall to the ground. This firearm, bought from overseas at a high price, is still very useful for dealing with essence refining realm cultivators who are about as strong as ordinary people. Gongsun Suan kept showing off his weapon. It's really suitable for a young master like me who is too lazy to cultivate, and it's convenient for self-defense. It really scared me, as expected of the cultivator. Hailed as the most talented in Tianquan City, you must have reached the 5th stage of the essence refining realm, right? Even those brutes at the 1st stage of the essence refining realm were no match for you. Seeing the blood continuously seeping from the wound on Bai Yaxi's thigh, he continued, it's a pity you haven't reached the chi refining realm yet. Otherwise a firearm wouldn't be able to harm you. Then he ordered his men. Everyone get her. She's in too much pain to have any strength left. Gongsun Suan walked up to her and laughed. Uncomfortable, isn't it? Just a few days ago you were the young lady of a family on equal footing with our Gongsun family, and now you've fallen to such a state. As soon as his voice fell, a loud bang came from behind him. He turned his head in a daze to check the situation. Ha! Mu Jian smiled sheepishly. Good evening, brother Gongsun. How could you have fun without calling me? Gongsun Suan smiled wickedly. Brother Mu, this little girl is very stubborn. I was just helping you break her spirit for a bit, so she won't be so much trouble to handle later. Mu Jian gently brushed the dust off his clothes and spoke lightly. Is that so? His eyes darkened. But with you doing things this way, I'm starting to lose interest. Bai Yaki frowned and looked to Mu Jian for help. Gongsun Suan came over, draped an arm over his shoulder and continued to entice him with sweet words. Brother Mu, calm down. I was just thinking you prefer to play with a bit more flair. I apologize to you, Brother Mu. I apologize. Why don't you hit me a couple of times to vent your anger? Mu Jian smiled politely and said, you're joking. How would I dare to lay a hand on Brother Gongsun? However, as soon as the words left his mouth, he heavily slapped the guy several times. He took the poison needle given by the mysterious man and stabbed it directly into Gongsun Suan's face. The guy immediately let out a painful scream, then collapsed to the ground motionless. Seeing this, his underlings hurriedly shouted, boss. Then one by one they charged at Mu Jian, avenge our boss. Before they could succeed, Wei Mengru had already sent them flying, 1 kick per person. Ouch, they couldn't even dodge in time. The group of men went flying one by one, each with a bloody nose. Mu Jian watched from the side with great excitement, cheering non-stop. Mu Jian kept praising her. Sister Mengru is still the best, the effect is top-notch. But all he got in return was her cold reply, don't flatter me at a time like this. Get over here. Lying on the ground, Bai Yaki happened to witness the entire scene, and an indescribable feeling welled up in her heart. Mu Jian remembered her, turned around, and slowly walked towards Bai Yaki. Mu Jian gently scooped her up into his arms. I will definitely do what I promised you. This is the first step in helping the Bai family. Seeing him like this, Bai Yaki couldn't help but ask herself, has Mu Jian really changed? He thought ambitiously. You can't really get into trouble. I still need you to help me contact the Chosen One. The pretty-faced supporting character, Miss Bai. After returning to the manor, Mu Jian asked sternly, Sister Mengru, has the young lady of the Bai family been settled in? As she hung up his clothes, Wei Mengru replied, "Her wound has been bandaged and she's resting in the guest room." She was still a little puzzled. Her injury is something a cultivator can recover from in a week. Was it necessary to bring her back to the Mu family? And speaking of cultivation again, don't tell me your thoughts have strayed back to women and lust? He stretched his arms to relieve his fatigue, then explained, "All those people from the Bai family ran off when they saw the situation turning bad, so there's no one to take care of her. If the Gongsun family comes looking for trouble again, Miss Bai will be in even more danger. I let her stay purely out of kindness. Sister Mengru, I will soon prove that I'm not interested in mere carnal pleasure." After hearing him, she just in understanding. Seeing him holding a pill in his hand, Wei Mengru walked closer out of curiosity and asked, "What's that?" He answered quickly, "A meridian unblocking pill, a small reward for helping the Bai family. Once I've completely absorbed the medicinal power of this pill, I might be able to break through to the Qi refining realm." Mu Jian's eyes gradually grew sly as he thought, "Then I'll spar a few rounds with Sister Mengru." She knew her master's mind clearly and gave him a punch in passing. "Don't think I don't know what you're thinking." Mu Jian picked up the pill and examined it closely. "I can tell from the smell that this is a good pill. I'll try using my past life's energy circulation method and see how much I can recover this body." Without hesitation, Mu Jian popped the pill into his mouth. Instantly, countless torrents of energy surged forth, continuously searing his body. As expected of the Bai family's rare spirit medicine, the moment I swallowed it, I felt a massive amount of spirit energy rushing into my abdomen. Mu Jian could clearly feel the spiritual power moving downwards. That's right, seeing it gradually move according to his will, Mu Jian was very satisfied. "Continue to sink, gather in the dantian. It's going smoothly." Suddenly he felt something was off again. "No, wait, stop." Suddenly something on his body popped up. Seeing this, Wei Mengru almost spat out her food. She said with disgust, "Filthy." Mu Jian kept thinking, "Sister Mengru, don't look at me like that. I'll get more excited." "Ahem," he shouted with a red face. "I told you to gather in the dantian. Why did it all gather here?" Wei Mengru turned around and left without a second thought. Such a lame excuse. Still thinking about those things, it would be a miracle if the young master could ever change. Suddenly he felt something slap him across the face and started yelling. "Ouch!" She completely ignored him. "I'd better go watch over Miss Bai. If you do something improper while she's injured, you'll bring shame upon the Mu manor." Mu Jian rubbed his face, which felt quite pleasant, and sighed to himself. "Could it be that because I'm a natural human cauldron, after swallowing a spirit pill, all the medicinal power is stored in that special cauldron and can't be used by me?" He was somewhat perplexed. "Doesn't that mean I can only work for the benefit of others? This body is already a burden, and now it's just for serving others. What should I do?" However, at this moment, Mu Jian remembered something else. "Wait, in my past life I bore the title of patriarch of the lewd Dao. If I combine the natural human cauldron body with the lewd Dao, perhaps there's a chance?" A cunning smile appeared on his face as a plan formed in his mind. "I'll find someone fated to try it out on. I'm so generous, letting others benefit like this. I'm truly a person who does a good deed every day." Time flew by. The next morning, Wei Mengru was reporting, "The news has long since spread that the young master drew his sword to help and killed Gongsun Suan in order to protect Bai Yaki." Mu Jian was smug. "Excellent, excellent. Doesn't that make my image in the city even grander?" Wei Mengru's next words left him crestfallen. "However, everyone is saying it's two villains fighting and it would be best if they all died." Mu Jian pressed his lips together tightly, holding back his frustration. "Is it necessary to be so direct, Sister Mengru?" She stepped closer and denied it. "Even if Gongsun Shang doesn't value this son, I'm afraid he'll still come to us for trouble. Given his way of doing things, he will definitely use his son's death to demand huge compensation. I don't know what tricks the young master is suddenly trying to play," she added, cautioning him carefully. "But when there's danger, you must hide behind me, understand?" Mu Jian smiled and agreed. I will definitely hide properly behind Sister Mengru." Just then a loud shout came from outside. "Release her, get the hell out here." Wei Mengru frowned warily. "Speak of the devil, far from being afraid." Mu Jian smiled triumphantly. "Let's go and greet our guest. With Sister Mengru here, I'm not afraid of him. As for the matter of compensation, not only will I not have to pay a single cent, but he'll also have to thank us." The man, his face full of killing intent, pressed. "Mu Jian, this old man has heard that you killed my son and hid his body. Are you looking down on our Gongsun family?" That person was none other than the head of the Gongsun family of Tianquan City, Gongsun Shang. Old Ren calmly came out to receive him. "Patriarch Gongsun, is it appropriate to barge into the Mu family like this?" Seeing Bai Yaki at the side, Gongsun Shang became even more furious. "Bai Yaki, the Bai family, you have a feud with our Gongsun family. Since you were at the scene and have been hiding in the Mu family ever since, you're not even trying to hide it." Bai Yaki was not one to be outdone and immediately retorted. "Patriarch Gongsun, please calm your anger. Young Master Gongsun's death is not what you think." Gongsun Shang wouldn't listen to them. "Do you really think this old man will believe your lies? Don't think you can be so audacious just because you have the Mu family backing you." He furiously channeled his power, preparing to attack them. "You and Mu Jian must take responsibility for my son's death." He also provoked old Ren. "Old butler, this old man has long known you are at the spirit tempering realm. Why don't we take this opportunity to have a little spar?" His face was dark as he replied with great presence, "This old servant is afraid he is not worthy." His eyes were filled with killing intent. Suddenly, Mujian ran out from somewhere. Old Ren called out with some worry, "Young master." Mujian hugged Gongsun Shang's leg and cried incessantly, "Uncle Gongsun, you've come at the perfect time. I was so scared." Gongsun Shang disliked this act and yelled, "Stop acting, the whole city knows you killed my son." With tears in his eyes he kept saying, "I've been wronged. Brother Suan and I were like blood brothers. What reason would I have to harm him?" "Uncle Gongsun, someone framed me. Someone wanted to pin the blame on me," he asked sternly. "You say there's a villain. Where is this villain?" Gongsun Shang glanced at Wei Mengru and thought, "I heard the young maid is at the spirit tempering realm. She's here too. If she causes more trouble it might be difficult to quell this." Mujian continued to play the pitiable role. "Uncle Gongsun, although I may be foolish, if I had really done it I would have at least tried to hide it. How could it possibly have spread throughout the city? It wouldn't be hard for the Mu family to cover this up, right?" Hearing his words, Gongsun Shang felt they made sense. "That's true. If it were really him, the family would have cleaned it up last night. The killer is likely someone else, but this old man doesn't care about the truth." He then continued, "But my son Suan died a tragic death in the Bai manor and I can't let it go just like that. The 16 shops the Bai family previously mortgaged to the Mu family, transfer them all to the Gongsun family now. Consider them funeral offerings for Suan." Wei Mengru's eyes were deep as she cursed inwardly, "Old fox, you're finally showing your true colors." Old Ren at his side, however, trusted him completely. The young master must have a way to handle this, since he dared to come out. Seeing that the other party was not easy to fool, Mujian cried even harder, "Uncle Gongsun, you still don't believe me. It might seem unreasonable for this nephew to step in and help the Bai family out of a sense of justice, but a wise and powerful person like you, can't you tell right from wrong?" He turned and gave an order. "Bring young Master Gongsun out." Soon a coffin appeared before them. Mujian said sorrowfully, "I couldn't save Brother Suan's life, but I risked my own to preserve his body. It's just that this body." Gongsun Shang couldn't resist opening the coffin lid. Instantly his face turned grim. Gongsun Shang tried to get closer, and when he saw that his son was nothing but skin and bones, he was horrified. Gongsun Shang smashed the coffin with an angry punch. Mujian cried out again, Brother Suan, I worked so hard to keep your body intact." Gongsun Shang grabbed him by the collar and questioned him relentlessly. "This is the demonic poison of the demon race. After dying from this poison, one will become a living corpse, unconsciously biting other living beings to spread the toxin. You dared to keep the body. Do you want the whole city to be infected with demonic poison?" He was panicked by this negative attitude. I didn't know." Old Ren, who was at the side, also became furious. "So it was demonic poison. I can't believe I didn't recognize it. It's truly a dereliction of my duty. If it weren't for Patriarch Gongsun's extensive knowledge, a catastrophe would have nearly occurred." At this moment, Mujian also roared angrily. "I understand now, only the demon race would want Tianquan City to fall into chaos. That guy couldn't get rid of me and Miss Bai in one fell swoop, so he spread false news, hoping to use a borrowed knife to kill us and eliminate future troubles. Such a treacherous and malicious scheme fits my impression of the demon race." Gongsun Shang thought to himself, "If I had been a few hours later, I'm afraid the Mu family would have also been invaded by the demonic poison. This whole mansion and this situation, it couldn't be an act. If it's really a demon cultivator who has infiltrated Tianquan City, then the Bai family's property is just a paltry sum." A map of the world of Kyushu was clearly displayed. The eastern lands of the Kyushu world were divided into two major powers, the Demon Realm and the Eastern Continent, separated by a 10,000 jong deep abyss. The Eastern Continent has long been jointly managed by secular powers and immortal sects and is the oldest habitat of humanity. The Demon Realm, as its name suggests, is a domain of millions of demon cultivators under the rule of the Demon King. They are always different. The cultivation methods of demon cultivators often go against the basic morals of human society, regarded as heretics by the human immortal cultivation world. The Eastern Continent and the Demon Realm have also had several continent-shaking wars in history. Gongsun Shang calculated in his mind, if I can take the lead in eliminating a powerful demon cultivator, not only the imperial court, but even the immortal sects will give a reward far exceeding the value of carving up the Bai family's property. More importantly, all the treasures of the demon cultivator will belong to the one who eliminates them. Mujian saw his expression and immediately smiled smugly, then continued his performance. "Uncle Gongsun, no matter what, it's my fault for not being able to protect Brother Suan. I must personally atone to him. Today I will go and ask the secluded elder of the Mu family to come out of seclusion and join forces with old Ren and Sister Mengru to exterminate that band of demon bandits," he continued bluntly. "The Mu family will return with the heads of those demon monkeys, no, the heads of the demon cultivators, to give an account to Uncle Gongsun and the late Brother Suan." He watched him ponder. "This kid isn't even hiding his calculations. Won't the benefits of exterminating the demon bandits go to him? This matter must be led by our Gongsun family." Gongsun Shang also began his performance, shedding tears incessantly as he said, "Worthy nephew, I appreciate your good intentions, but this is the Gongsun family's revenge for my son's murder. I must personally annihilate the demon cultivators. I will bear this responsibility." He glanced at him and asked sternly, "You have no objections, do you, worthy nephew Mu?" Mu Jian was overjoyed but feigned guilt. "Oh, since Uncle Gongsun has said so," Gongsun Shang interrupted him. "Nephew Mu, if you truly want to help my Gongsun family seek revenge, you just need to do one small thing." Although Mu Jian was suspicious, he still spoke up. "Please speak, uncle." He leaned in and whispered to him. "Because that villain wants to target the young people of each family first, I need to use you as bait to lure him out." He immediately hesitated. "This," old Ren kept reminding him from behind. "Young master, it's too dangerous," however, he readily agreed. "All right," he became incredibly excited. "The Yi family's young master is dueling me in 2 days. It's the perfect opportunity to lure that demon cultivator over. If I can help uncle and also console brother Suan's spirit in heaven, this nephew is willing." Seeing how naive he was, Gongsun Shang praised him endlessly. "Worthy nephew, you are truly righteous." He was now secretly snickering to himself. "A fool is a fool after all. I originally just wanted the Mu and Bai families to pay for my third son's death. Third son, you've earned more in death than you ever did alive. You're truly my good son." 5 minutes after Gongsun Shang left the Mu family, satisfied, Mu Jian put his arm around old Ren's shoulder and said happily, "Old Ren, you understood my meaning with just a glance without any prior discussion." He was also very happy to be praised. "Young master, you flatter me. Understanding your thoughts is this old servant's duty." Wei Mengru, who was beside them, also said, "I was worried you'd be beaten to a pulp by patriarch Gongsun. Turns out you had it all planned out," Mu Jian immediately explained. "Sister Mengru, you're mistaken. It's precisely because I have you as my strong backing that I dared to openly play tricks on Gongsun Shang," Bai Yaki asked doubtfully. "Will Gongsun Shang really believe it?" He analyzed with great confidence. "Gongsun Shang has 6 sons. Gongsun Suan is the third, the most useless and looked down upon, only capable of doing trivial things. He has plenty of other sons anyway. It doesn't matter if this useless one died. Gongsun Shang came here first to put on a show and second to ask for more compensation. The news about the demon cultivator was an unexpected gift for him. He couldn't be happier." Bai Yaxi's opinion of him gradually changed. He sees things so clearly. Was his foolish act before just a pretense? What a strange hobby. She leaned back in her chair, looking exhausted. "Phew, I can finally relax a bit." Mu Jian also noticed immediately. He asked Wei Mengru, who was beside him, "How is Miss Bai's injury?" She immediately reported. "The medicine has been applied, but the burn is still very hot. She got agitated just now, causing it to bleed again. I'm afraid it will take some time." Suddenly he approached Bai Yaki and said, "The Bai family is still in danger and you're always getting hurt. It's really inconvenient." He made a suggestion. "How about I help Miss Bai heal her wound?" At this moment, in another room of the Mu Manor, Bai Yaki gritted her teeth, enduring the pain in her thigh. Bai Yaki was a little worried. The gunpowder residue was still in her skin, which was much more troublesome than a sword wound. Mu Jian suddenly walked into the room and said, "I've kept you waiting. Miss Bai, please take off your cloak, it will be more convenient." His words confused her, and she couldn't help but blurt out, "Hum?" Seeing Mu Jian standing calmly before her, Bai Yaki frowned and thought, "He didn't bring any medicine at all, as expected. He's as shameless as ever. How could I have been deceived by him and believed him?" Thinking this, Bai Yaki stood up and bowed respectfully to Mu Jian. "Thank you for your help, young Master Mu. But although the Gongsun family has temporarily retreated, I still have to discuss matters with the Royal Merchant Guild and can't delay." Yaki will take her leave. But just as Bai Yaki was about to leave, Mu Jian suddenly grabbed her arm tightly. But in the next second, to her surprise, he pushed Bai Yaki down onto the bed. "A patient should be resting properly, shouldn't they?" Bai Yaki glared and snapped, "Mu Jian, don't force me to fight you." Mu Jian said nothing. He closed his eyes and a bright golden light appeared from where they were touching. Bai Yaki couldn't react in time. Her cheeks flushed red as she thought, "What did he do? Why do I feel my blood surging?" In Bai Yaxi's eyes, Mu Jian's head now felt like a meridian unblocking pill. Her whole body felt light and airy, which reduced her vigilance. It was as if a warm current was spreading through her body from his hand and the pain from her wound was suppressed. Bai Yaki asked softly, "Is young Master Mu helping me?" Mu Jian replied coolly, "I suppose you've guessed it. It feels just like taking your family's meridian unblocking pill." Bai Yaki frowned in confusion and asked Mu Jian again, "You mean after you took the meridian unblocking pill, you transferred its effects to me?" "I heard from my mother that there is a natural human cauldron constitution in the world. People with it can't cultivate, but they bring great benefits to those who dual cultivate with them. Just by being in close contact, one can break through realms. Could it be that you?" Understanding her confusion, Mu Jian explained frankly, "You don't need to worry, my constitution is special. Taking the meridian unblocking pill is useless for me. Besides, it was your Bai family's property to begin with. Now it's being put to good use." He also thoughtfully emphasized, "Don't worry, I promise I won't make any other demands after you're healed." This statement shocked Bai Yaki. She hurriedly explained, "That's not what I meant. It's best to hide your constitution, to avoid being targeted." Mu Jian didn't answer, but his brow furrowed as he thought to himself, is this Miss Bai starting to worry about this villainous scoundrel? For her sake I should test what else this natural human cauldron constitution can do. The inner elixir in his body glowed brightly, as if it were urging Mu Jian on. If you go a step further. Mu Jian's hand, which was gripping Bai Yaxi's wrist, loosened slightly. He slowly moved his palm upwards, and then Mu Jian easily grasped Bai Yaxi's entire hand, holding it tightly and pressing it down onto the mattress. At the same time, Bai Yaxi began to breathe heavily, feeling a burning heat inside her. Why is his body emitting an indescribable fragrance? In this ambiguous scene, Bai Yaxi was suddenly swayed and continued. Why didn't I notice before? He doesn't seem as despicable as I remember. His nose is quite high and his eyelashes are very long. Her fair arm lifted unconsciously. Bai Yaxi was irresistibly drawn, gently lifting her body, her lips meeting Mu Jian's, not forgetting to comment in her heart. His lips look like bitter peach cake. Suddenly, Bai Yaxi realized what she had done and her eyes widened in shock. Bai Yaxi hurriedly pulled away from Mu Jian and explained in a fluster, "No, I didn't." Mu Jian also sat up abruptly. He calmly reached out to straighten his clothes. "It was just a moment of unclear consciousness during healing, Miss Bai, don't mind it." "I know you didn't do it on purpose." Bai Yaxi sat up and stammered in reply. Is that so?" She lowered her head shyly, scolding herself. "How rude, what have I done? I don't know why I couldn't control myself." She was completely unaware that Mu Jian in front of her was secretly licking his lips. "Logically, I haven't been able to make you like me yet. Could it be the influence of the natural human cauldron constitution? This constitution is really interesting. It will be very helpful for my teachings." After a moment of thought, Mu Jian suddenly turned his face and asked, "Miss Bai, how is your wound recovering?" Looking at her flawless thigh, she said in surprise, "Never mind the wound, there's not even a scar." Bai Yaxi was even more surprised when she circulated her chi, and even more unbelievably, "My realm seems to be on the verge of advancing by 1 grade. Mu Jian, with his meridian unblocking pillhead, turned back with his whole body flushed red. Bai Yaxi, however, was still immersed in her confusion. Compared to arduous cultivation, raising one's realm this way is just too easy. If your legendary constitution becomes known to those great powers whose realms have stagnated, they will do whatever it takes to obtain it. Mu Jian leisurely lifted his water cup, sneered contemptuously, and said in a frivolous tone, "Does Miss Bai think I'm a good person now? You're starting to worry about me. Or does Miss Bai also want to monopolize my natural human cauldron constitution?" Mu Jian's words actually left Bai Yaxi speechless. Then she resolutely shouted at him, "I, Bai Yaxi, swear that from this day forward I will never monopolize you, Mu Jian." After Bai Yaxi's words, a purple lightning bolt suddenly appeared in the gray sky outside, echoing throughout the area. The purple light from that lightning bolt seeped through the crack in the door, shining directly into the room where Mu Jian and Bai Yaxi were, leaving him speechless while she cried out in discomfort, "The oath has been made, now I can rest assured." Mu Jian forced a smile, turned to look at her, and thought to himself, "Little girl, it seems you can play the role of a vase in this drama. There might be a lot of scenes where you can speak freely in the future." Catching his gaze, Bai Yaxi immediately turned away, coughed a few times, and then said, "I'm a little late. I need to go to the Royal Merchant Guild." Mu Jian didn't forget to tease her. So it wasn't an excuse. Bai Yaxi stated her purpose seriously. This time it was led by the Gongsun family. The royal family were just merchants following along. The Bai family is only hanging on by a thread now. We have to fight for whatever we can get. My father is seriously injured and hasn't woken up yet, and the doctor urgently needs a precious medicinal herb which is the Beast King vine from the Merchant Guild. They have it at their auction. Mu Jian looked like a Shiba Inu struck by lightning. An auction? When Bai Yaxi wasn't looking, he, like a devil in human skin, let out a cold laugh from behind her. "I smell the scent of a royal struggle. If I'm lucky, I might be able to directly seize the destiny of the Yi family's chosen one." Walking out of the manor, Mu Jian said with sweet words, "Miss Bai, I'm afraid the royal family will still make things difficult for you. I'll go with you." At this time in Tianquan City, the Royal Merchant Guild's auction house had a very complex internal structure, divided into an inner and an outer area. The outer area consisted of small rooms where staff displayed ordinary goods for guests to choose from. Not only that, but the remaining private rooms were decorated like a stage, with the front hall being 100 times larger than the main hall. The seats on the first floor were for ordinary guests. As for the major families in the city, as honored guests, they enjoyed private rooms with excellent views from high above. Mu Jian stood in one of the high private rooms looking down. "According to my memory, I squandered a lot of money here, buying a bunch of junk just to show off." Mu Jian was somewhat self-deprecating. "What an immature fool. In reality, I wouldn't even jump down." Suddenly a woman stood behind Mu Jian and said gloomily, "Young Master Mu is doing just fine. Why the sudden thought of jumping?" Mu Jian instinctively turned around quickly. A woman in a long purple dress said softly, "I haven't even had the chance to introduce today's items yet." Faced with that charming temptation, Mu Jian's cheeks turned red. That fool isn't completely worthless. In fact, she was not mysterious because many stories circulated outside. This unknown sister was actually the chief auctioneer of the Merchant Guild. To win her smile, countless talented men in the city were willing to spend lavishly for her. Mu Jian's eyes widened as he thought, so many people are pursuing her, yet she can always keep her distance. Some say she has a connection with an inner disciple of a certain immortal sect, he said blankly. I came here mainly to find a medicinal herb. Of course the thank you gift for sister will not be small. The auctioneer raised her hand and commented, Oh, what medicinal herb does young Master Mu need? If the auction house has it, I will certainly keep an eye out for it. He stammered for a moment before answering, I want, Beast King Vine, please help me keep an eye out for it, sister. Suddenly the auctioneer leaned closer to Mu Jian and said in a sweet voice, What young Master Mu asks for, this humble lady will naturally keep an eye out for. There are other precious items this time. Is the young master not interested? Mu Jian soberly dodged to the side and cleverly replied, Of course I'm here to support you. His reaction surprised her greatly. At this moment Bai Yaki walked over and shouted, Mu Jian, he quickly said to her, I've already discussed it with the auctioneer lady. I guarantee there will be Beast King Vine among the auction items today. Yaki paused for a moment, placed her hand on her chest and sincerely thanked, I'll have to trouble you, Miss Auctioneer. She just HMPHED in response. The auctioneer's eyes suddenly lit up. This kid's temperament seems to have changed quite a bit from before. I heard before that Mu Jian stood up for the Bai family out of a sense of justice. It seems to be true. It looks like this medicinal herb is also being bought for the head of the Bai family. Thinking of this, she suddenly found it interesting. With this thought in mind, the auctioneer turned to leave, not forgetting to say, The two of you wait here for a moment. I'll go prepare for the auction. As soon as she stepped out, someone came to ask, Hey auctioneer, is the Bai family's young lady in this room? She smiled slightly and replied, Are you asking about Miss Bai Yaki? She's in the room right behind me. As soon as the words fell, a thought flashed through her mind. Isn't he more interesting now, in the room? Bai Yaki asked Mu Jian with a worried face. Did the merchant guild agree to reconcile so easily? He then told her everything he knew. It's hard to say, but from their reaction, at least they didn't tear face like the Gongsun family. Suddenly the door made a loud noise, which caught the attention of Mu Jian and Bai Yaki. A golden light flashed in his eyes. The person who had just entered was none other than the young master of the Yi family of Tianquan City, Yi Yu. Here the Yi family was quite poor. As soon as he rushed in, he shouted loudly, as if catching adulterers. So you're here. Mu Jian was secretly delighted. This familiar routine, it's really the Son of Heaven's mandate. I was just looking for you, and to think I'd run into you here. It's truly fate. In his filtered eyes, Yi Yu was glowing all over. Is this the legendary protagonist halo? It's so dazzling. While Mu Jian was still staring blankly at Yi Yu, he had already taken a big step forward and shouted, Mu Jian, you actually have the guts to come here. Yaxi, don't be afraid. I won't let this treacherous guy touch you. The next second he was choked by Bai Yaxi's words from the side. You've misunderstood. He came with me. Yi Yu looked back at her in disbelief. In Yi Yu's mind he pictured Mu Jian pressing Bai Yaki down on the bed with a perverted look on his face. Thinking of this, Yi Yu became even more furious and asked, Mu Jian, what did you do to Yaki? Mu Jian thought helplessly. What a protagonist, his ability to imagine things is too strong. Suddenly a thought flashed through his mind and Jian came up with a plan. Wait, maybe after I leave this world I'll automatically adopt that brave, intelligent and popular protagonist template. If time were to turn back a bit, there are indeed some works where the protagonist acts like a fool. On the other hand, after scolding Jian, Yi Yu turned his head and said to Bai Yaki with a frown, Yaki, wake up. Bai Yaki said with some displeasure, Young Master Mu didn't do anything to me. We're here on business today. Young Master Yi, please don't cause any misunderstandings. In the auction hall, the guests had all arrived. The auctioneer stood on the stage and shouted, 9 profound alchemy furnace, 780 spirit stones for the third time. Is anyone offering a higher price? After waiting for a while and seeing no more bids, she showed a professional smile, pointed to the seats below, and finalized the price. Sold. Congratulations to young Master Yi for successfully acquiring another treasure. Yi Yu was pleased with his purchase and smiled triumphantly. 2 strange rings shot out from one of his pupils. At this time, in the VIP private room, Mu Jian looked down through a telescope and let out an unintelligible hey. He calculated that buying an item that should cost at least 3,000 spirit stones for a 3-digit price must have been with the guidance of the person possessing him. Mu Jian's mood was a bit down, lamenting that Yi Yu hadn't earned many spirit stones. This amount of spirit stones would only be enough for the former Mu Jian to spend a day in a brothel. He had some doubts about the protagonist's taste. Thinking of this, Mu Jian's gaze swept to the side, looking at Bai Yaki with a heart full of doubt. This vase doesn't seem to be interested in the protagonist at all. Suddenly, the commotion from the auction stage below caught Mu Jian's attention. Everyone, please look at the next auction item. The auctioneer introduced the item in her hand to everyone. This bronze piece, don't be fooled by its rust. It definitely has an extraordinary origin. This auction item was carefully placed on a cushion. The auctioneer described it in detail. The exposed patterns on the surface are exquisite, and its appearance when immersed in cold water is also precise and uniform. Based on my experience, it was definitely made by some great power. At this point she licked her lips mysteriously. It's just that its origin is now untraceable, and the secrets it contains will need to be explored by all of you. The guests below stared blankly, watching in silence. There was no reaction yet. Suddenly someone shouted, "Starting bid 500 spirit stones." This ridiculously high price was like a heavy hammer blow to their heads. Murmurs began to rise from the crowd. "This piece of scrap metal isn't some personal item scented by Miss Muyan. Even if it were, it wouldn't be worth 500 spirit stones. Why buy this instead of 2 goods on iron swords with that money?" Everyone wanted this item to pass quickly so the next one could come up. Mu Jian saw this bronze piece and seemed to find it interesting, so he curled his lips and laughed. In the eyes of the patriarch of the lewd Dao, it was easy to see that the karmic fate contained within was by no means simple. "It seems this is today's most important treasure." Mu Jian looked down at Yi Yu's back from above and thought, "But Son of Heaven's mandate, you must have also seen the extraordinary nature of that bronze piece." But the Yi family is just a branch family in Tianquan City. As the protagonist, Yi Yu doesn't have much money in his pocket. He recalled that destiny's inevitable path for the protagonist was that if he wanted something, he would definitely get it. But the way the story unfolded was not fixed. Mu Jian calculated his next plan. "As long as I give this thing to him, perhaps the fate of this supporting villain can be changed. All I have to do is arrange for a few people to drive up the price and then it's my turn." Just as he thought of this, he suddenly saw Yi Yu stand up from his seat and all his calculations came to a halt. Mu Jian's eyes widened and he stretched his neck to look in the direction Yi Yu was leaving, his heart filled with doubt. "Why are you leaving over here?" a voice was ringing in Yi Yu's mind. "The treasures you've already obtained are enough for you to advance several realms. There's no need to waste money here." He obediently agreed. "Master's words are reasonable. I'm not a fool like Mu Jian who treats money like dirt. I still need to save some money to buy ordinary qi refining medicinal herbs." Until this moment, Mu Jian still asked himself in disbelief. This bronze piece has such a strong protagonist feel to it. Could it be that Yi Yu and that guy on him still haven't figured it out? Suddenly, Bai Yaki next to him called his name. "Young Master Mu, buy that bronze piece. It's a treasure worth 100 times more than the starting price." Mu Jian turned to look at her without speaking. Bai Yaki said with a worried expression, "The Bai family is in trouble right now, and we can't repay young Master Mu directly. If the young master believes my intuition, buying that bronze piece will definitely yield 100-fold profit." Mu Jian pondered for a moment, wondering about something. He suddenly asked Bai Yaki with a deep voice and a serious expression, "But if I use this money to buy back a useless item, what will Miss Bai use to compensate me?" Hearing this, Bai Yaki was completely embarrassed and speechless, not knowing what to say. Seeing her embarrassment, Mu Jian returned to his usual self and said with a smile, "I was just saying, Miss Bai, don't mind it. It's just a few hundred spirit stones. Why wouldn't I believe you?" A moment later, the bronze piece was auctioned off and delivered to Mu Jian. He looked at the auction item on the table and thought, "Since Yi Yu didn't want it, naturally no one competed with me, so I bought it without any trouble." Mu Jian tried to touch the bronze piece, fiddled with it for a while, and then, not surprisingly, found that something meant for the protagonist had no reaction to him. He picked up the item, thinking he should just give it away as planned, otherwise it would be a waste of effort. Bai Yaki stood behind him for a while, and finally said timidly, "Can I see that bronze piece, please?" Mu Jian turned around abruptly and suddenly remembered, "Right, why can she see that this treasure is different when she's just an ordinary vase?" Mu Jian replied to her, "Of course you can, but this item has a mysterious origin, so it might not be that easy." Bai Yaki took the bronze piece from Mu Jian's hand, then reached behind her and fumbled in her pocket for something. Mu Jian watched her every subtle movement. Finally, Bai Yaki took out another bronze piece identical to the one Mu Jian had bought. She said, "This is our Bai family's heirloom, a protective treasure for the family." I recognized they were almost identical at first glance. She looked at Mu Jian with serious eyes, asking if she could try fitting them together. Mu Jian replied with a calm expression, "Please go ahead." After getting his permission, Bai Yaki nervously pieced the 2 bronze pieces together, forming a complete circle. It emitted a rich green spiritual energy. Seeing this, Mu Jian became suspicious. "That's not right. Isn't this Heavenly Dao Qi on Yi Yu?" He looked at the center of the spiritual energy and then had a sudden realization. So it's a sword. The 2 half-moon-shaped bronze pieces combined had now become a sword which looked extraordinary. Spiritual energy swirled around the blade, emitting immense pressure. Beside them, Bai Yaki raised her hand to block the pressure and light from the newly appeared green sword. Mu Jian looked at the sword and commented that as long as one could control this sword, its pressure alone was comparable to the crystal refining realm. Bai Yaki pointed at the sword, offering it as a gift. "If young Master Mu doesn't disdain it, please accept this treasure. After all, you have done a great service to the Bai family, and we have always been a family that repays kindness." Hearing this, Mu Jian happily picked up the sword and replied politely, "Since Miss Bai has said so, then He stopped halfway through his sentence. The sword he had just been holding turned back into the original bronze pieces. Both of them made sounds of confusion. Mu Jian took the bronze piece in his hand and examined it carefully. He shook it, turned it over and over, and seeing that it still had no reaction, he shook his head helplessly. Mu Jian returned the bronze piece to Bai Yaki, saying, "It seems I can't use this thing. I truly have no fate with it. Since this is your family's heirloom, I have no reason to take what belongs to another. You should keep it." He squinted his eyes and smiled. "As for the Beast King Vine, the Merchant Guild said a representative will deliver it to you personally as an apology to the Bai family." Bai Yaki pondered, recalling that she felt she had received too many benefits from Mu Jian. He said before that he would only help me if I offered something that could move him, but now I've given him nothing, yet he has helped me so much. Mu Jian looked at her expression and sighed to himself. Bai Yaki, with your talent, you are definitely the protagonist of your own life. But unfortunately I need a protagonist who truly possesses the chi of the Heavenly Dao to seek revenge against the heavens. A dangerous smile appeared on his face. Bai Yaki already has some good feelings for me now. For a righteous person this is as it should be. Just as Mu Jian thought this, a fragrance filled the air. Bai Yaki subconsciously sniffed, her eyes widening in surprise as she realized this was the same fragrance from when Mu Jian had healed her last time. Fragrance lingered around the two of them. Bai Yaki's body began to change. In the strange aroma her whole body trembled and her cheeks flushed red. Bai Yaki thought to herself, this is bad, it's harder to control than last time. She uncontrollably lunged at Mu Jian, her whole body falling into his embrace. The two of them fell to the ground, their bodies pressed together. Mu Jian asked vaguely, Miss Bai, could it be that your wound hasn't healed yet and you want me to? Bai Yaki didn't let him finish, her eyes darting elsewhere as she replied evasively, it seems so. Though she said this, her rationality was gradually disappearing, her mind was desperately warning her. Bai Yaki, this is a public place. Although it's a private room, what are you thinking of doing? Just then, there was a sudden noise at the door. Bai Yaki, who was straddling Mu Jian, was abruptly startled. As she wondered what was happening, the door slowly opened. The auctioneer poked half of her body in from outside the door. Young Master Mu, I've brought you what you wanted. As if seeing something interesting in the room, she let out a surprised cry. Oh my, in the room. Bai Yaki and Mu Jian were sprawled on the ground, each in a separate spot. Mu Jian replied politely, thank you for your trouble. The auctioneer tentatively asked what they were doing. Mu Jian sat up and replied with a smile, hee hee, you know me, I couldn't resist for a moment. Nearby, Bai Yaki had a dark expression and remained silent. Hearing the explanation, the auctioneer covered her mouth and laughed, saying with a look of understanding, let's just pretend I didn't see anything. I'll be sure to knock first next time. Young Master Mu, please don't hold it against me. At this point, the two stood up and dusted themselves off. Mu Jian replied nonchalantly, of course sister, how could I? He stepped forward, took her hand and put on an intimate demeanor, since sister doesn't treat me as an outsider. Mu Jian couldn't be happier. After all, I've always considered sister as one of my own. The auctioneer, hearing this, happily leaned in and kissed Mu Jian on the cheek, then said, you've suddenly become so much sweeter with your words. She smiled charmingly and exposed him. I'm afraid young Master Mu will have many sisters soon. On the other side, Bai Yaki witnessed their intimate contact and stared with wide, speechless eyes. Mu Jian glanced at the auctioneer, knowing full well that she had seen the situation in the room clearly and had chosen the perfect time to enter. This woman is not to be underestimated, although he understood this in his heart. Mu Jian was helpless with his currently weak body. I'll just have to deal with the current situation for now. He looked at Bai Yaki's pouting youthful face and sighed to himself. It's still easier to control a young girl. At this moment, the auctioneer finally brought the topic back on track. Because the head of the royal family has an urgent matter, I will be handling today's negotiations on his behalf. The auctioneer opened the package, revealing a purple-green spiritual grass with a unique shape. She began, this is the Beast King vine that Miss Bai needs. Since the Royal Merchant Guild has handed it over, I believe you both understand their position. Mu Jian asked, the head of the royal family wants to reconcile with the Bai family? The auctioneer replied. Originally, there was no conflict between the Merchant Guild and the Bai family, just some normal business competition. To put it bluntly, you both know that Boss Huang always remains neutral in all matters, leaving himself a way out. In short, the boss's meaning is that he has absolutely no intention of targeting the Bai family. Bai Yaki frowned as she heard her mention her family's affairs. Regarding the matter of Miss Bai's father's injury, what methods Gongsun Shang used, I believe I don't need to remind you. Hearing this, Mu Jian also understood the situation and turned to Bai Yaki, saying, they've come to clear their name and seek peace, but I'm not qualified to judge. Bai Yaki asked the auctioneer to relay a message. Please tell Master Huang that I accept this Beast King vine. As for the score with my father, the Bai family will settle it with the Gongsun family in the future. The auctioneer politely praised and agreed. Miss Bai is very understanding. She took out a ring and brought up the matter of the demon race's disturbance to Mu Jian, stating that the Merchant Guild was also very concerned about it. If the Mu, Bai, and Gongsun families are all involved, our boss can't just stand by, so he must also show some sincerity. As she spoke, she handed the ring to Mu Jian, who thought to himself that this sincerity was quite substantial. Mu Jian took the storage ring from the auctioneer's hand. Both Mu Jian and Bai Yaki stared at the ring. She continued to express their goodwill. Exterminating demons is a major affair and all parties should contribute what they can, be it money or strength. This storage ring contains 100,000 spirit stones. Please feel free to use them. After receiving the item, he smiled so widely his eyes narrowed, accepting the Merchant Guild's goodwill. A moment later, the auctioneer left after their conversation. Mu Jian and Bai Yaki also walked out of the private room. They discussed as they walked. He's right, truly skilled at adapting to circumstances. That old fox, the head of the royal family, is really fast at gathering intelligence. Bai Yaki chimed in. He already knows he can't get a piece of the Bai family's pie and even has to spit out a piece of meat. He's quite straightforward about it. Mu Jian said, that old fellow values his face and doesn't want to be called a two-faced fence-sitter, which is why he didn't dare to show up. He tossed the storage ring to Bai Yaki, saying, take it. She caught the ring, a look of confusion on her face. Bai Yaki opened her hand and looked at the ring. Mu Jian indicated that the ring was now hers. The Mu family isn't short on these spirit stones. You can use these 100,000 spirit stones to help the Bai family through this crisis. It should be enough to tide you over for a while. Bai Yaki tightly gripped the ring in her hand. At this moment she felt incredibly lucky. A sweet smile blossomed on her beautiful face as she said with a heart full of gratitude, the Bai family can finally recover. It's all thanks to young Master Mu standing by my side. Mu Jian smiled and told her not to be so polite, as this was just a small compensation he should make. Mu Jian continued, of course I also have a small favor to ask of Miss Yaki. The next morning at the duel site on Dragon Head Mountain, the sky was clear and white clouds drifted gently over the continuous mountain peaks. Mu Jian walked to a clearing in the forest where Yi Yu was already waiting. He stood with his arms crossed against the wind, arrogantly questioning Mu Jian's lateness, saying he had waited all night just to teach him a lesson sooner. Hearing the accusatory tone, Mu Jian was speechless, thinking, are you kidding me, brother? Your tone makes you sound like a fanatic fan. Yi Yu seemed impatient. He raised his sword and shouted, enough talk, I'll use you to test my progress during this time. Mu Jian was surprised by Yi Yu's growth as he saw the aura emanating from him when he activated his power. In just one night he has actually reached the 3rd grade. He sighed inwardly, thinking that indeed only a protagonist imbued with the chi of the Heavenly Dao could break such cultivation rules. Mu Jian remained unhurried and asked Yi Yu, so do you know why we are dueling today? Hearing this question, Yi Yu replied righteously, of course it's about Yaki. After speaking he assumed an offensive stance. The spiritual energy emanating from his body made his clothes flutter, and then he warned Mu Jian, I don't care what tricks you've played, but a duel is decided by strength. I don't know what methods you used to bewitch Yaki, but don't forget, I am still her fiancé in name. Mu Jian couldn't understand why a protagonist would still be entangled in these trivial details instead of pushing the main plot forward. Though he thought this, he still explained, Yi Yu, the duel is just an excuse. Today we must join forces to deal with the demon cultivator. Yi Yu completely ignored and disbelieved his words, charging forward and slashing several times, stubbornly roaring, what demon cultivator? Don't try to fool me. As Mu Jian dodged the attacks, his mind was racing. He couldn't believe that a protagonist like Yi Yu would be completely unaware of the Black Treasure demon race. Even a supporting character like Boss Huang, who had never appeared, knew about the impending arrival of the demon race. Could the mighty protagonist be falling behind the times? At this moment their confrontation could be clearly seen from the treetops. Bai Yaki sat on a branch observing. She was curious about what was so interesting about Yi Yu that made Mu Jian care so much about him. Suddenly Bai Yaki sensed a movement and became vigilant. A vortex appeared in midair and demonic energy interrupted their duel. Yi Yu's jaw nearly dropped in shock as he shouted, demonic energy, it's the demon race. Mu Jian was speechless at Yi Yu's turtle-like reaction speed. He said, do you understand my meaning now? At this moment, a mysterious person in a black robe appeared in the vortex of demonic energy. He spoke, thank you, young Master Mu, for your cooperation. Yi Yu, I've come to capture you. Yi Yu shouted in surprise again, questioning Mu Jian, you dare to collude with the demon race? Seeing Yi Yu's reaction, his vision went black and he began to doubt his life, thinking, why is my future team full of weirdos? Mu Jian pointed at the black-robed man and shouted, who said I was cooperating with you? You thought I was cooperating to lure Yi Yu? No, you're the one who was lured. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly turned to glare at Yi Yu, secretly hoping he would understand his position. Yi Yu, seeing this, seemed to understand and said nothing, just looked at him. Mu Jian saw his expected expression and breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, all right, from his expression he should understand. When the protagonist encounters a major villain's attack, they usually exchange a few blows and then fall in defeat. I've already arranged for an expert like Sister Mengru to be in ambush 100 meters away. In 3 minutes, when Yi Yu can no longer hold on, they will come to support. This way, Yi Yu will have no choice but to be grateful for my life-saving grace. These calculations came to an abrupt halt. Before his eyes, the black-robed man defeated Yi Yu with a single blow. Mu Jian was petrified on the spot, his mind filled with question marks, doubting everything he was seeing. The demon race member held the bruised and swollen Yi Yu, who had been defeated in one move, and said to Mu Jian, switching sides on the battlefield depends on whether you have the ability. Yi Yu was suspended in midair by the demon cultivator, already battered and bruised. Mu Jian's plan to cultivate the Son of Heaven's mandate had run into big trouble right from the start. This kid's Heavenly Dao chi, I'll take it. The demon cultivator took out a glass bottle. He squeezed Yi Yu's stomach tightly, and immediately a yellow soul flew out of his mouth. The yellow soul flew out of Yi Yu's mouth. Mu Jian was also somewhat surprised to see this scene. Is this for real? Yi Yu's soul was sucked into the bottle by the demon cultivator. In this world, can this thing actually be extracted? He immediately capped the bottle, preventing the soul from escaping. Looking at the empty shell that was now Yi Yu, he couldn't help but ponder. This body is now just a piece of wood, completely incomparable to the spirit god realm. And Sister Mengru and the others can't get here immediately, knowing he was no match for him now. Mu Jian immediately switched to a fawning tone. Big brother in black, what do you think of my performance just now? I helped you distract Yi buying every second I could. The demon cultivator grew immense, standing menacingly before Jian and mocked. Mu Jian, do you really think I'm that naive? No matter what you think, I have no reason to let you live. Jian continued to desperately flatter him, trying to buy time. Don't you demon race need to cultivate spies in the human world? Look at me, what do you think of me? The demon cultivator didn't want to listen to his nonsense anymore. With a flick of his hand he prepared to attack him. You piece of trash, you're not even fit to be firewood, just die quietly. As soon as he finished speaking, he launched an attack straight at Mu Jian, but fortunately a sword blocked the attack. Seeing the sword's appearance, both the demon cultivator and Mu Jian were surprised. The green sword swiftly broke the demon cultivator's attack. Not only that, but it also contained immense energy. The sword turned and charged straight at the demon cultivator. Who are you? Don't just use sword control techniques. He immediately knocked the sword away and commanded its owner to reveal themselves. Come out. A woman appeared quickly, grasping her sword. Fortunately, Bai Yaki arrived in time to rescue him. She worriedly asked about Mu Jian's condition. Are you all right? He hid behind Bai Yaki. Thanks to Miss Bai. Her expression was grave, full of vigilance. It's fine. Didn't you say you had your people arranged here? It doesn't seem like it. He waved his hand and answered playfully. They just showed up a bit early, a small accident. The demon cultivator looked at Yaki before him and said in disbelief, What? That brat from the Bai family, it makes no sense. How can a little brat at the crystal refining realm use the sword control technique that only those at the spirit god realm can master? Mu Jian transformed back into his human form, heaving a sigh of relief and thinking to himself, I originally just arranged for Bai Yaki to be nearby with the green sword just in case. I didn't expect it to actually save my life. He glanced at Yaki beside him, his heart filled with the same confusion as the demon cultivator. It is indeed illogical for someone at the crystal refining realm to use sword control techniques, but the Heavenly Dao chi isn't on her right now. Bai Yaki quickly rushed at the demon cultivator with her sword and he used his wings to block her attack. He seemed somewhat contemptuous. After all, she was just a little girl at the crystal refining realm. Yaxi's strength seemed weak and she trembled as she parried his attacks. His attacks came closer and closer to her head. The demon cultivator used his wings, determined to defeat the gradually weakening Yaki. Seeing Yaki in danger, Mu Jian cried out, Bai Yaki, you're not allowed to die. Hearing this, Yaki seemed to be awakened. Her eyes flashed with purple light as she let out a loud cry. She poured all her strength into her sword and slashed directly at the demon cultivator. She followed up with another slash, causing him to lose his footing and retreat. The hat on the demon cultivator's head was knocked off by her. The demon cultivator hadn't expected her to be so strong. Is there something wrong with that sword? Otherwise, how could I be injured? The demon cultivator clutched the bottle containing Yiyu's soul, thinking of a way to escape. Now that I've obtained the Heavenly Dao Chi, I'd better not cause any more trouble. As soon as he finished speaking, the demon cultivator immediately turned and fled with the bottle. Having consumed too much energy just now, Yaki now looked very tired, panting heavily. Mu Jian began to ponder again. Using the words of a supporting character to motivate the protagonist could actually allow Bai Yaki to cross two major realms and injure her opponent. Mu Jian's judgment began to waver. Bai Yaki plunged her sword heavily into the ground. Having exhausted too much strength, she had now collapsed to the ground. Jian was also very worried upon seeing this. Miss Yaki, she knew her current strength was insufficient, but she was only able to do it thanks to this sword. If it weren't for this bronze sword, my current strength wouldn't be enough. Just one full-powered swing drained all the chi in my body. Yaki also knew that if the demon cultivator had stayed, she wouldn't have been able to defeat him either. If it weren't for that black-robed man leaving on his own. Never mind protecting young Master Mu, even I. Jian walked over to her, gently stroking her head to comfort her. It's all right, Yaki, you don't have to push yourself, you've done very well. He looked up at the sky and saw several streaks of light flying past. Let them handle the rest. Both of them widened their eyes and looked up at the sky together. Wei Mengru also happened to arrive where Jian was. She looked down at the two people sitting below. 3 streaks of light immediately flew forward and a small whirlwind appeared in the forest. The demon cultivator had quickly fled here, letting out a light snort. The 3 forces immediately descended, surrounding the demon cultivator. 3 spirit god realm cultivators. It seems I was really tricked by that kid Mu Jian. The 3 who had just landed were Wei Mengru, Mu Jian's maidservant, Gongsun Shang and Old Ren. The demon cultivator looked at each of them, his face turning pale with fear. Forget the 2 from the Mu family, what are you a big guy interfering for? Why are you getting involved? Gongsun Shang raised his fist, wanting to avenge his son. Demon cultivator, you killed my son. I will make you pay with your life. Gongsun Shang's fist struck the demon cultivator directly, sending him flying back with a single punch. The demon cultivator dodged while defending himself. I haven't killed anyone in Tianquan City. still dare to argue the poison needle that killed my son has the exact same aura as you. At this moment the demon cultivator recalled that it was Mu Jian who had asked him for the poison needle earlier. He was the one who asked me for that poison needle. He set me up. Gongsun Shang prepared to strike the demon cultivator with his next blow. That fellow's intelligence is no different from a 10-year-old's. I've already investigated it thoroughly. Gongsun Shang had a triumphant look on his face. His laughing face didn't look like someone who had just lost a son. There was no grief on his face at all, but rather the greed of someone who had seen his prey. A huge amount of energy emanated from the demon cultivator's body. Now that he's angry, I have no reason to hold back either. The demon cultivator forcefully shattered the bottle. To the astonishment of Wei Mengru and Old Ren, Yi Yu's soul was released from the bottle. The two of them became more vigilant upon seeing the soul fly out. Is this the thing the young master told us to watch out for? Its shape is really strange. He tightly grasped Yi Yu's Heavenly Dao Qi, constantly mocking. It's such a waste to put such a good thing on a piece of trash from the Yi family. The demon cultivator held the Heavenly Dao Qi up to his face. Let me absorb it, but suddenly, the Heavenly Dao Qi flew out of his hand much to his astonishment. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the Heavenly Dao Qi immediately flew away, ignoring the demon cultivator's roars. What's going on, Heavenly Dao Qi? Come back to me. Gongsun Shang also looked a little worried when he saw the Heavenly Dao Qi fly away. The Heavenly Dao Qi. At this moment, Wei Mengru and Old Ren attacked the demon cultivator together, catching him off guard. The power of the two was immense, causing an explosion. The demon cultivator was now blown to bits. Only a pile of ashes remained under the lake. Although this demon cultivator was injured, dealing with him still seemed quite tricky. Gongsun Shang looked up at the sky and sighed to himself. It's just a thieving demon cultivator, no need to worry too much. I'm very interested in that thing that flew away, which the demon cultivator called the Heavenly Dao Qi. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately flew off in search of the Heavenly Dao Qi. At this moment that thing is ownerless. Whoever finds it gets it. Mengru and Old Ren suddenly turned their heads to look in the direction he flew off. It seems to have guessed that the Heavenly Dao Qi flew in our direction. Isn't that the direction of the young master? Over here. Mu Jian and Bai Yaki were locked in a deep kiss, their lips lightly touching, teasingly close, then pressing together more passionately. After the kiss they gently parted after sitting for a while. Bai Yaki said, "All right, I've recovered quite a bit of strength." Yaki answered with flushed cheeks. "I'm sorry, that sword consumed too much spiritual energy, so I had to rely on young Master Mu's dual cultivation cauldron." But in her heart, she felt incredibly helpless. Sigh, I was influenced by his cauldron constitution again, although my strength has recovered and there are even signs of a breakthrough. This process is really... Mu Jian reached out to help the kneeling Yaki up. That's good. Old Ren and the others should have dealt with the demon cultivator by now. Let's go meet up with them first. The red spirit beast suddenly turned its head back towards the sky. Mu Jian's eyes widened, unable to believe that the Heavenly Dao Qi had returned to him. You're back so soon. The Heavenly Dao Qi circled around Yaki once, then went straight into her body. Witnessing this, Mu Jian was also quite surprised. With the blessing of the Heavenly Dao Qi, Yaxi's cultivation has increased again. Her cultivation realm has already broken through to the Qi refining realm. Mu Jian looked at her, let out a breath, and also secretly admitted, "As expected, you are the protagonist." The Heavenly Dao Qi, separated from Yi Yu's body by the demon cultivator, seemed to be drawn back to Bai Yaxi's body. Only these two words were reflected in Mu Jian's eyes. Mu Jian sighed and thought to himself, even if they fight to the death over it, the protagonist doesn't have to do anything, and the Heavenly Dao Qi will come to them automatically. Suddenly, a murderous aura struck. By the time the two of them noticed, it had already surrounded them, startling them greatly. Then a voice came from within the murderous aura. "My clan cultivates for 100 years to have one chance at a feigned death and rebirth. I didn't expect to use it on you." Then the murderous aura gathered in one place, feeling as if something was about to break free, and the demon cultivator appeared. He looked at the two of them arrogantly, then asked frankly, "Where did you hide the Heavenly Dao Qi? Hand it over." Mu Jian and Bai Yaki looked at him with disdainful, mocking eyes. Then he stepped forward and said, "That doesn't belong to you. The Heavenly Dao Qi has already chosen its true protagonist." Upon hearing this, the demon cultivator angrily charged forward, saying, "This little brat, is she worthy?" Mu Jian quickly rushed in front of her, blocking her, and said, "Don't even think about taking advantage of Yaki while she's tired. Your opponent is me." Without another word, the demon cultivator kicked him in the stomach, shouting, "Get lost, what right do you have to speak to me?" Then he slowly walked towards Bai Yaki, saying, "Even though I'm heavily injured right now, I'm still not someone a piece of trash like you can handle." At this moment, Bai Yaki looked at him with a worried expression. Seeing Jian lying motionless on the ground, she shouted in a panic, "Young Master Mu." The demon cultivator was already standing in front of her. He stared at her intently and said, "You can't control the Heavenly Dao Qi." Her expression had already turned grim. Yaki immediately flew up, raised her weapon high, and assumed a downward striking stance. Then she launched a series of sharp and decisive sword moves, slashing through the cloak behind him. Seeing this, the demon cultivator turned around in surprise and said, I didn't expect to have to revert to my original form to deal with a little girl. As soon as his voice fell, a huge black shadow enveloped her. The demon cultivator reverted to his original form, coiling his body and hissing threateningly in front of her. You have no way out now, Bai Yaki replied coldly. Bring it on. Beside them, Mu Jian still lay motionless. A flash of lightning crossed Bai Yaxi's eyes. She widened her eyes, looked at him with a strange expression and said, Try to kill me. Seeing this, the demon cultivator's eyes widened in surprise. It charged forward swiftly, opening its massive mouth to attack her. After a fierce assault, rubble began to fall from its mouth. Immediately after, a purple light flashed, but it narrowly dodged. Bai Yaki flew above its head, swung her sword back to prepare for an attack, and then decisively struck down with a powerful slash. This blow instantly broke his two fangs. Afterward, its power grew even stronger. It charged straight over the snake's head. The demon cultivator was instantly torn in two. He unwillingly questioned aloud whether it was because of the Heavenly Dao Qi or the sword. Bai Yaki stood aside and answered with a dark expression. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent, and her voice had become strangely chilling. I'm angry. The demon cultivator was stunned upon hearing this. As she spoke, she continued to charge at the demon cultivator, the blade of her sword repeatedly slashing across his body. Then his head exploded and a huge halo of light formed. Afterward, the fragments gradually fell, and Bai Yaki's and the demon cultivator's battered bodies fell to the ground together. She glanced at him coldly and mocked, Spirit God realm, that's all you've got. The demon cultivator reverted to his human form. He struggled to lift his head and said to her, The queen clearly said I was a person of great fortune. Why would the Heavenly Dao Qi? Bai Yaki swung her sword again, and she answered coldly, Who cares about some Heavenly Dao Qi? Can't I just give it back to young Master Mu? Mu Jian suddenly sat up and shouted, Miss Yaxi, spare his life. She looked back at him and cried out in surprise. Yh! The demon cultivator below also widened his eyes. He asked in a daze, How can you be? Mu Jian pulled out a pile of deformed armor from his clothes, then let out a sigh of relief and said, Damn, the 3 pieces of high-grade armor I stuffed in here were all destroyed by a single blow from the spirit god realm. It hurt so much I had to lie here for half a day. Seeing this, the demon cultivator shouted in surprise, You did it on purpose. He looked at him with a mocking expression and replied, First time seeing a pay-to-win player. I'm the sole heir of the #1 family in Tianquan City. How could I possibly come here to die without some life-saving gear? Bai Yaki hurriedly rushed forward and asked, Are you really okay? He replied gently, I'm fine. As he spoke, Mu Jian's face turned red again. He thought to himself that this broad, vast and warm feeling was a bit overwhelming. It turned out she was pressing her chest against him. After a moment, Mu Jian coughed lightly twice and said, Miss Yaxi, I have some questions for this demon cultivator. Yaxi quickly let go of him and replied, Oh okay. He walked up to the demon cultivator and asked with a smile, You mentioned the queen just now, right? Is the Heavenly Dao Qi something that Lady Demon Mother wants? Hearing this, the demon cultivator's eyes darkened and he replied, The eastern continent has long been corrupt and decayed. If it weren't for the 2 principals sect holding it together, it would have long been in the queen's grasp. If young Master Mu can help me through this ordeal, I can introduce you to the 7th demon guard who is currently in the eastern continent. With your abilities given time, you will surely become the queen's right-hand man. After hearing this, Mu Jian leaned closer and said, Wow, you want me to be an inside agent? That sounds terrifying. The demon cultivator roared in anger. You don't have to be so ungrateful. Mu Jian, I'm not negotiating with you. As soon as his voice fell, a blade plunged straight into his head, accompanied by Jian's voice. If anything happens to me, the 7th guard won't let you off. He decisively took the demon cultivator offline on the spot and said, I wasn't negotiating with you either. After a moment, Mu Jian stood up and said to Yaxi, He knows the Heavenly Dao Qi is on you, and he won't let it go if we spare him. Rather than leaving a hidden danger, it's better to let him take all his secrets to the grave. Yaxi shyly placed her hand on her chest and said, Young Master Mu, since the demon race is always going to capture people, they might as well come for me. Let that queen come for me. She then moved closer to his face, her voice gentle, but despite her words, Mu Jian looked at her with a smile and then replied, We'll deal with what comes later. Now that you've merged with the Heavenly Dao Qi, you're bound to face a lot of trouble. Eliminating one threat is the most important thing. As he spoke, he looked at her with a grim expression, thinking to himself, Being a protagonist isn't that easy. Miss Bai, you'd better take care of yourself. The villains will come knocking sooner or later. Suddenly, a system screen appeared before Mu Jian, a line of bright red characters appearing, roll, cannon, fodder. Then the characters immediately blurred. They blurred to a dizzying degree, yet he remained standing quietly, observing and waiting. The system screen appeared again, roll, Heavenly Mandate's male companion. Mu Jian couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, Ha! He glanced at Yaxi, who was snuggled in his arms, and thought, What kind of role is this? The Heavenly Dao Qi was absorbed by Bai Yaki, and they became one. Mu Jian's role also changed accordingly. The system screen appeared again. Roll, Heavenly Mandate's male companion. A small spirit beast and a line of text appeared together. Role unlocked, reward gained. It was a Spirit God Realm experience card. 1 minute. Seeing this, Jian, who had transformed into a small spirit beast, said dejectedly, "Just 1 minute, not even a second more, that's so stingy." After speaking, he smiled with satisfaction, put the card away and said, "But well, for a man, sometimes 1 minute is enough. What's important is efficiency." After that was settled, the system disappeared. He turned to Yaxi and said gently, "This Heavenly Dao Qi is too flashy. I'm afraid that Gongsun Shang won't just pretend he didn't see it. He's definitely got ideas. Go see him quickly." After speaking, he sighed wearily. Bai Yaki immediately asked with concern, "Young Master Mew, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well?" Jian replied with a tired look, "I probably got stained with the demon cultivator's blood. I'll be affected by the demonic energy." After hearing this, she stared at him thoughtfully and then said, Then she reached out her finger, touched his hand and said in a gentle voice, "I think since I have the Heavenly Dao Qi in my body," she shyly pulled his hand to her face and said cautiously, "then maybe I can help young Master Mew purify it." Mu Jian looked at her in surprise, thinking, can this really work? He immediately felt the strangeness in his body being purified. At this moment, 3 streaks of light were speeding through the sky, and the 3 of them subsequently landed at the edge of a forest. Gongsun Shang turned to the 2 beside him and asked, "Old Ren, Miss Wei, weren't young Master Mew and that brat from the Bai family also around here just now? Why don't we see them?" Old Ren, standing nearby, spoke up, "The 2 young ones get along well. Perhaps they've intentionally gone deeper into the woods to have a discussion." Wei Mengru stood to the side, unusually silent. Suddenly, Gongsun Shang became angry and said it would be one thing at any other time, but it just had to be when the Heavenly Dao Qi disappeared. "Don't you too find it strange?" Hearing this, Wei Mengru glanced at him sideways and asked, "So what if my young master took it? Didn't you also go after the Heavenly Dao Qi? You couldn't find it yourself and now you won't allow others to have it," he replied effusively. "Even so, the Gongsun family has the right to know the whereabouts of the Heavenly Dao Qi, right?" Wei Mengru immediately interrupted, "Well, isn't he here now?" At this moment, Mu Jian walked over carrying the demon cultivator's head. He spoke up, "Oh my, you guys, you didn't even clean up the demon cultivator properly. I was almost scared to death." The demon cultivator's head in his hand was constantly dripping blood. Gongsun Shang also calmed down after hearing this and asked, "Nephew Mu, what happened?" He held the head up in front of him and lamented, "This black-robed demon cultivator deceived everyone, using a molting technique to feign death and escape your pursuit." Then Mu Jian glanced at Yaxi beside him and said, "But he was already heavily injured and still wanted to seek revenge on me. Fortunately, Miss Bai was also there. The demon cultivator, who was beaten by you until he had only 1 breath left, was no match for her." After hearing this, Gongsun Shang's face immediately darkened, and he asked in a deep voice, "In that case, what about the Heavenly Dao Qi?" Mu Jian immediately looked bewildered. "The Heavenly Dao Qi," he hurriedly explained, "a golden thing that can fly and looks a bit like a chicken. You really don't know about it." Old Ren from behind spoke up, "Master Gongsun, since you have so many questions, this old servant knows a little about soul-searching techniques. Now that we have the demon cultivator's physical body, as long as his primordial spirit has not completely dissipated, we can speak with him." Gongsun Shang was slightly startled. "Speak with him." Old Ren turned to Jian and requested, "Young master, please hand this head over to this old servant." The demon cultivator's head was instantly enveloped in a puff of smoke. The old man stepped forward, picked up the head and said, "Show yourself." The head immediately reacted and a ghostly soul appeared. Gongsun Shang's expression also became complicated because of this. Old Ren calmly faced the demon cultivator and asked, "Demon cultivator, this old man asks you, did you use a feigned death technique to deceive us?" The floating soul of the demon cultivator replied, "When heavily injured, my race can shed its skin once to feign death and escape." The nearby Gongsun Shang immediately roared in anger, "Demon spawn, what is your purpose for coming to Tianquan City?" The demon cultivator's soul ignored his words and continued, "To cooperate with my accomplice lurking in Tianquan City and seize the Heavenly Dao Qi." Hearing this, Mu Jian looked at it with suspicion, thinking, "Accomplice?" Gongsun Shang eagerly said in a loud voice, "Then who is your accomplice? And where is the Heavenly Dao Qi?" Suddenly, the ghostly figure became blurry and it stammered, "It's..." Then the demon cultivator's soul instantly dissipated before everyone's astonished eyes. Gongsun Shang turned to Old Ren in surprise and asked, "This is..." The old man stroked his beard and replied calmly, "The soul has weakened, the primordial spirit has dispersed and it is untraceable." He flew into a rage upon hearing this. "No way, Old Ren. It cut off right when we were talking about the Heavenly Dao Qi. That's too much of a coincidence," Old Ren said calmly. "Master Gongsun, you overestimate this old servant. Soul-searching techniques are not that easy to use." Mu Jian stood to the side with a grim expression. He suddenly ran over and hugged his thigh, saying loudly, "How terrifying, Uncle Gongsun. I was almost killed by the demon cultivator. Are there other demon cultivators lurking in Tianquan City now? Then what should we do?" Gongsun Shang looked at him with an angry face, thinking, "Still the same foolish look, definitely has nothing to do with the Heavenly Dao Qi," he said. "But nephew Mu, when the Heavenly Dao Qi disappeared, it was clearly in the direction you came from." Mu Jian widened his eyes and looked at him, then said, "I almost lost my life just now. How could I have time to care about any Heavenly Dao?" Gongsun Shang fell silent after hearing this. At that moment, a decisive attack struck straight at his waist. To Jian's astonishment, Gongsun Shang was kicked to the side. The one who hit him was none other than Bai Bui. He crossed his arms over his chest and said angrily, "Old man Gongsun." Bai Bui immediately lost control and roared, "In your eyes, is finding out the demon race's conspiracy in Tianquan City less important than interrogating a junior?" Gongsun Shang was now slumped on the ground, a long trail of blood on the floor. He roared in anger, "Bai Bui, weren't you seriously injured?" When Bai Yaki saw him, she quickly ran over and called out, "Father." The head of the Bai family, Bai Yaxi's father, Bai Bui, he looked at Gongsun Shang with murderous eyes and said, "Gongsun Shang, you quietly sent me a great gift. Today I, Bai, have come specially to return this gift. With this exchange, we can be considered even." Gongsun Shang immediately glared at the other man while clutching his wound. He thought angrily, "All my attention was focused on the Heavenly Dao Qi this time. I'm seriously injured." Then he turned his gaze to old Ren and Miss Wei, thinking, "And those two, it's 1 against 3. The situation is not good for me." Without another word, he clutched his wound and rushed into the woods, thinking to himself, "Running is the best option." Bai Bui and Bai Yaxi glanced at him with disgust. Suddenly, Bai Bui spat out a mouthful of blood and Yaxi immediately became worried. "Father." He quickly composed himself and replied, "I heard you were also involved in this as soon as I woke up, so I rushed over immediately." At this moment, Jian also walked over and said, "Master Bai, relying solely on the Beast King Vine as medicine can only wake you up. You're still far from a full recovery. You're being too reckless." He looked at her with worried eyes and said, "But compared to my daughter's safety, my injuries are nothing. I can't rest easy." As he spoke, he cupped his hands in front of him and said respectfully, "Young Master Mu. Old Ren, thank you both for helping me get the medicine. I owe you a great favor." Mu Jian immediately replied with a smile, "This kid has made many mistakes in the past. Delivering the medicine can be considered a small atonement. Uncle Bai doesn't need to take it to heart." Yaxi, who was beside him, also smiled and said, "Father, during the Bai family's disaster, it was all thanks to young Master Mu's help. I really don't know how to thank him." Upon hearing this, Bai Bui said in surprise, "Oh, so it was young Master Mu." Mu Jian smiled embarrassedly and replied, "Don't say that, it's just a small matter. Uncle Bai has just recovered from a serious injury and still needs to rest well. Why don't you two go back first?" They then turned to leave. And Yaxi even gave him a gentle look with special care. He also smiled back at her. Then he whispered to the old man beside him, "Old Ren, well done. You acted so innocent during the soul-searching. If you had let him finish, it would have been troublesome." Old Ren replied blankly, "Young master, that wasn't my doing. It was a distant force that extinguished that demon cultivator's soul." As soon as his voice fell, his entire body began to tremble abnormally. He knelt on the ground, a pair of eyes watching from behind him. Jian immediately realized that this was not good. He looked back at the huge eyes behind him and thought, "I really don't want to attract the attention of the powerful experts of this world so early on." At this moment, a hand suddenly grabbed his. Mengru leaned close to his face and said in a weak voice, "The young master's hands are so cold. You should rest, you're tired." But his words earned him a heavy punch from Mengru. "If it were Sister Mengru, I wish you could let me see inside." She turned away and said, "It seems you're still full of energy, so there's no need to worry." The nearby old Ren called out worriedly, "Young master." Mu Jian lay on the ground, suddenly laughing foolishly. He thought to himself, "It's because my current body is too weak that I felt fear for a moment. But I am Mu Jian." He put on a terrifying, twisted expression and thought, "I'm the leader of the scum path for FCK Sake. I don't care what kind of expert you are, it's no big deal. In the eastern region of the eastern continent, there is an independent land managed by an immortal sect. The name of the immortal sect is Two Principles Sect." Atop a tall building, a slender young lady was gazing at the night sky. She was the direct disciple of the sect master of the Two Principles Sect, Lan Mulian. At this moment, 2 young masters walked over. One of them looked up and immediately recognized the person on the pavilion as Senior Sister Lan. "Is Senior Sister planning to practice all night again?" The person next to him immediately chimed in, "Isn't that obvious?" As they spoke, the 2 of them cheered happily. Senior Sister's talent is astonishing. She has already reached the peak of the Spirit God realm at the age of 20 and is only 1 step away from the Void Return realm. I didn't expect her to be so diligent. The person next to him shamelessly added, "I really want to taste the dew on Senior Sister's body." When Lan Mulian heard this, she sighed helplessly and said, "I was just spacing out here for a bit." Her expression turned worried. She said, "Lately, my junior brothers and sisters seem to be increasingly misunderstanding my actions." In the sky, a full moon hung high. Lan Mulian gazed at it and said, "They all think I'm only focused on ascetic cultivation, single-mindedly aspiring to the Mahayana realm. But where is the person who truly understands me?" Then she took out a letter. Lan Mulian carefully folded the letter into a paper crane and then released it into the sky. After she released it, the letter quickly flew up. Looking at the paper crane, Lan Mulian lowered her head and said in a dejected voice, "This letter will probably just be like a stone sinking into the sea." At this moment, a voice came from behind her. "Since you want a reply, why do you deliberately write something so difficult to understand?" She immediately turned around and was surprised to find it was her master. The woman with an ethereal temperament walked over and said in a calm tone, "If you feel uneasy in the sect, why not go for a walk in Tianquan City? This year's assessment is about to begin. You will be in charge of proctoring. See if you can find any good seedlings who can become pillars of the Two Principles Sect." Lan Mulian immediately replied, Master, regarding the matter of communicating with the younger generation, perhaps there are more suitable candidates than me. I am not suitable, her master immediately comforted her. Don't be so negative. I promise you will have a pleasant surprise on this trip. At this point she thoughtfully hugged her body, and then she immediately replied, Disciple obeys. At this moment the system screen appeared. Role Heavenly Mandate's male companion. Mu Jian, lying in bed, saw it and said, Heavenly Mandate's male companion sounds like a character who grows alongside the son of Heavenly Mandate. After speaking, his gaze darkened. He thought of dark clouds and a delicious bowl of noodles, then said, he can share the hardships with the son of Heavenly Mandate and also get a sip of his soup. At this moment Wei Mengru came over and coldly reminded him the Heavenly Dao Qi was taken by her. Her eyes sparkled, and her voice grew a few degrees colder. It's one thing for the Mu family to lose gold and silver, but something of this level, how could you so easily hand it over to someone else? Mu Jian also glanced at her after hearing this. Under his calm exterior, Mu Jian was already so excited in his mind that his nose was bleeding. He thought, disgusted by what? This is a great blessing. At this moment Jian sat up, his voice becoming serious. Sister Mengru, tell me if there are still demon cultivators hiding in Tianquan City. Should I help Yaxi find them? Mengru looked at him, raised her eyebrows slightly, and lamented. To curry favor with Miss Bai, you seem to be much braver than before. To be able to lurk in Tianquan City for so long, that demon cultivator's cultivation must be quite high. She leaned closer to his face and said in a low voice, Where do you plan to start looking, and what can you do when you find them? Are you going to stage another trapping a turtle in a jar, young master? Jian replied frankly after hearing this. But with great risk comes great reward. Besides, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. After hearing this, Mengru said, I think the young master's head has been muddled by Miss Bai. She walked outside, pushed open the window, and said, You should let the wind clear your head. Suddenly a paper crane flew straight in before her astonished eyes. It decisively flew towards the bewildered Jian, and then Mengru caught it in time just as it was about to touch him. Holding the paper crane in her hand, she said in a reproachful tone, Can't you at least pretend to dodge, young master? Jian replied calmly, Because I knew Sister Mengru would catch it. Mengru asked again, What if I couldn't catch it? Then my job of taking care of you would have ended there. Hearing this, Jian replied in a wrong tone, No, Sister Mengru. Mengru stared at the paper crane in her hand, then said in surprise, The spiritual energy attached to it is very strong, but why would someone use a paper crane as a hidden weapon, and why would it be aimed at you? At this moment Jian, who was beside her, said, Sister Mengru, you're overthinking it. That's not a hidden weapon. She was stunned after hearing this and asked, Then what could it be? There shouldn't be any expert in Tianquan City who can attach this kind of spiritual energy. He opened the paper crane and looked at the contents, whispering, Then he said to Mengru, It's an anonymous letter. She was bewildered after hearing this and asked back, A letter? Suddenly Jian shouted, Wow, what a surprise! This startled Mengru, who turned around. He leaned closer to her and whispered, Sister Mengru, want to read it together? She decisively turned her head and replied, I don't want to. Then she glanced at Jian with a worried look, but then Mengru leaned over to read the contents of the letter, saying, Based on my usual professional ethics, I should also know what's written in an assassin's letter. Then the characters on the letter appeared. Looking at them, Mengru was stunned and said, The handwriting is so ugly. What does it say? Hearing this, Jian explained with a proud look, This is an unconventional style of calligraphy. I didn't expect my dead youth to be revived here. The nearby Mengru couldn't help but remind him, What is the young master talking about? You've only just reached puberty. Then she suddenly said in surprise, Wait, you mean you can read it? Jian focused on every stroke on the letter, then spoke, It's like some young lady wants to run away from home but can't, so she deliberately used an abstract font. It's probably because she wants to confide in a stranger but doesn't want to completely expose her shy heart. As he spoke, he walked to the window and said, Sister Mengru, get me a pen. Jian held a pen and paper in his hand, a slight smile on his lips, thinking, Since fate brought us together today, I'll give you some advice. After a while, he released the paper crane into the night sky. After sending the letter, Jian said with a satisfied look, It's been a long time since I've chatted about such a light-hearted topic. I'm a bit out of practice, Mengru behind him said in a flat tone. I don't need to see your face to know what expression you're making. The scene shifted to the next day at the Tianquan City Merchant Guild. At this time, Lan Muyan was curled up in a large basin of water. Her eyes squinted in a smile as she said, Thank you, young Master Mu, for your generosity, tipping this humble girl 50,000 spirit stones in one go. The nearby Jian replied, Sister, it's a small matter, nothing to me. At this moment, Lan Muyan stood up, soaking wet, wearing a thin transparent nightgown. She said, Young Master Mu, this is no small matter. You've booked half of the exhibits at today's auction. Then she approached, pressing her body tightly against his, and said in a gentle voice, Just say it, is there anything this humble girl can do for you? Jian turned to her with a smile and then replied, There is indeed a small matter. Miss Muyan, I want to find a demon cultivator. Her brow furrowed slightly when she heard this. Lan Muyan said in a disappointed tone, A demon cultivator? This humble girl was being presumptuous. I thought it was for me. I didn't expect it to be for some demon cultivator. Jian immediately explained, There are still demon cultivators in Tianquan City. You must know that. It's my duty to eliminate the scourge of Tianquan City. After hearing this, she smiled faintly, leaned close to his ear and said, "My young master Mu seems to care so much about the people of Tianquan City." Jian frowned, but his face still showed no displeasure. He replied, "No matter what, I had a hand in the death of that demon cultivator from before. I'm afraid his accomplice will come for revenge." Lan Muyan gently caressed his face with her finger, her voice still gentle. "All right, since it concerns young Master Mu's life and safety, I'll go and inquire about this matter." Then her expression darkened and her voice turned a few degrees colder. She leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Ah, that's right. Today on the stage in Tianquan City, all sorts of talents and young prodigies are gathered to compete, preparing for the upcoming Sect assessment. If young Master Mu is interested, you can go and have a look. I'm sure Miss Bai will be on stage as well." Then Lan Muyan took a step back and said, "Regarding the demon cultivator, I will have someone investigate. I still have guests to attend to. We can chat more next time." After hearing this, Jian immediately replied, "Then I'll have to trouble you. Sister, please go change your clothes so you don't catch a cold. No need to see me out." At this moment on a straight corridor, Jian walked with a relaxed expression, thinking to himself, "Too dangerous, too dangerous. Luckily, my self-control is strong enough. Could she be a demon cultivator? A 1,000-year-old fox spirit or something? If she were to suck a few mouthfuls from me, this body would surely be possessed." Afterward, he thought as he walked, if the demon cultivators want to turn Tianquan City into a stronghold, there's no point in disguising themselves as ordinary people. They might be hiding in one of the great families. At this moment, as his thoughts were racing, a figure flashed past him. Could they be heading to the arena? Perhaps one of those young masters is a demon cultivator in disguise. Lan Mulian was drawn to him, immediately turning her head to look at him, and then asked herself, "What is that scent on that young man?" At this moment, a battle was underway in the Tianquan City martial arts arena. On the stage, two fighters relentlessly launched decisive attacks at each other. A young man with his face wrapped in bandages appeared. He was from the Yi family of Tianquan City. Yi Yu. Below, Jian saw his attack power and couldn't help but admire it in his heart. Yi Yu is really tough. I thought he was killed by the demon cultivator in one blow, but I didn't expect him to be carried back to his mansion, bandaged up and stand up again. It reminds me of that straw hat kid and the black-clothed man with the golden sword. He tilted his head slightly, a pensive look on his face. Although this kid Yi Yu isn't the protagonist, his luck is much better than others. Even if he lost the Heavenly Dao Qi, does he still have another golden finger? At this moment, Yi Yu on the stage also noticed his presence. He pointed his sword tip straight at him without hesitation and said loudly, "Mu Jian, do you dare to come up and fight me again?" Hearing this, Jian repeated it, as if mocking him. "Mu Jian, do you dare to come up and fight me again?" He put on a dangerous expression, beckoned with his finger and said, "You come up." Below, Jian smiled awkwardly and replied, "I'm just here to watch everyone compete today. I'm not in the mood to fight." Then Yi Yu decisively rushed in front of him. Nearby, a person observing everything in secret said, "These are all fellow disciples who want to enter the two principal sect." A red-haired young man said arrogantly, "Mu Jian, you don't even dare to compete. How shameless can you be to want to enter the two principal sect?" He was Gongsun Shang's fourth son, Gongsun Cheng. At this moment, Jian asked with a puzzled look, "How did you know I'm an exemption student?" Gongsun Cheng became flustered upon hearing this. "How did you know I'm an exemption student?" He gritted his teeth at this moment, his face showing anger, thinking to himself, "To subdue the demon, only my father was seriously injured, although I don't know the specific reason. I understand that it was because the Mu family was unwilling to help. Today I must teach him a lesson." Thinking this, Gongsun Cheng decisively emitted a dark power that enveloped his entire body, and then said loudly, "After Mu Jian enters the two principal sect, his status won't matter. Today I'll teach you what it takes to have a say in the immortal sects." As soon as his voice fell, Gongsun Cheng immediately charged over, filled with rage. Jian just smiled gently at the sight, sighing in his heart, "This kind of minor character is looking for trouble with the protagonist again. But if I'm going to fight, I should pick a lighter punching bag to test if my body has gotten better recently." Suddenly, a strand of purple hair flashed past him. Bai Yaki appeared and without another word kicked Gongsun Cheng in the face. He was kicked and spun a few times before falling heavily to the ground. Gongsun Cheng was in a sorry state, trembling as he said, "What happened?" Yaki roared at Gongsun Cheng's face, "As long as I'm here, no one will harm Mu Jian." Upon hearing this, Jian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Is this the experience from the remaining small fries, or has it already become something for the protagonist to enjoy with no turn for me? Gongsun Shang couldn't help but shout loudly at this moment, "Bai Yaki, over here." Yi Yu was equally surprised to see her. "Yaki, you stood in front of him, your voice stern. Who wants to fight Mu Jian? Then let me fight you all." At this moment, the servant next to Gongsun Cheng ran over worriedly and asked, "Young master, your face." He angrily pointed at his face and cursed, "Mu Jian, are you just going to hide behind a woman like this?" Jian hid behind her, his voice triumphant. "That's right, I have a beautiful Dao companion to protect me. What about you? Look at yourself." Gongsun Cheng was fuming upon hearing this, and he blurted out, "Damn it." Yaki looked at him in surprise upon hearing this. "Dao companion?" Jian gave her a thumbs up and said, "You came at just the right time, thank you, Yaki." At this moment, Gongsun Cheng continued to charge forward. He raised his sword high and shouted, "Nirvana!" Yaxi calmly summoned the power in her hands. At this point, Gongsun Cheng still had a relaxed expression on his face. He proudly shouted, "Vajra Buddha sword, only a god can break it. You who have just entered the Qi refinement realm." Before he could finish his sentence, he was sent flying by a decisive slash from Yaxi. She turned and left, leaving behind a body that was constantly spewing blood. Yi Yu was also shocked and cried out, "Impossible! Gongsun Cheng is at least at the 8th level of essence refinement. How could this happen?" After hearing this, Jian glanced at him with disgust and thought to himself, "After losing the Heavenly Dao Qi, how did your temperament become so pathetic, bro?" Then he looked at her calculatingly. "But knowing you were strong, I didn't expect you to be this strong." As expected of the protagonist over here, Gongsun Cheng trembled all over and coughed angrily a few times. "You are strong, but your taste is not so good. You actually fell for that trash Mu Jian." Upon hearing this, she was about to step forward and teach him a lesson. Jian hurriedly stopped her. "Yaxi, don't be angry, don't be angry." Then he slowly walked up to him. He said with a mocking expression, "Hey, your 8th level Qi refinement is really pathetic, getting beaten by someone your own age." "Sorry, Gongsun Cheng, not only do I have a family background, but I also have a Dao companion. Let me show you." Gongsun Cheng looked at him, his pupils shrinking. He asked what kind of expression this was. Then he touched his wound with his finger and said, "Since Yaxi helped me win, it counts as my win. If you're not convinced, you can hit me. I won't let Yaxi help this time." Gongsun Cheng immediately stood up after hearing this and said loudly, "You think I'll be afraid of a weakling like you just because I'm injured?" He said calmly, "Hey, be careful, young master, young master." As soon as his voice fell, blood spurted from all over his body. Then Gongsun Cheng fell into a pool of his own blood. Jian, seeing this, said loudly, "Getting angry while injured. Now look what happened. You made it look like I touched you. It's easy to agitate your blood and Qi with a little prodding, kid." A hint of malice flashed in his eyes as he thought to himself, "One from the Gongsun family is dead and 2 are injured. They won't dare to harass Yaxi again for a short time." Then Mu Jian turned and left, muttering to himself. Young Master Gongsun behind him were worried and urgent voices. "Hurry back to the mansion. The young master has been beaten like this. Are we just going to let it go? Do you still want to mess with the Mu family? He didn't even make a move. Let's go." Yaxi asked with a puzzled look at this moment. "How did Gongsun Cheng? I don't think I injured him that badly." Jian immediately reminded her softly, "Yaxi, you are stronger than you think." Then he gently took her hand and asked with concern, "Are you all right? Are you injured?" Yaxi smiled lightly and replied, "I'm fine. With Gongsun Cheng's skills, he can't even touch me now." The person next to them saw this and thought to himself, "I really envy that guy Mu Jian." At this moment, someone glanced at Yi Yu and asked, "Brother, I remember that Yaxi is still your fiancé, right?" His eyes immediately turned angry. A small conflict occurred, and people in the surrounding tea houses were also observing the parties involved. On a tall building, a person asked softly, "These juniors are about to come to the sect. Are you interested?" The person next to him exclaimed in confusion. "Juniors?" Lan Mulian said with a gloomy face. "I'm only 2 or 3 years older than them, but there is indeed one person who interests me." "Sister," Lan Mulian next to her immediately replied. "It should be the young lady from the Bai family. She defeated someone of the same age in one move. She is indeed very strong." Mu Lian's eyes darkened at this moment. She said it wasn't her. She said softly, "It's the person with 2 strands of hair sticking up on his forehead." Mu Jian secretly punished the 4th young master of the Gongsun family, and the people nearby had already noticed. At this moment, Lan Muyan spoke up and asked, "Sister, you're not concerned about Bai Yaxi, who seems several levels stronger on the stage, but instead you want to know about the young master she's protecting." Mu Lian immediately replied, "There are some things you can't see right now." She said in a low voice, "The sect master sent me down the mountain to investigate, but I don't know much about these people who might become disciples of the sect in the future." Mu Yan immediately leaned closer, her tone playful. "So that's why you came out? I knew you'd need this," she said enthusiastically to her. "In Tianquan City, all the talented people are recorded here. This document also contains their information." After reading the paper for a while, Mu Lian turned around and said, "The Mu Jian I'm looking for is not on the list." Mu Yan immediately followed up, "The person my sister is interested in. He used to be a famous playboy, messing around in the entertainment district all day, so naturally he wouldn't be on the list." After hearing this, Mu Lian frowned and said, "The person my sister is interested in. He used to be a famous playboy, messing around in the entertainment district all day. Naturally he wouldn't be on the list. HMPH, used to be means he's not like that anymore." At this point, Mu Yan looked puzzled. She leaned closer and said, "I feel like he's changed a bit. He no longer has that rogue-like aura, and he even took the lead in dealing with the demon cultivators in the city. Oh right, he was also the one who asked me for a way to find demons. Does my sister want to give me some pointers?" Mu Lian was surprised to hear this and asked, "Are you very familiar with Mu Jian?" Mu Yan immediately explained, "Sister, you know me. I don't like cultivating. I only like interacting with interesting people and things. Otherwise I wouldn't have become an auctioneer." Then she smiled embarrassedly and continued, "Sister, you know me. I don't like cultivating. I only like interacting with interesting people and things. Otherwise I wouldn't have become an auctioneer. Of the people on the list, how many have talent that can compare to yours?" Mu Lian turned away in disappointment after hearing this. Then she sighed and looked at her. Mu Lian handed over a wooden box and said, You're just helping him get some demon-related things right. Give this to him." She immediately took it and then replied with a smile, "I knew my sister had a way. This will make young Master Mew owe me a favor." Then she took out a book and said, "I didn't bring anything this time. I only have this gift to repay my sister." Mulian blushed furiously when she saw it. The book clearly said, "Unabridged Manuscript of the 100 Ancestors Fist Society's Little Gentleman." Mulian transformed into a cunning cat and said to her, "But since sister has rarely come down the mountain, would you like to stroll around the city? There are so many good things that you have never seen before." Mulian, after hearing this, took the book and prepared to return it. She said, "I didn't come down the mountain for this. I came down for the assessment. Besides, you said there are demon cultivators, so naturally I need to know about them." But beside her, Mulian had disappeared at some point. She asked in surprise, "Where did she go?" Then she focused on the book in her hand. Mulian coughed a few times and then said softly, "Confiscated." A memory surfaced in her mind, the letter she had thrown away before. Mulian thought curiously, "I wonder why I received a reply. I clearly didn't attach any spiritual power to the paper. The person who replied seems to have understood the hidden feelings under my different handwriting. While comforting and guiding me, they also said they were having a headache over the demon cultivators." Then she suddenly thought, the person who replied might be Mu Jian. At this moment, Mu Jian and Bai Yaki were being affectionate. After giving her a passionate kiss, Mu Jian immediately asked, "How do you feel today? Is your spiritual power growing quickly?" Yaki smiled happily and replied, "Too fast. It only took a week to break through to the Qi refinement realm, and all I did was receive." Her cheeks flushed red as she thought, "With the help of the Heavenly Dao Qi in the cauldron, the speed is 10 times faster than ordinary people. If I hadn't experienced it myself, I really wouldn't believe it." Then her gaze darkened. "If only we could go deeper." At this thought, Yaki hurriedly turned away with a red face, screaming in her mind, "What am I? What am I? What am I thinking? How can I just think about cultivation?" And Jian, seeing this, smiled faintly. He leaned closer to her, hugged her from behind and said gently, "The Heavenly Dao Qi is very compatible with you, but mastering it has its pros and cons. You must become stronger as soon as possible to fend off those bad guys." Yaki turned to look at him and then replied, "I understand what you mean. The demon cultivator's spy has not been eliminated yet, and may be hiding in the major families of Tianquan City. This is a huge threat to both of us." She raised her eyebrows, her voice soft. "I will continue to grow enough to protect you." As she spoke, she reached out her hand to him. Yaki hugged him tightly and said, "Young Master Mew, please give me more strength." After hearing this, he let out a hot breath and whispered in her ear, "Take as much as you want if that is your wish, Yaki." Yaxi's expression immediately became shy. Suddenly Jian sighed. He turned and decisively opened the door. Outside was Mengru. She was momentarily surprised and then said, "Don't be lazy. You called me in, so open the door yourself." Jian immediately walked out and asked, "What's wrong, Sister Mengru?" Mengru brought a box and said, "The auctioneer lady from the merchant guild specially brought this for you." Inside the box were 4 flowers that were emitting a powerful energy. Mengru said the auctioneer lady said that this snow lotus can identify demon cultivators. If there is a demon cultivator nearby, it will turn black. Jian immediately exclaimed, "So convenient," she immediately explained. "To be more specific, if there is demonic energy within a 5-meter radius, this snow lotus will turn black." Mu Jian picked up a flower to observe his surroundings and asked her where she got such a good thing. Mengru immediately replied, "It was brought by a disciple of the 2 principals sect." Looking at the flower in his hand, Jian said with a puzzled expression, "There are also rumors in the city that the person in charge of the 2 principals sect's assessment has come down the mountain early. But this auctioneer lady actually has a connection with the 2 principals sect. It's so easy to find something that detects demon cultivators." Then he loudly ordered her, "Prepare a return gift for the auctioneer lady." When the Gongsun family was in trouble, did the royal family and the Yi family make any other moves? After hearing this, Mengru immediately replied, "The eldest daughter of the Royal Merchant Guild, Huang Manting, is having people investigate you. Yi Yu's distant cousin has already arrived in Tianquan City to prepare for the sect's assessment." Jian immediately walked over, looking happy. "Sister Mengru, help me investigate that woman. You really understand me." His eyes then lit up, and he said in a gloomy tone, "I have some impression of that Miss Huang. I will go and deal with her. During this time, Sister Mengru, please help me investigate that cousin." After hearing this, Mengru turned her head and looked at him in surprise. She sighed and then said, "In the end, you're still not satisfied with the women from the entertainment district. Now you're starting to have ideas about the young ladies of various families." Then she said in a low voice, "Also, the scent of tea on Miss Bai is too obvious to hide. There's no need to hide it." She walked away, leaving a sentence. "Anyway, emotional risks are not within the scope of my work's protection. If anything happens, don't expect me to help." Jian asked in surprise, "How could this be?" As soon as she left, Jian said with a puzzled look behind him, "Why do I feel like when I face Sister Mengru, I have the natural feeling of a child facing their homeroom teacher? Although I can freely take treasures under the name of the master, I always feel like I can't get the upper hand, as if there's some instinct." Then he walked into the room and said to the girl curled up on the bed, "Come, Miss Yaki, I have a gift prepared especially for you." Then he took out the flower from before and said, "This is for you." Jian smiled gently and said, "I originally bought this snow lotus to find demon cultivators, but I feel that from its name to you as a person it suits you very well." Pure and flawless, Yaxi took the flower, treasured it, and brought it to her nose, carefully savoring the fragrance on the petals. She said emotionally, "Young Master Mew." Then he suddenly turned around and said, "But I have to go out now. Yaxi, you can rest in my room. You've just broken through to the Qi refinement realm, so your body might still be a bit unstable." Yaxi immediately replied, "Ah, okay." At this moment she suddenly froze. Yaxi said in surprise, "Does young Master Mew also know about cultivation?" Then she looked at the flower with a gentle gaze and said, "Forget it, it's not important anymore." The scene switched to a mysterious person. The dark aura in his body was gradually growing stronger. At this time Jian was cheerfully whistling as he walked to the front of the royal mansion. Inside, a group of people were being tortured. With each lash of the whip they screamed in pain. "Ouch!" The three men were hung upside down on a rack, constantly begging. "Ouch, eldest miss, please spare us," the girl shouted angrily. "The material of the whip and the strength of my hand are well controlled. You're just screaming loudly. It doesn't hurt at all," she said with an impatient look. "This is no fun. You guys have such low tolerance. Can't you come up with something more interesting?" And that girl was the direct daughter of the Tianquan City royal family, Huang Manting. At this moment someone outside loudly announced, reporting, "Eldest miss, the eldest young master of the Mew family requests to see you." Hearing his name her eyes paused. Huang Manting thought to herself, "What is Mew Jian doing here? I was just plotting how to get back the money the royal family compensated the Mew family. Did he find out?" Thinking this, she said to the person, "Bring young Master Mew to my study. I'll be right there." The subordinate immediately replied, "Yes." The three men on the rack breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Young Master Mew, you came at just the right time. We're saved." Huang Manting immediately turned back and lashed out with the whip, roaring angrily at the three. "Don't think you can breathe a sigh of relief. With your lax attitude, how can you satisfy this young lady?" Then she turned around and said, "This isn't fun at all. Your punishment is to continue hanging there. I'll let you down when I get back." The three weakly replied, "Yes." At this moment Jian was waiting in the living room. A person walked in and said, "Young Master Mew." Huang Manting walked up to him and asked, "I heard that you've been very close with the Bai family's young lady recently. Why did you come to see me alone?" Jian ignored her words. He looked at the flower next to him and saw that it hadn't changed color. At this moment she leaned closer to him and said, "Could it be that you're tired of her?" Huang Manting looked at him with a mocking expression and then said, "So after playing with the young lady, you're not even interested in the girls from the brothels anymore? Do you want to try playing with a young lady from another family?" Facing her seductive body, Jian replied loudly, "Doesn't Miss Huang want to see me too? Then we are mutually interested. Isn't it better for me to come in person?" Then he held the flower up in front of her, his tone still calm. "I specially asked someone from the immortal Sect to bring a gift for Miss Huang. Miss Huang's reputation is tough and upright, like a white lotus flower, which suits you very well." Taking the flower, Huang Manting said with interest, "Is this a flower that only the two principals Sect has?" Jian immediately explained, "Keeping this snow lotus by your side helps with cultivation and can also detect demons." After hearing this, she looked at the flower with a terrifying gaze and said, "Keeping this snow lotus by your side helps with cultivation and can also—" Jian hurriedly interrupted. He said that all the major families knew about the demon cultivators lurking in Tianquan City, and now the most reliable person. "I can't think of anyone else besides Miss Huang." After hearing this, she frowned and said, "Really? Then why didn't you come to me from the beginning?" Then she said in a mocking tone, "Seeing the Gongsun family lose power and even becoming enemies with the Yi family, you wanted to go to the Bai family but found it useless, so you thought of my royal family, right, young Master Mew?" After hearing this, Jian smiled gently and said, I wouldn't dare, I just want to help Miss Huang." After hearing this, she frowned and replied mockingly, "I don't need your help here." Then she stood up straight, her voice becoming arrogant. "I'm not one of those old men in the family with merit badges. Even if I kill a demon cultivator, I can't establish my authority and credibility with that." Immediately after, a whip fell from her sleeve. Her eyes froze at that moment. The nearby Jian also immediately noticed. At this moment, he remembered his conversation with Mengru Huang Manting. The only daughter of the royal family, although pampered and arrogant, has never acted in a way that was overly hurtful, and she has a special hobby of sadism. He suddenly left his seat, walked over to pick up the whip and then said, "I thought it was a snake, it scared me." Picking up the whip, he thought to himself, combining Sister Mengru's information, the shyness in front of people and the lack of skilled control, this Miss Huang is just a novice among novices. Manting looked a little nervous at this moment. Jian thought to himself, and the fastest way to satisfy a novice. Thinking of this, he gripped the whip in his hand, a slight smile on his face, thinking to himself, "Twin Cauldron activate." Huang Manting was a little surprised to see this, then her eyes widened, and then under the effect of the airflow she sat straight on top of him. Jian hurriedly spoke, "It's to make them feel like they're very strong, for example. In a novice game, fill it with bosses who are skilled at acting." Manting looked at him with sharp eyes and said, "Then let's try putting out some bait. I really don't understand how the Bai family's young lady, who has always been proud, would suddenly hook up with you." Feeling the heat of her body, Jian immediately said, "The Bai family has been facing difficulties recently, but it's not to the point where they would let their only daughter be tied down by a lecher like you." She sat on Jian's back, a pleasant smile on her face, and said, "Miss Bai is willing to like me, probably because my sincerity moved her." HMPH, enough, mewed Jian. "We all grew up in Tianquan City." She looked at him provocatively and said, "Who doesn't know who? Let's just relax." Ignoring Jian's gloomy face, she continued, "You live in ease and comfort in a high position, but you may not necessarily like being on top. There are unique pleasures below, but it's not convenient to say so due to worldly etiquette." Then she blushed. Manning stood up and thought, "Am I right, young Master Mew?" Jian also sat up straight and asked softly, "Is it true? Why do I suddenly feel so excited?" Manting was stunned upon hearing this. She quickly went forward to pat his back and said, "It's just sweat, nothing to worry about." She tried hard to dry Jian's soaked back and said, "Young Master Mew is a guest, it wouldn't be right to let you leave all wet. I'll help you dry off." Then her palms heated up and the moisture evaporated. Jian lowered his head and stammered, "It's a bit hot, hum." Manting leaned close to his ear and comforted him. "Don't worry, I'm only using 1/10 of my firepower. It'll help you get rid of the moisture faster." At this moment, Jian pressed his lips together, screaming in his mind, while Manting beside him thought smugly, yes, that's it, that silly puppy-like expression." Just then, Jian hesitated and said, "Miss Huang, this is inappropriate." She immediately asked, "Is it inappropriate, or do you not like it?" His cheeks were flushed, surrounded by steam. He turned to look at her and said, I like it a lot." Upon hearing this, Manting's face immediately showed excitement. She picked up the whip and said in a gloomy tone, Come, let's add some more props." Jian was startled and said, No." She immediately comforted him. "Don't be afraid, I have very good control over my strength." "My servants all say so," he replied. "That's not it." He turned around, an embarrassed look on his face, and said, "What I mean is the props Miss Huang is using on me aren't interesting enough." She was stunned upon hearing this, and then he fumbled for something in his sleeve. Jian took out a candle and said, "Miss Huang, how about playing with me with this?" As soon as she saw it, she recognized it as the indestructible lava essence candle, a top-grade treasure. Manting held the candle and said, "When lit, it's not only scorching hot. It will also make people feel dizzy. The Merchant Guild sold the only box a few days ago. Did you buy it?" Jian immediately sighed. As expected of her own Merchant Guild, Miss Huang is truly knowledgeable. She immediately asked with an excited look, "Such a precious item, you bought it just for this? That's amazing." "Mew Jian, how did I not know you were this kind of guy before?" Jian slowly took off his clothes layer by layer, then looked at her with an ambiguous gaze and said, "Experiment on me to your heart's content." Manting's excitement reached its peak, and the candle was immediately lit. Drop by drop of wax fell on his body, but Jian let out a strange laugh. Manting sat on him, also drenched in sweat, and then she let out a laugh full of pleasure. Jian turned his face away, avoiding her gaze. Manting looked at him weakly at this moment. Only then did Jian speak. "Only with this kind of atmosphere and temperature is it enough. Miss Huang, please take out the remaining things from my coat." She looked into his sleeve and said blankly, "These few things." Manting immediately cried out in surprise. "There are 3 items inside," she said loudly. Ice marrow soul falling ice made from a beast that can maintain bone-chilling temperatures. Next was a thunder whip refined from an electric eel which could release a paralyzing current because it was made from the parts of an electric sea creature. Then there was the dark abyss demon thought which could imprison a person's mind and force them into illusions, a prohibited item. The last item made her scream with excitement. Manting leaned close to his face and said excitedly, "So interesting, Mew Jian. How did I not know you suited my taste so well before?" Jian looked at her gently and then said, "Besides you, I haven't met anyone who can use these toys with me." After Miss Huang finished speaking, he put on a frail expression and said, "Please use them well on me." She immediately let out a hot breath and said, "Then you'd better be careful not to die in my mansion." Manting licked her lips excitedly, reaching out to touch his abdomen, and said, "I didn't expect you to be this kind of person, so good at playing." After a round of commotion, the two collapsed on the floor exhausted. Huang Manting said to him with a look of pleasure and satisfaction, You can go, that's enough for today." Then, the lotus flower. Jian sat up at this moment, his tone calm as he said, "Since you've begged me so, I'll reluctantly agree." Then Jian packed his things and said, "All right then, Miss Huang, rest well. We'll play again when we have the chance. I'll take my leave." Manting then said worriedly, "Can you walk? I'll have a servant see you home." He stood up, his body trembling as he replied, "It's fine, no need, I can walk slowly. No need to see me out." He walked out of the house holding onto the door, his voice weak. "Out by myself." His face was etched with fatigue. He trembled and said, "I can go back." Then he subconsciously glanced back, saw no one, and said with disappointment, "She's really not coming out to see me off?" Then his face was once again filled with calculation. He whispered, "Next I'll go see Yi Tian's sister." Jian said with a calculating look, "Next I'll go see Yi Yu's good sister." At this moment Yi Tian was standing in a pharmacy and she asked, "Shopkeeper, are you really out?" She asked with an anxious look. "You don't even have a third-grade pill like the qi condensation pill," the pharmacy owner replied helplessly. "I.e. a little girl." The two principals Sect's assessment is coming up soon. The demand for pills is too high, and refining pills isn't like molding clay. The customers picking up their orders now are the ones who pre-ordered 2 years ago. If you don't pre-order with the assessment right around the corner, where would I get any for you? He said with an impatient look. Let alone third grade, even the first grade ones have been snatched up. I can't help you, little girl. Then he said in surprise. Then again, doesn't everyone know about pre-ordering? Tian stammered in reply. I came to Tianquan City from out of town. I'm not a local. After hearing this, the pharmacy owner said, then it's not your fault. Don't worry, you're still young. There will be plenty of opportunities. Just be mindful next time. After that, Tian left in disappointment, her head lowered, her expression anxious, thinking, I need to break through now. I urgently need a qi refining pill to help. Should I go ask Brother Yi Yu for one? Then she remembered his attitude and said to herself, No, since he lost the martial arts competition last time, he hasn't been in a good mood. If I bother him again now, he'll definitely dislike me. Then she slapped her cheeks in displeasure. It's pathetic to have to rely on the family even to break through to the qi refinement realm. I have to find a way myself. At this moment, a corner of a robe brushed past her. Jian walked to the pharmacy counter, his voice resounding, Alchemist, I just got a new batch of pills. Does the pill pavilion want them? The shopkeeper saw them and exclaimed in surprise. Are these all refined by old Ren? Jian replied happily. Yes, it's a pity we were in a bit of a rush so they aren't refined to perfection. The shopkeeper quickly said, It's fine. Even if old Ren's things are made casually, they are still top grade in our shop. You know how short we are on stock and you even delivered them personally. I'll take as many as you have, Jian replied calmly. You can take them for appraisal first. I'm free anyway. Then the shopkeeper walked into the back room and said, All right, I'll go appraise them now. At this moment, Tian behind him hesitated and spoke. She walked forward and asked, Big brother, do you have an alchemist in your family? Can I ask you for a favor? I'll prepare all the materials. The price is negotiable. Can you ask that alchemist to help me refine a qi refining pill? Jian put on a dashing look and said, Does the young lady also want to participate in the Sect assessment? Pian stammered in reply, yes. He leaned closer to her, his voice low. Have you ever thought that we might be competitors in the selection? Bian replied awkwardly, Isn't it better the fewer opponents there are who can't break through? At this moment, Yi was stunned, a look of confusion on her face. Jian seized the opportunity and said with a smile, But if the young lady is in urgent need, I happen to have a qi refining pill that I can give you. Tian's face immediately lit up and she blurted out, A qi refining pill. Holding the pill, Bian asked with a puzzled look, But didn't you just say? Jian replied calmly, I also said might. In fact, we are not in competition. I don't need to participate in the Immortal Sect assessment. He said to her generously, I don't need it anyway. Seeing as you're in urgent need, it's nothing to give you this. After hearing this, Bian said in confusion, This won't do. The elders in my family have taught me not to casually accept things from strangers. He heard this and suggested, How about this? You take it first. One qi refining pill is definitely not enough to break through. Next time you bring enough spirit stones to my mansion, I'll sell you the qi refining pill at the market price. This way it's a fair transaction and it won't go against the teachings of your elders, right? After hearing this, Bian said happily, That's a good idea. Then she asked with a blank look, By the way, big brother, where do you live? I just arrived in Tianquan City. I'm not familiar with the roads. Jian winked at her and replied, My house is very easy to find. It's next to the Jiaofeng Sea in the east of the city. That super large mansion, that's my house. Saying this, he handed her a snow lotus flower and said, Take this snow lotus flower as a token. When my servants see it, they will know you are an honored guest I invited. After hearing this, Pian immediately bowed deeply and said loudly, Please give me some time to prepare the spirit stones. I will come to your esteemed mansion tomorrow to pick up the goods. Then she hurried away, not forgetting to turn back and wave at him. Thank you, big brother. You're such a good person. Yian held the snow lotus flower and thought, although he seems a bit strange, he's a really warm-hearted big brother. Then Jian returned to his original self, covered his mouth and chuckled. As long as I'm a good person. He then remembered Mengru's words. Yi Tian, from a branch of the Yi family, has a gentle personality that doesn't show any signs of a young lady's demeanor. She's a well-behaved girl. Since she just came from out of town, she probably doesn't know about your bad reputation. She's a suitable breakthrough point. Then he quickly went home. Jian stretched tiredly and said, Sister Mengru's information is still reliable. The Yi family line has also had a good start. I'll have a deeper conversation with her tomorrow. At this moment, the shopkeeper came out with a bag of herbs and said, Young Master Mu, the pills have been appraised. They are all good quality. The spirit stones have also been calculated at a high price. He looked around in surprise and then asked, Where did he go? Walking on the street, Jian whistled happily. He looked at the last snow lotus flower in his hand and said, 3 out of 4 snow lotuses have been sent out. The Gongsun family is basically paralyzed now, so it's meaningless to give it to them. Who should I give the last one to? As soon as he finished speaking, the flower in his hand emitted a dark black energy. His pupils contracted instantly. A person in a black robe appeared silently beside him. He put his hand on his shoulder and said, Don't move, don't scream. then he leaned close to his ear and said, "Come with me." At this moment, Jian was taken to a dark corner. He turned to the person and said, "Big brother, if you had appeared earlier I wouldn't have had to go through so much trouble to win over the major families." At this moment the person behind him conjured a crimson sword which made his eyes widen in shock. He immediately turned back in panic and asked, "Brother, you brought me to this alley specifically. You have to ask me something, right? Are you just going to kill me directly?" Jian stared wide-eyed at the crimson sword in the man's hand and asked in panic, "You brought me to this alley specifically. You should at least ask me something, right? Are you going to kill me right away?" Then the mysterious person raised the sword in his hand. Jian's face immediately darkened, and he thought to himself, "I'm not the protagonist now, and my cultivation level is so much lower. I can't win, I just can't." Unless just then a line of text flashed in his eyes. Instantly, Lan Malone rushed out from nowhere and blocked the person's sword. Immediately, the mysterious person was pushed back and the sword in his hand shattered. Jian looked at the girl in front of him in surprise, thinking to himself, "Unless someone comes to save me, now I know my place. I'm just a pretty boy waiting to be saved." A piece of the person's clothing was torn. Then the clothing was torn open by a huge chest and a jet of blood spurted out. Jian's eyes widened in shock when he saw this. The mysterious person hurriedly clutched her chest and then a force materialized behind her. The force swirled rapidly, enveloping her. Then the force dissipated and the mysterious person disappeared with it. Lan Mulian watched this scene and said in surprise, "There's such a demon cultivator hiding in the city at the foot of the sect." At this moment he walked forward and said loudly, "I am Mu Jian. Thank you, fellow Taoist from the immortal sect, for your help. May I ask the young ladies?" Mulian took out a paper crane and asked this. Jian saw it and blurted out, "Oh, I didn't expect it to be Miss Paper Crane. You also sent me that snow lotus, right?" Then he bowed to her and said, "Sister has helped me many times. I'm willing to work like a horse to repay your kindness." Mulian immediately said, "No need to be so dramatic." She introduced herself calmly, "I'm not your senior sister yet. My surname is Lan and my name is Mulian." Hearing this, Jian smiled and replied, "That's right, it's a bit early to call you that now. Would Miss Lan do me the honor of resting at the Mu residence? I'd like to treat you well to express my gratitude." Suddenly she turned around and replied bluntly, "No need." Jian hurriedly asked, "Then can I have your contact information?" As soon as he finished speaking, Mulian had already left decisively. He looked at the direction she left in surprise and said, "To have such cultivation and talent at such a young age, she seems to have more potential to be the chosen one than Yaxi." He thought back for a moment and then said, "In my past life I was besieged by all kinds of chosen ones. This life there might not be only one chosen one. I should pay more attention to senior sister Lan." Then the corner of his mouth curved up slightly. Speaking of which, this big sister Lan's personality in front of others is much colder than the stifled feeling in her letters. Could she be cold on the outside but warm on the inside? The scene switched to a range of overlapping mountains where a figure was flying at high speed. Under the veil, she pressed her lips together, then stopped and shouted. Lan Mulian said with a flushed face, "Why couldn't I say a word when I met my pen pal?" The scene switched to the Mu residence. Jian said excitedly, "With a super powerful senior sister Lan coming down the mountain to stand guard, things will be much more stable now." He walked to a door and said, "I guess she's at least at the peak of the spirit transformation realm, a level higher than Sister Mengru and Old Ren." Walking into the room, he said energetically, "Yaxi, I'm back. Good news, a senior sister from the two principal sect is willing to come and catch the demon." At this moment, Yaxi's face was filled with discomfort and her voice was weak. "Mu Lang." He then hurriedly walked out and closed the door. He said in a doubtful tone, "It must be the way I opened the door." Suddenly the door was pushed open forcefully and Yaxi said anxiously, "Mu Lang, I don't know why I've become like this." Jian's face darkened and he blurted out, "Oh my god, how did you become a demon cultivator too?" With a loud bang, Mu Jian quickly shut the door. Inside the room he held Bai Yaxi steady with force and asked urgently. Yaxi explained clearly. "What happened when I was out?" she replied softly. "Because cultivating here has always been very fast. I just broke through to the 5th level of Qi refinement, but right after I broke through, I became like this." Hearing this, Mu Jian suddenly fell silent. His gaze was fixed on the pair of demon ears on Bai Yaxi's head. His hand unconsciously reached into the air, and then he suddenly touched the cute beast ears on top of her head. "So soft. Sorry Yaxi, they look too soft, I couldn't resist." This sudden action made her blush furiously. Yaxi puffed out her cheeks and pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction. Only then was Mu Jian willing to let go and ask about the serious matter. "In any case, you now clearly look like a demon cultivator. We need to find a way to change you back quickly." At this point he hesitated, carefully considering the worst-case scenario, especially that senior sister from the two principals sect. Maybe she doesn't even need any tools to find demon cultivators. If she can find them by smell alone, then hiding at home is useless. This is a real disaster. Bai Yaxi asked fearfully, "Has the two principals sect sent someone down the mountain? If I'm caught by someone from the immortal sect looking like a demon cultivator, not only me but probably my family will be in trouble." She gazed at him with pleading eyes. "Mu Lang, I beg you, just hand me over to the people from the immortal sect to be eliminated as a demon. Can you ask the Mu family to protect the rest of the Bai family?" Seeing Bai Yaxi's pitiful state, Mujian's heart softened. He reached out and stroked her head to comfort her. "What are you talking about? You've clearly done nothing wrong. Just because you suddenly turned into a fox girl, you have to die. There's no reason for that." An image of Lan Mulian's proud and imposing figure appeared in his mind and he couldn't help but hesitate. But based on senior sister Lan's personality, I can't be sure if she'll just kill Yaxi with one slash upon seeing she's a demon cultivator. Whether senior sister Lan is the chosen one or not is another matter, but Bai Yaxi is the chosen one. So I obviously can't let her suffer here. After thinking this, Mujian turned around and said, "Yaxi, I speculate that your talent is out of control now because your realm has improved too quickly. After all, some cultivators might stay in the Qi refinement realm for their entire lives. You, on the other hand, crossed half of the Qi refinement realm in just a few days. It's normal for a small change to occur." He hesitated and said, "It's unrealistic to learn to control demonic power in a short time," but hearing this, Bai Yaxi immediately interrupted. "Does that mean it's still possible to temporarily get rid of this power, right?" Mujian gently affirmed, "Yes." Hearing this definite answer, a wave of relief washed over Bai Yaxi. She excitedly pressed her lips together. She wrapped her arms around him and said shyly, Can I borrow your twin cauldrons, borrow them for a moment?" Mujian replied affectionately, "Of course you can, it's just like before." By connecting before he could finish, Bai Yaxi interrupted. No, her whole body was hot, her cheeks flushed, and she whispered, "I want to go further, to enjoy everything about Mulang's cauldron." At this point she couldn't help but feel shy, so she turned her face away and stammered in a fluster, Of course this is to suppress the demonic energy, that's why." Mujian smiled gently. Understanding her wish, Mujian pulled her into his embrace. He said affectionately, "Miss Yaxi, feel free to use my cauldron as you please." "I am more than happy." With his permission, Bai Yaxi's heart fluttered. She let out a soft hum, and her eyes slowly closed, revealing long curly eyelashes that were very charming. Bai Yaxi raised her hand to gently press the collar of her clothes, pouted, then stood on her tiptoes and leaned towards Mujian. This gesture was both shy and inviting, exuding a sweet shyness. Her feet gently tiptoed, her petite body straightening up. In an instant she offered a sweet and meaningful kiss, making the surrounding air seem to freeze. At the same time, at the main gate of the Mu residence, old Ren was talking with Lan Mulian. As soon as he saw her, he asked, "May I ask what brings the esteemed guest from the immortal sect here?" Lan Mulian replied coldly, "The sect master has appointed me as the proctor for this assessment. Mujian is the only candidate in Tianquan City exempt from the test, although he doesn't need to take the assessment. I still need to fulfill my duty and interview this young master." Hearing this, old Ren nodded and gestured for her to enter. "I see. Please follow this old servant. The young master has just returned from outside and is probably resting. This old servant will take you to the hall to rest for a while." Sensing the aura from old Ren, Lan Mulian couldn't help but ask curiously, "Old sir, your cultivation is also at the high stage of the spirit transformation realm, right? In the eastern continent besides the capital, you are already powerful enough to dominate a region. I suppose ordinary wealth is not enough to hire you, yet you are willing to be an unknown old butler in the Mu residence." Old Ren replied calmly, "Because this old servant once received a priceless favor from the family head, so I willingly assist the young master." Lan Mulian hesitated and asked, "Who is the head of the Mu family?" Old Ren then explained, "But they have been gone for a long time. This old servant was only entrusted to take care of the young master." Hearing this, Lan Mulian felt some concern in her heart, thinking my previous attitude. "I'm afraid it will make my pen pal Mu misunderstand me. The first impression was so bad it's terrible. I can only use the excuse of being a proctor to clarify that I'm not just a person with a cold face. If master finds out, he will definitely scold me." While lost in thought, a demonic aura suddenly appeared, causing Lan Mulian to widen her eyes in surprise. She blurted out in astonishment, "Demonic aura." Old Ren heard this and asked in surprise, "What?" Lan Mulian replied nervously, "There's a demon cultivator in the mansion." Then she decisively brandished her sword and rushed in the direction of the demonic aura. At this moment, in Mujian's bedroom, Bai Yaxi was intimately entwined with him. The two were dual cultivating to resolve the demonic energy in Bai Yaxi's body. He reluctantly left her lips, the room filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. Bai Yaxi's ears twitched slightly, then drooped like a puppy's. Mujian continued to complete the process of resolving the demonic energy. He suddenly opened his eyes, staring intently at the void in front of him. Mujian gently closed his eyes, slowly lowered his body and kissed the stamen below. Sensing the strongest burst of demonic energy, Mujian acted swiftly and decisively. Mujian's series of rapid movements sent a strange thrill through Bai Yaxi. She raised her hand to cover her mouth, preventing a cry from escaping. Inside Bai Yaxi's body, her inner core began to awaken. A purple-red point of light flashed and then rapidly expanded. In just a few seconds, a brilliant halo appeared around the inner core, completely enveloping it. The two assisted each other, causing a powerful explosion of force. Just then, Bai Yaxi arched her body upwards, tears welling in the corners of her eyes, and let out a soft moan of pleasure. Over here, Lan Mulian was still trying to pinpoint the location of the demonic energy, while already flying at a speed that tore through the air. A dry whistling sound filled the air and her eyes flashed with killing intent, her heart filled with anxiety. The demonic energy flickered in and out, making it difficult to pinpoint its source. In just a moment, Lan Mulian found the courtyard in front of the main house. She stomped hard on the ground and used the force to launch herself into the air. Lan Mulian leapt onto the eaves in front of her. As she ran, she couldn't help but worry. Did they fail to silence him and then come to the Mu residence to continue their attack on Mu Jian? Lan Mulian gritted her teeth, her expression turning angry. Her eyes glinted with a terrifying, killing intent as she thought coldly. This demon is really relentless. Back to Mu Jian and Bai Yaki, the two were still in the process of dual cultivation to resolve the demonic energy. Bai Yaki sat up straight, her voice trembling as she looked down and said, "Mu Lang, this is a bit..." Before she could finish, another wave of pleasure washed over her, making her press her lips together, unable to speak. Bai Yaki raised her hand to cover her small mouth and asked hastily, "Is it okay?" After a while. Only then did Mu Jian slowly raise his body. He raised his hand to wipe his mouth, let out a satisfied hum. And then the two were passionately entwined again, their eyes full of deep affection. Bai Yaki cupped his cheeks with both hands, her face filled with an expression of immense satisfaction. She wrapped her arms around his neck and eagerly pressed her lips against his. As the process became more intense, the demonic energy grew thicker, filling the entire space. Lan Mulian had also arrived. The deeper she went into the Mu residence, the more she could feel the powerful demonic energy that was about to erupt. Lan Mulian stood still, frowning as she judged that she was very close to the demon cultivator. Old Ren was still chasing after her from behind. As soon as Lan Mulian arrived, he hurriedly asked, "Fellow Taoist, please wait. Why is there a demon cultivator in the mansion?" Lan Mulian did not explain much. To eliminate demons, the immortal sect had specifically created a method to identify demonic energy. As soon as the sword in her hand sensed the demonic energy, it would immediately light up, like a dedicated detection tool. Lan Mulian calmly determined that the demon cultivator had likely returned. She hesitated and said loudly, "To take Mu Jian's life." Inside the room, the two were still fervently dual cultivating, completely unaware of what was happening outside. Bai Yaxi's eyes were filled with tears, her voice trembling so much she couldn't speak. Mu Lang's cauldron felt completely different. Mu Jian hesitantly moved away from her body and said softly, "That's natural, Yaxi. The more intimate we are, the stronger the effect of the cauldron." He gave her a gentle look, his eyes full of affection. As soon as he finished speaking, the two were entwined again, accelerating the dual cultivation process. Mu Jian's hand gripped Bai Yaxi tightly, pulling her fiercely towards him. Her hands unconsciously gripped his shoulders and she gasped for breath. "No, huff-ha, so full." Passively lying on the bed, Bai Yaxi couldn't withstand Mu Jian's assault, and could only let out a few whimpers, her ears involuntarily. Though even the tail, Mu Jian's movements became rougher, to the point that the demonic tail on Bai Yaxi's body also grew excited. Bai Yaxi was startled by Mu Jian's actions and immediately asked what this was. Vietnamese text here seems to be a placeholder, meaning then asked what this is. But her body couldn't resist, her legs unconsciously rose high, intertwining. She placed her hand on her forehead, her body restlessly writhing. Both of their breaths became more and more rapid. Just then, a current of electricity suddenly flashed and a violent force erupted from within her body, causing Bai Yaxi to widen her eyes in shock, her cheeks instantly flushing red. Her hands gripped the bedsheets tightly as if searching for a foothold. After a long while, Bai Yaxi finally released her hands, the muscles on her face slowly relaxing, but her breathing remained rapid. On the other side, with a deafening crash, the door to the room was suddenly kicked open. Lan Mulian stood at the doorway with an imposing aura. She gripped the sword in her hand and with a sharp wave of her other hand, she forcefully pushed the door open. She widened her eyes, staring in astonishment at the objects in the room, sweat dripping incessantly down her face, perhaps from the exertion of searching for the demonic energy. Lan Mulian slowly walked into the room, saw the strange object on the table, and couldn't help but let out a curious, "Ha!" Old Ren, who was outside, had also rushed over to observe the situation. Without hesitation, Lan Mulian waved her hand and lifted the cloth covering the object. Unexpectedly on the table lay the skull of a demon cultivator, surrounded by a constantly surging, sinister demonic energy that enveloped the entire space. Looking at the strange object on the table, Lan Mulian asked doubtfully, "A bone demon cultivator?" Seeing this, Old Ren stepped forward to answer her question. This was the skull of the demon snake that was killed a few days ago. Perhaps because his cultivation was profound, some demonic energy still remained. At this point he began to laugh and said, a misunderstanding. Although this old servant doesn't have your method for identifying demon cultivators, if a strange expert were to approach the Mu residence, I would be able to sense it with my spiritual power." After hearing Old Ren's explanation and looking at the skeleton before her, Lan Mulian finally dispelled her doubts, thinking to herself, could it be that I was too sensitive? In front of her, the demon cultivator's demonic energy was continuously and violently surging out. Just then, a familiar set of footsteps approached from the doorway. The person walked with a calm gait, appearing at just the right moment. Mu Jian spoke from behind. "Sister Lan, that's a trophy I brought back." He put on a sunny and lively expression, smiling as he explained, "I want to keep it to motivate myself to cultivate." Mu Jian closed his eyes, feigning captivation to conceal his true purpose, so he could become a disciple of the immortal sect and fight alongside senior sister Lan sooner. Hearing this, Lan Mulian turned around, looked at his insincere expression, and couldn't help but frown. She just stood there and looked at him for a long time without saying a word. Lan Mulian's displeased gaze and intimidating aura made Mu Jian shiver involuntarily, but he still feigned a look of bewilderment. Lan Mulian remained silent, merely turning to leave, walking towards the door with resolute steps, leaving Mu Jian and Old Ren standing there in confusion. As soon as she left, Mu Jian hurriedly turned to ask Old Ren, "Did you say anything before I arrived?" Old Ren replied faintly that this old servant had said nothing. Hearing this, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking thankfully, people from the immortal sect really do have ways to find demons. Luckily, I had the habit of picking things up when I played games and fought monsters. Thinking of Bai Yaxi's exhausted state, Mu Jian thought with relief. While senior sister Lan was distracted, Yaxi's demonic energy was temporarily neutralized by my cauldron. On the other side, Lan Mulian was hastily leaving the Mu residence in a huff. Her cheeks were flushed, feeling a little embarrassed at having to face Mu Jian. "I'm already used to putting on a cold face. Is it really that hard to talk to a sincere pen pal in person?" Recalling what her master had said before, she couldn't help but feel puzzled. Is this the fun that master was talking about? At this thought, Lan Mulian immediately dismissed the idea of confronting Mu Jian face to face and timidly reverted to her old method. "Forget it, I'll just write a letter." A few hours later, after a session of intense duel cultivation to resolve her demonic energy, Bai Yaxi had rested and recovered. The two were now on their way home. As Bai Yaxi walked, she said shyly, "Mu Lang, I could have gone back to my residence by myself, you know." Mu Jian calmly replied that there was still one important matter to resolve. A short while later, the two had arrived at the entrance of the Bai residence. Standing at the main gate, Mu Jian said without hesitation, "I must see your mother." This couldn't help but startle Bai Yaxi. Her mind immediately jumped to the scene of the two of them meeting the parents, and she couldn't help but be overjoyed. After entering the main hall, a voice full of interest suddenly let out a few "rs." Before them was Bai Yaxi's mother. She crossed her arms over her chest, tilted her head and looked at Mu Jian with a gaze full of affection, then softly called out, "Little Mu." She revealed her beast-like fangs and said expectantly, "I've been waiting for you." She smiled at Mu Jian, her eyes filled with satisfaction. As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Yaxi's mother slowly walked towards the two. The moment Bai Yaxi saw her, she rushed over and happily called out, "Mother." She also responded softly, "Yaxi." She approached Mu Jian, bowed and said gratefully, "Young Master Mu, I really don't know how to express my gratitude for what you've done for the Bai family recently." Receiving thanks from an elder, Mu Jian smiled smugly and replied humbly, "Not at all, not at all. I truly don't deserve such thanks from you, madam." Mu Jian's gaze suddenly sharpened, and his tone was both serious and somewhat playful as he said, "I also don't want to go through another assassination." The atmosphere instantly became tense. A cold smile played on the lips of Bai Yaxi's mother, a mysterious glint in her eyes as she stood there without a word. Only Bai Yaxi looked at the two in a daze, stammering, unsure of what was happening. Suddenly a cold wind howled past, nearly blowing everything in the room away. The pressure came from Bai Yaxi's mother, oppressing the surrounding space as a violent demonic energy began to churn. Sensing the abnormality, a flicker of astonishment crossed Bai Yaxi's face as she looked at her mother in terror. The space began to shake violently, and a brilliant energy of interwoven red and pink began to surge. A massive tail coiled into a huge vortex, dyeing the entire corner red like a tornado. In the very center, Bai Yaxi's mother revealed her true, alluringly demonic form. The aura she exuded was both powerful and oppressive, yet radiated a lethal beauty that was both awe-inspiring and impossible to look away from. Bai Yaxi's mother said in a loud voice, "It is not in my clan's nature to leave a favor unreturned. Young Master Mu should not refuse." She tightly coiled an item with her fiery red tail and slowly presented it to Mu Jian, saying, "Please accept this." Mu Jian reached out to take it and she explained, "This is my clan's token. My clan is considered one of the major clans in the demon world. If you are harassed by demon cultivators in the future, showing this token will be of some use." Having obtained a treasure, Mu Jian couldn't help but feel grateful. "Thank you, madam, but if there's been a misunderstanding, shouldn't you explain?" She paid no heed to his question and simply asked calmly, "Young Master Mu, the change in Yaxi must be related to you, right?" Hearing this, Bai Yaxi shyly opened her mouth to speak. "Mother," she said teasingly, "you two have done everything you're supposed to do. Am I wrong?" Bai Yaxi froze instantly. Her face beat red, only able to stammer out a few words. Her mother said sternly, a hint of worry in her tone. "Yaxi now has the aura of the Heavenly Dao in her body, right? I was watching the whole time when you were fighting the demon cultivator's special envoy outside, but even so, Yaxi's progress is too fast." She hesitated at this point. Mu Jian didn't rush to answer, just smiled smugly as if in silent agreement. Bai Yaxi's mother scanned him and guessed boldly, "Is it because of the twin cauldrons?" Mu Jian admitted it frankly. "That's right. Once this twin cauldron's physique is used, it cannot be hidden. Hearing this, she nodded and said, "No wonder," she thought for a moment and said seriously. "According to historical records, people with this physique are all born with divine power." Earlier in the alley, I just wanted to force your hand to see the true power of the twin cauldron's physique, but young Master Mu's physique seems to be the same as ever. Forgive my bluntness, but it's not as good as your peers. Hearing this, Mu Jian stood quietly, his gaze not flinching from this direct assessment. Considering the current dangerous situation of the Bai family, Bai Yaxi's mother said with concern, "I don't know how young Master Mu has managed to hide this physique until now, but for now at least, please forgive my bluntness. As a mother, I cannot entrust Yaxi to you with peace of mind." An image of Mu Jian like a piece of fat meat surrounded by a swarm of greedy ants appeared in her mind, and she stated, "Your physique, like the aura of the Heavenly Dao, is a top-grade supplement." Thinking that one day Mu Jian would be coveted by various powers, she couldn't help but worry for Bai Yaxi, who stood on the same side as him. "You yourself are a target for all. Various major powers want to obtain you. Protecting yourself is already a big problem." Bai Yaxi's mother closed her eyes, revealing a sense of helplessness. "How can you still look after Yaxi?" Before she could finish, Bai Yaxi had already strode forward. She stood firmly in front of Mu Jian, her eyes filled with determination. "I will use my own Heavenly Dao aura to protect young Master Mu. Whether it's a queen or a demoness, whoever wants to snatch young Master Mu, let them come." Hearing this, her mother was initially surprised, but then she just curled her lips into a meaningful smile. The domineering aura from just now instantly receded. She slowly descended, calmly recounting the past. "During those years of recuperation, I also fell in love with your straightforward father. More than 10 years ago, I was severely injured by the immortal sect. Your father saved my life and hid me in the city." She paused here. "After spending a long time together, I've gotten used to a human form and will live out this life as a mortal hidden in the city." Hearing this, Mu Jian asked doubtfully, "Then what about the demon cultivators?" Understanding his concern, Bai Yaxi's mother explained, "I was once one of the Demon Queen's subordinates. Naturally, I couldn't just retire as if nothing had happened." She frankly told them her secret mission. "In exchange, I stay in the human realm to help the Demon King monitor the movements of the Heavenly Dao aura." Mu Jian hurriedly said, "Then what about that dead demon snake? Will the Demon King hold you responsible? Will you report it truthfully or," she said lightly, "it couldn't be helped. The Queen always has ways to monitor everything." Mu Jian was stunned. He immediately recalled the moment he was being watched and thought, that pressure at that time must have come from the Queen, right? Bai Yaxi's mother then comforted him, saying that the person who came to seize the Heavenly Dao aura this time went too far and attracted the attention of the immortal sect. The Queen now only demands that the public opinion be pacified, and other matters are not important for the time being. Mu Jian nodded, feeling it was reasonable, but didn't reveal that he was the one who reported it to the immortal sect. Seeing Mu Jian's trusting attitude, she became a little curious. Young Master Mu, you just completely accept my words like that. After all, I am also a demon cultivator. Perhaps what I just said were all lies to lure you in." Before she could finish, Mu Jian had already smiled kindly and said, "Impossible. I have my own way of judging whether someone is sincere or not." The reason Mu Jian completely believed her explanation was all based on evidence. He couldn't help but think smugly, this friend of the villain talent is really useful for judging friend from foe. As long as there's no prompt, they're not a bad person. Returning to the topic, Mu Jian said, "Auntie, I've also spoken with the person sent by the immortal sect to vanquish demons. You should also know that they are not the type to let things go just because you say we're not bad demon cultivators." He looked her straight in the eye and boldly proposed, "I wonder if Auntie would be willing to make a small sacrifice. I have an idea that might quell this matter." Bai Yaxi's mother agreed without hesitation. "This concerns my daughter and me. If you have a way, just say it, it's fine." With that, the three of them huddled together, whispering and discussing their battle plan. Like this. After hearing Mu Jian's meticulous plan, Bai Yaxi's mother couldn't help but say in shock, "This method isn't young Master Mu himself in danger?" Mu Jian pointed to himself and said confidently, "For Yaxi, this is something that must be done." His actions and assurance couldn't help but move her. A short while later, after finishing his discussion with Bai Yaxi's mother, Mu Jian was leisurely heading home when a voice called out to him, "Brother Mu." He turned his head in surprise and called out in astonishment when he saw Yi Dian. "Miss Yi Tian." Upon seeing her, Mu Jian's eyes crinkled into a smile as he said, "The medicine you need, young lady, I've already prepared it. Please follow me into the residence." Hearing this, Yi Tian couldn't help but let out a surprised "eh" in her heart. Recalling his previous frivolous demeanor, she thought in confusion, "Is this the same person I met the first time?" She widened her eyes, scrutinizing Mu Jian with suspicion. "Did my memory fail me? Is Big Brother a warm and sunny person?" Yi Tian stammered. "Be Big Brother." Seeing her dazed look, he asked in confusion, "Weren't you the one who just called me?" Just then, a sharp, displeased voice rang out. "Hey!" Standing next to Yi Dian was a girl who looked very similar to her, but her aura and arrogance were a cut above. She had her hands on her hips, puffed out her chest, and snorted heavily. Their eyes met, both filled with killing intent. After sizing her up, Mu Jian suddenly asked, "Young lady?" Hearing him ask, Yi Dian quickly denied it. "Oh no!" The girl standing next to her immediately retorted loudly. She stood up straight and cursed loudly. "Stop pretending, don't think I don't know your true colors." She was none other than Yi Lingxuan, a distant relative of the Yi family in Tianquan City, and she was the older sister. Hearing her curse Mu Jian directly, Yi Liam hurriedly tried to dissuade her. "No sister, don't." Her relationship with Yi Lingxuan was that of distant relatives from the Yi family in Tianquan City, with Yi Yan being the younger sister. Understanding their relationship, Mu Jian was a bit stunned, thinking, is the older sister malnourished? Yi Lingxuan approached, her head held high, and said, "What pills? It's just an excuse to get close to my sister. My sister doesn't understand, but I've long heard about you, you weirdo." With that, she resolutely returned the spirit stones Mu Jian had given her earlier. "Here are the spirit stones for the pills you gave my sister. Take them back." Recalling something, Yi Lingxuan angrily berated him. The Vietnamese text here is likely an onomatopoeia, meaning scolded. "Our intelligence about the Forbidden Zone was already very secret. I don't know how you found out," she warned Mu Jian loudly, leaving him with a bewildered expression. "But you are not allowed to get close to my sister again, don't." Hearing this, Mu Jian thought to himself, also from out of town. He just gave a wry smile and hurriedly explained the misunderstanding. "Miss Yi, the rumors you've heard probably have quite a few misunderstandings about me." Yi Yan, who was standing to the side, carefully interjected a few words at this point. "Sister, this is too rude of us." But she was quickly silenced by her sister. "Why are you still speaking up for him?" Yi Lingxuan pointed at Mu Jian and said loudly, "Because we might all become fellow sect members in the future. Before coming to Tianquan City, I already gathered information on the descendants of all the major families, but this Mu Jian, the various records he left behind, he's truly a lewd beast." Yi Yan immediately retorted bluntly, "Aren't these all just rumors you heard, sister?" But Yi Lingxuan's prejudice against Mu Jian was too deep, and she immediately refuted her sister's previous thought. "Tianer, you were too well protected by father in the Forbidden Zone. You don't understand the dangers of the outside world." With that, Yi Lingxuan shot a dagger-like gaze at Mu Jian, her lips moving. "Let me tear off your mask of a fake smile, and this girl will naturally see your true colors." Hearing this intention, Mu Jian not only didn't panic but instead revealed a meaningful smile as if he was waiting for something. He stood at the entrance of the Mu residence and answered confidently, "If you want to tear my face, please be gentle. I'm quite afraid of pain." Yi Lingxuan was fuming with anger. She pointed at his face and declared, "Who wants to touch your face? A martial arts competition. Let's have a match." She crossed her arms in front of her chest and said imposingly, "A competition between cultivators is nothing more than a contest of combat power and pills. What's your cultivation level now?" Mu Jian didn't hide anything and answered frankly, "Just reached the 3rd grade of Qi refinement." He found it amusing and thought, "This girl and I are fated. It's fine to play along with her." However, when Yi Lingxuan heard his current cultivation level, she hesitated a little. "It's much higher than I expected." He wouldn't be lying to save face, would he? "I'm at the 9th grade of Qi refinement, just one step away from the spirit transformation realm, but I won't use that to bully you with force." At this point she suddenly suggested, "We both have pill refining sects, why don't we compete in pill refining?" Before making this suggestion, Yi Lingxuan had already done her homework and knew that the Mu family had an excellent alchemist. If you're really not a good for nothing, then your pill refining skills shouldn't be bad, maybe even better than your peers. Mu Jian opened his arms in welcome and said, I wouldn't dare. "Then let's do as the young lady says, we'll compete in pill refining. Please come into the residence, please give me your guidance. I'll have someone prepare everything right away." And while Old Ren and Wei Mengru were also hiding behind the door, observing the situation, Old Ren expressed his confusion. The young master's taste seemed to have improved recently. He couldn't help but feel a little scared. He doesn't go to the brothels anymore. Why is he only dealing with these young ladies all day now? Wei Mengru bluntly stated that he relied on money to go to the brothels. These young ladies must have been blinded by money to even bother with him. Old Ren nodded in agreement after hearing this. That's right, the young master doesn't know anything. At this time, Mu Jian and the 2 Yi sisters had already moved to the center of the courtyard where 2 pill furnaces were placed, ready to start the competition. Seeing this, Old Ren was a little worried, but for the young master to want to compete with others, isn't that just asking for trouble? Wei Mengru, standing beside him, asserted with certainty that he probably enjoys the feeling of being called trash to the extreme. Back to the main topic, Yi Lingxuan spoke softly. "At our age now, let's not do anything impractical. Let's just compete on the level of making basic pills." Hearing this, Mu Jian just stood quietly, a smug smile secretly appearing on his face. Before starting the competition, Yi Lingxuan offered a series of suggestions for Mu Jian to choose from. Pills like the plague-dispelling pill for colds, the mind-calming and sleep-soothing pill, or any other kind. Pick one you like. Her words were full of contempt. "Although based on the rumors about your character, I don't think you can even refine the most basic pills." Mu Jian boldly proposed, Miss Yi, since we're refining pills, why don't we try making more practical ones directly? You two sisters must be in great need of qi refining pills to help stabilize your cultivation right now, right? Yi Dian stood there and nodded in agreement. Yi Lingxuan, who was next to her, became displeased when she saw her sister's expression. She retorted coldly. Mu Jian's eyes, however, suddenly turned devilishly charming. He said in a serious tone, "Then let's just compete in refining the qi refining pill. What do you think, young lady?" Hearing this, Yi Lingxuan was so shocked she couldn't help but exclaim. She let out a dumbfounded ha, so loud that Mu Jian, standing next to her, felt his ears itch. HMPH. Yi Lingxuan said nervously, "Do you really not know anything? You just say whatever comes to your mind. If qi refining pills were as easy to make as molding clay, my sister would never have met you in the first place." Seeing the panic and fear in her eyes, Mu Jian couldn't help but feel smug. He pushed even further, taunting her. "Don't you dare to compete, Miss Yi Lingxuan." Seeing his provocative expression, Yi Lingxuan became furious, so angry that smoke seemed to come out of her head. Unable to accept Mu Jian's contemptuous gaze, Yi Lingxuan was determined to defend her pride. She blurted out in anger, "A qi refining pill it is, come on, can you even make one?" Yi Yan sensed that the situation was not good and couldn't help but worry. She thought to herself, "A pill like the qi refining pill has high requirements for both refining technique and the alchemist's cultivation. Although sister has tried to refine a qi refining pill for me before, she has never succeeded due to lack of experience and poor control of the fire." She let out a soft sigh, her heart heavy. Sister has never lost a competition since she was young, and her pride is very strong. What if she loses to brother Mu? No matter how I think about it, there won't be a good outcome. At this time, Wei Mengru was still observing the situation from outside, her heart filled with suspicion about Mu Jian's intentions this time. A qi refining pill is a small matter for an experienced alchemist like old Ren, but since the young master was young, I have never seen him touch a pill furnace. Could it be that he thinks Miss Yi can't make it either and plans to end it in a draw with both of them failing? Time was up. Mu Jian gestured to the refining materials and introduced them one by one. "The required materials have all been prepared by my servants. Let's begin." The competition officially began. Yi Lingxuan swiftly waved her hand. The alchemy ingredients flew up under her control. She swiftly mixed all the necessary ingredients together, her heart filled with determination. Although the previous attempts to refine a qi refining pill for Tian'er had all been failures, this time she had to succeed. Looking at Mu Jian's frivolous expression, Yi Lingxuan thought angrily, "I can't let Tian'er be deceived by this guy anymore. His technique is not even as good as a novice alchemist's. He's truly uncultured." On Mu Jian's side, he secretly opened one eye to observe Yi Lingxuan. Seeing her serious look as she refined the pill, he couldn't help but think, "Oh, this little girl, her pill-shaping technique is not bad." He couldn't help but compare in his mind. "When I was her age in my past life, I wasn't as skilled as she is. It's clear she has practiced day and night." For this pill used to enhance cultivation, Mu Jian considered it an extremely difficult process. Shaping the pill layer by layer was a huge challenge. Like a jigsaw puzzle, all the ingredients had to be placed in the correct positions to achieve the final effect. The tighter the shaping, the higher the success rate and grade of the pill. Currently, the grade of the pill was something an alchemist had to consider. The qi refining pill was one of the most structurally complex pills. Because of this high difficulty, the alchemist needed to upgrade the basic 10 by 10 puzzle to a 100 by 100 one. This required the alchemist to practice tens of thousands of times to succeed. Over here, Yi Lingxuan was already halfway through the process. She carefully measured the weight of each ingredient, combining them with her internal qi and regulating her breath. Although the process was going smoothly, Yi Lingxuan remained fully focused. Seeing her pill refining speed, Mu Jian couldn't help but be amazed. For an experienced master like old Ran, it would take half an hour to shape a qi refining pill. She finished it in just 10 minutes. A smile of approval suddenly appeared on his face. Another genius, but upon a second look, Mu Jian's heart wavered. The fire is so small, the pill shaping technique is very good, but the refining is not. What's going on?" Yi Lingxuan had already reached the final step of pill refining. The pill in her hand had gradually taken shape. A crystal-clear emerald-green block was being enveloped and tempered by a raging flame of the same color, exuding a pure beauty and latent power. Mu Jian couldn't help but think about the difficulty of pill refining. If pill shaping could be compared to a jigsaw puzzle, then the process of refining high-grade pills was like controlling hundreds of pots in a chaotic kitchen game. He was already very familiar with the refining process. How many times each side of the pill needed to be roasted, how long the interval between each roast should be, how much fire was needed, how long each roast should last, and to what temperature it needed to be cooled before continuing to fire. All these were factors that required fine calculation and precise control. Seeing Yi Lingxuan's strained look, Mu Jian couldn't help but think, the allocation of spiritual power indeed has many complex details, but she's too careful. Is her personality too serious? Just then, the pill in her hand began to change color. The alchemy flame below suddenly erupted violently. Mu Jian frowned with worry. Being too serious could easily lead to one's own exhaustion and instead suffer a backlash. To go through such trouble just to win against someone like me. Thinking of this, he secretly decided to persuade her a little. Mu Jian, holding an oddly shaped pill in his hand, suddenly burst into laughter. He didn't care about any rules and just casually refined it a little with his internal energy. Looking at the pill in Mu Jian's hand, Yi Lingxuan was a little stunned. This shape is really strange. Did he just casually pinch it like that? But when she saw his nonchalant look, she felt a little worried, yet his composed appearance didn't seem like he was just messing around. Could it be that the old alchemist in his family named Old Ren taught him this? At this moment, Mu Jian began to use the flames from the pill furnace. The flames around him burned fiercely. As if unwilling to be lonely, he turned to Yi Lingxuan and taunted her a few times. "Miss Yi, are you being too reserved? Using only this much external fire, are you planning to refine it until next year? What a coward!" Being called out by name, she gritted her teeth in anger. This guy. Yi Yan, watching from the side, couldn't help but admire. "Brother Mu, your little bear is starting to be gilded. It's really amazing," Mu Jian continued to provoke. "If you don't dare to use a big fire, what's the point of refining pills? Which famous master wouldn't dare to burn their meridians? How can you refine a finished product with just a small fire?" The more he spoke, the stronger the fire in the furnace became, enveloping the entire pill. Pill refining required the alchemist to adjust the intensity of the fire. But Mu Jian was so casual that not only did the pill not deform, but it was smoothly refined. Looking at the glittering pill in the furnace, Yi Lingxuan exclaimed in her heart, "No, with such a big fire, even the slightest deviation will ruin the pill." Seeing Mu Jian's triumphant smile, she became even more confused. Why does he dare to use a method that only a master can control? At this time, Mu Jian's alchemy flames were already soaring into the sky, towering over his figure and illuminating the entire space. In contrast, Yi Lingxuan was still struggling to control her internal energy, trying to keep the flames at a suitable level. The two flames stood in opposition, creating a very tense situation. Seeing this, Mu Jian smiled triumphantly and belittled her. "That's right, after all you can't even control this small gap. You're too green." His gaze suddenly sharpened with a clear hint of mockery. "That's right. After all, compared to her older sister, Sister Tian'er is indeed more like a child in some aspects." The two Yi sisters were stunned for a few seconds, their faces blank. A few seconds later, when Yi Lingxuan understood Mu Jian's taunt, she immediately flew into a rage and shouted angrily, "What did you say?" Severely provoked, Yi Lingxuan frantically circulated her internal energy, and the flames in her pill furnace erupted along with it. At that moment, the surrounding space suddenly darkened, leaving only two clusters of flames, one golden and one emerald green, burning fiercely together, illuminating half the sky. They fought against each other, neither willing to show weakness. The expressions of the two were also filled with the momentum of a decisive battle. Mu Jian's goal was achieved, and he was overjoyed. He kept urging her on. That's right. The fire needs to reach this level. Just follow my firepower and increase it bit by bit." Mu Jian looked satisfied. But Yi Lingxuan was terrified. She kept thinking, "I've never tried this before, such strong power. Forget it, I'll go all out." With that thought, the two of them desperately poured their internal energy into the pill furnaces. Signs of fatigue and exhaustion began to appear on both of their faces. The flames were now hot enough to burn everything around them. At the last moment, Mu Jian and Yi Lingxuan simultaneously went all out, using their last bit of strength to complete the final step of the climactic stage of refinement. Yi Yan, standing outside, was also frightened by the boldness and extraordinary power of the two. With a deafening crash, Mu Jian's pill furnace suddenly exploded, sending fragments flying everywhere, while Yi Lingxuan's furnace on the other side went dim. She stared blankly at the finished product before her, incredulously whispering the word success. Inside the pill furnace, the pill had finally turned its proper golden yellow color. This indicated that the refinement was successful. Over here, because of the furnace explosion, Mu Jian still had some traces of black smoke on his face. He coughed a few times, adjusted his breathing, and then said with a smile, "I used too much force, but Miss Yi, your chi refining pill has met the standard this time." Holding the refined pill in her hand, Yi Lingxuan looked at the dazzling golden light it emitted. Her joy was evident. Her lips unconsciously curved into a bright smile. Yi Yan exclaimed from outside, "Third grade, no, it's fifth grade, sister, I succeeded." Although his own pill had not formed, Mu Jian still kindly congratulated her. "There's really nothing I can do, my skills are inferior, I lost to you, Miss Yi Lingxuan." Thinking of this, he turned to Yi Bian and expressed his regret. "Sister Tian'er, I let you see Brother Mu's useless side, but since I lost the competition I can only stop seeing you." Tian couldn't help but feel suspicious. She asked worriedly, "But Brother Mu clearly performed very well too." A gust of wind blew past, and the broken pill in Mu Jian's hand was suddenly snatched away, leaving him somewhat surprised. "It's Yi Lingxuan," she said unhappily, holding it in her hand. "I never said there would be any reward or punishment for losing. Don't add fuel to the fire." Hearing this, Yi Hian was so happy she stammered, "Does sister mean?" But Yi Lingxuan couldn't be bothered to explain. She turned and left, saying coldly, "Let's go back, I was exhausted just now." Seeing the pill taken away by her, Mu Jian interjected, "Miss Lingxuan, this useless pill of mine." But he only received a very cold reply from Yi Lingxuan, "It's a waste product anyway, I'll take it back to feed the dogs." A few hours later, after leaving the Mu residence, the Yi sisters also went back. In an inn of the Yi family in Tianquan City, Yi Diem cautiously expressed her concern. "Sister, it doesn't seem right for us to not enter the Yi residence all this time." Yi Lingxuan soothed her. It's fine, they don't treat us as relatives anyway. Before she could say more, Yi Lingxuan ended the conversation. I'm tired, I need to rest. Seeing her sister was tired, Yi Lian had to put aside the matter of returning to the Yi residence. Okay, I'll go back to my room and use the qi refining pill. Sister refined herself today, back in her room. Yi Lingxuan couldn't help but think, that guy guided me to refine this qi refining pill, so he's not really useless. But what is his purpose in helping me in such a roundabout way? Holding Mu Jian's pill in her hand, she recalled the competition just now. Although the outside of the pill Mu Jian refined was scorched, the inside was not damaged. Even the explosion of the pill furnace was under his control. Yi Lingxuan carefully pondered the use of the pill. Although this pill looks ugly, its effect is the same as a qi refining pill. After getting used to it, it's not that ugly. Thinking of this, she suddenly widened her eyes and stared at it intently, as if preparing to do something as expected. Yi Lingxuan opened her small mouth, slowly extended her pink tongue and licked the pill. She bit down on the pill tightly, feeling its taste bit by bit. But because the outside was scorched, the pill naturally tasted terrible, making Yi Lingxuan say in disappointment, so bitter. Back at the Mu residence in Mu Jian's room, Wei Mengru kept sizing him up. Young master, where did you learn your pill refining skills? Lying comfortably under the covers, he replied. This young master learned it all through diligent self-study and research. Sister Mengru must see me differently now, right? Despite this, Wei Mengru was still skeptical. In your spare time, besides eating, drinking, playing, flirting with girls and gambling, do you have anything else to do? He immediately retorted. Sister Mengru, doesn't that mean your personal bodyguard work is not up to par? Being criticized for her duty, Wei Mengru directly stomped her foot hard on Mu Jian, causing him to cry out in pain. Wei Mengru bluntly stated her thoughts. The young master has been a bit abnormal recently. His words and actions are more like a person's, but his lecherous habits have become even more serious, like a low-level pervert being possessed by a higher-level one. Hearing this, he immediately felt guilty, his face flushing red as if he had been caught, and cold sweat dripped down. Mu Jian forced a smile to cover it up. Wei Mengru thought for a moment and said with a smile, however, a powerful being probably wouldn't choose the young master for possession. Just thinking about food and clothing, it's really too idle. He lay underneath and nodded repeatedly in agreement. Yeah, wouldn't that be boring to death? After massaging for a while, Wei Mengru stopped and asked in a low voice, have you recovered? He stretched and praised her continuously. Yes, Sister Mengru's skills are the best. I used too much force refining the pill and almost collapsed from exhaustion. Thank you, Sister Mengru, for helping me clear my meridians. As Mu Jian spoke, he thought, this body is still the same. I get tired after using a little strength. I need to practice more. Seeing that he had almost recovered, Wei Mengru shrugged and left. Before leaving, she didn't forget to say goodbye. Then I'll go back and rest to prepare for tomorrow's talent test for the 2 Elements sect. Mu Jian lay there and said to her back, Sister Mengru is so amazing. You also want to cultivate in the immortal sect. I've met the head disciple of the immortal sect, and he's only a little stronger than you. Seeing him praise her like this, Wei Mengru snorted without courtesy, then patted her chest and replied confidently, of course it's to accompany someone who can enter through an interview up the mountain and take care of him. Although she looked cold on the surface, he had already felt her concern for him deep down. Hearing Wei Mengru say this, his eyes lit up and he thought with emotion, this maid, found by the mother I've never met, her personality of being tough on the outside but soft on the inside really suits me. Mother really knows me, even though I don't remember what she looked like anymore. Leaving Mu Jian lying there, Wei Mengru quietly walked out of the room and slowly closed the door. She didn't leave immediately but stood there, breathing a sigh of relief. A scene from her childhood flashed through Wei Mengru's mind. A gentle voice softly sounded, as long as you stay by his side you can suppress your own constitution. The woman gently stroked her head and carefully instructed, Xiao Ru, I'm counting on you to take care of him. Her words at that time were deeply imprinted in her heart. He might be very willful in the next few years. You can discipline him if you want, but one day in the future he will suddenly make you feel that he has grown up a lot. It turned out that the person Wei Mengru was silently thinking about just now was Mu Jian's mother. Her words made her choke up. She looked up at the sky, her eyes filled with sadness, and softly asked herself, "Is Madame talking about now?" Looking at the bright moon in the sky, Wei Mengru's mood became even more confused. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye it was the day of the Immortal Sect's aptitude test. The 2 Elements Sect's selection of talented disciples officially began. Early in the morning the selection site was already bustling with people who came to participate. A cold voice sounded, 4th grade of Essence Refinement, failed. 3rd grade of Essence Refinement, failed. 5th grade of Essence Refinement passed. On the stage a familiar figure appeared. That person was none other than Lan Mulian, the direct disciple of the 2 Elements Sect's leader. She was now fully in charge of this selection. She shouted loudly, "Next!" The next candidate was a girl with pink hair and an extraordinary temperament. She walked to the device that tested cultivation and said proudly, "This young lady has made full preparations to enter the 2 Elements Sect." With her innate confidence, the eldest daughter of the royal family, Huang Manting, hummed softly and stepped forward. Her face was full of confidence. Huang Manting lightly touched the testing instrument, and the light on it suddenly lit up, shining on her petite figure. As expected, the instrument showed that Huang Manting's cultivation level was Essence Refinement. Level 8 was considered one of the most talented people at present. Seeing this, the crowd immediately started discussing. Everyone was praising her, making her feel smug. As expected of the eldest daughter of the Huang family, she far exceeds the 5th grade standard, Lan Mulian said coldly. Next, a familiar figure came forward, making Huang Manting curious, a clear look of displeasure on her face. The next one to enter was Yi Tian. She walked forward gently and placed her hand lightly on the measuring instrument without hesitation. Her face was brimming with a confident smile. The stone tablet lit up and the words 8th grade of essence refinement quickly appeared. The crowd below was abuzz with discussion and admiration. She's at the same level as Miss Huang. Which family is this girl from? How come I've never known about such a talented child before? Huang Manting stood there looking at Yi Tian, feeling a little confused. Who is she? Below, Yi Yu was also waiting for his turn. Someone in the crowd found Yi Tian familiar and turned to ask him, Young Master Yi Yu, do you know her? I've seen that young lady near the Yi family residence recently. Yi Yu hummed unhappily, his face full of disgust. Just a distant relative from the Forbidden Zone who has never been in contact. Hearing these two sensitive words, someone in the crowd exclaimed, Forbidden Zone, isn't that all cursed forbidden land? There are still people in that kind of place. Surrounded by the crowd's discussion, the timid Yi Tian clutched her chest in fear. Despite this, the crowd below continued to discuss. Legend has it that the Forbidden Zone is full of curses. If you've been living in that cursed place, have you brought something unclean with you? Isn't that the behavior of demon cultivators? Seeing her sister being bullied, Yi Lingxuan couldn't help but shout loudly, trying to shut up the crowd below. Senior sister, shouldn't it be the next person's turn for the immortal sect? Lan Mulian stood there and nodded, her eyes giving a signal. After a pause, she announced the results. Huang Manting, Yi Tian pass. Next. This time it was Yi Lingxuan's turn to be tested. A dry cackle was heard. She still had that displeased expression, striding forward with her head held high, letting the scrutinizing gazes of the surrounding crowd wash over her. As soon as Yi Lingxuan appeared, the people below couldn't help but ask curiously, Who is she? Someone next to them replied, I don't know, she looks young. Yi Lingxuan's gaze was firm as she confidently strode towards the instrument that tested cultivation. She was unhurried, and under the expectant gazes of the crowd she slowly extended her slender hand and gently touched the stone tablet below. Yi Lingxuan gently closed her eyes, took a deep breath and focused all her attention within her body. Then bit by bit she poured her abundant internal energy into the stone tablet. At first the stone tablet was still, but then a slight tremor began to spread. In just a moment the vibration became more intense. From the center of the stone tablet a dazzling light burst out and spread in all directions. The testing instrument quickly displayed Yi Lingxuan's cultivation level. Qi refinement. This was indeed an astonishing cultivation level. Of course, the crowd below was equally shocked. Everyone's mouth was wide open as they loudly commented, Qi refinement realm right off the bat, so powerful at such a young age. I heard that some old seniors have been stuck in the Qi refinement realm for a lifetime. The younger generation is truly formidable. Yi Yu stood there, dumbfounded, completely frozen, his face full of anger and horror, thinking to himself, what's going on? How did she suddenly break through after just one night? Even Yi Lingxuan's sister, Yi Tian, was very surprised. She couldn't hide her joy and said, Sister, even I didn't know you. Yi Lingxuan just shrugged her shoulders and answered calmly, I broke through in time last night. She suddenly recalled the scene of breaking through her cultivation at that time and couldn't help but feel grateful. In the end, she still relied on Mu Jian's Qi refining pill. Although she was defeated by the terrible taste of the pill, Yi Lingxuan still used it decisively because she already understood its efficacy. Recalling that scene, she couldn't help but be filled with emotion. Although it tasted like eating shit, the effect after eating it was so good it felt like flying. Yi Lingxuan suddenly rushed towards the crowd below, startling Yi Yan. Sister, she stood there, her hands clasped in respect, her face blooming with a brilliant smile as she confidently introduced herself. Elders and fellow Taoists, I am the eldest daughter of Yi Lingxuan, the master of the Forbidden Zone. Your understanding of the Forbidden Zone all comes from rumors. I, a humble girl, am here to assure you all. The people of the Forbidden Zone, apart from being immune to their surrounding environment, are no different from ordinary people. Hearing Yi Lingxuan's introduction, the crowd was stunned, and some even changed their attitude. Ah. The eldest daughter of the master of the Forbidden Zone, I thought the Forbidden Zone was full of strange creatures. Now she looks quite cute. Then why didn't you participate in the competition directly in the Forbidden Zone but came all the way to Tianquan City? Seeing everyone's reaction, Yi Lingxuan continued, After all, Tianquan City was once a prosperous place for the Yi family. My father saw that my sister and I have grown up, so it's time for us to come back and see if the two of us cause any trouble in Tianquan City. The Forbidden Zone is willing to compensate tenfold. The crowd below immediately became agitated when they heard her say this. Well, she's quite close to the outside world. The person next to them noticed the tenfold compensation Yi Lingxuan announced. Yi Lingxuan continued, At the same time, the change of location has also made me realize that I have offended someone in Tianquan City simply because of rumors. Speaking of which, she couldn't help but say with regret, Although that person is no longer here today, I still want to apologize to him publicly. The audience below listened and guessed curiously, Who is she talking about? Would the daughter of the master of the Forbidden Zone bow her head for such a small matter? One of them curiously leaned over to Yi Yu's ear and whispered, "Is she talking about you?" "Young Master Yi, it's fine, it doesn't matter." Yi Dian stood beside, vaguely guessing who her sister was referring to, and thought, Brother Mu said it wasn't necessary, but in fact he didn't come. Lan Mulian then stepped forward, continued the test, and announced, "Yi Lingxuan passes." Next, hearing her calm announcement, Yi Lingxuan was a little stunned and thought, "Isn't this immortal Sect senior sister surprised at all?" Just then, a tall figure appeared, blocking the light around Yi Lingxuan, which startled her and made her turn around. The newcomer was none other than Bai Yaki, who had also come to participate in this immortal Sect test. As soon as she walked up, Bai Yaki confidently introduced herself, "Bai Yaki of the Bai family. A pleasure to meet you, senior sister Lan." Hearing her mention her name upon their first meeting, Lan Mulian couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Have we met before?" Bai Yaki just covered her mouth and laughed, saying politely, "Mu Ling has nothing but praise for senior sister Lan, saying you have the air of an immortal. This humble girl has long admired you, senior sister Lan. Thank you for helping my Taoist companion many times." Hearing this, Lan Mulian's gaze sharpened even more. She said nothing, just glared downwards, the aura around her making everyone feel a chill. Suddenly, Lan Mulian erupted with a burst of cold energy, pushing everyone around her away as if warning someone. The cold air spread to Yi Lingxuan's position, making her exclaim in her heart, "Hiss, this cold air is so cold." After a while, Lan Mulian exhaled, and the cold air was retracted by her. Her eyes were half closed in exhaustion as she said in a commanding tone, "No need to be polite, just test quickly." As requested, Bai Yaki walked to the stone tablet for testing cultivation and placed her hand on it without hesitation. The internal energy in her body was immediately injected into it. In just a few seconds, the measuring tablet began to move and energy immediately burst out. The measuring tablet quickly displayed a line of information. Cultivation level, 1st grade of Qi refinement. Everyone present widened their eyes, stunned. Yi Lingxuan's voice trembled as she said, "Impossible, 5th grade of Qi refinement." The powerful experts below immediately became agitated, constantly expressing their doubts. "Am I still dreaming? How can it be so high? Wasn't it 5th grade of essence refinement before, to break through 10 grades at once in just a short while? The Bai family has been in trouble recently, and they don't have the resources to cultivate someone to the Qi refinement realm." Even Lan Mulian, whose cultivation was outstanding, looked at Bai Yaki with suspicion. Just then, she could tell that Bai Yaki was emitting an extremely strong demonic aura. This made her even more certain about the demonic aura from the Mu family. Without another word, Lan Mulian immediately charged at her with a long sword in hand. Just as the tip of the sword was about to touch Bai Yaki, Lan Mulian confidently determined that this scent was identical to the demonic aura that had attacked Mu Jian. This series of actions terrified Bai Yaki, but fortunately the strike was just a probing move from Lan Mulian, so it caused almost no harm. Lan Mulian's gaze sharpened even more. "The spirit stone will draw out the strongest spiritual energy, and the demonic aura on you cannot be hidden." Yi Lingxuan, who was standing beside them, couldn't hide her shock. What on earth are the people from the immortal sect trying to do? Just then, Yi Dian noticed an abnormality and pointed upwards, shouting, "Sister, look at the sky." Everyone followed the direction of Yi Tian's finger and was astonished. Yi Lingxuan cried out in surprise. In an instant the sky seemed to have been devoured. It suddenly darkened, and the black shadow of a giant demon appeared out of nowhere, enveloping the entire space and bringing with it a cold and deadly aura. In the gray sky, a giant 1,000-year-old fox demon appeared. This was an illusory fox demon formed from Bai Yaki's mother's tail. Its eyes were blood red, full of evil, and it stared fixedly at the arena as if investigating something. This scene stunned everyone present. No one could react in time to this sudden and terrifying change. The corners of its mouth curled up slightly as it said excitedly, "Found it. The Heavenly Dao Qi," Lan Mulian asked, puzzled. "The Heavenly Dao Qi." The fox demon immediately opened its great maw, releasing an extremely powerful demonic force attempting to suppress the crowd below. It unhurriedly issued a warning, "Hand over the Heavenly Dao Qi or I'll slaughter the entire arena." Bai Yaki just stood there, looking up at the fox demon with her head held high, showing no fear. Standing below, Yi Yu gritted his teeth and thought, "So that's how it is? My Heavenly Dao Qi actually went to her. No wonder her cultivation improved so quickly." One of his eyes lit up and a mysterious voice appeared in his mind, "You can't show yourself anymore. Retreat now." Although he was furious upon receiving the order, he had to obey. "Yes, master." Yi Yu left the scene in just a few steps, but not without reluctantly leaving behind a final remark. "The Heavenly Dao Qi is mine. I will definitely get it back." Watching Yi Yu's retreating figure, everyone was filled with doubt. Seeing this, the fox demon said sharply, "Don't even think about running." Yi Lingxuan boldly declared, "As an older sister I will not run." Even Lan Mulian, the one with the highest cultivation present, was determined to stay. Slaying demons and monsters is the duty of the sect. Hearing the challenge, the fox demon nodded lightly and said with interest, "Very well, then prepare to die." As soon as the words fell, it immediately launched its first wave of attack. It stomped fiercely on the center of the arena. With a loud bang, the debris on the ground was sent flying everywhere. Thick dust filled the entire space and black smoke billowed, submerging everything in a sea of fire. Below the arena, pillars of smoke rose immediately. Yi Lingxuan, Lan Mulian and Bai Yaki quickly flew upwards to evade the fox demon's attack. Thinking she had been mistaken about Bai Yaxi's demonic aura, she turned to apologize. "I'm sorry, Miss Bai. I mistook your aura for the fox demon's just now." She just curled her lip and said, "It's all the same. I won't be polite to senior sister either." Seeing both of them so excited, Yi Lingxuan couldn't help but feel confused. The senior sister from the immortal sect is one thing, but why is even Bai Yaki so at ease? Without hesitation, the three of them mushed towards the fox demon at the same time, launching a fierce counterattack. In the sky, 3 dazzling lights appeared in an instant, symbolizing 3 astonishing powers. Far from retreating, the fox demon revealed a very satisfied smile. That smile gave Yi Lingxuan goosebumps, and she blurted out, "It suddenly laughed." "What a disgusting laugh," the familiar voice inside it sounded, facing danger with composure, unscathed by the fire and smoke. "The timing is just right. This is truly the treatment of a protagonist." Inside, Mu Jian was extremely excited, as if he had found a treasure. "If it's not just Yaxi, but all 3 of them have the disposition of a protagonist, then I've hit the jackpot." Going back in time a little earlier, during the Immortal Sect's test, the figures of Mu Jian and Bai Yaxi's mother were faintly visible in a nearby alley. The two seemed to be preparing the plan he had proposed at the Bai residence. Her breathing grew more rapid as she panted nervously. She let out a few weak hums. Without hesitation, Mu Jian directly cut off one of the foxtails from her mother, causing her to cry out in pain. Bai Yaxi's mother turned around and said wearily, "Young Master Mu, how did you know that our clansmen grow 9 tails after cultivation? Is there a way to cut off a tail to create the illusion of survival? These are clan secrets that outsiders couldn't possibly know." Holding the tail, he replied softly, "When I was a child, a master told me this story before bed. At the time, I thought it was useless knowledge, but I didn't expect my thinking to be too narrow." He urged without hesitation. "Madam, as planned, please cast the spell." Bai Yaxi's mother immediately cast the transformation spell. Before transforming, she carefully instructed, "Although the illusion will have 1/3 of my original power, there's still a chance of being exposed if it encounters an immortal sect cultivator." Mu Jian said calmly, "An illusion created with only the aid of a tail has no physical form, so it's easily discovered. If someone combines with and controls that illusion, the situation will be different. Leave it to me." After speaking, she raised her hands, held her head, and concentrated. Using her demonic power to cast the spell, a powerful demonic force surged around her. The tail in Mu Jian's hand quickly transformed into 9 foxtails, which successively wrapped tightly around his body, using it as a fulcrum for the transformation. Yes, the light of the illusion continued to spread. They merged together, and under Bai Yaxi's mother's control, they wrapped around tightly. In an instant, the illusion of a giant 1,000-year-old fox demon appeared, enveloping the surrounding scenery. Back on the battlefield, Lan Mulian and Bai Yaxi were now racing to concentrate their attacks on the illusion of the 1,000-year-old fox demon. The two went back and forth, attacking the fox demon's vital points, causing it to waver slightly. The fox demon immediately counterattacked, opening its great maw and gathering its demonic power in one spot. In an instant, it shot out a powerful beam of energy that rushed towards the sky. The fox demon continuously attacked the two of them. Beams of light shot towards her like a dense laser trap. Lan Mulian was agile, dodging while using the sword in her hand to cut through the demonic energy beams. After observing for a while, Lan Mulian proposed, "Bai Yaxi, I'll distract its head. You go cut off its tail to weaken it." As soon as she finished speaking, the two acted quickly. Lan Mulian volunteered to be the bait. She continuously used frontal attacks to attract the fox demon's attention. Taking this opportunity, she quickly flew to the fox demon's neck. Yi Lingxuan, unable to move freely, stood to the side and said with frustration, "Senior sister, the god refinement realm is one thing, but why can even Bai Yaxi fly when she's in the same chi refinement realm as me?" While fighting, Lan Mulian turned back and said to the two, "This fox demon has the strength of at least the peak of the god refinement realm. I need your help. Since you like to show off, go ahead and show off." Hearing this, Yi Lingxuan and Bai Yaxi's eyes immediately lit up, unable to hide their excitement. She answered confidently, "Don't worry, senior sister. I will do my best to assist you." After speaking, she quickly landed on the fox demon, then swung her sword without hesitation from top to bottom with an incomparably powerful internal force. A dazzling light cut across the sky, and with a crisp sound, Bai Yaxi's sharp sword fell mercilessly. At that decisive moment, the fox demon's thick tail was swiftly severed from its body, causing the beast to let out a piercing scream that echoed throughout the space. She stood below, her eyes wide with astonishment, and said, "What kind of sword is that?" With just one strike, at the same time, the remnants of the fox tail also quickly disappeared. Yi Lingxuan immediately regained her momentum, ready to show off. She quickly summoned a spiritual spell formation in front of her. She said firmly, "All right, I'll help first. I can't let the Forbidden Zone lose face." The magic circle below immediately spread outwards. Yi Lingxuan loudly recited the summoning incantation, "Spell of the Plane Element, materialize at my call." As her voice fell, countless beams of energy emerged from the Taoist formation, shooting straight up. Her spell quickly rose, enveloping the fox demon. Its demonic aura was bound by Yi Lingshan's power, firmly pinning it within the formation. The sorcerer inside was fearless. He carefully assessed the secret techniques of the Forbidden Zone. It turned out Yi Lingshan was taking the path of a sorcerer. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but reveal a cunning smile full of interest. If she is also a protagonist, then the diversity of protagonists is really becoming more and more exciting. Outside, Yi Lingshan's energy beams intertwined, forming a huge net that tightly bound the fox demon, pressing its entire body against the cold ground. The fox demon was powerless to resist, pinned down tightly by it. The three surrounded it, preparing to focus their power to shatter it. It seemed Lan Mulian was the first to attack. She quickly swung her sword, gathering her internal energy in the blade. Watching the performance of the two, she couldn't help but marvel. This year's new disciples are really impressive. As she said this, she trailed off and looked down only to see the cunning smile on the fox demon's face, which made her suspicious. With a loud bang, a blue light illuminated half the sky, and a huge burst of energy erupted, sweeping across the entire space, shaking everything around it. The dazzling light faded, leaving a deep, huge gash on the ground. In that narrow crevice, a familiar figure gradually became clear. Naked and weak, with traces of demonic energy still lingering around him. Seeing Mu Jian lying there, Yi Lingshan couldn't help but be stunned, crying out in surprise. But everyone present couldn't hide their shock. Lan Mulian looked at him with a puzzled expression. Yi Lingshan stammered, unable to speak. How could Mu Jian be here? Only Bai Yaki stood there calmly, her face expressionless. As she had known the reason for this all along, Mu Jian lay on the ground and let out a weak moan. He quickly stood up, only to be met by the astonished gazes of Lingshan and Lan Mulian. Mu Jian looked around in confusion, muttering non-stop. Perhaps forgetting to pay attention to his current physical state, he casually walked over to her and kept explaining, "Senior Sister Lan, I was almost eaten by that fox spirit just now, almost digested. Luckily you were here." Lan Mulian awkwardly closed her eyes, avoiding his shameless display. Seeing that she was ignoring his words, he turned to Yi Lingshan to pour out his grievances. "Little Sister Lingshan, were you worried about my safety too? I didn't expect you to be so kind." But he only received a disgusted look from her. "Don't you dare turn around," even she was shooing him away. Mu Jian then turned to his Taoist companion Bai Yaki and shouted excitedly, "And Yaki!" Before he could finish, Wei Mengru appeared out of nowhere, flying in to block the space between them. She coldly slung him over her shoulder like a sack of sand and turned to apologize to the others. "My young master has caused trouble for you all again," he quickly chimed in. "I'm very sorry." Remembering something important, Wei Mengru asked, "By the way, I'm also following the young master into the Two Elements sect. Do I need to be tested?" Lan Mulian asked doubtfully. "Is that Wei Mengru from the Mu family? It's not necessary for the God Refinement realm." As soon as she said that, Wei Mengru immediately flew away, carrying Mu Jian back to the residence. Before leaving, she didn't forget to say goodbye politely. "Then we'll be leaving." Realizing he was not properly dressed, he pleaded, "Sister Mengru, can you give me some clothes to wear first?" Using her lightness skill, she carried Mu Jian swiftly across the rooftops, not forgetting to clean up the mess he had caused. "Just charge the repair costs for the streets to my family's account." Leaving the three of them standing there stunned, she and Yi Lingshan simultaneously turned their attention to Lan Mulian, their eyes full of anticipation. Seeing this, she spoke, "Bai Yaki, your strength is extraordinary. I can take you directly to the Two Elements sect to meet the elders. What do you think?" She smiled happily and replied, "Senior sister, you flatter me." Yaki was willing to go with her, leaving Yi Lingshan standing there clenching her fists in jealousy. It was then that Lan Mulian turned to her and said, "Yi Lingshan, you can go up the mountain with the other disciples in a few days. Any problem with that?" Although a bit jealous, Yi Lingshan was a reasonable person and answered bluntly, "There's nothing to ask. I'm a full 4 grades below Miss Bai. I know my place." Even so, her will was still very firm, and she said confidently, "But I'll catch up soon, just you wait." Hearing this, Lan Mulian just tilted her head and said in an expectant tone, "Is that so? Then you'd better seize the opportunity." After arranging everything, Lan Mulian prepared to leave, but she didn't forget to add, "Bai Yaki, go back and pack. We'll meet here again tonight. I haven't been down the mountain in a long time and want to wander around the city." Bai Yaki followed up, "All right, see you tonight then, Senior Sister Lan." A while later at the Mu residence, after Wei Mengru had carried Mu Jian back, he quickly tidied his clothes and stood in front of the mirror, complaining non-stop, "Sister Mengru is really something, completely disregarding my dignity." Just then, the system suddenly displayed a notification with a bright red spell, making Mu Jian curious. Reading the words on it, he thought with interest, "The color of this font seems even more conspicuous than dark red." Hidden on it was a notification saying that his Son of Heaven's mandate had leveled up, which surprised Mu Jian. "It can level up?" Instantly his lower body underwent a change. Looking at the enlarged cauldron, Mu Jian was excited and satisfied. The cauldron has also grown a size, able to hold 30 more spiritual energy. It truly is a sacred yang body. Feeling the power flowing through his body, he thought to himself, "Without even paying attention, my realm has also leveled up from the 5th to the 6th grade of essence refinement. I never encountered such a free realm upgrade in my past life." Mu Jian's self-satisfaction immediately swelled up. He licked his lips lightly and said smugly, "This must be the reward for helping the protagonist. I can both level up and hide under the protagonist's halo, thus not being discovered by the Heavenly Dao. This really suits me." Just as he was immersed in the pleasure of his ascension, a wave of sleepiness suddenly hit him. Mu Jian opened his mouth and yawned so long that tears came to his eyes. He looked at himself in the mirror, covering his mouth as he complained, "Controlling this body is really exhausting." Suddenly, Lan Mulian's figure appeared in the mirror. She was staring at him with sharp eyes. Mu Jian was startled and immediately turned around, only to see her man-eating expression. It turned out that Lan Mulian couldn't let go of her suspicions about what had just happened. She directly expressed her doubts. "What is your relationship with that little fox spirit?" Mu Jian immediately put on a pitiful act, saying aggrievedly, "Little fox spirit, big fox spirit, if you had been a little later in saving me I would have become its excrement." Ignoring his flowery explanation, Lan Mulian directly interrupted his act. "What is the relationship between Bai Yaki and the demon cultivators?" Hearing this, his face fell, and the words he was about to say got stuck in his throat. She became more and more aggressive, staring at Mu Jian with scrutinizing eyes, and said coldly, word by word, "Are they relatives, siblings, or her parents?" Recalling the level test she analyzed, at that time Bai Yaki couldn't suppress her demonic aura. The demonic aura was very similar to the fox demons, but the difference between the two could still be distinguished. From the moment she left the arena, Lan Mulian had quickly investigated the Bai family's information. She concluded with certainty, "I have confirmed that all of Bai Yaxi's relatives in Tianwan City are still alive. Currently none have died or gone missing." A reasonable inference. The chaotic farce at the scene was just an illusion or a clone of the demon cultivator. While the demon cultivator's main body was still alive and well, she pointed, exposing his fabricated false plan. "In that case, there was no need for the demon cultivator to go through the trouble of swallowing you whole. There's only one possibility. You were cooperating with them in an act. You are very familiar with the fox demon Bai family." She approached, pointing at Mu Jian's face. Every word she said was like a knife peeling away his hypocritical mask. "So that clone didn't have the feeling of being remotely controlled because you were pretending to be it. I have your file. A young master in the essence refinement realm. Do you think the immortal sect will never guess?" Lan Balian's hand squeezed Mu Jian's face harder and harder. Seeing his plan instantly exposed, he sighed helplessly and thought nervously, "Why does this sister from the immortal sect talk so much when she's on the job? Is she preparing to punish me for colluding with demon cultivators by force?" He had expected Lan Mulian to keep pressing him to confess, but she just gently ran her slender fingers across his face, gently caressing and probing. Stopping there, Lan Mulian asked coldly, "How can I believe you?" Mu Jian tried to remain calm and replied, "I can guarantee that they will not harm you, and their stance is not with the demon world." After getting his confirmation, Lan Mulian immediately withdrew her hand, stood up straight, and nodded. "Okay." This made him feel stunned. He asked with confusion, "You just analyzed so much and judged the matter and now it's okay?" She just shrugged her shoulders and said calmly, "That's fine." Mu Jian was puzzled by her laissez-faire attitude and asked, "Didn't your sect send you to eliminate demon cultivators?" Lan Mulian turned to leave, saying only a few words. "The sect master assigned me to come down the mountain." Her taciturn nature made him curious, thinking, "She really is a woman of few words when not on official business, huh? I have to take the initiative." Seeing that Lan Mulian was about to leave, Mu Jian quickly asked, "Then aren't you curious how I was able to control that illusion, and how Bai Yaki was able to jump to the 5th grade of the Qi refinement realm?" She turned around abruptly, surprised and curious. He immediately looked somber, and his eyes deepened. He solemnly recounted his experience to prove himself. "I was a Grand Master of the Harmonious Dao in my previous life. After fighting the Heavenly Dao for 90 million rounds, I was exiled here. Controlling a clone is just child's play for me." After he finished speaking, Lan Mulian just stood there with her arms crossed, looking at him for a long time without saying a word. She tried hard to digest what Mu Jian had just said. Because she was so focused on thinking, her posture became shaky and she was about to fall. Seeing this, he thought to himself, "She's trying to force herself to believe my words yet rationally feels I'm talking nonsense, resulting in a vortex of self-contradiction." Noticing that something was wrong and Lan Mulian's head was about to explode, he smiled to cover it up. "That was nonsense. It was actually all the tricks of a demon apprentice. I just put on a skin. If there really was something so magical, how could I be just a small demon in the essence refinement realm?" Speaking of which, Mu Jian hesitated slightly. "But it's true that I have a special constitution that allowed Bai Yaki to advance in her cultivation," she boldly guessed. The twin cauldrons. Seeing his secret exposed, Mu Jian almost broke down. He fell to his knees, crying, "I finally confess to you, senior sister Lan. If the world finds out that I, a weak and helpless person, possess the twin cauldrons, I will definitely be—" Before he could finish, Lan Mulian understood his meaning and stopped him. She bowed her head and shyly promised, "I won't tell anyone." She subconsciously covered her face, shyly expressing her wish, stammering and unable to speak clearly. "But can I?" He stood there waiting, but her answer came. "Take a look at the twin cauldrons." As soon as the words fell, although Lan Mulian was shy, she still tried her best to straighten her back and pretend to be strong, saying, "Of course, this is a request from the immortal sect." Mu Jian thought to himself. This is obviously an excuse. Your mouth isn't this quick when you're talking about official business. Mu Jian closed his eyes tightly, concentrated, and began to let his internal energy overflow. That aura spread to every corner of the room, drifting towards Lan Mulian, causing her to involuntarily shiver. The aura began to invade her body. Lan Mulian's gaze gradually became dazed. She widened her eyes in astonishment. Without realizing it, she rushed forward and tightly grabbed Mu Jian's hand, startling him. Lan Mulian was also surprised by her own presumptuous action, nervously thinking to herself, What am I doing? Without hesitation, Lan Mulian forcefully pushed Mu Jian towards the bed opposite them, causing him to stumble backward. Mu Jian's whole body lay on the bed, allowing Lan Mulian to act on her instincts. In an instant she flew over and pounced, pressing Mu Jian's entire body beneath her, making the surrounding air hotter than ever. The aura from his cauldron emanated more and more intensely into the space, and Lan Mulian's entire body gradually lost control. Her rational mind struggled to think, his twin cauldrons actually have such a strong attraction? After a series of sudden moves from her, Mu Jian curled up and thought to himself, I think I let out a bit too much of the scent. Lan Mulian's body began to press closer to Mu Jian's. She tried hard to urge herself to hold back. Master didn't send me down the mountain to do these stupid things. I must restrain myself. Seeing the pained look on Lan Mulian's face, Mu Jian asked, Senior Sister Lan, should I retract the cauldron? He was afraid he would retract that aura. Lan Mulian hurriedly stopped him. No, further revealing her attraction to the cauldron on her body. As soon as the words left her mouth, a sense of shame immediately washed over her. She blushed and thought frantically, Lan Mulian, what are you saying? Tell him to stop quickly. Although her reason told her this, Lan Mulian's actions were completely opposite. Mu Jian's cauldron was too attractive, making her unconsciously lean forward to kiss him. Lan Mulian fiercely pressed her lips against Mu Jian's, kissing him greedily. At this point she dared to indulge in her thoughts. Why didn't Master tell me that the twin cauldrons is such a dangerous constitution? Just at the climax, another knock came from outside. It was Bai Yaki. She was standing at the door shouting loudly, Mu Lang. Bai Yaki asked curiously, Are you there? I'm coming in. Inside, Lan Mulian was startled by the sudden interruption. She widened her eyes in panic as if she were about to be caught in the act. Lan Mulian abruptly lifted her head and turned toward the door in panic. Before long, Bai Yaki pushed the door open, her face beaming with joy. As soon as she saw Mu Jian, she rushed to report the good news. Mu Lang, tonight Senior Sister Lan and I are going up to the two-element sect together, so I can't be with you. At this point he had quickly stood up, one hand supporting his chin, leaning against the bulging quilt beside him which concealed Lan Balian. He pretended to be calm and replied, This is a good thing. It shows that the immortal sect values you highly. She suddenly blinked and said with a seductive and expectant look, Then Mu Lang, before we go. Before she could state her intentions, Mu Jian interrupted her, quickly making up an excuse. Yaxi, I used up a lot of energy just now and I'm still a bit weak. How about we wait until we're on the mountain? Bai Yaxi understood his meaning and happily agreed. Seeing her approach, Mu Jian clutched the quilt behind him even tighter as if trying to hide something. She leaned down, feeling the aura emanating from Mu Jian's cauldron, her breathing growing more rapid. She smiled knowingly and said, Mu Lang, you say no, but the aura from your twin cauldrons is even stronger than before. Having been found out, Mu Jian could only respond with a dry laugh, his heart already about to explode with nervousness. Yaxi saw through me. I hope she doesn't expose it. Faced with this awkward situation, Mu Jian grew increasingly uneasy. Did I take things a bit too far? Before he could react, Bai Yaxi had already made her move. She suddenly stepped forward and pressed her lips to his, giving him a passionate kiss. Hiding under the quilt, Lan Mulian immediately sensed a different flavor from the twin cauldrons. This scent grew stronger because of the activity outside, causing Lan Mulian's heart to flutter uncontrollably. The cauldron's scent is even stronger. She desperately recited a calming mantra in her mind to restrain her desires. Steady your Dao heart. Outside, Bai Yaxi and Mu Jian immediately became entangled, pressing their bodies tightly against the quilt, making the space inside very uncomfortable. As the two became more fervent, Lan Mulian's body gradually became deeply engrossed. After a while, the two finally finished their union. Only after Bai Yaxi left was Lan Mulian freed from Mu Jian's quilt. Her hair was disheveled and she looked dazed and exhausted. Mu Jian quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Senior Sister Lan, I couldn't stop it from happening. She curled up on the bed, hugging herself in shame, and said, It's my fault. I underestimated the twin cauldrons. Mu Jian leaned down and gently asked, Are you all right, Senior Sister? Only to receive Lan Mulian's briefest possible reply. Seeing that she intended to leave, Mu Jian quickly grabbed her and asked, Wait, Senior Sister, can you help me with a question? She turned around, puzzled, and said, Go ahead, remembering the letter. Mu Jian took the initiative to express his confusion. I only replied to one of your letters, and well, it was a rather difficult to understand letter. Senior Sister Lan, aren't you being a bit too trusting of a junior like me whom you've only just met less than 2 days ago? Lan Mulian answered with a gentle and affectionate gaze. To be able to seriously reply to handwriting as messy as chicken scratch at least shows that your heart is not wicked. Master told me that anyone who can understand my letters is worthy of trust. Hearing this, Mu Jian could only sigh and say with disappointment, "So it was a prophecy from the Sect Master, I knew it. How could someone like me possibly catch the eye of someone as noble as you, senior sister?" Lan Mulian straightened up and said in a firm tone, "I believe in my master's judgment unconditionally." Mu Jian then asked curiously, "Is your master more important than your parents?" However, Lan Mulian answered bluntly, "Yes." Such certainty left him stunned. "You could have at least pretended to hesitate." Seeing his apparent surprise, Lan Mulian explained, "Since I was 5, my only elder has been my master, so there's nothing wrong with saying that." Mu Jian couldn't help but think, her whole family is like this, it's a typical protagonist setup, could she be one too? Pausing for a moment, Lan Mulian asked curiously, "Is your relationship with Bai Yaki physical, or are you Taoist companions?" Mu Jian stated seriously, "The Bai family has just escaped a terrible fate and she truly needs my cauldron. I must definitely compensate for the shameless things I did in the past." After getting his satisfactory answer, Lan Mulian nodded in contentment and then turned to leave. "Understood. We'll meet again at the Sect." With a bang, the door closed, leaving Mu Jian standing there alone, lost in thought. He paced back and forth in the room, muttering to himself, "Senior sister is taking Yaxi back to the Sect first. She wouldn't be lying just to test me, would she? In that case, the matter of Yaxi being a half-demon has been glossed over for now." At this point, Mu Jian finally let out a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, from under the bed, Wei Mengru suddenly popped her head out and succinctly cursed. "Scum!" Mu Jian screamed in fright. "What the hell?" he hurriedly asked. "Sister Mengru, when did you get here?" Wei Mengru climbed out from under the bed and answered nonchalantly. "I noticed someone from the Immortal Sect came to the residence. I was afraid you'd be dealt with for impersonating a demon cultivator, so I came in first. As long as you're not dead, it's fine." She sized him up for a moment, then spoke, "Although I don't understand what kind of constitution you have, I have a feeling the messes I'll have to clean up for you will only get bigger and bigger." After speaking, she didn't forget to emphasize again, "Scum." Hearing her words, Mu Jian cried out in fear, "Am I convicted just like that?" Wei Mengru turned around and said to him in a warning tone, "Whether you want to play around with your cauldron constitution or just spend money on physical pleasure like before, I don't care. The amount of trouble doesn't matter either, but do you really want to get involved with several cultivation geniuses whose combat power is comparable to an army at the same time?" Without getting his explanation, she turned to leave, tossing a careless remark before exiting the room, "Even if you play dead, I won't bother with you." Mu Jian called her name pitifully from behind, but to no avail. "Sister Mengru." Only after Wei Mengru left could Mu Jian finally collapse onto the bed to rest. Recalling her scolding, he couldn't help but nod in agreement. "Scumha, what a brutally honest assessment." Thinking of Lan Mulian's words, Mu Jian couldn't help but smile faintly and mutter to himself, "The master senior sister Lan always talks about. Makes me think of you." He thought of his master from his previous life, and a flood of emotions and images rushed to his mind. Mu Jian gazed into the distance as if confiding in his master, "Your own disciple has also been scorned by those around him." He raised his hand high as if trying to touch the images of the past and said with longing, "If you've been watching me all this time, come out and lend a hand, master, although I've long felt this problem isn't important anymore." Mu Jian suddenly sat up, having talked to himself for a long time. "In my past life I only knew how to rely on brute force. What problem couldn't be solved by feeding the fish? Now, to escape the Heavenly Dao's pursuit, I have to raise the fish well. My apologies, dear sons of Heaven's mandate. Even if it wasn't to deal with the Heavenly Dao, I've already been trained by my master into a 24 filial piety's kind of good-for-nothing, perfect for indulging myself." As he said this, his eyes suddenly became firm, filled with determination. "But I promise I will use every bit of food in my pocket to nurture you, dear sons of Heaven's mandate," Mu Jian declared aloud. "But I promise I will use all the food I have to nurture you, dear sons of Heaven's mandate." Meanwhile in Man Ting's room, she was talking with Yi Yan. "I've exhausted too much energy today. The snow lotus used to identify demons has been taken to negotiate with the Imperial family and the Yi family. The matter isn't settled yet, but the flower should wither in a few days. It's all right." On the table was a pot of blooming snow lotus. Yi Hian looked at the flower and cried out happily, "It's amazing, this withered snow lotus when placed in this sparkling soil immediately came back to life." Man Ting explained, "Flowing light soil can absorb moonlight to create nutrients, making it an excellent choice for nourishing this type of cold-natured plant." Yi Tian then said, "I had already lost hope. I never expected the Chamber of Commerce to actually have something that could revive the snow lotus." She chuckled and replied, "At our Chamber of Commerce there's only what you can't imagine, not what we can't provide." Yi Hian hugged the pot of snow lotus and sighed, "If the flower brother Mu gave me had died just like that, I'd be too embarrassed to see him again." Hearing this, Man Ting thought to herself, from the sound of it, did Mu Jian give her a love token? Old memories flooded her mind back when Mu Jian had told her, "Carry this snow lotus with you. It can aid your cultivation and help you identify demons." Thinking of this, she mused silently. "He gave it to me for official business. He knew he couldn't fool a girl like me, so he didn't even bother pretending, right?" A hint of sinister malice flashed in Man Ting's eyes as she looked at Yi Yan, thinking, let this little sister believe her love token is one of a kind because this is the best bargaining chip. She schemed with great interest. I can definitely trade this for Mu Jian playing with me for a bit in exchange for something even greater. The scene shifted to Mu Jian's residence. At this moment Mengru was standing and reporting on her work. After the news of Bai Yaki possessing the Heavenly Dao Qi was leaked, the major families in Tianquan City have started vying to get back on good terms with the Bai family. As for the Gongsun family, it will take at least half a year for their combat strength to recover from the damage, so young master doesn't need to worry about the Bai family for now, he spoke. All right, at least no one dares to touch them for now, she asked doubtfully. You had me get the list of new disciples for this intake. Are you looking for a new target again? He replied. That's not right. Sister Mengru, I just want to overcome my introverted personality and prepare for making friends in the future. Mengru pretended to go along with him. Understood. You're tired of playing with Bai Yaki. Seeing this, he said helplessly, Sister Mengru, you've misunderstood me too deeply. Mu Jian looked at the pile of documents in front of him and mused. Tomorrow is the day to go to the Sect. All the talented people from the entire Eastern continent will gather at the Two-Element Sect. This is a great opportunity to find a new protagonist. In my past life there was more than one son of Heaven's mandate who dealt with me, so it's very likely there's more than one protagonist in this world too. According to the usual story plots, the protagonist must be among this batch of new disciples. He looked through the profiles of all the newcomers, but they all seemed to fall short when compared to the typical protagonist archetype. Mu Jian thought in frustration, including the Imperial Princess and the two sisters from the Forbidden Zone, their life experiences have all been too smooth. Just then, he suddenly remembered a legend in the martial world. Those with the protagonist's halo are usually orphans or have a disability. Villains also succeed after their entire family is annihilated or they are abandoned. He finally found someone who seemed to fit the protagonist archetype. Just as I was saying it, I found a good seedling. His identity is the third prince of the great Qian kingdom of the eastern continent, named Ning Long. In this world, the mortal administrative system and the immortal cultivation sects, and all the major families followed the principle of non-interference. The imperial family was responsible for managing the populace, while the immortal sects were like independent armed academic organizations. Although the great Qian imperial family held the highest status in the mortal world, they still had to abide by the rules when entering the sphere of influence of an immortal sect. Mu Jian looked at his profile, a slight smile playing on his lips as he pondered. This Ning Long, his mother suffered and was imprisoned in the cold palace, and he himself has been neglected by the emperor since childhood. The major powers have constantly used and tormented this ostracized third prince. His gaze could be said to have burst into flames, excitement, curiosity, and anticipation surging within him, impossible to suppress. This setup, this identity, isn't this a born protagonist? Bai Yaki was brought to the Two-Element Sect by Lan Mulian a week early. While the remaining disciples gathered in Tianquan City, the disciples from the eastern continent all rode Zon birds to the sect. A Zon bird with fiery red feathers swiftly skimmed across the water's surface. A moment later, Mu Jian appeared. He looked around for someone, softly calling out, Third Prince, Third Prince." He then spotted his target. Ning Long was standing in the crowd opposite him. When he saw Mu Jian, he called out, "Mu Ji, the third prince of the great Qian kingdom of the eastern continent." Ning Long, his sharp gaze was fixed squarely on Mu Jian. Mu Jian, his face was filled with vigilance and caution. Mu Jian thought to himself, "He's come for me." Then he put on a friendly smile. This prince's looks, with his double-door face and 10-head body proportion, isn't he the protagonist type from a Danmei drama? Ning Long also returned a faint smile. He walked up to Mu Jian and asked, "You must be young Master Mu from Tianquan City, right?" Mu Jian pretended not to know him and asked back. "And you are," he replied. "The imperial city of Great Qian is too far from Tianquan City. It's not strange that Brother Mu doesn't know me," Ning Long introduced himself. "I'm the third prince of the Great Qian kingdom. I have long heard of young Master Mu of Tianquan City's great name. Seeing you today, I finally believe that seeing is better than hearing. You are truly dashing and unforgettable." Mu Jian's face stiffened. He asked himself in confusion, what good reputation could Mu Jian possibly have? What are you trying to achieve by flattering me without batting an eye? Is your setting gay? His little head began to run wild again. It's not that I mind something as trivial as being gay. After all, I, Mu Jian, am the number one in the way of lust. In my past life, to cultivate the way of lust, I wouldn't even spare a manhole cover. But there is one principle that cannot be broken. An image of himself, turning into a glittering golden one, standing above a row of 0s appeared in Mu Jian's mind. He secretly exclaimed, "I, Mu Jian, must be a pure 24K top." Then he imagined Ning Long as a pink crevice, thinking, "But with this person's personality, it's obvious he would still dare to greet me with 'Hey bro.'" Mu Jian was startled by his own wild thoughts. "Damn bro." In reality, Ning Long was talking to him. "The Mu family is the number one noble family in Tianquan City. I heard that your clan even employs experts for protection. With such treatment, does Brother Mu still need to personally come to the Two-Element Sect for further studies?" he then replied. Isn't it the same for your highness the third prince? There are many talented and extraordinary people in the palace who are loyal to the royal family, yet you still come to the immortal sect to study, don't you? He revealed a gentle smile. I didn't have the opportunity for training in the palace before. Of course I have to experience it to temper myself, Mu Jian thought in frustration. Stop pretending to be a warm guy, bro, I'm scared. Suddenly, Ninglong stepped forward, leaned closer to Mu Jian and said, Brother Mu, it seems we have a lot in common. A kindred spirit is hard to find after entering the sect. Let's address each other as brothers. What do you think, Brother Mu? His heart was already screaming, I don't want to, just then. A small hand reached out from nowhere and grabbed his. Mu Jian looked down and saw that it was Mengru coming to his rescue. Young master, didn't you promise to stay by my side to relieve my boredom on the way? You have to keep your promise. She turned to Ninglong and smiled. I'm sorry, young sir, for interrupting your chat with the young master, but it's our first time going to the Immortal Isle and the young master promised to be with me. I hope you can understand. He immediately replied, You're too kind, miss. I just happened to run into young Master Mu. There will be plenty of opportunities to chat in the future. Please you two go ahead. Mengru gave him a look and said softly, Let's go. Young Master Mu Jian nodded and followed her. In the distance, Yi Bian and Yi Lingxuan were standing together. She called out, Tianer, she continued. You've been staring at your brother Mu this whole way. Why don't you say a few words to your sister? Never mind, it seems you didn't hear me. Lingxuan scratched her head and said gloomily, Father has sheltered Tianer so much that she doesn't understand anything. As soon as she left the forbidden zone, she's like a child who can be tricked with a lollipop. Mu Jian isn't as bad as the rumors say, but it's hard to say he's a good person either. On the other side, Mu Jian and Mengru were walking together, him humming a tune as they went. After a short distance, she shook his hand off. He asked dejectedly, What's wrong, Sister Mengru? Didn't we agree it was for the first time? She replied, Get lost. I just saw you looking like you were constipated while talking to that guy, so I helped you out, Mengru said. Isn't that great Qian Prince's background right up your alley? Why are you disgusted with him now? Mu Jian answered softly, That third prince has some subtle characteristics that weren't in Sister Mengru's investigation. She questioned, Are you trying to say it's my fault? He explained in a panic, How could that be? Sister Mengru, but I can feel that it's not just me looking for him, he's also looking for me. On Ninglong's side, he was uncomfortably rubbing his neck, also asking himself, Is the Imperial Advisor's divination really correct? How could a promiscuous young master from a border city be related to the fate of our great Qian kingdom? The majestic mountain and river scenery gradually unfolded before their eyes, with layers of ethereal clouds slowly rising. After flying for 50 li, a clear voice rang out in the air. Everyone, look, it's the immortal mountain of the Two Elements Sect. Mu Jian's eyes widened, and he stared blankly at the scene below, exclaiming, The immortal sect's territory is huge. In contrast to him was the calm and composed Wei Mengru. Even the giant red bird flying through here looked tiny. Below, massive waves rolled into terrifying bottomless whirlpools. Each wave made their wings sway more, the sound of the water piercing, facing the furious waves, the immortal's angry ocean. The expressions on the faces of the people around were not good. A mixture of worry and fear could not be hidden, becoming clearer with each splash of water. Contrary to this noisy sound, in another damp place, a weak figure was lying on the ground on the verge of death, as if sensing something. Yi Lingxuan hurriedly got up, splashing the mud under her feet. She knelt on the ground looking around and muttering, What's going on? Is this an underground water vein? Strange bubbles kept rising from the wetland in front of the girl, making Yi Lingxuan feel puzzled, but before she could get lost in thought, that small bubble suddenly swelled up into a strange shape, startling her. But it wasn't some terrifying monster. The shaped mud puddle suddenly spoke, its expression somewhat dazed. What did you bring me here for? However, this voice was somewhat familiar. Yi Lingxuan tried hard to recall and then remembered that this voice belonged to Mu Jian. Under the huge waterfall, the turquoise pool of water was so turbulent that no animal dared to approach. Suddenly there was a sound of splashing water. It turned out to be Mu Jian shaking the remaining water droplets from his hair. His deep voice rang out cheerfully, It's great to have a waterfall nearby. Meanwhile, Yi Lingxuan was still sitting limply on the sandy beach looking at the pile of discarded clothes. Mu Jian stretched out his hand and looked at the woman before him, saying, The water in the immortal sect is different from the water down the mountain. The water temperature is amazing. Go wash up, I'll keep an eye out for you. Covered in mud, she lowered her head and replied, No need, it's just some mud. Soaking wet, he asked curiously, You're not going to wash? Then what did you come here for? Did you deliberately come to take advantage of me? Faced with such shamelessness, she just replied calmly, I didn't even spare a glance at this guy. She turned her small face slightly to the side and said, Besides, even after washing, my clothes will still be wet. Let's just leave it like this. In just an instant, the originally naked Mu Jian had calmly put on clean, dry clothes and was squatting down to look at her. I've already changed. All right, you can open your eyes now. Besides, you already saw everything in Tianquan City, didn't you? Opening her eyes to see the man in front of her, Yi Lingxuan couldn't help but be astonished. How are your clothes dry? He was not surprised by this reaction and replied leisurely, I know a little bit of quick-drying magic. Yi Lingxuan, her face covered in mud, glared at him and said, "Don't tell me you spent all your time learning these little tricks. Is that why your cultivation level hasn't improved much even with the Mu family's resources?" However, he wasn't angered by her words. Instead, he propped his face up with his hands and smiled brightly. "Little tricks may be small, but they are very useful. Here, you should go wash up, Miss Yi. I'll help you dry your clothes." These words couldn't help but startle her. However, Mu Jian wasn't done yet and continued. "After all, you don't want your first time at the Immortal Sect to look like you just fell into a latrine, do you?" He continued to playfully tease the person in front of him. "I know Miss Yi is still wary of my reputation as a lustful demon." He held up 2 fingers, which also drew her wide-eyed stare. "I, Mu Jian, swear here that if I were to peek at Miss Yi's body, my eyes will surely go blind and my lower body will surely rot." The originally clear sky suddenly changed color, and bolts of lightning struck down one after another as if to prove the vow's efficacy. He turned to look at her. "The vow has taken effect. Are you relieved now?" Yi Lingxuan looked at this man suspiciously, her breathing a bit uneven, but the lingering stench in her nose also made her waver. In the end, she turned and walked in the opposite direction, slowly taking off her clothes, the fabric falling to the ground with her movements. She walked straight ahead without looking back, her voice coming out steadily. "The storm just now must have been the Immortal Sect's doing." Mu Jian held the pile of clothes and replied as he walked, "I think so too," he thought seriously. According to records, the Immortal Sect used to try all sorts of ways to dump disciples at the foot of the mountain and make them find their own way up. At the same time, Yi Lingxuan's voice sounded in sync. "There are suppression formations on the mountain path. The higher you climb, the stronger the suppression, which will exhaust people not only physically but also mentally." Beneath the water's surface were twinkling stars, moving strangely in the water, revealing the scene of a secret underwater chamber. But there are also many formations or mechanisms hidden in the mountains to help new disciples ascend. Whether they can be triggered is another test from the Immortal Sect. Mu Jian stood on the sandy beach looking into the distance. "Since we fell in the same place, why don't we find a way up the mountain together?" Yi Lingxuan walked further away to bathe, replying coldly, "I have no objection," but after just a few steps she stopped and secretly looked back. "By the way, no one is to know about what's happening now, do you hear me clearly? Especially not Tienner." But this man just had to tease her. He joked loudly, "If we let the little sister know that she bathed with the person she cares about, we definitely can't let her know." Hearing this, she cried out in a panic, "Stop talking." Yi Lingxuan struggled in the water, clenching her fists, fuming inwardly. I really shouldn't have trusted him. Haven't I just given him a chance to hold something over me?" Fortunately, Mu Jian spoke up to make peace. "All right, I won't joke with you anymore. I'll keep it a secret." Only then did her expression soften, but it also gave him an opportunity to be nosy. "Can I ask a question?" he asked curiously. "As the daughter of the Lord of the Forbidden Zone can provide you with resources no less than the 2-element sect. Why go through all the trouble to come so far to be an ordinary disciple at the 2-element sect?" His question seemed to have touched upon something she had been hiding. Yi Lingxuan's expression worsened, and she fell silent, continuing to bathe. Mu Jian's eyes flickered as if he had found a key piece of information, thinking, "It seems there's some family history that Sister Mengru didn't manage to find out." Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. "No need to know now. If she and I are fated, there will be plenty of opportunities for in-depth exchanges in the future." Yi Lingxuan focused on washing the dirt off her body, also wetting her soft, beautiful hair. The water slid down every inch of her skin, her perfect body faintly visible in the lake. Sensing the unusual silence, she secretly looked back, only to sink into the water the next second upon seeing Mu Jian seriously holding her clothes, staring straight at her body. Yi Lingxuan angrily tried to cover her body, shouting, "Mu Jian, you're truly a shameless scoundrel." However, upon closer inspection it seemed Yi Lingxuan had misjudged him. She saw him holding her neatly folded clothes while his eyes, as promised, remained tightly shut. While she was still in a daze, he spoke first. "Miss Yi, please come in front of me." This request brought a deeper blush to the young woman's cheeks. Mu Jian's eyes remained tightly shut, but with no other choice, Yi Lingxuan could only walk up to him step by step, stammering, I'm here." Still with his eyes closed, Mu Jian raised his hand and a phantom golden light appeared above her head. Soon the light grew larger, completely enveloping her body. Finally, when that hand gently landed on Yi Lingxuan's hair, a change occurred. She grabbed a strand of her hair and said in surprise, "It's so soft and fluffy, as if it's been meticulously cared for." He seemed very pleased with her compliment and said happily, "Your clothes are washed too." Yi Lingxuan looked at her clothes and exclaimed in amazement, "I thought you'd leave this kind of thing to your servants. I didn't expect you to be so skilled in this area." As she picked up her clothes, he suddenly spoke, "Do you need me to help you change?" Yi Lingxuan quickly replied, That won't be necessary." After they were both dressed, they walked one after the other. She raised her hand to smell the corner of her clothes and asked, "Why do the clothes you washed have a scent?" Mu Jian chuckled lightly. "I added some of the Mu family's special essential oil to deodorize Miss Yi's clothes. Do you not like the scent?" She looked at the fabric in her hands and asked curiously, "Is it special?" "The scent is a bit similar, just fainter, but it's not unpleasant." Mu Jian replied happily. Next time I have the chance I'll let you try a richer fragrance. Their two figures, one large and one small, were reflected on the ground. He spoke. Your sister is separated from you. Do you want to find her first? Yi Lingxuan fell silent for a moment before answering. Although Tian'er is naive, she's not that fragile. This little test won't be too much for her. Just as he was thinking of hurrying on, he suddenly looked up into the distance. Miss Yi, do you hear something? She turned back curiously and asked, what sound? Mu Jian covered his ears and said, it sounds like a young woman's moan. A short while later the two of them walked into a cave. She looked around and asked doubtfully, are you sure you heard it here? But he replied, you're getting better at pretending. Still won't admit you heard it. Yi Lingxuan stammered. No, although Yi Lingxuan was skeptical, she still said, let's go down and see. He looked at the woman in front of him and asked, didn't you say you didn't hear anything? Do you think there's something wrong with my ears? She glanced at the annoying guy behind her and said, can you not make me sound like some stubborn old man? I'm 2 years younger than you. Mu Jian, true to his teasing nature, said, all right, little sister Lingxuan, let's go in together. Maybe there's some immortal fate in this grotto heaven. She stomped her foot in frustration. I forbid you from calling me that. After walking for a while, the surroundings were still as dark as before. Yi Lingxuan spoke, although I didn't hear any moaning, it seems like there's some movement ahead. Suddenly, a man's figure appeared before them. Yi Yu cried out in shock, Sister, Mu Jian, why are you two together? Yi Lingxuan's response was exceptionally cold. We just happened to fall in the same place. Is there a problem, cousin Yi Yu? He hurriedly warned her loudly. This guy is a notorious lecher. We're cousins after all. How can I let you be deceived by him? Growing angrier as he spoke, Yi Yu pointed directly at his face. This guy used a trick to swindle my Yi family's secret treasure and then used that secret treasure to swindle my fiancée. Didn't Uncle Yi have you come to the eastern continent so that the already divided Yi family could cooperate again and restore its former prosperity? Listening to her cousin's every word, her expression turned ugly and she lost her patience. But he continued, oblivious. Now because of him, the hope we finally had is all gone. Facing Yi Yu, Yi Lingxuan answered calmly, I came to Tianquan City to cultivate. Behind her stood Mu Jian, still smiling. A stark contrast to Yi Lingxuan's increasingly grim expression. Cousin Yi Yu, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't blame your misfortunes on others. Live a little happier and your days will be better. The Eastern Yi family is the same as it was before. These harsh words made him even more furious, his eyes widening with resentment. But this scene didn't last long as another figure appeared not far away. Ning Long observed everything and then laughed. Young Master Mu, what a coincidence that we should meet in such a large forest. Seeing him, he replied with a bit of caution, Greetings, Third Prince. I didn't expect that in this vast forest we would meet in a small cave. The young lady beside me is from the Forbidden Zone, whom I also met by chance. Ning Long looked at the scene and replied calmly and politely, A pleasure to meet you. Perhaps this cave has many entrances. Watching them greet each other, Yi Yu thought uneasily, how did another one show up? However, Ning Long was thinking the same thing. How did another one show up? A glint of displeasure shone in Yi Yu's eyes as he thought, only someone like my master could see that this place contains fortune. They glared at each other. But Ning Long's smugness was hard to hide. With the Imperial Advisor's compass, I knew this place might be a confluence of fortune. Did they just come here by chance? Watching them glare at each other, Mu Jian felt a little guilty. I feel like I can see the dialogue boxes in their minds. While they were still arguing, Yi Lingxuan spoke up. Are you guys just going to stand here and stare at each other? Let's keep going into the cave. Ning Long replied, right. Yi Yu, however, still huffed pettily. But both men had the same thought. Seeing how unhurried they are, maybe they really did just come here by chance. They walked side by side, each laughing smugly in their hearts. As long as the fortune falls into my hands, that's all that matters. It was just that all of this seemed to be in Mu Jian's full view. Only when no one was paying attention did he smile faintly. Although this Yi Yu has lost his Heavenly Dao Qi, he truly has the fate of a protagonist. That possessor's ability is still there. This third prince also has the air of a protagonist. For both of them to gather here, it seems this cave is bound to have opportunities. Everyone stood before a huge and strange door surrounded by mysterious talismans. Yi Lingxuan looked around curiously and whispered, Hey, was this the sound you heard outside? Mu Jian immediately replied, I think so. But this made her even more confused. This sound is so faint. Is it a mental transmission? How can it travel so far? This question deepened. And why was it transmitted only to you? Faced with her string of questions, he simply explained, perhaps the thing that's calling out also wanted a gentle neighborly big brother to help it solve its problems. Hearing these gentle words, the other two men simultaneously thought, Ha, shameless. Yi Yu's expression was grim from beginning to end. Where is the fortune? Someone is actually calling for Mu Jian? I can't believe Lingxuan would trust him. But before they had enough time to argue, the door in front of them moved, and an eerie red light emanated from the surroundings, enveloping the space they were in. The body of a massive creature appeared above their heads, flying out. Its roar-like cry tortured their eardrums. This made Mu Jian's expression darken. A mechanical puppet, its body twisted in the air along a terrifying red trajectory. Yi Lingxuan looked up, as expected of an immortal sect. I get to see something like this before even formally enrolling. As soon as she finished speaking, the roar grew even more ferocious. The sound wave rushed towards them. More accurately, its attack was aimed at Yi Yu and Ning Long, the immense power making it difficult for them to resist. Suddenly, the runes on the wall lit up, binding Mu Jian's body. He glanced at the thing wrapped around him. This is spirit words. They surged out from the depths, wave after wave, terrifyingly. They linked head to tail like giant centipedes, vying to tighten around his body, making Mu Jian wonder, why me? This isn't how the script is supposed to go. But he soon laughed again. Wait, isn't the male cannon fodder just waiting for the hero to save him? Then it's not so strange. Looking at the two men in front of him struggling to resist the creature's power, Mu Jian cried out in his heart, hurry up and save me. However, contrary to his thoughts and expectations, the one who came to his rescue was Yi Lingxuan. She rushed over, shouting, Mu Jian? He secretly cried out in his heart again. Where's the protagonist? Her slender hand grabbed the corner of his clothes, trying to pull him back, but that little bit of strength was not nearly enough to save him from the Yanling. With no other choice, Yi Lingxuan suddenly hugged him, stammering an explanation. I can't get a grip. The suction grew stronger, pulling them both in. The gate slammed shut with a bang, the loud noise attracting Ning Long's attention. As he resisted the terrifying force, he thought, is the fortune inside? On the other side, the two were still being dragged a long distance by the Yanling. Mu Jian looked around and commented, there are a lot of talismans in this cave, the walls are covered in them, but now nothing can be seen with the naked eye. And they're all damaged. After being dragged for a long distance, the two were finally thrown onto a stone platform. Yi Lingxuan let out a sigh of relief. It's finally stopped. He, however, looked at everything calmly. I didn't expect the immortal Sect to have such a hidden cave. Yi Lingxuan was still sitting on Mu Jian, her nerves unsettled while he was busy observing the surroundings. There might be a fortuitous encounter here, or it could be a demon's lair. Suddenly, a blurry black shadow appeared before them, its eyes glowing with an eerie, terrifying red light. Seeing its prey, a hint of indescribable bloodlust emerged from the depths of its hollow eyes. It let out a fierce roar, spitting out a large cloud of blurry smoke. The powerful frequency forced the two to immediately defend themselves. Those eyes grew fiercer, as if wanting to swallow them whole. Yi Lingxuan stood up, frowning. This is not good. This time it roared out a massive flaming sound wave to attack. She quickly knelt down and drew strange characters. Soon a blurry formation spread out from under her feet, timely weaving a shield of power to block the attack. But it seemed Yi Lingxuan was no match for this monster at all. Just its breath is so powerful. A single breath from it had exhausted them both. All right, little sister, can you throw me onto its head? The monster's mouth opened wider and wider, the pressure becoming more terrifying. The formation seemed unable to hold up under the strain. It has no ill intentions. Faced with his proposal, Yi Lingxuan asked doubtfully, how am I supposed to throw you? He'll die that way. Suddenly, a warm sensation touched her ear. It was Mu Jian whispering, you can do it, little sister. Lingxuan, the already weakening power in front of her, instantly erupted violently. He called me little sister. Why did my spiritual power suddenly increase several times over? I'll do my best. The formation gradually opened up a stable path. The formation extended towards the monster's head. She quickly pressed down on his shoulders and kicked Mu Jian away with one foot. Hurry up. Perhaps the force was a bit off. He hit the monster, but he hit its mouth. A rather unsightly scene occurred. Mu Jian was kissing it. This made Yi Lingxuan scream in panic. The impact quickly weakened the monster, and it stopped attacking the formation. Its eyes gradually softened, and Mu Jian's lips were still pressed tightly against the monster's mouth. After struggling for a moment, he finally broke free from the awkward situation. Mu Jian was thrown back to his original spot, and only then did he say, see, I told you it had no ill intentions. The once terrifying monster suddenly lay obediently on the ground, facing the two of them with no trace of power or aggressive intent left. After the dragon took Mu Jian and Yi Lingxuan away, only Yi Yu and Ning Long were left outside. At that moment, Yi Hao walked over and said to Ning Long and Yi Yu, the two-element sect has given an order, find your own way up the mountain. His expression turned serious as he said sternly, you actually came to a place where ordinary disciples are not allowed. Yi Hao walked to the edge of the cliff and continued, there's clearly an illusion spell outside the cave. Are you so incompetent that you had to come here to die? But never mind, you only triggered the dragon mechanism and didn't enter that gate. So it's not like you caused a major disaster. Ning Long frowned and said with some hesitation, but two people have already gone inside. Suddenly, the spirit dragon flew out from inside, startling Yi Hao. Seeing the spirit dragon rush out, Yi Hao could only shout helplessly. Ning Long and Yi Yu stared at the spirit dragon, both stunned. Yi Hao said in surprise, the spirit dragon's karmic fire hasn't dissipated yet. How did it get out? He began to use a channeling technique. All disciples on the mountain, hear my command. Lord Spirit Dragon is heading towards the mountain. Lord Spirit Dragon's condition is unknown. All sects prepare your defenses. The spirit dragon was circling in the mountains. The disciples shouted when they saw it. Look in the sky, it's been so many years since Lord Spirit Dragon left his grotto. Lan Mulian hurried to the disciples. Stay alert. All disciples form a defensive formation. Lord Spirit Dragon's mental state is still unclear. Suddenly someone shouted, Senior Sister Lan, there's someone on Lord Spirit Dragon's head. This forced her to turn and look. It's Mu Jian and Yi Lingxuan. As soon as the spirit dragon landed, Lan Mulian spoke. Greetings, Lord Spirit Dragon. The spirit dragon cooed a few times, seeming very happy. Mu Jian and Yi Lingxuan also smiled and said, "Thank you, Senior." Lan Mulian frowned and asked, "Young Master Mu, Junior Brother Mu, what happened?" A small orange chick popped out from somewhere, stood behind Yi Lingxuan and said with a smile, "We happened to run into Senior Dragon, who was being tormented by karmic fire underground." Hearing this, she was filled with doubt. Mu Jian continued to explain, "Thanks to Miss Yi's secret arts from the Forbidden Zone, we were able to help Senior Dragon alleviate some of his pain." Mu Jian turned to the Spirit Dragon and asked, "Right, Senior?" The Spirit Dragon seemed to be thinking about something, then ah-ahed with a laugh as if agreeing with him. Hearing this, the disciples couldn't help but admire them. To be able to help the Spirit Dragon, we've long heard of this young lady from the Forbidden Zone's great name. She's truly amazing, so cool. In all these years, this is the first time we've heard of a new disciple being brought up the mountain by Lord Spirit Dragon. The elders will surely fight to take her as an inner disciple." Hearing these words, Yi Lingxuan didn't know what to say and could only remain silently helpless. Her cheeks flushed red and she whispered to Mu Jian, "Mu Jian, what's the meaning of this? None of this was my doing." Mu Jian replied with a smile, "We can't very well say that I forcibly kissed the immortal sect's treasured celestial dragon, can we? I'm afraid I'd be dealt with by your sect's people before I even get in." As he said this, a red circle suddenly appeared next to his face, his gaze sharp, and he thought to himself, "A notification has arrived. Notification. Son of Heaven's mandate favorability 0.01. Seeing this number, he couldn't help but be stunned. How much, he thought. I did such a big favor for her. My reputation should have skyrocketed, right? Why is the reward completely incomparable to Yaxi's that time? He frowned, completely puzzled. Could there be some reward trigger mechanism I don't know about? Suddenly, Mu Jian asked, "By the way, Senior Sister Lan, where are the other new disciples?" "On their way," he pressed on. "Are we the only two who have made it up the mountain so far?" "Yes." "Should we sit here and wait for the others to come up or rest first? There are dormitories." "In that case, I'll trouble Senior Sister Lan to lead the way for this junior brother." "All right." The reply was brief, and Mu Jian thought, Senior Sister Lan is truly a woman of few words in public. In the Two Elements Sect, disciple dormitory area. Lan Mulian introduced as she walked. "These are all empty rooms, just find a place to rest." She turned back to the two of them and said, "When all the other new disciples have arrived, I will call you." Yi Lingxuan immediately replied, "Take care, Senior Sister." As soon as he entered the room, Mu Jian brought up the Spirit Dragon. Speaking of which, that dragon seems to be highly respected by the people in the sect, but it just flew away on its own and no one seemed to mind. Yi Lingxuan continued, "Those people call it the Spirit Dragon, so that's not surprising." Hearing about the Spirit Dragon, Mu Jian asked with a smile, "Little Sister Lingxuan, can you tell me the story of this Spirit Dragon?" Yi Lingxuan then explained, "It is said to be the only creature in the Two Elements Sect that is as old as the Sect Master. Besides the Sect Master, it wouldn't be an exaggeration for anyone to call it Old Ancestor." Mu Jian was stunned, "But on our first day at the Two Elements Sect, one of us harassed it and the other hit it. Are we going to be kicked out?" Hearing this, Yi Lingxuan's face also turned pale, and she broke out in a cold sweat. Suddenly something flew in from the door. It was the Spirit Dragon, which had just caught a crane. The crane was crying because its neck was being bitten. Seeing this scene, Mu Jian and Yi Lingxuan could only cry out in alarm. The Spirit Dragon ah-ah-ed a few times, seeming very interested in this game. Mu Jian looked at the poor crane with a worried expression. Yi Lingxuan said, sweating, "She is." Mu Jian finished her sentence, "The Spirit Dragon." Here the Spirit Dragon was still gleefully enjoying everything. Mu Jian held the crane and asked doubtfully, "But why did you bring me a crane?" The Spirit Dragon pointed to its mouth and ah-ed. Mu Jian seemed to understand and asked back, "Are you asking me to cook this crane for you to eat?" The Spirit Dragon ah-ed as if in agreement. Seeing this, Yi Lingxuan asked, "Can you understand what it's saying?" But Mu Jian said helplessly, "But all the cooking utensils were." The Spirit Dragon said, "Ah." According to Mu Jian's translation it says it's no problem. At this moment the Spirit Dragon opened its mouth and said, "Let's go." As soon as it spoke, the space suddenly shook violently, causing Yi Lingxuan to subconsciously grab Mu Jian's hand. Seeing her panic, he comforted her. "Don't worry, this is just the phenomenon of words becoming reality. This is a special constitution where one's words literally manifest. It sounds wonderful, but it also means every word spoken will affect karma." Then he looked at her and continued to explain. "If the Spirit Dragon were to say, Mu Jian advances to the spirit refining realm right now, it would involve immense karma. Not only the Spirit Dragon who spoke, but I would also encounter some problems." Hearing this, Yi Lingxuan thought, "No wonder it always just ahs. I thought it couldn't speak, but it turns out it's not supposed to." The Spirit Dragon ah-ah-ed and an invisible vortex surrounded the three of them. Mu Jian couldn't help but exclaim, "It really conjured up a kitchen and a dining room." At this moment the Spirit Dragon appeared and ah-ed 3 times. Mu Jian understood immediately. All right, I'll make you braised crane meat right away. Please wait a moment." Then he picked up the crane by its neck. "I'm truly sorry, Brother Bird." And just like that, braised crane meat was born. The Spirit Dragon picked up a leg and feasted on it, then ah-ed with delight. Seeing this, Mu Jian said with a smile, "It seems Lord Spirit Dragon is quite satisfied with my cooking." Yi Lingxuan was also surprised by his skills. "I never thought you'd be the type to personally cook," he replied with a smile. "This is just a basic skill of the Mu family. Little sister Lingxuan need not be surprised." Yi Lingxuan was stunned for a moment. "Wait, you've already taken the liberty of calling me little sister several times, haven't you?" he immediately said. "It wasn't taking liberties, it was my oversight. I'll correct myself." But she shyly said, "In terms of age, it's not really a problem." At this moment, the spirit dragon was eating with great gusto. Yi Lingxuan was still curious and asked, "By the way, what's with the karmic fire on the spirit dragon? How did you resolve it?" He then explained to her. "Some creatures with special constitutions are naturally blessed, and their bodies automatically absorb the fortune of heaven and earth. But even for the luckiest individuals, if the accumulated fortune in their bodies is not guided, it will transform into karmic fire, causing them to suffer a pain akin to being burned. I suppose the two-element sect set up some mind-clearing talismans to help the spirit dragon alleviate the pain of the karmic fire, but when we entered the cave we saw that those talismans were already damaged. I just did my best to help the spirit dragon absorb some of the excess fortune." As soon as the spirit dragon finished eating, it gave him a thumbs up. He replied with a smile, Yes, this way please, senior spirit dragon." Yi Lingxuan suddenly remembered something and asked, "Then did Lord Spirit Dragon know you could help her, and that's why she called you over? But how could a cultivator at the essence refining realm possibly do that?" Hearing this, Mu Jian's gaze sharpened. "That's a secret." He made a shushing gesture and then said, "My constitution might be very dangerous to others. I need to first understand little sister Lingxuan's depths." She asked, puzzled, "What depths? If you don't want to say it, then don't." The spirit dragon read and waved its hand, startling Yi Lingxuan. Mu Jian explained, "It says that crane meat is greatly beneficial for cultivators at our realm, and wants us to try some too." Hearing this, Yi Lingxuan felt a little shy. "Since it's so precious, I dare not accept. I didn't help with anything either." As soon as she finished speaking, the spirit dragon directly stuffed the crane's head into Yi Lingxuan's mouth. Then at a few more times. Mu Jian explained, "The spirit dragon says that for little sister Lingxuan at the Qi refining realm, to be able to briefly suppress a Dao integration realm expert is already very impressive." Yi Lingxuan asked in surprise, "Dao integration realm, a Dao integration realm expert only needed to release their pressure, and a Qi refining realm cultivator might not even be able to kneel, let alone circulate their spiritual energy. But Lingxuan did indeed suppress that Dao integration realm expert for a brief moment when he wasn't paying attention." As she chewed on the crane's head, she thought, "It's the same level as Father Dao integration. I couldn't even touch him." Mu Jian was glancing at a notification. "Son of Heaven's mandate favorability level up." Seeing that he had just leveled up, his eyes instantly became roguish. "Leveled up, so that's how it is. The key to this interface's rewards is the protagonist's own recognition." Natural Cauldron expanded. Disposable charger, dual charger. His expression at this moment became unprecedentedly lewd. "A big upgrade. I'll have to test it out when I get the chance." Just as he was thinking, the spirit dragon a few more times. Yi Lingxuan seemed to understand. "It seems to be saying that you have something on you that can perform magic." Suddenly, the spirit dragon's eyes lit up and something materialized in its hand. The object flew straight towards Yi Lingxuan, startling her. The object enveloped her, and she said in surprise, "This shape, isn't it the shape of the pill that young Master Mu made at the alchemy competition?" Mu Jian asked back. "But little sister Lingxuan, that failed pill of mine, didn't you say you took it back to feed the dogs?" Hearing this, her face turned slightly pale, then her ears drooped and she let out a woof, her face completely red. Seeing this, he just curled the corner of his lips. "Even if you're not the protagonist, I am the number one in the way of lust. And I will definitely make you the protagonist too." For once, Mu Jian had some positive thoughts in his heart. He looked at her and said, "That day I had old Ren take out all the medicinal herbs in the estate and crush them all. It's possible that one or several of them reacted and resonated with you." A brilliant smile spread across his face. "Or perhaps this is heaven's reward for little sister Lingxuan for treating a notorious person like me so justly. As for what progress you can make with the help of Senior Spirit Dragon and the herbs, that's up to your own fortune." Mu Jian looked at the Spirit Dragon and said, "Senior Spirit Dragon, let little sister Lingxuan stay in this space to meditate for a while longer. Please send me out first." It a few times and began to cast a spell. He was thrown somewhere, landing with a heavy thud that made him cry out in pain. He thought to himself, "I knew it. In a comedy there's no such thing as a smooth landing." His face seemed to be pressing against something. "Why is there someone in the room?" As soon as he sat up, he was horrified to find it was little sister Tianer. She replied, "Senior sister Lan said you and my sister were here." Bai Yaki also appeared at the door out of nowhere, calling out loudly, "Mu Lang, Senior sister Lan said you were in this room." He was still on top of Yi Dian at this moment. He looked up and said, "Yaxi," at the entrance of the two-element sect's disciple dormitory area. Huang Manting was pacing back and forth. She was very confused. "There are so many empty rooms. Why did Senior Sister Lan specifically point me to that room to rest?" She looked at one room and wondered, "Why is this room's door open?" Then she was stunned by the sight of one man and two women inside. At that moment, Mu Jian was still on top of Yi Dian. Huang Manting's eyes turned red as if she were about to catch them in the act. His eyes grew sharper, but a question arose in his mind. How did Yaxi know I was in this room? Could senior sister Lan have told her? How should I handle this now? Should I go with the old cliché and say, it's not what you think? The word deny appeared on the screen, should he choose it. At this moment, Bai Yaki had already made up her mind. Merely denying with words a fact that people had already accepted in their minds would be useless. Besides, what position would that answer put Yi Dian in, who was beneath him and had feelings for him? Mu Jian's moral baseline was already low enough, and the women he associated with were all aware of this. A harem master doesn't worry about his fish being dissatisfied with the bait. He worries that they'll discover the bait might not be for them and will simply stop coming for it altogether. Mu Jian's face darkened. He had to find another way out. He immediately turned to Huang Manting and said, Miss Huang, what brings you here when there's a passerby around? He thought there's no better solution than this. Although it would be easier to handle if it were a man, Huang Manting will do. I only had one physical transaction with her. For someone with her personality, this won't lead to any emotional entanglement. And for a smart person like Huang Manting, seeing this scene, she should immediately understand my predicament. It would be reasonable for her to go with the flow and do me a favor now, so that I can satisfy her preferences in the future. Huang Manting walked into the room and said, Young Master Mu has already found the person he was looking for. Then she conjured a white flower. This snow lotus, I think it's time to return it to young Master Mu. Her words silenced all three of them. Mu Jian's face darkened. Fuck, Huang Manting smiled. Still want to use me as a tool? Dream on. She stuck out her tongue playfully, thinking, in fact, I'd much rather see your flustered look when you're rejected by a woman. Mu Jian's face paled slightly as he frowned and thought, that snow lotus shouldn't have survived a week after being picked. It should have been dead before we came to the immortal sect. How is it still so fresh? Yi Dian picked up the flower. Brother Mu, so other people received a snow lotus too. Mu Jian thought in a panic, yours is still alive too? Seeing this, Huang Manting said with a smile, yes, this is it. Last time you came to the Chamber of Commerce to buy a flowing light rabbit from me, I couldn't figure it out. It turns out all the snow lotuses were gifts from young Master Mu. Her eyes grew sharper. Young Master Mu said this snow lotus was especially suited for someone as pure and kind as me. His words were as sweet as honey. You didn't say the same thing to this little sister, did you? Mu Jian broke out in a cold sweat. You didn't say the same thing to this little sister, did you? Bai Yaki said with tears in her eyes. Mu Long also once said that the snow lotus symbolizes pure and faithful love, that it suited me perfectly, and he gave me one too. Mu Jian broke out in a cold sweat listening to them. You're getting into character too. Did I really say that much back then? Hearing the two of them, Yi Tian's face turned a little pale. She remained silent, not knowing what to say. He looked at her and thought, say something. If you don't speak up now, it'll be even harder to resolve later. Bai Yaki sighed. She looked at Mu Jian and said, Mu Lang, as your Dao companion, I actually understand you. After all, not long ago, Mu Lang was a famous playboy known for miles around. Mu Jian was stunned. She continued, as your Dao companion, I won't hate or abandon you over such a small thing. Hearing this, he felt a little happy. Yaxi continued, her gaze growing more serious. So, Mu Lang, who do you think this snow lotus resembles the most? Hearing this question, he practically wanted to die on the spot, thinking, Yaxi, why don't you change your surname to Black? She said again, Mu Lang, say something. As the atmosphere in the room grew tense, another new disciple passed by the door and heard everything. He smirked and thought, that bastard Mu Jian, he tricked my fiancée and is now tricking my sisters. This time they'll surely see his true scumbag nature. It would be even more interesting if Yi Lingxuan were here too. Mu Jian said, the snow lotus grows on the peaks of snow-capped mountains, thus it symbolizes pride and being unapproachable. But with a sincere pursuit, it can eventually be held in one's palm. Therefore, the one with the deepest relationship is naturally the one I've shared a room with. For those with shallower feelings, we can make up for it with deeper communication in the future. Mu Jian looked at Bai Yaki and said, if I really must say who is most suited for this snow lotus, this humble one believes it is you, Miss Yaki. Then his gaze shifted to the slightly displeased Yi Tian next to him. The guy who had been eavesdropping outside couldn't help but laugh. That's hilarious. Inside the room, Bai Yaki said with a smile. I knew Mu Lang would say that. Suddenly, a black hole appeared out of nowhere and Yi Lingxuan emerged from it. Startling him, Bai Yaxi's eyes grew sharp. After all, Mu Lang and I have duel cultivated to the point where I know every inch of his body. This statement not only shocked everyone else, but Mu Jian was also terrified. Huang Manting asked blankly, what's the big deal? Aren't Dao companions meant for duel cultivation? At this moment, Bai Yaki was lying on a bed, panting. She seemed to be covered only by a single cloth, her face flushed red and her voice was a bit choppy. Mu Lang, your cauldron physique seems to have upgraded again. Mu Jian stood up and said, maybe it's the environment of the immortal sect. The spiritual energy here is richer than in Tianquan City. He recalled the previous few scenes and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Well, that's not the real reason. There's no need to tell Yaxi. She sat up and said, Mu Lang, are you blaming me for forcing you yesterday? He glanced at her and said, those two young ladies from the Yi family, I respect them only because of their status as women from the Forbidden Zone. As for the Huang and Mu families, it's just some monetary transactions. Then he ran out gleefully. As long as Yaxi is happy, I don't care about anyone else. You get some rest, I'm going back to my room to check on things. The two element sect had ample resources, so every new disciple was given an independent dormitory room to rest. Most of the new disciples had already reached the mountain peak, and everyone had been assigned their own room. He had been walking leisurely, but he suddenly broke into a sprint, leaving everyone in the dormitory area confused about what was happening. Yi Lingxuan was assigned a dorm next door. Yi Yu walked beside Yi Lingxuan and said, "Sister, you see, I told you. Mu Jian is just a womanizer. Why else would he have such a bad reputation in Tianquan City? There's a reason for everything." The more Yi Lingxuan heard, the angrier she got, but he continued. "He even stole my fiancé, so what do you count for? There's no need to worry about him." Yi Lingxuan walked ahead and said, "I'm tired from climbing the mountain all day. I want to rest. This is my room, brother, please leave." He had a hint of anger on his face. Then I won't disturb my sister's rest." A black wisp of air appeared and said, "You'd better talk less in the future." A voice came from out of nowhere. "Little sister Lingxuan." It was Mu Jian. Seeing him, Yi Yu shouted, Mu Jian," he roared in anger. "My sister is tired, stop bothering her." Mu Jian just said calmly, "Brother Yi, surely I'm not forbidden from taking a walk in the immortal sect." Yi Yu's eyes were sharp as he frowned and thought, "You underestimate the pride of someone from the forbidden zone. Even if you come now, she won't pay you any mind." He raised his eyebrows even higher. "You've already chosen Bai Yaki. You no longer have the right to choose anyone else." As soon as he finished speaking, the door slammed shut with a bang. Mu Jian was dumbfounded and could only sigh. "Little sister Lingxuan, do you not want to see me, or do you hate me?" Yi Lingxuan said impatiently. "I neither hate nor like young Master Mu. I'm simply tired and want to rest." He stood outside the door and continued. "Little sister Lingxuan, I know you're in a bad mood today." He faked a few coughs. "If possible, I hope you can listen to my explanation." Yi Lingxuan pursed her lips slightly, then opened the window next to her. Hearing him cough, she asked, "Did you catch a cold on the way up the mountain? You haven't reached the qi refining realm yet, so you can still get sick." Her expression turned serious. "I don't have anything else, only this third-grade plague-clearing pill. Take it and use it." Mu Jian broke out in a cold sweat. "A pill worth tens of thousands of spirit stones and you're using it to treat a cold? You really are a rich little lady." He sighed. "No, it's not that. I had a conflict with your cousin Yi Yu in the Dragonhead Forest before. Miss Yi, you've probably heard about it, right?" She didn't understand what he was trying to say. He continued. "Actually, Yi Yu fainted at the time and Yaxi and I were suddenly attacked by a demon cultivator." His face began to darken. "If Yaxi hadn't been there, I'm afraid I would have." He covered his face again, feigning a pitiful look. "But before that demon cultivator died, he left a mark on me. I don't know when it will erupt." Hearing this, she became a little alarmed. He went on, "If the mark erupts anytime soon, even if I don't die from the mark, I'll probably be treated as a demon cultivator and end up with my body and soul annihilated." Yi Lingxuan frowned and said, "The secret about your body you mentioned before, was it this? Why didn't you just say so? The secret arts of the Forbidden Zone could have helped you. Bai Yaki knew, right? It seems you completely see me as an outsider." Mu Jian covered his face. "Miss Bai's situation is exactly the same as mine. She had very low self-esteem because of it for a long time, but dual cultivation can help us alleviate this mark. So if I didn't choose her today, she might have relapsed into her low self-esteem." Even so, a cunning glint still flashed in his eyes. "You can understand my intentions, right, little sister Lingxuan?" Yi Lingxuan looked at him doubtfully, mulling it over. "Bai Yaki was the first person you thought of, right? If you had said so earlier, I could have helped you." Then she lowered her head and said, "But it's not too late now." Mu Jian put on a pitiful look again. "Perhaps little sister Lingxuan thinks I'm a womanizer playing the field. Actually, with the situation laid bare, there's not much I can say. But this matter is too troublesome. I can't drag you into it." Hearing this, Yi Lingxuan said decisively, "When I say I can protect you, I mean it." Mu Jian pretended to tear up. "Little sister Lingxuan," he thought to himself, "this faction called the Forbidden Zone is not simple. I'll have to investigate it thoroughly." Yi Lingxuan said from her room, "Tian'er didn't say a word just now and has already gone back to her room. If you go find her now, she won't see you." Mu Jian immediately replied, "I originally came specifically to find little sister Lingxuan, but if little sister Lingxuan wants me to go consult Tian'er, I'll gladly make the extra trip." Hearing this, she couldn't help but blush. Yi Lingxuan said from her room, "Young Master Mu, you should also get some rest." After hearing that, he ran off towards Yi Tian's residence as if a dog were chasing him. In Yi Tian's bedroom, she was lost in thought. Suddenly hearing a knock, she ran to the door and asked, "Is that you, sister?" His voice came through, "Little sister Tian'er, it's me." Mu Jian, her cheeks flushed slightly, but her expression quickly turned very displeased. She asked, Young Master Mu, it's so late. What is it?" Mu Jian immediately replied, "Can you open the door so we can talk face to face?" Yi Tian answered with some hesitation, I'm getting ready to rest." "Young Master Mu, you should go back too," he asked again. "Are you sure you don't want to hear what I have to say, Tian'er?" She hesitated, pressing her ear against the door. He sat outside the door and said, "I know you probably think I'm a scumbag, but things are more complicated than you think. I've left a gift at the door. You can take it or you can throw it away like trash." Then he said towards the inside, "I'm leaving," when she opened the door. It was completely silent outside. A shimmering wooden box sat in front of the door. She picked up the box and called out mournfully, "Brother Mew!" Suddenly he appeared out of nowhere. "Brother Mew is here." He flew down and landed in front of her. "Tienner, just listen to a few words from me." Before he could finish, someone suddenly shouted, "Mew Jian." It was Yi Yu. He rebuked him loudly. "Didn't you hear Tienner say she doesn't want to see you? Pestering her will only annoy a young lady like her." Mew Jian looked at him. How did he get here? He thought to himself. What a classic trope. Damsel in distress, protagonist descends like a divine soldier, ultimately protecting the little sister and winning her favor. Yi Yu frowned and said, "Making moves on a female disciple on the very first day, aren't you afraid the elders of the two-element sect will kick you out tomorrow?" He smirked. "That's how it was supposed to go." Mew Jian moved closer to Yi Dian, his eyes full of affection. "If this is the punishment for my indecisiveness, then I'll accept it. Tienner, let's just treat this as the last time we'll ever meet. Yi Yu, since I've made Tienner unhappy, I'll stay away from her on my own accord. You don't need to worry about it." Hearing this, Yi Tian pursed her lips slightly. She glanced at Yi Yu and said with a frown, "This is just a personal emotional issue between Brother Mew and me. It's not harassment. You should go back first, Brother Yi Yu." Yi Yu was stunned by her words. "In that case," Yi Tian added, "Brother Mew and I are going inside to talk." Mew Jian looked at the young woman standing before him and thought silently, "If Yi Yu hadn't spoken up, I wouldn't have been sure I could get Tienner's forgiveness so quickly tonight. I originally thought it would take at least 2 or 3 tries to calm her down, but Yi Yu's interference made things progress rapidly on the very first try." He suddenly leaned forward and said in a cheerful tone, "Little sister Tienner, open it and have a look." His voice startled Yi Tian slightly, and she looked at the box in front of her. As the wooden lid opened, a delicate fragrance wafted out, and a beautiful pink flower came into view. The young woman couldn't help but gasp. "A peach blossom." Mew Jian secretly glanced at the girl who was a head shorter than him and said carefully, "This is a peach blossom from the Hall of Fragrance." The scent lingering at the tip of her nose piqued Yi Tian's curiosity. "The Hall of Fragrance?" Seeing the hint of interest in her eyes, he hurriedly explained, "It's a large garden behind the main hall of the two-element sect." As he spoke, an indescribably romantic scene appeared in his mind with the shadows of cherry blossom trees blanketing a beautiful lake. "I asked a few seniors about it. They said there's a peach grove in the Hall of Fragrance, and it's a popular dating spot for couples in the sect, so I went to have a look." Hearing this, Yi Yan was a little surprised, her cheeks unconsciously flushing red with the waves of fragrance. "Couples," as if thinking of something. The young woman's eyes suddenly widened. Ambiguous images and a trace of a forbidden sound appeared in her mind, hot as a summer fire, moaning in her ear again and again. The fragrance lingering at the tip of her nose made Yi Tian's breathing a little unstable, and she began to pant. "Ha, ha!" At that moment, a soft chuckle came from behind her. "Little sister Tienner." The sound startled the blushing girl awake. As if he had read her mind, she suddenly turned around and shouted, I wasn't thinking about anything bad." Hearing this, Mew Jian's smile grew wider. He let out a soft HMPH and tilted his head to look at her. His expression made Yi Dian feel even more guilty. And nothing." Her head felt like it was spinning, and she thought to herself in shame, how did I become a child who only thinks about naughty things?" The peach blossom in the box continued to emit its fragrance, enveloping them. The reason, of course, was that Tienner had feelings for Mew Jian. The fragrance and pollen were growing stronger, and it certainly wasn't because someone had secretly added a bit of cauldron chi to the box. He turned and looked at his shadow. "I've said all I need to say. I'll be going back now. Little sister Tienner, get some good rest." Just as Mew Jian was about to leave, he felt a sudden tug on the corner of his clothes. She had grabbed him. Caught off guard for a moment, his lips were captured by Yi Tian's. Her face was just inches away. Soon the soft aftertaste was gone, leaving behind an indescribably shy atmosphere. The young woman's expression didn't change as she looked directly into his eyes. This is Tienner's return gift for Brother Mew." "A return gift?" He just laughed heartily and replied, "Thank you, little sister Tienner. I like this return gift very much." After the man walked out the door, an innocent question still came from inside. Brother Mew going back to Sister Bai Yaki's place now, however, he didn't leave in a hurry. Instead, he replied, "Right now I'm only thinking about the women of the Yi family." His words made her stutter in embarrassment. Mew, Brother Mew, don't joke around. See you tomorrow." Mew Jian replied calmly, "See you tomorrow, Tienner." After their conversation ended, he slowly turned and left in the quiet of the night. Then the man suddenly broke into a full sprint in a certain direction, as if he had something important to take care of. At this moment, by the door of her chamber, Yi Yu's figure was still deeply etched in the corridor's shadows. "Lingxuan, Mew Jian went to find Tienner. I tried to stop him, but I failed." A very soft response came from inside. "Oh, is that so?" Hearing this, he hurriedly replied, "That guy Mew Jian is bewitching Tienner with his sweet talk." The voice from inside became a bit more hurried. "Is he still in Tienner's room now?" This made him affirm with some smugness, "Intimate sounds are coming from the room." Hearing these words, she seemed to feel a wave of inexplicable sadness. She didn't answer right away, but fell silent for a moment, then took a breath before saying, "I understand. It's getting late, Brother Yi. You should go back and rest." This request made him shout with some impatience, "Lingxuan, why won't you go with me to stop Mew Jian?" But Yi Lingxuan didn't seem to be someone easily swayed. She retorted, "Why did you leave Mew Jian, who is being intimate with Tienner, in her room? to come and find me instead? This sudden question left him speechless. Through the light from her room, she could see her cousin's figure hurrying away. I'll go take another look. If that guy Mu Jian is still there, I'll definitely stop him. However, just as that person left, another figure appeared by the door. Before Yi Lingxuan could react, the voice she had been hoping for rang out. Little sister Lingxuan. The voice made the woman turn around hastily. She opened the door a crack and looked at him with a less than friendly gaze. Why are you back again? Mu Jian immediately replied cheerfully. I just went to see Tian'er. However, the situation didn't improve much. The woman frowned and replied, oh, there's no need to come back and tell me about that. But didn't young Master Mu say you would consider it carefully before going to Tian'er's? You seem to be in quite a hurry. Observing her expression, he guessed with a slight headache. Her reaction is very calm. She must already know. He probably tattled. After a moment he replied calmly, Tian'er is a good girl. I was afraid she'd get angry by herself and get stuck in her own head. However, this explanation did nothing to solve the problem. That's not wrong. In fact, if you weren't worried about Tian'er, I'd think you were heartless. Finally, her voice softened slightly. Anyway, I was only interacting with you because I was worried Tian'er would be deceived by a bad person. Now that I've confirmed it, at least you won't hurt her. His expression flickered at her words, but Yi Lingxuan was focused on looking elsewhere and didn't notice. As for how she wants to see her Dao companion, I won't interfere. Suddenly, Mu Jian's hand grabbed her arm. Little sister Lingxuan, but the woman's heart grew a little cold. Young Master Mu, please have some self-respect. He looked at the back of the person before him and said with certainty, to me I've always seen Tian'er as my little sister. His words made her turn around in surprise. Ha, he continued, touching his forehead. You were worried I would deceive Tian'er. Wasn't it because you felt there was a maturity gap between us? As her older sister, you would naturally think Tian'er is still a child, right? Seeing him like this, she suddenly felt a little guilty. Right, that's correct. The person beside her hadn't left yet. Yi Lingxuan asked again. But why did young Master Mu come back specifically to tell me this? He was waiting for this question and hurriedly replied, it's probably because. Mu Jian's gaze suddenly changed. I want to face you honestly just so I have no regrets in the future. Her eyes widened at his words, but in the next second she frowned and let out a soft TCH. The woman spun around. That act might work on Tian'er, but it's useless on me. Young Master Mu, stop wasting your time with tricks here and go rest. As soon as she finished speaking, a chuckle could be heard clearly from behind her. Watching Yi Lingxuan walk back into her room, he still said casually, if little sister Lingxuan could call me by a more casual name, perhaps that would relieve my fatigue more than resting would. Just as the sweet words left his lips, the sound of a door slamming shut rang out mercilessly. Seeing through her intentions, Mu Jian just smiled, and then the man's figure turned and disappeared down the corridor. The path was dappled with light and shadow. Only she remained, leaning against the door, gazing at her own shadow under the bright moonlight. Her heart was unsettled, her eyes filled with thought as she softly called out, Brother Mu. Unlike her, Mu Jian slowly pushed open his door and walked into his room. Running around all night, he hadn't even had a chance to return to his room yet. I really am too fond of helping others. However, before he could even rest, he was startled by mysterious bloodstains on the wooden floor. Not far away, the figure of a woman covered in injuries lay collapsed. He recognized her at once as Sister Mengru. What happened? It's only been half a day. Who could have injured a spirit-severing realm cultivator like you so badly? However, he received no response. Wei Mengru had already passed out at some point. In a cave somewhere beneath the sect's main hall, moonlight and darkness enveloped everything. A monster had not yet rested. Its female body was covered in a dense, terrifying array of eyes. Greetings, your majesty. The demon emperor. It stood before a massive dark shadow, appearing so small in comparison. The new batch of promising talents has arrived. Your subjects will soon be free from the darkness. Its ambitious eyes grew even more crimson. As if stained with blood, dark clouds slowly drifted over, obscuring the moonlight. Your long imprisonment is now coming to an end. Cultivation places great importance on fate. To determine if one has a favorable destiny, there are two simple and clear methods. First, look at talent. Second, look at luck. Just as a spirit steel was used to test cultivation realms before entry, new disciples had to undergo a symbolic luck test after entering the sect. Bai Yaki was no exception. As soon as she cast her spell, the system prompted Bai Yaki, golden luck, great fortune, making her immensely proud. Next up was Yi Lingxuan. The cube immediately turned purple, radiating a magnificent light. Bai Yaki looked at her with some disdain, but then the cube suddenly turned red, making Yi Lingxuan beam with joy. While Bai Yaki felt a bit awkward, then it turned yellow, and the system announced Yi Lingxuan, golden luck, great fortune, leaving everyone stunned. Another golden luck, one in this batch, was already incredible. To have two in a row was astonishing. Yi Lingxuan looked smugly at Bai Yaki, who was fuming beside her. Mu Jian couldn't help but sigh, his face deep in thought. So these are the children of destiny, the protagonists of this world, favored by the heavens, but this time I will make them all stand by my side. His eyes grew more avaricious. Yaxi has received my essence infusion and will soon break through to the spirit-severing realm. Lingxuan, with my pills and the spirit dragon's guidance, is also progressing rapidly, but that's not enough, it must be faster. I must cultivate these protagonists to the Dao integration realm before the Heavenly Dao takes notice of this world, the system prompted. Yi Tian, purple luck, innate great fortune. Huang Manting, purple luck, innate great fortune. Ning Long, purple luck, innate great fortune. When the system called Wei Mengru's name, Mu Jian's face was filled with worry. He fell silent, as if recalling a certain memory. It was when Wei Mengru was injured. He was extremely concerned at the time. Who injured you like this? She had simply replied calmly. No, I did it to myself. She began to explain that when she was falling she somehow slipped and rolled down, then missed her footing and fell into a cave after that. She wasn't paying attention and hit her head on a rock, followed by a lightning strike, a forest fire and a mudslide, which was how she ended up so injured. Listening to her, he was terrified, not knowing what to say. He asked in astonishment, "Are we climbing the same mountain?" She only replied, "I'm probably just unlucky." Her bandaged hands were stained with blood, but Wei Mengru still managed to prop herself up and say, "As long as I've confirmed you made it up, that's enough. I'm going back to my room." Before she could even stand up, Mu Jian lunged forward, grabbed her hands and pushed her straight down onto the bed. Wei Mengru looked at him displeased. "What are you doing? Think you can mess with me just because I'm injured? I could spit and shoot right through that thing of yours." Mu Jian ignored her. He took the blanket and covered Wei Mengru, then leaned in close to her and said, "Don't move, just lie here and rest until tomorrow." He smiled and said, "If Sister Mengru retires and old Ren replaces you with a gentle and demure female deputy, I wouldn't like that." Wei Mengru looked at Mu Jian, frowned and sighed. Mu Jian climbed off the bed and walked to the other side. "I'll just make do with the table and chairs." Back in the present, Mengru was looking at her bandaged hands, her brow slightly furrowed. She placed her hand on the cube and it suddenly emitted a terrifyingly powerful black aura. The crowd was once again shocked by this energy. What is this? Heavens, what terrible luck," the system prompted. Wei Mengru, black luck abandoned by the Heavenly Dao. She bit her lip, her face darkening as she looked at the cube radiating black energy. Yi Hao thought for a moment. Is this really? Someone was communicating with him psychically. Sect Master, understood. Yi Lingxuan held her head. "Even in the curse-filled Forbidden Zone I've never seen such bad luck." Bai Yaki broke out in a cold sweat. "Is it okay for someone with such luck to be around Mu Lang?" The Sect disciples kept whispering. "This level of black luck will probably affect others, right? Even though we have 2 golden lucks this time, I'm afraid even they." Hearing this, Yi Hao shouted, "What nonsense are you brought spouting?" The crowd stammered in unison. "G Grand Elder," he pointed at the cube and said, "bad luck is just a small matter. Have you forgotten what the Sect taught you about changing your destiny through self-cultivation, accumulating good deeds, adjusting feng shui and following the Dao?" He scrunched up his face. "A bunch of wet behind the ears kids. Don't make a fuss over every little strange thing you see. Black, white, cyan, blue, purple, red, yellow. I've been an elder for so many years, what color of luck haven't I seen?" He stood with his hands on his hips and said, "Who is called Mu Jian? Come out." Mu Jian immediately ran up. Yi Hao said, "You test your luck?" He replied, "Yes." As he passed Wei Mengru he said with a smile, "Sister Mengru, black luck is no big deal. I don't mind any color. Watch me put on a great show for you," he thought to himself. The Mu Jian of my past life died young, lost his parents at an early age, and his morality and relationships were at an all-time low. Despite his vast wealth he still had no good fortune. His luck must have been black too. Mu Jian stretched out his hand thinking, if there are 2 black lucks the first one won't be so conspicuous. Seeing him, Yi Hao was slightly taken aback, thinking, why did the Sect Master specifically ask to test his luck? It seems this kid's luck is neither golden nor black, which is rather strange. Then when he saw the color of the cube he couldn't help but frown. Mu Jian was stunned. "Senior, is this broken?" The cube displayed a red color, making the elder's eyes nearly pop out of their sockets. The colors on Mu Jian's body were particularly brilliant. "What kind of luck is this?" Yi Hao looked at the crowd and said, "Everyone has seen it, right? This time the new disciples' realms, family backgrounds and luck." Hu Zaihan said, "This batch of new disciples, one could say," Niu Xuanji continued, "is the golden generation," Hua Yun said with a smile. "I didn't expect so many from prominent families among this group," Wu Zaihan replied. "Indeed, they were born with abundant cultivation resources. Even the daughter of the Lord of the Forbidden Zone is here." Niu Xuanji said with a laugh. "Those 2 are at the Qi refining realm, and there's even a new disciple at the spirit severing realm. Truly a limitless future." Yan Ruyu looked at the crowd and said, 2 golden lucks. "Among us old folks sitting here, none have ever had golden luck." Yi Hao looked at the crowd. "The inner sect disciples will be chosen in order by the top 4 from the last sect competition. When choosing, I hope you elders will consider carefully." Second elder Yi Hua Yun frowned and said, "In that case I'll choose first. It's that child, of course. I heard that child's body contains the qi of the Heavenly Dao." Bai Yaki, when it was Wu Zaihan's turn, she said again, "As expected. Then I will choose the daughter of the Lord of the Forbidden Zone, Yi Lingxuan." Niu Xuanji smiled, waving his paper fan, and said, "You all don't understand how to pick potential from perilous situations. That spirit-severing realm genius with black luck, Wei Mengru, is the one most worth cultivating." Wu Zaihan sneered disdainfully. "Don't try to save face just because you didn't get your first choice." Niu Xuanji retorted angrily, "You were only 1 rank ahead of me in the last sect competition. Isn't that impressive enough? This time my disciple will beautifully surpass yours." Seeing this, Hua Yun mimicked him. "You were only 1 rank ahead of me in the last sect competition. Isn't that impressive enough? This time my disciple will beautifully surpass yours. Niu Xuanji cursed in anger. You say that every time, but who ends up being slightly worse than us in the end? Whose fault is that? Yi Hao looked at Yan Ruyu and said, she will surpass you too. The 3 most promising ones have been chosen. Who do you want to pick? That child with purple luck. She replied, no. Yan Ruyu's gaze was sharp. It's the child with pink luck. I choose Mu Jian. Yan Ruyu gave a faint smile, her eyes curving into crescents, while Yun covered her mouth and said, your style of choosing people is truly incomprehensible. Historically there have been many prodigies with black luck, so choosing her is understandable, but this pink luck is utterly unheard of. Wu Zaihan also said, although we have priority, we can only choose one person. The other elders are still waiting outside. Even if we chose the child with purple luck with careful nurturing, their fate wouldn't be worse than someone with golden luck. Hearing these people talk so logically, Niu Xuanji laughed heartily and said, 2 conservative old women, only young on the outside but actually 100 years old. How would you understand? As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 women turned around and roared, you shut up. Seeing this, Yan Ruyu just said calmly, I just feel that pink has an affinity with me. I didn't think too much about it. Then she lowered her head. Follow my heart, let nature take its course, right Sect Master? The mysterious person just gave a soft The Sect Master then said, choice is fate. These young people's bodies hold countless surprises. I will only remind you of one thing, please remember the virtues of being a master. Hearing this, everyone looked bewildered at this moment. Mu Jian couldn't help but feel surprised. What? An inner sect disciple? Lan Mulan said to him. The one who chose you is Elder Yan Ruyu from the library pavilion. Don't worry, she's a good master, he replied. Since senior sister Lan says so, he thought to himself, pink luck is too conspicuous. The elder must have chosen me as an inner sect disciple for this reason. With this status, I will definitely be in the spotlight. To avoid attracting the attention of the Heavenly Dao, I should try to be an ordinary person and remain obscure, Lan Mulian said. The other people chosen as inner sect disciples in order are Bai Yaki, Yi Lingxuan and your maid. Suddenly a fragrance wafted to her nose. Lan Mulian then asked, are you making soup in your room? He immediately replied, chicken soup. Would senior sister Lan like to try some? She looked a little regretful. No, I have to inform the others. She glanced at the bowl of soup and added, there's one more thing I need to remind you about. Your physique, hide it if you can. Lan Mulian glanced at him. If they find out, the elders are not easy to deal with. Mu Jian replied with a smile. Following senior sister's reminder, I will be careful. The door closed. He turned and went inside. Mu Jian said, come out. As soon as he spoke, the spirit dragon appeared, chirping happily a few times. Mu Jian smiled and said, you are a divine beast of the sect after all. Yet you squeeze into my small dormitory, which makes this humble one feel quite pressured. It wouldn't be good if the sect members saw you. The spirit dragon chirped a few more times and he continued, is it only the 8 treasure crane I make that tastes good? All right, may I ask a question? Mu Jian asked doubtfully, what's the story behind this 8 treasure crane? It's not one of the sect's protected animals or anything, is it? The spirit dragon chirped a few more times and he said, breaking out in a cold sweat, there's no such thing as an ordinary animal that is simply unremarkable. That's right, you're the most precious one. The spirit dragon began to gulp down the bowl of soup. Then it let out a cry of enjoyment. Watching it, he smiled and said, if you like it, drink more. In the future, if you want some, just bring an 8 treasure crane and I'll make it for you. Suddenly, the spirit dragon hopped over to him, leaving him confused. It unexpectedly kissed Mu Jian on the lips. Before he could react, a wisp of green smoke floated out from between their mouths. The spirit dragon ed a few times, looking very happy. Mu Jian was stunned. You're saying that since you have no way to repay me, you can only exchange your excess luck? He boasted narcissistically. My nickname is Mu Jian, who shuns female company. Repaying me with beauty is something a righteous gentleman like me can absolutely not accept. Mu Jian was rather pleased. But since you said it's an exchange of luck, it's fine to exchange a little more. Besides, to alleviate Senior Spirit Dragon's karmic fire suffering, I myself bear an undeniable responsibility to absorb Senior's luck. Hearing this, the Spirit Dragon was also stunned by Mu Jian's shamelessness. He stared at the Spirit Dragon. His mind couldn't help but wonder, this bound part, if untied, would be about the same size as Yaxi's. Noticing it was being stared at, the Spirit Dragon chirped a few times as if asking what Mu Jian was looking at. He immediately denied it, thinking about bad things. No, this is based on my own physiological instincts towards others. I'll try my best to restrain myself. Then he continued, Senior, I have a question to ask. The Spirit Dragon awed as if asking what it was. Mu Jian asked calmly, the sect tested everyone's luck and for some reason my luck is pink. Is this related to the excess luck that Senior transferred to me? The Spirit Dragon excitedly answered Mu Jian's question. After listening, he said, breaking out in a cold sweat, you're saying my luck was already pink to begin with and you even tasted sweetness during the exchange? Mu Jian thought to himself, it can't be that it's so sweet just because my luck is pink, right? If that's the case, wouldn't purple luck be lavender flavored? After thinking, he asked again, I have another question. I have a friend whose luck is indescribably bad, but when she's around me she doesn't seem to be affected by that bad luck. Is it because of my peculiar luck? The Spirit Dragon chirped a few times in response. He translated, Senior isn't sure about this either. The Spirit Dragon chirped happily. Mu Jian also replied with a smile, of course. Until her bad luck is eliminated, I will stay with her. Wei Mengru was standing outside the door, staring at the closed door, her gaze slightly lowered. Wait, who is the woman he's talking to? In a magnificent palace, someone was holding an exquisitely carved golden token. At this moment, Ninglong was speaking to the token. Imperial Preceptor, regarding what you said before, this prince has made a new discovery. A voice came from the token. Your Highness, please speak, he continued. The Imperial Preceptor calculated that Mu Jian's influence on the Great Qian's national fortune might come from the people around him. His eyes grew sharper. There are currently 3 possible targets. This prince will test them one by one. Ninglong's gaze grew more serious. I must let my father know that compared to my imperial brother and sister, I am the best heir to the Great Qian throne. Guoyun and Wu Zaihan said in unison. How on earth did you cultivate before? Bai Yaki and Yi Lingxuan answered in confusion. Just like that. Hearing this, Guoyun explained, you have the qi of the Heavenly Dao in your body, right? The sect has recruited people with great luck before, but compared to them, your spiritual energy growth seems excessively frantic. She paused and continued. Cultivators are supposed to proceed step by step, advancing gradually to naturally comprehend the Dao. You, on the other hand, are like a body that has been excessively hammered with an iron rod. Bai Yaki blushed and stammered. Ha! On the other side, Wu Zaihan instructed Yi Lingxuan in a deep voice. You're from the school of cultivation that relies on pills, right? My former master was the same, but you. She hesitated for a moment. Using the dosage of dozens of people and not exploding is truly a miracle. Hearing this, Guoyun smiled and said, although your spiritual power growth is not proportional to the increase in your cultivation level, and your cultivation is completely disorganized, Wu Zaihan continued, but since you are my inner sect disciple, it is naturally my duty as your master to help you adjust. After being chosen as inner sect disciples, Bai Yaki and Yi Lingxuan successively received guidance from their curious masters. The supplements Mu Jian had given them were finally thoroughly digested. Along with their realm advancement, both of them also awakened rather marvelous abilities. Bai Yaki felt the aura circulating within her body, her eyes widening in surprise. This ability is. Yi Lingxuan was also too incredulous to speak. The scene switched to another side. The sky was azure, with white clouds leisurely drifting by. Wei Mengru looked at Mu Jian, who was fishing, and said, forget about no bait, there's not even a hook. Forget about no hook, there's not even a line. What on earth are you fishing for? Mu Jian said with a smile. Sister Mengru, I wouldn't dare to fish in the Sect's lake. It's against the rules, Wei Mengru asked with a sideways glance. Then what are you doing sitting here putting on an act? Suddenly, Yi Lingxuan blinked gently, and her spiritual power gradually began to flow. Before Mu Jian could answer, he felt a spiritual force tightly lock onto his limbs. He was pulled over as she shouted loudly, Brother Mu! However, before he could figure out what was happening, he saw a golden chain rushing towards him. It wrapped around Mu Jian without hesitation, pulling him in the opposite direction. He was pulled so hard he couldn't breathe, only able to let out a few muffled cries. Seeing this, Yi Lingxuan shouted in panic, what is this thing? The tug-of-war didn't last long. The golden chain was victorious. She covered her mouth with her hand and said in confusion, he was snatched away. Wu Zaihan also said in surprise, someone's ability is a level higher than yours. You've only awakened the form of your spiritual power, while the other person already has a physical entity. Yi Lingxuan puffed up her cheeks, thinking of Bai Yaki, and said resentfully, it must be that woman. Guess was right. Over here, Bai Yaki pulled Mu Jian to her side and shouted proudly, Mu Lang. At this moment, Guoyun spoke up asking, why did your spirit transformation lock bring a man over? She replied, it had to be this man. Bai Yaki looked at Mu Jian with a blush and said, where my heart goes, it must be Mu Lang. He smiled innocently and said, I'm very touched that you say that. Yaki, I'd be even more touched if I weren't tied up by this chain. Mu Jian secretly channeled his spiritual power, trying to break free from the chain. He thought to himself, I can't break free at all. Yaki hasn't even reached the spirit-severing realm, yet she can already materialize the path of spirit transformation. Is this the protagonist halo? Bai Yaki looked at the golden lock and said, Mu Lang, I've named it the heart-binding lock. Can you feel my heartbeat, Mu Lang? Although Mu Jian thought to himself, how am I supposed to feel your heartbeat? He still replied with a smile on his face, of course I can feel it. Because my heart is connected to yours. She stared and said, Mu Lang is lying. At this moment, Mu Jian's eyes widened in shock. Bai Yaki explained calmly, anyone locked by the heart-binding lock, I can tell if they're lying or not. It was only then that he panicked inwardly. Damn it, a human lie detector, she continued. Thankfully, Elder Yi helped me nurture this ability. Mu Jian quickly bowed. Greetings, Elder Yi. Guoyun looked at Mu Jian with a meaningful gaze. Bai Yaki leaned close to Mu Jian's ear and whispered, of course it's mainly thanks to Mu Lang. Seeing this, he also whispered back, it's great that you think of me like this, Yaki. But the heart-binding lock is fine for occasional flirting. My feelings for you don't need the heart-binding lock to be confirmed. Bai Yaki frowned and asked, is Mu Lang worried about something being exposed in the future? Hearing this, Mu Jian replied, Yaki, I know you're an insecure girl, but you should still trust me a little more. Instead of using this kind of thing, it's better to believe what you see with your own eyes. Our future is still long. On the other side, Guoyun blinked and remained silent. The scene changed. Wei Mengru spoke up asking, and you are? Niu Xuanji replied, it's that young man who is suppressing your black luck, isn't it? Seeing Wei Mengru remain silent, Niu Xuanji continued, "Come be my inner sect disciple. We'll figure out a way to overcome your luck together," she replied. "If the young master cannot be an inner sect disciple, then I cannot accept your invitation either." Niu Xuanji suddenly spoke up asking, "Your young master is Mu Jian, right? He is an inner sect disciple. Do you want to be an inner sect disciple or not?" As night fell, a gloomy sky enveloped the entire mountain. Hua Yun narrowed her eyes and said, "It seems they do indeed have a point of intersection." Hu Zaihan also chimed in, "It's that person named Mu Jian." Niu Xuanji continued, "Why is it a minor cultivator with an ordinary realm?" She frowned slightly. "Even for the sake of our own inner sect disciples, we should investigate his background." Niu Xuanji replied, "Agreed." Just as the elders were becoming suspicious of Mu Jian, the fifth elder, Yan Ruyu, stood under the moonlight looking at Mu Jian, who was sitting on the ground. "Come over, let's get down to business." Yan Ruyu stepped forward looking at Mu Jian. "What business?" Hearing this, he also smiled. "You are Elder Yan. What business could an elder have coming to a disciple's room at night? This disciple does not understand," Yan Ruyu continued. "There are countless types of physiques in this world, some of which can bring great benefits to a cultivator." At this point, Yan Ruyu said with interest, "Bai Yaki can awaken an immortal sword left behind by an ancient great power. Yi Lingxuan is naturally gifted with an excellent affinity for spiritual energy, and her perception during pill refinement has also become sharper. Even a physique with extremely bad luck like Wei Mengru's, she also possesses a cultivation talent far surpassing her peers, almost like a prodigy." Mu Jian chuckled lightly. "Yes, they are genius cultivators in every sense of the word, but why has the elder come to tell me this?" A light flashed in her eyes. "Mu Jian, because you are the key part. There is a type of physique that offers no benefit to its owner's own cultivation, but to others it is an existence more precious than heavenly treasures or blessed lands." Yan Ruyu then pointed to Mu Jian's wrist and cast a spell. "A natural-born cauldron." Seeing this, Mu Jian actually laughed. He looked at her and said, "Elder, how long have you been observing me?" A smile played on Yan Ruyu's lips. "At the age of 20 I was the youngest disciple of the Two-Element sect, and one could even say the youngest Void Return Realm cultivator in the entire Kyushu continent. But for the 30 years after that, I struggled to ascend a mere 3 grades within the Void Return Realm." She lowered her eyes, her gaze sweeping over his handsome face. 10 years later, her realm was still stagnant. On the day of the spiritual power test in Heavenly Profound City, the elders were all scheming how to divide this generation of outstanding geniuses among themselves. But I was very curious. Why did so many geniuses suddenly appear at the same time? Was there any connection between them? Then I discovered you. She leaned closer to Mu Jian's face, a somewhat sinister smile on her lips. "I've waited for you for a long time," Mu Jian said calmly. "I didn't expect that the elder was already investigating me before we even met, but contrary to your description, you've never actually encountered a spiritual body that is a natural-born cauldron, have you?" Yan Ruyu said flatly. "Absorbing immense spiritual energy from another's body through intercourse is several times faster than cultivating on one's own. Isn't that a simple theory? In my years as the master of the library pavilion, I have thoroughly studied all records concerning natural-born cauldrons." She licked her lips bent down and her seductive eyes stared straight into Mu Jian's. "You have already become my inner sect disciple. You can freely use all the resources of a sect elder. Those resources are useless to me now, but they are incredibly precious to you." Yan Ruyu asked him, "And with all my resources invested, this cauldron can continuously grow stronger. Isn't this a win-win situation?" Hearing this, Mu Jian replied, "Elder, regarding the matter of being an inner sect disciple, I still need to think about it." Hearing this, Yan Ruyu said, "You will agree." She pulled down her collar and said, "Because you are the most lecherous man in Heavenly Profound City, am I right?" Seeing this, he said, "Since the elder is being so frank, it would be tactless of me to continue feigning innocence." Yan Ruyu crawled to Mu Jian's feet. "No need to ask for names, no need to know the place. It's best to be direct, you should agree." She gently brushed her hair back from her temples, putting on a charming expression she had prepared for him. Yan Ruyu's eyes were tightly shut, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. A moment later a look of comfort appeared. She was thoroughly enjoying it. He panted slightly, a meaningful smile in his eyes. She tilted her head back slightly, reaching up to gently wipe something from the corner of her mouth. Yan Ruyu shouted in excitement, "Today I can finally break through." A surge of abundant spiritual power spread through her entire body. "It's coming, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming." She stretched her hands towards the sky and shouted even louder, "Every grade within the Void Return Realm can trigger a heavenly tribulation upon breakthrough. I've truly missed it so much." As soon as she finished speaking, a vortex began to form in the sky, with several bolts of lightning flashing across its surface. However, the bolts of lightning only appeared for a few seconds before suddenly vanishing. Seeing this, Yan Ruyu was utterly bewildered. She hurriedly opened the door and looked up at the silent sky. "Where's the heavenly tribulation? Why did it retreat?" Yan Ruyu turned back, wondering, could it be because this boy's realm is too low right now? She asked in confusion. "Little Mu." Seeing her expression, Mu Jian said, "If the elder wants to try, then let's try a few more times. If I can truly help the elder break through the bottleneck that has troubled you for so long, it would be this disciple's honor." A glint flashed in Yan Ruyu's purple eyes. He said with a cold gaze, "Please, Elder Yan." Under the dark sky, a series of sounds not suitable for children echoed, once, twice, and many times after. After a while, Yan Ruyu moaned, covering her mouth. Finally, she collapsed into a sitting position and sighed. "I can't take any more." "Why haven't I broken through yet?" she asked, perplexed. "Why every bit of a natural-born cauldron's primal yang should have an effect. Even if your realm isn't high, a quantitative change should lead to a qualitative one. Why does it have no effect on me at all?" Liu Jian also said listlessly, "I think it's because our hearts and minds are not in sync. I'm too weak right now, so I can't help you." Hearing this, Yan Ruyu said loudly in confusion, Is there such a situation? I've never read about it in any book. A cauldron is supposed to be a vessel unable to control the flow of spiritual energy within its body, but Mu Jian had actually created a small cauldron within himself to seal his spiritual energy, preventing its essence from leaking out. The principle was like spontaneously using the art of snake control. Locking his spiritual energy so forcefully required a great deal of mental strength, but for one who was nearly a Dao ancestor it was a piece of cake. With his superb art of snake control, Mu Jian had also gained complete control over his cauldron chi. Yan Ruyu sighed. "So our relationship is one of sex before love?" Mu Jian replied without hesitation. "Master, I don't mind." On the other side, Wei Mengru was holding something. She took a deep breath and blew on Mu Jian's fingers. He sat up abruptly in comfort and said loudly, "I'm alive again." Wei Mengru lightly licked her fingers, looked at Mu Jian sideways and said in a deep voice, "You've only been in the two-element sect for a few days and you nearly overworked yourself in your own room. My young master is really something. Who was it? The young miss of the Bai family, or have you already hooked up with the young miss of the Yi family?" Mu Jian glanced at her. "It was the master of the library pavilion, the master who chose me as an inner sect disciple." Wei Mengru gritted her teeth in anger. "You came to the two-element sect to become a disciple, not to sleep with your master." He replied with a look of grievance, "I've been wronged. I'm doing all this for our family." Mu Jian pretended to wipe away tears. "I'm really running around trying to make a living for my beloved girls. What have you gotten? All I see is expenditure." Hearing this, he said with great interest, "It's not right. I even brought something good back especially for Sister Mengru." Mu Jian whispered to Wei Mengru, come here, a little closer, Sister Mengru." Hearing him, she moved a little closer. Seeing that she really only moved a tiny bit closer, he couldn't help but feel exasperated. "Closer, closer. This is a treasure. You surely don't want others to see it, right?" Seeing his prey had taken the bait, Mu Jian quickly gave her a peck on the cheek. Wei Mengru's face immediately darkened. She grabbed Mu Jian by the collar. "My young master is asking for a beating again." He smiled, not too concerned. "Although I'm also looking forward to a fierce beating from Sister Mengru. Before that, why not sample the gift I brought back for you?" As soon as he finished speaking, a stream of pure spiritual power enveloped Wei Mengru's body. Her mouth fell open in surprise. "Luck," Mu Jian explained smugly, "it's from the spirit dragon, the best kind. It will definitely help reduce Sister Mengru's bad luck." Wei Mengru frowned slightly. "Young master," he smiled. "Sister Mengru, don't cry just because I'm the first person to look out for you," she suddenly yelled. "You don't even spare animals," he immediately replied. "It's not what you think, Sister Mengru." Hearing this, she calmed down. He then continued, "Look, your young master here did a great thing for you. Can't you be a little nicer to me?" Wei Mengru pressed her lips together lightly. Only then did she say in confusion, "Thank you." Mu Jian immediately replied, "If only Sister Mengru said thank you as crisply as when she calls me a scoundrel." Wei Mengru remembered something. "I was busy saving someone earlier and forgot to tell you something." Seeing his confused expression, she continued, "Bai Yaki, Yi Lingxuan and my master all wished to see you." Hearing this, he said, "Then I would be happy to have more discussions with these seniors." She replied, "From your tone you already knew they would come looking for you, didn't you?" Mu Jian said narcissistically, "Perhaps it's the intuition of the most handsome man in Heavenly Profound City." He recalled the past. Hua Yun had said, "Dissolve 30 grade 5 chi gathering pills in a bathtub. Cultivating while bathing will double the effect." Wu Zaihan also said, 30 grade 5 essence restoring pills. Use one when you're tired from cultivation, it will be very helpful. Niu Xuanji added, 30 grade 5 jade beauty pills. They can maintain one's appearance and replenish essence. No matter how much energy you expend, your complexion won't look haggard. Finally, the three of them said in unison, "This kind of pill is not rare for me. Don't worry about it, little friend Mu, just accept them." All three of them expressed the same sentiment. "You ask why we're giving them to you, little friend Mu, don't overthink it. It's because my inner sect disciple is close to you that I'm giving you this gift. After all, it's necessary to establish a good relationship between my disciple and you." They then lowered their voices simultaneously. "Oh, and there's one more thing I need to see you about. Don't let the other elders know, especially not your master." Back to the present, Mu Jian said. All three elders said that to this humble one. Yan Ruyu sneered. "Those fellows have sharp noses. They've already started to notice you. Luckily your master acted fast." He reached into his pocket and rummaged around. "The pills they gave me are all here. I plan to keep them to honor you, master." Yan Ruyu smiled and replied, "So many grade 5 pills, what a grand gesture. They probably intended to give them to their inner sect disciples but gave them all to you at the last minute. As long as they remain curious about you, you can blackmail them for more in the future." She waved her hand. "Keep the pills for your own use. Your realm advancing is more beneficial to me, your master," he said in confusion. "Then this disciple will accept them." Yan Ruyu thought to herself, "Those fellows are so generous. If I don't give this kid an even better gift, it just wouldn't be right." She strode away. "Little Mew, follow me." The two arrived at a small hut. The cultivation techniques of the two elements sect emphasize fate. "Go in and choose for yourself." She reached out and cast a spell. "If you truly have enough fate and have the ability to obtain that one and only grade 9 cultivation technique, then feel free to take it." A vast starry sky suddenly appeared before his eyes. "Imagine the cultivation technique you want. If the library pavilion system determines that you are fully capable of understanding that technique, it will fall like a shooting star." Mu Jian suggested, "Master, could you step aside for a moment to let this disciple think?" Yan Ruyu replied, "All right, take your time choosing. Once you've chosen, just take it. No need to report to me." She turned and left. Once outside, Yan Ruyu thought, "According to my information, little Mew wasn't a very diligent student in the past. The library pavilion will probably only respond to him with a grade 3 or grade 5 technique at most." The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. "But the important thing is to make him feel that I, his master, am super generous. It's all those guys' fault for raising the stakes." Over here, Mu Jian thought, "The library pavilion has a mechanism to determine if the person taking a book can understand the technique. I'll just open my mouth wide and see." The treasures in the library pavilion were gradually swallowed by him in one gulp. Mu Jian was secretly pleased. "My mind from my past life is still here, there's nothing I don't understand. But my cauldron body can't practice those heaven-defying techniques. The highlight moments should be left for the protagonists." He put a hand to his head, choosing techniques for Yaxi and the others. "One suitable technique for each person is the best way. Other protagonists like Yu Tianchong never need to change their techniques from beginning to end." Relying on his own knowledge, Mu Jian selected several techniques from the vast ocean of books in the library pavilion that were most suitable for his girl's long-term cultivation. The other techniques, including the highest grade 9-1, were all returned by Mu Jian, because he considered himself an honest and respectable young man. After spending 10, 20, then 30 minutes inside, Mu Jian walked out of the library pavilion. The pills gifted by the three elders were divided equally into 3 portions, and along with the cultivation techniques that match each person's talent, they were delivered to them by Mu Jian respectively. At this moment, Yi Lingxuan said, "Although I don't need these, thank you anyway." Yi Dian added, Brother Mu." Bai Yaxi also spoke, "Mu Lang." Mu Jian then responded, "Sister Lingxuan Tiener Yaxi, although the elder only gave me 1 portion, this is the most suitable gift for you. You don't have to worry about it. I just hope it can be of some help to you." Bai Yaxi blushed unconsciously, her hand rising awkwardly to gently touch her cheek, and said shyly, "Mu Lang gave all the pills to me. If Sister Lingxuan finds out I used the pills you gave me, will she be unhappy?" She shrunk her shoulders, putting on a pitiful look, and continued with a slight tremor in her voice, "After all, she is the daughter of the Lord of the Forbidden Zone. When Mu Lang and I were being affectionate, she didn't seem very happy. I'm just a helpless, weak woman, and I'm afraid of angering someone important." Suddenly, the fearful expression vanished. Bai Yaxi gave a faint smile, her voice becoming cheerful. "I have an idea. Sister Lingxuan is still young and at a low level of the qi refining realm. Why don't I give this pile of pills to her? She's your sister Lingxuan anyway, and I see her as a sister too." Bai Yaxi looked at Mu Jian expectantly. "What do you think?" Looking at Bai Yaxi, whose expression changed as fast as flipping through a book, Mu Jian could only sigh inwardly, thinking helplessly. "When the power of the demon fox erupts, does it come with green tea attributes?" Then he forced a smile and said, "The pills are very rare, are you sure?" As if she had achieved her goal, Yaxi replied slowly, her tone full of deep meaning, "It's okay. It's mainly because I feel sorry for Sister Lingxuan. I want to do something for her." Mu Jian thought to himself, "Are you sure you don't just want to go and show off?" But on the surface he still replied gently, "Wait a few more days. If I get any new pills, I'll give them to her. You should use these for yourself first." Then he leaned closer to Bai Yaxi, his deep voice tinged with playfulness. "You smell so good today. Did you prepare this specially for me?" Seeing this, she blushed and said shyly, "Stop teasing me." Mu Jian issued an invitation in an extremely gentle tone. "Then today we should also," Bai Yaxi, shy and reserved with a hint of worry, asked with concern, "Who would do that kind of thing every day? Is it really okay?" Bai Yaxi's gaze dropped slightly, her lips parted, revealing an extremely seductive beauty. "After all, Mu Lung is always exhausted every time. I'm afraid one day Mu Lung will work himself to death." The corners of Mu Jian's mouth lifted slightly. A figure appeared, majestic and with extraordinary power. A pair of crimson eyes flashed with a majestic light. Mu Jian said with a proud and challenging tone, "You underestimate my strength, Yaxi," Bai Yaxi cautiously suggested. "Wait, let's go back to the room. In response, Mu Jian said in a confident and somewhat unrestrained tone, "It's fine, there's no one outside. It's still light outside." Bai Yaki was still hesitating, but here, suddenly a moan sounded. After a while, Mu Jian slowly walked to the door and said calmly, "Yaxi, I'll go out first to find a way to get some more pills." On the bed, Bai Yaki gently turned on her side, resting her head on her arm, her eyes full of playfulness. Go ahead, I need to rest a bit too." Seeing her like this, Mu Jian couldn't help but chuckle and remind her, "That's right. Absorbing the cauldron's spiritual energy is also very important." He slowly walked away and the room became quiet again, bathed in the soft orange glow of the setting sun. Yaxi gently pushed the door open and quietly looked around to observe the situation. In Yi Lingxuan's bedroom, a clear voice rang out, "Sister Lingxuan." Lingxuan glanced sideways and said faintly, "What a rare guest." Then she quickly ran out and asked, "Isn't Sister Bai cultivating today? How do you have time to come to my place?" Bai Yaxi walked in and said in a gentle voice, "I've been meaning to visit for a long time but never had the chance. Is my sister busy?" Lingxuan smiled and replied softly, "No, Sister Bai came at the perfect time. I happen to have some cultivation questions I'd like to discuss with you. Is Sister Bai still at the 5th grade of Qi refining?" Hearing what she wanted to hear, a smug smile tugged at the corner of her lips. "No, I've already reached the 8th grade, just a few more steps to the spirit transformation realm." Hearing this, Lingxuan was stunned, thinking it's only been half a month. Bai Yaxi maintained her smile and continued in a disingenuous tone, "Cultivation cannot be rushed. My sister is already outstanding. I was also able to break through so quickly because I received Mu Lang's love." Hearing this, Lingxuan just lowered her eyes slightly and remained silent. Before she could reply, Bai Yaxi quickly took out a bottle of pills and held it up to show off. "Let's not talk about that. I also came today to see if my sister needs any help," she added. "I received some pills yesterday. They should be helpful for Sister Lingxuan's cultivation, not to be outdone." Yi Lingxuan gently raised her hand, took out a bottle of pills and replied boastfully, "What a coincidence, Sister Bai. I was also planning to bring some pills to share with you." Seeing the identical pill bottle in the other's hand, both girls were stunned. Both of them gritted their teeth at the same time, displeasure flaring in their eyes, and cursed inwardly. "You, Mu Lang, you, brother Mu, I came here wanting to show off the pills Mu Lang gave me. That brother Mu gave to me." As expected, both of them forced a smile, their lips twitching as if frozen, constantly reminding themselves inwardly, "Restrain yourself, stay calm, smile, don't lose face in front of her." Suddenly, an arrogant voice came from outside the door, speaking deliberately and full of confidence. "I say, you two should have seen through Mu long ago. He's a degenerate who specializes in messy relationships." The newcomer was Yi Yu. Lingxuan crossed her arms and asked impatiently, "What do you want?" He gently held out his hand, his tone softening a little. "Lingxuan, these are grade 5 jade beauty pills for you. Although they can't compare to the previous pills, I've also been chosen as an inner sect disciple by the elders. The first thing I thought of was to share 5 with you." Yi Yu held the box forward and continued, "I'm not like Mu Jian, who shamelessly has his eyes on the next prize before the first is secured. Stop getting entangled with him, he'll only make you unhappy." Lingxuan's face fell, her tone full of displeasure. "Your fiancé is right next to you." He turned to look, then suddenly shouted, "She's no better than Mu Jian. She and Mu Jian are a match made in heaven." His words were like a sudden slap in the face, stunning Lingxuan. Then she roared angrily, "Get out, I don't need your pills." Being suddenly yelled at, Yi Yu's face darkened. He thought, "Did I say something wrong again? Why is she unhappy again? Dealing with women is so troublesome. How does Mu Jian stand it?" Looking at the two in front of him, he gritted his teeth even harder. "One after another, neither of them treats me well. What's so good about that fraud anyway?" Unwilling to back down, he spoke again, trying to persuade Lingxuan. "I know you're mad at your brother, but calm down and think about it. What's so likable about that playboy?" The sound of someone's light footsteps came from behind him. The person slowly walked in, their deep voice speaking clearly, word by word. "Young Master Yi, when a girl says no, she means no." Mu Jian walked forward with a faint smile. Yi Yu frowned slightly, his eyes darkening, thinking, "This pretty boy's hypocritical face is really infuriating." Then he turned around and said coldly, "Mu Jian, let's discuss something." He agreed, somewhat bewildered. Yi Yu quickly approached, leaned close to Mu Jian's ear and said, "You can't control the person from the Forbidden Zone. Don't you understand how terrifying the Forbidden Zone is? If you think she's just a little girl, you're wrong." He still smiled calmly and asked back, "So?" Seeing that his words didn't faze Mu Jian, Yi Yu became even more annoyed and said through gritted teeth, "You and Bai Yaxi can do whatever you want. I won't care anymore. Just give my sister back to me and we'll call it even for what happened before. I'll even give you 20% of the pills the elders gave me." Mu Jian sighed and replied casually, "What you say makes sense." Mu Jian suddenly cried out eagerly, "Brother Yi, Lingxuan is my most important little sister." Bang, under the astonished gazes of the three, he continued volubly, "Don't try to bribe me with pills and defile the relationship between Lingxuan and me." Mu Jian grinned widely, thinking smugly, "I was originally stressing over how to placate you two, but you've really saved me a lot of trouble, young Master Yi." he thought with satisfaction, deliberately emphasizing the word sister to show Bai Yaki that she was just a sister to him and prevent her from turning to the dark side, and these decisive and powerful words also caused gentle ripples in the heart of Yi Lingxuan next to him for this big brother next door figure. Her initial dissatisfaction with him two-timing her also gradually turned into gentle thoughts. Lingxuan quietly watched their backs, thinking to herself, what deal were Yi Yu and brother Mu discussing, and the object of the deal was most likely me. And brother Mu was able to refuse so firmly. Yi Yu couldn't help but shout in anger, "You're such a scumbag." Mu Jian covered one ear as if stunned by his shout and said calmly, "Brother Yi, let me show you something." Suddenly Yi Yu was stunned. His gaze quickly swept to what was behind Mu Jian's collar. Rows of neat pill bottles were revealed. He reached out and brushed them lightly, leisurely listing 36 yuan recovery pills, 9 essence supplementing pills, 16 white liquid pills, 18 qi gathering pills, all newly refined grade 5 pills. "Look, how about I share a few with brother Yi to help you cool off?" Hearing this, Yi Yu immediately said angrily, "Who wants your junk?" Seeing this, he just smiled faintly and replied leisurely, "If you don't want them, then forget it." Yi Yu angrily turned and ran away, shouting through gritted teeth as he ran, "Damn it." Immediately after, a sinister voice sounded, "Stop thinking about that crap related to that guy named Mu. In this sect there are countless opportunities that can let you stand above all others." Hearing this, Yi Yu was still not satisfied and replied resentfully, "But I can't swallow this insult." The voice tried to persuade him again, "It's just women. If Mu Jian likes them, let him have them. Besides, those girls didn't belong to you in the first place. What are you so angry about?" he retorted in dissatisfaction. "He stole my fiancée and caused my chi of the Heavenly Dao to be taken away. How can I not be angry? Then go find opportunities, otherwise shut up. Don't forget you have to rely on my body." Over here, the corners of Mu Jian's lips curled up, a trace of mockery flashing in his eyes. He thought to himself, keeping this fool as a tank to draw aggro is really a wise choice. Lingxuan hurried forward and asked worriedly, "What did Yi Yu say just now?" He tilted his head slightly and answered slowly, "He wanted to trade pills with me, to have me give Sister Lingxuan to him." Hearing this, Bai Yaki roared angrily, "Sister Lingxuan is not an item to be traded. Mu Lang, you were right to refuse." Lingxuan also crossed her arms and chimed in, "That guy is so annoying." Mu Jian helplessly reached out to wipe the tears from his face and said softly, "Can't you two agree on this matter? What on earth has affected your relationship?" Hearing this, the two of them replied in unison, "Isn't it you?" Then he gently approached and whispered in Bai Yaxi's ear, "Yaxi, you go back first. Sister Lingxuan was just treated like that by her own relative. She must be very sad right now and needs someone to comfort her. Don't you agree?" Hearing this, she turned around and looked at him with a meaningful gaze. Her voice was slow and deliberate. "You really dare to ask Mu Lang?" Seeing this, Mu Jian was a little scared, pursing his lips and not daring to answer. Then Bai Yaki slowly turned, walked out and said in a casual tone, "Who told me to be so magnanimous? I'll leave him to you." He smiled lightly, sighing inwardly. Bai Yaki was a person who seemed very cold when you didn't know her, but she would reveal her gentle side after spending more time with her. So as long as he gave her enough security, she wouldn't get too jealous. After all, she had an incredibly broad mind. Lingxuan lowered her head slightly, her cheeks flushing as she stammered, unable to speak. Mu Jian spoke, his tone leisurely yet meaningful. "I'd like a cup of tea before I go. Is that all right, Sister Lingxuan?" Hearing this, she shyly agreed. Yes, the two sat down together for tea. Lingxuan said softly, "If it weren't for you, Sister Bai and I would probably have been harassed endlessly." Hearing this, Mu Jian raised an eyebrow slightly and replied elegantly, "Even without me, he wouldn't have harassed you for too long. After all, Yi Yu's real target was me." Lingxuan pouted, her tone somewhat coquettish. "To hear you say it, it's as if you're more attractive to men than Sister Bai and I are." Mu Jian lowered his head slightly, a look of someone who had seen through everything on his face, and said slowly, his tone profound, "That fellow isn't very interested in women. He's more interested in pinning me down. It's a metaphor. I'm just making a metaphor." Then he pointed at the pill bottle on the table and continued, "You should take these pills. If you want to catch up to Yaxi and our master, these are essential. Although the Forbidden Zone has surely prepared plenty of pills for you, these were specially formulated by me according to your constitution. The effects will be much better." Lingxuan asked doubtfully, "Then what about your pills?" Mu Jian just shrugged, a faint smile on his face. "Of course, I've also prepared other pills that are suitable for me." Hearing this, she couldn't help but ask again, "After Brother Mu goes back, are you going to give the remaining pills to Sister Bai?" Mu Jian didn't hide it, answering slowly, "That's right." Then he turned, leaned gently closer to Lingxuan and continued, "But in my heart you will always be my best little sister." Hearing this, she stuck out her tongue and said playfully, "Then you're a three-timing bad big brother." Mu Jian didn't stay much longer. He quickly stood up, his deep voice sounding, "The pills have been delivered. Can this bad big brother go back now?" Lingxuan hurriedly spoke up to make him stay. "What's the rush? Let's chat a little longer. I still have some cultivation questions I'd like to ask you." Guessing her intentions, the corners of Mu Jian's lips lifted slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. Of course, the two of them chatted non-stop. They talked about one thing after another, the expressions on their faces constantly changing, sometimes surprised, sometimes laughing, sometimes serious, sometimes shy. The two laughed together, the atmosphere exceptionally relaxed. Then their gazes met inadvertently. Mu Jian slowly approached, shortening the distance bit by bit. A flicker of inscrutable depth passed through his eyes as he thought, I have to use the cauldron's chi. Mu Jian gently reached out, his fingertips lightly brushing across Lingxin's chin as if drawn to each other. They slowly exchanged a gentle yet passionate kiss. This scene, however, was unintentionally witnessed by a person standing quietly in the darkness. That person was none other than Yi Bian. With a look of utter astonishment she stammered, Brother, Mu, she couldn't believe her eyes. And sister. Yi Yan stood there dumbfounded, somewhat in disbelief. A flash of confusion passed and her cheeks gradually reddened and she stammered softly, Gee, good, that's good. She was suddenly taken aback, her face turning even redder. What am I saying? Then Yi Bian recalled the image of the two of them, thinking, Brother Mu is the person I like and my sister is also someone I like. My favorite sister and my favorite brother Mu are kissing behind me. Tienner's first reaction was actually one of extreme joy, even hoping they would do something more intimate. She gently covered her mouth, tears streaming down her cheeks as if she had a sudden epiphany. Could it be that I'm a pervert? Suddenly, Mu Jian stopped. His sharp gaze darted towards the door and he asked warily, Did it seem like someone was outside just now? Ling Xuan immediately dismissed the idea, saying, It must have been your imagination. Without thinking much more about it, she turned around and said coquettishly, Brother Mu, I want to do it again, can I? Mu Jian quickly agreed, his tone decisive. Of course. No one expected that just outside the door Yi Dian was secretly watching. Watching the intimate actions of the two inside, she grew more and more excited. The more intimate the two in the room became, the more excited the expression on Yi Tian's face outside became. Although Ling Xuan had long since discovered Yi Pian standing there, she had no intention of stopping, thinking to herself, I'm sorry, Tian'er. Outside the door, Yi Tian covered her mouth to keep from making any wicked sounds, sighing in her heart, This is amazing, sister. 10 minutes later, Mu Jian was preparing to leave when he suddenly stopped, turned back and instructed, Sister Ling Xuan, rest well. I can go back on my own. Reaching the doorway, Mu Jian suddenly froze. His gaze swept across the ground, then slowly settled on several strange liquid traces on the floor. Following the traces with his eyes, Mu Jian narrowed them, a sense of unease rising in his heart. Was someone outside just now? He frowned slightly, his gaze darkening as he slowly walked over step by step. Mu Jian gently reached out, then carefully touched the tip of his tongue to it and had a taste. The corners of Mu Jian's mouth lifted slightly, a meaningful smile appearing. That night in Mu Jian's room, Mu Jian sat cross-legged on the bed, his eyes slightly closed, his breathing steady. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly as he marveled to himself. Amazing. When did I break through to the chi refining realm? I didn't even notice it myself. A majestic figure slowly materialized, looming within the swirling red flames around him, a deep voice echoing in the air. Not only did I not meditate or practice any cultivation techniques, I didn't even use any pills. As a natural-born cauldron, the innate flaws don't seem to exist in me, because the system's rewards have already compensated for it. The protagonist's power will be fed back to me through my status as the Southern Heaven's Son of Destiny. Mu Jian's face immediately darkened, his eyes sharp as he answered seriously, Simply put, the stronger they get, the stronger I get. He gently closed his eyes, the intimate scenes from before replaying in his mind. He continued slowly, This is truly the happy life of a fishpond master, but the effects are still a bit slow at the moment. After all, the protagonists are all still in the chi refining realm, so they can't feed back a higher realm to me yet. Then Mu Jian suddenly stood up and walked away quickly. He gently pushed open the door and walked out into the silent darkness. As Mu Jian walked, he thought, Maybe I should go find Yaxi tonight and do some research together. The diligent Mu Jian used his time every day to progress together with the girls. Bai Yaxi soon reached the 9th grade of the chi refining realm, nearing a breakthrough. Perhaps because their contact wasn't deep enough, Yi Lingxuan was a bit slower, reaching the 5th grade of the chi refining realm. But Mu Jian had a headache because Bai Yaxi was increasingly fond of using that concentric lock, which Mu Jian couldn't use at all. He sighed softly, complaining helplessly, Yaxi, you shouldn't be developing into this kind of character. As for Elder Yan Ruyu, she was not lazy in teaching Mu Jian either. The two were inseparable all day long. Elder Yan put in a great deal of effort, constantly instructing Mu Jian, but the results were always lackluster, always falling just short. Every time it felt like this time would be a success, but every time nothing happened. Meanwhile, the other elders were still secretly investigating Mu Jian, afraid of losing face if Elder Yan Ruyu found out. Of course, they didn't skimp on gifts for the junior, as they still didn't know that Mu Jian had already told Elder Yan Ruyu what they were up to. As for those fruits of their generosity, Mu Jian immediately passed them on to the little fish in his pond. But the protagonist destinies of these fish were fated not to be peaceful. Mu Jian was already prepared for this. After the period of calm following their entry into the sect, the first challenge they encountered was for Bai Yaxi, around whom magical runes of immense power swirled and shone. Bai Yaxi gently sensed her surroundings and smiled confidently. Soon I feel like I'm about to break through. Mu Jian slowly walked forward and couldn't help but say, It's a sign of a lightning tribulation. She nodded lightly, voicing her concern. But breaking through to the spirit transformation realm shouldn't attract such a powerful lightning tribulation. Hearing this, Mu Jian fell into deep thought, remaining silent. Feeling a surging power approaching, Bai Yaxi raised her head, her voice full of pride. Let it come in front of Mu Lang. How could this little lightning tribulation possibly scare me? Waves of lightning followed one after another, dark clouds roiling as if to swallow the entire sky, the two exclaimed in unison. Ah? Then they looked up at the sky at the same time. Mu Jian frowned in confusion, shouting loudly. But how can a lightning tribulation for the spirit transformation realm create the aura of the Dao integration realm? The lightning in the sky suddenly became even more violent, its dazzling light tearing through the dark clouds. Bai Yaki frowned slightly, a clear look of worry on her face. Meanwhile, Mu Jian still stood quietly in place, his eyes dazed as he continued to observe. Suddenly, a huge bolt of lightning tore through the sky, striking straight for where Mu Jian stood. Bai Yaki only had time to shout, "Mu Lang, be careful," before subconsciously reaching out and shoving him away forcefully. Mu Jian stood amidst the chaos, lost in his own thoughts. Although he had long been mentally prepared, the scale of this lightning tribulation was still too astonishing. The light from the lightning tore through the sky, so dazzling it seemed as if it would burn the entire space. The furious lightning bolts, as if they had a mind of their own, struck down continuously, closely pursuing the two of them. Bai Yaki gently raised her hand, her palm swiping as she formed a technique in the air. Mu Jian hurriedly turned his head. After observing the lightning bolt, he hastily commanded, "Yaxi, use the sword and the lock." Hearing this, Bai Yaki worriedly and quickly asked back, "Won't that draw the lightning to me? I won't die even if I'm struck by lightning now." "But Mu Lang, how can your body be as resistant to electricity as mine?" Hearing her concern, Mu Jian hurriedly reassured her. "Don't worry, Yaxi, you can't just tank a lightning tribulation. There's a technique to it, just do as I say." Hearing this, Bai Yaxi's expression immediately changed, and she replied decisively, "All right." Then she swiftly raised the bronze sword, layers of spiritual power gathering around its blade, and the glowing concentric lock was also quickly summoned. Mu Jian shouted loudly, his voice echoing amidst the thunder. "Don't bind it too tightly, you need to surround it." Bai Yaki used all her strength, fighting with both the bronze sword and the concentric lock as the lightning continued to strike down relentlessly. Suddenly the bolts gradually shrank as if being sucked into a single point, then slowly swirled around the weapon in Bai Yaxi's hand. Her voice trembled slightly as she said, "The lightning, it's like a whirlwind wrapping around the bronze sword." Bai Yaxi's body leaned slightly, tense to maintain her stability, the bronze sword in her hand as heavy as a mountain. Mu Jian stood to the side, his expression calm, his steady voice ringing out without a hint of urgency. "Try to fling the lightning out a little." Hearing his words, Bai Yaki tensed her body, gripped the hilt of her sword, and then violently flung the lightning towards the empty ground in front of her. The moment she swung her sword, the suppressed power shot out fiercely. The immense force struck a large patch of land, instantly erupting with a deafening, earth-shattering boom. Yi Hao saw the violent force and frowned, wondering to himself, "What's that commotion? Did an elder in the sect break through without reporting it beforehand? Or is it one of the younger generation? Impossible, right?" As he was pondering, a disciple suddenly ran over from somewhere, panting as he shouted, "Elder Yi Hao, a disciple has something to report. It's about Bai Yaki." Over here, Bai Yaki was still fully focused on controlling the bronze sword in front of her. Her strength gradually depleting, she managed to say with difficulty, "Phew, this is already the 8th lightning tribulation. Isn't it over yet?" Seeing her so exhausted, Mu Jian advised, "Yaxi, use my cauldron to recover your stamina." Bai Yaki glanced down below and coldly refused. "No, the people of the sect have all gathered, and the elders have been drawn over too." Below, the 3 elders had already gathered, watching with rapt attention. Bai Yaki continued worriedly, "If Mu Lang's cauldron is exposed with this bunch of old foxes, I dare not imagine what they would do to Mu Lang." As she spoke, she took out a bottle of pills and said with determination, "The pills Mu Lang gave me, now is the time for them to show their effect." Without any hesitation, Bai Yaki tilted her head back and drank the bottle of pills. The aura around her suddenly changed significantly, the pressure growing stronger and stronger. Bai Yaki said confidently, "It doesn't matter how many more waves come." Yun lay below. Wai Yun heard this and frowned slightly, wondering, "Are those the pills I gave to Bai Yaki? They seem more like the pills I gave to Mu Jian." Wave after wave of lightning tribulations struck the sect, then slowly dissipated, returning the sky to a state of serene clarity. After 9 waves of lightning tribulations, Bai Yaxi's breakthrough tribulation finally ceased. After the final strike, Bai Yaki was utterly exhausted. Seemingly having used up all her strength and gently passed out, almost every disciple in the 2-element sect had witnessed the birth of a young spirit transformation realm cultivator. In Mu Jian's room, he gently carried the exhausted her back. Suddenly, Mu Jian stopped. In front of him, Yi Hao was standing at the door waiting. He spoke slowly, "Greetings, Great Elder," but for the Great Elder to grace the doorway of a male disciple's room, it makes this disciple feel rather surprised. Hearing this, he spoke up to apologize. "My apologies, little friend. I am merely here on official business. I mean no harm. It's just that I heard from a disciple that you had already brought Bai Yaki back to your own room, so I had no choice but to wait at your doorway." Mu Jian showed an innocent smile again, responding cheerfully, "Great Elder, this junior and Yaki are Dao partners. Everyone knows that Yaki is exhausted after resisting the lightning tribulation, so it's not against the sect's rules for me to bring her back to rest first." Yi Hao's face darkened, the friendliness gone from his tone. "It's not against the rules, but if a demon cultivator has infiltrated the sect, that's another matter entirely." Hearing this, Mu Jian couldn't help but frown, not knowing how to respond, and he sighed helplessly. A weary look on his face. After a moment, Mu Jian spoke slowly. "Little friend, I've heard you've been very close with several female elders recently. The Great Elder is truly well informed. To think the Great Elder discovered something others have not." Hearing this, Yi Hao quickly responded, "Then I won't have to use my technique to sense demonic energy. Hand her over to me, little friend." Faced with this demand, Mu Jian still coldly refused, continuing, "No, Great Elder. You should still check." Hearing this, he showed a disdainful expression and lazily performed a check. "Little friend, I've heard you've been very close with several female elders recently. I'm giving you face by not wanting to involve you. Don't complicate simple matters." As he spoke, Yi Hao shouted, "Demon Trace Probe." Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a chilling wind blew past and a massive black shadow suddenly appeared behind him. He was greatly alarmed by this, whipping his head around with a look of terror, thinking, "This powerful demonic aura like a demon emperor's, what's going on?" Then Yi Hao hurriedly pushed open the door and rushed in to check. If it was truly a demon emperor invading, then, suddenly, his gaze landed on an empty space. The spirit dragon was in the room feasting. It was startled by someone coming in and cried out. He was stunned, only managing to stammer after a few seconds, Lord Spirit Dragon, why are you here in human form?" Yi Hao's gaze swept around and suddenly stopped on a plate of food on the table. It was a plate of freshly cooked meat, bright red and tempting, its rich aroma filling the air. He couldn't help but lower his voice and ask, "Lord Spirit Dragon, permit me to ask, are the ingredients in this dish my 8 treasure crane that I raised for 99 years until it matured?" On the bed, Bai Yaki was still fast asleep, her face peaceful and unguarded. The spirit dragon sat beside her, still gnawing on that fragrant roasted crane leg. Night fell, cloaking the entire courtyard in a layer of serene and gentle tranquility. Outside the door a person sat quietly, holding an old pipe from which wisps of blue smoke slowly rose. Yi Hao took a puff from his pipe and said softly, "Little Mew, next time just tell me directly if something's up. This old man is too old to handle such thrilling scenes." Beside him, Mu Jian also replied awkwardly, "I'm sorry, Great Elder. I was surprised too." He paid it no mind, frowning slightly as he asked, "Is this the spirit dragon's first time here?" Mu Jian didn't hide anything, answering honestly, "It has come several times." Hearing this, Yi Hao had a realization. "No wonder its cave has been empty recently. I was wondering where it went, so it turns out you were hiding it. This disciple wouldn't dare," Yi Hao continued helplessly. "Then this isn't the first time Lord Spirit Dragon has eaten an 8 treasure crane?" Mu Jian nodded. It's eaten them several times." Tears streamed down Yi Hao's face as he continued in anguish. "No wonder. Xiao Ji, Xiao Ni, Xiao Kai and Xiao Mei have all gone missing these past few days. I never thought." Hearing this, Mu Jian feigned innocence and hurriedly replied, "Ah, does the Great Elder mean that the Spirit Dragon is not worthy of eating those few 8 treasure cranes? I thought since it's the Sect's divine beast, it would have special privileges. For the Spirit Dragon to be so casual is intolerable. I will be sure to convey the Great Elder's meaning to the Spirit Dragon exactly as you said it." Seeing that he seemed to have had words put in his mouth, Yi Hao shouted angrily, "When did this old man say that?" Hearing this, Mu Jian's smile grew even wider. He continued glibly, "It was my misunderstanding. I will tell Senior Spirit Dragon to feel free to eat its fill." Hearing this, Yi Hao broke out in a cold sweat and stammered, "It doesn't have to go that far." Then he gently rubbed his forehead and explained helplessly, "Little Mew, it's like this. The 8 treasure crane is a species that takes 99 years to mature, but if made into food it's completely useless to a being of Lord Spirit Dragon's level." Mu Jian replied softly, "If it is as the Great Elder says, then it is indeed a great waste." Seeing that the other seemed to understand, Yi Hao quickly said, Right. Simply put, in terms of taste, the meat of an 8 treasure crane isn't much different from chicken. Did the Spirit Dragon bring the 8 treasure crane for you to cook?" Mu Jian immediately nodded, "Yes." Hearing this, he moved a little closer and whispered conspiratorially, "Little Mew, let's discuss something. How about this? Next time the Spirit Dragon comes to you for food, you help us out. Cook whatever you want, just don't use the 8 treasure cranes." Hearing this request, Mu Jian showed a troubled expression and replied wearily, "Great Elder, you're really putting this disciple in a difficult position. Surely you know Senior Spirit Dragon's temper better than I do. Whatever it wants to eat. How could a small chi-refining realm disciple like me dare to refuse?" Yi Hao quickly threw an arm around Mu Jian's neck, pulling him close like a brother, and continued to persuade him, "Little Mew, oh little Mew, although I'm not your master, you really have to help me out this time. Although Lord Spirit Dragon's thoughts are hard to fathom, her temper isn't too bad." Hearing this, he sighed helplessly. He nodded in agreement. "Since the Great Elder has put it that way, I'll give it a try." Yi Hao continued excitedly, "If you have any requests, then just say the word. As long as we can get Lord Spirit Dragon to give up on the 8 treasure cranes, anything can be discussed. But Little Mew, were you the one who helped the Spirit Dragon eliminate its karmic fire? Before, it was tormented by the pain of its heart being burned by karmic fire, which is why the Sect Master had no choice but to use heart-clearing talismans to seal it in the cave to alleviate its suffering. But now it seems so calm and at ease." Hearing this, Mu Jian thought back for a moment. Then it dawned on him, so those were heart-clearing talismans. But when I entered the cave, the talismans inside were all destroyed. Could it be that someone wanted to harm the Spirit Dragon? Then he returned to his normal state, turned around and said with a smile, "You overestimate me. If I could help the spirit dragon eliminate its karmic fire, I would have already gained the spirit dragon's luck and broken through to the spirit transformation realm. Yi nodded lightly. That's true, Mu continued. But from my observation, when Senior Spirit Dragon is by Yaxi's side, although I don't know the reason, Senior Spirit Dragon seems to look much more comfortable. Hearing this, Yi Hao couldn't help but exclaim, "You mean Bai Yaki can help Lord Dragon suppress the karmic fire?" He didn't answer directly, saying slowly, "I am merely stating the facts objectively. Yaxi was brought up the mountain by Senior Sister Lan Mulian alone. Based on a conversation I overheard between the two of them, it seems it was an order from Senior Sister Lan's master." Hearing these words, Yi Hao thought to himself, "This kid probably doesn't know that Lan Mulian's master is none other than the Sect master, right? Which means Bai Yaxi was arranged by the Sect master. Since she's someone the Sect master personally permitted to enter the Sect, what business is it of mine? Do I think I see things more clearly than the Sect master? Luckily I was the only one who came to find out. If others were present, I'd probably be punished by the Sect master. Besides, even if Bai Yaxi really is a demon cultivator, there's an even more demonic one in that room." In the room, the spirit dragon had just finished eating the 8 treasure crane, and was contentedly licking its fingers. Yi Yun stood up to leave. He said softly, "In any case, the conversation we just had was just about trivial matters. There's no need for you to mention it to anyone else, little friend." Mu Jian hurriedly replied, "Of course." Then he remained seated quietly, his gaze following Yi Hao's departing figure. Mu Jian's expression gradually darkened, and he narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking, "As long as you guide him a little, he's quite sensible." He turned and walked into the room, his sharp eyes scanning the area as he quietly observed the movements. After confirming no one was following, he gently closed the door. The corners of Mu Jian's mouth lifted slightly, that familiar smile appearing once more. He called out slowly, his voice low, "Sister Mengru." On the roof in the silent night, a face slowly emerged, and then Wei Mengru lightly jumped down without hesitation. Mu Jian immediately asked, "When the great elder came just now, did you notice anyone else monitoring this room?" Hearing this, she moved closer and answered in a small voice. Hearing that name, Mu Jian raised an eyebrow slightly and smiled meaningfully. "An unexpected person?" Wei Mengru asked curiously. "What happened?" Mu Jian explained without hiding anything. "Someone wanted to use a sect elder to make trouble for Yaxi. After all, it's killing with a borrowed knife, but success isn't guaranteed. But he didn't know that there was always an assistant, my sister Mengru, observing from afar." Hearing this, she angrily gave him a heavy knock on the head. The spirit dragon saw this and happily sat down to watch him. Mu Jian said lightly, "You don't need to help. A Dao integration realm expert interfering in this matter would be too unbalanced." Then he quickly walked to the bedside to check on Bai Yaxi. Mu Jian was lost in his own thoughts. Yaxi, crisis is an indispensable nutrient for a protagonist's growth. I won't stifle it before it happens, but even with this weak body of mine, I will definitely protect all of you. Then Bai Yaxi weakly opened her eyes and called out softly, "Mu Lang." He leaned down and gave her a kiss, then instructed, "Continue to rest well." After breaking through to the spirit transformation realm, the feeling of the divine soul separating and then refusing with the body will take several days to recover from. The two were immersed in the kiss, showing no signs of stopping. The spirit dragon and Wei Mengru watched, their expressions somewhat dazed, not knowing how to react. Wei Mengru stared, a hint of displeasure flashing in her eyes. Watching the two entangled before her, she turned away slightly, thinking with confusion, "Isn't it just for fun? Why be so invested in a kiss that night?" Huang Manting couldn't hide her excitement, laughing as she asked, "Did you bring a new toy?" Mu Jian wore a mysterious expression and said slowly, "It will definitely make you unexpectedly happy." "Miss Huang, please turn around first." Huang Manting agreed upon hearing this. Fine, I thought you were so stuck to that vixen you had forgotten all about me." Suddenly, he slammed her down forcefully, pinning her entire body under the table, unable to move. Huang Manting questioned angrily, "Mu Jian, what do you think you're doing?" He revealed a cunning smile and said in a low voice, "I just wanted to let Miss Huang experience the feeling of being interrogated." She gently bit her lip. "Haha, intero." Before she could finish, Huang Manting suddenly smelled a faint fragrance. Her attitude quickly changed. "Ha." Then Huang Manting said softly, "Well, it's not entirely out of the question," she asked with delight. "The way this counts as an interrogation, you're so weak you might as well let me continue to take the lead." Mu Jian didn't answer. He quietly concentrated his power into his 2 middle fingers. Huang Manting's entire body trembled slightly. She couldn't help but let out a sly soft hum. Huang Manting's gaze gradually became hazy. She provoked him weakly, "Use more strength." "Mu Jian, you're still a far cry from me." Mu Jian got straight to the point, asking slowly, "Miss Huang, has anyone approached you to talk about Yaxi?" Huang Manting immediately retorted, "I can't hear you." Seeing that this level of intensity wasn't enough to make her talk, Mu Jian increased the electricity again, making Huang Manting cry out in spite of herself. Hiss. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore and quickly confessed, "The third prince, Ning Long, he came to see me." Seeing this, Mu Jian said, "You confessed that quickly? I still have several interrogation methods I haven't used yet." Hearing this, Huang Manting cried out indignantly, Why does it sound like I did something shameful with him?" Mu Jian replied coldly. "Then Miss Huang should recall what you said to the third prince," she answered softly. He was curious about Bai Yaki. I just mentioned a few things offhandedly. Mu Jian said without a change in expression. That's a bit much, isn't it? Looks like I should give Miss Huang another jolt, unable to bear it any longer. Huang Manting screamed. I surrender, I'll talk, she shouted hastily. The Chamber of Commerce has a close relationship with the Great Qin imperial family. It's not strange for a prince to inquire about the young talents of Sky Profound City, Huang Manting said nervously. Bai Yaki has been advancing too quickly recently, and the imperial family also thinks she might become a powerhouse in the future. I just told him about the progress of Bai Yaki's cultivation over the past few months. She stood up and met his gaze. Also, I roughly told the third prince about the Bai family's situation. These things aren't exactly secrets, are they? The Bai family is not as glorious as it once was. If they could build a good relationship with the imperial family, wouldn't it be a good thing for the Bai family? I was just acting out of neighborly affection for Sky Profound City. She raised her hand to caress Mu Jian's face. All right, it's my turn to take the lead. I really do prefer being the one in charge. Switch places, she cried out in pain once more. HNGH, Huang Manting cried out angrily. That hurts, you really don't hold back at all. Mu Jian's expression didn't change as he gently released a few thin threads, saying coldly, Miss Huang, you're not good enough. She trembled slightly. Huang Manting's limbs were all tied up tightly. Mu Jian continued, those who cannot bear pain cannot use pain to comfort others, he said softly. If Miss Huang wants to advance further, then this is the next required lesson. Mu Jian clenched his fist. A partner who only cared about her own pleasure was simply too ordinary. Mu Jian revealed a terrifying smile. I'll ask you one more time. That snow lotus from last time, Miss Huang used it again afterward, didn't you? She blushed and didn't answer. Mu Jian still wouldn't let it go, continuing, for instance, out of curiosity you went to see where any demonic energy might still be lingering. Huang Manting spoke uneasily. What are you doing? He didn't answer, just smiled meaningfully and waved his hand slowly. The spiritual power in his hand constantly shifted, finally transforming into an electric drill. Mu Jian slowly raised it in front of Huang Manting, making her shudder uncontrollably. Hey. A hint of displeasure flashed in Mu Jian's eyes. She felt the pressure increasing bit by bit, until it felt like he was using all his strength, causing her entire body to tremble involuntarily. Mu Jian's expression didn't change. Huang Manting managed to force out the words, Last time when a few of us gathered, I unintentionally used the snow lotus and discovered demonic energy. I eliminated your Yi family's people, and the only one connected to you could be Bai Yaki, she sobbed. I never told anyone about this, not until the Crown Prince offered the business dealings between the Imperial family and the Chamber of Commerce as a condition for me to reveal a little. The threads wrapped around her body were released. Mu Jian maintained his stern expression, retracting the threads as he said, You don't have to worry about anything. From now on, whatever he asks, just answer truthfully, just like you did about Yaki this time. Huang Manting was speechless, unable to hide the astonishment in her eyes. Mu Jian gently fell into deep thought. Yaxi's abnormal lightning tribulation and the accusations against her were both related to the third prince. Has the third prince's target shifted from me to those close to me? But this time, the powerful lightning actually allowed Yaki to benefit more from her breakthrough than others. This perilous event has also greatly increased her prestige within the sect. This kind of protagonist needs someone to cause trouble for them to level up quickly. Mu Jian pondered, causing trouble, why cause trouble, how to cause trouble, none of that matters. What's most important is that Mu Jian's fish pond needs waves to serve as feed. Then Mu Jian turned around and said with a smile, Another round, this time Miss Huang will take the lead. Huang Manting was stunned. I thought you were angry, he replied with a smile. How could I be angry? I've said it before, people who only care about themselves are too ordinary. Of course I have to let Miss Huang. Night fell, and the courtyard returned to its usual tranquility. Ninglong was concentrating, communicating through a memorial tablet. State Preceptor, are you saying that after Bai Yaki passed her lightning tribulation, the destiny of Great Qin showed no fluctuations? The person on the other side replied immediately. That is correct, Your Highness, he continued. Then the person we are looking for is likely not Bai Yaki, the other party quickly replied. Does Your Highness have any other options? Ninglong thought for a moment and said, there is one girl whose status makes her more difficult to deal with. If the one affecting Great Qin's destiny is truly her, I'm afraid it will cause a dispute between Great Qin and the Forbidden Zone. 4 months had passed since Bai Yaki's breakthrough to the spirit transformation realm. During this time, Mu Jian's schedule could be described as simple and uniform. He would have an interesting cultivation sessions with Bai Yaki at night, then find time to cultivate his relationship with Yi Tian. Of course, the two sisters' schedules were staggered. At night, he would use paper cranes to communicate with the reserved senior sister Lan. Huang Manting cursed under her breath in frustration. Playing with him was fun to the point of addiction. Damn it. Huang Manting was the type who needed punishment but wouldn't cross any fundamental lines. Occasionally, he would go against the grain, pulling on the fishing line to see the situation. It could be said that his time was arranged seamlessly, determined not to let a single fish go. As for the third prince, he took no further action against Bai Yaki. Although his objective was still unclear, it could be guessed that perhaps the third prince had already shifted his target to someone else. That idiot named Yi Yu was not even worth mentioning unless the person inside his body came out to fight for him. The only one who could effectively drop gold coins for the protagonist now was that third prince. In a small grove in the Hall of Fragrant Travel, Mu Jian and Ling Xuan were locked in a passionate kiss, wrapped around each other as if they never wanted to part. As soon as they separated, Ling Xuan gasped for breath, trying to breathe. Then she said worriedly, "Brother Mu, I'm doing something bad again." Mu Jian asked softly, "Are you still thinking about Tian'er?" Ling Xuan lowered her head gently and said aggrievedly, "Tian'er clearly liked Brother Mu first. My own sister, I even tried to stop it at the beginning, but now it's turned into this. With Tian'er's personality, she won't blame me, she'll just quietly back away. So I don't want Tian'er to know about this." Mu Jian comforted her softly. "This isn't Sister Ling Xuan's fault. Rather, it's me who is doing something insatiably greedy." Then he suddenly transformed into a guy wearing sunglasses, his cool appearance making Ling Xuan exclaim in surprise. "Brother Mu," he moved closer and continued slowly, "I couldn't help but develop feelings for Tian'er, but at the same time I was even more helplessly drawn to you." Ling Xuan said with a blush. "Me too, then we're partners in crime." The two moved closer, exchanging a sweet kiss. Suddenly Yi Bian cried out from a corner. The intimate pair was startled by the sound. They walked towards the direction of the voice. Ling Xuan asked in confusion, "What was that sound?" She drew closer, carefully scanning the surroundings, and then suddenly screamed in fright. "Ah!" Ling Xuan had run into Yi Bian sitting under a tree and asked in surprise, "Tian'er?" Realizing she had been discovered, Yi Bian blushed and stammered, "Sister." Yi Bian tried to explain, I was just resting here for a bit. You and Brother Mu are here too, what a coincidence." Ling Xuan turned away slightly, thinking helplessly, "Tian'er, you really can't lie." "But Tian'er, why were you hiding next to me and Brother Mu?" Just then, Mu Jian also walked over and said, "Tian'er, it really is you. I sensed someone was secretly following us earlier. Tian'er, you can actually just tell Brother Mu directly." Etienne's face was flushed red, so embarrassed she couldn't speak. "Aha, Ling Xuan suddenly stepped closer, scolding loudly in anger. "Don't bully Tian'er, you know what she's like, don't be so direct with her." Seeing this, Mu Jian reached out and wrapped an arm around her waist, saying slowly, "If I don't bully Tian'er, then I'll bully you." Seeing their clasped hands, Etienne's gaze was fixed on them. Then she tilted her head slightly, a smile of keen interest on her face. Mu Jian also noticed Etienne's expression. He gently recalled the previous incident and thought, "I wasn't wrong. Tian'er, you truly are an interesting woman. Let me give you sisters a push." As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he suddenly rushed towards Ling Xuan and swept her into his arms. Her face flushed red as she said shyly, "Brother Mu, Tian'er is still here, don't—" The words were still on her lips when Ling Xuan noticed Etienne's expression. Her face was full of excitement and anticipation, and she clapped her hands continuously in praise. "Oh, that's great." Ling Xuan thought that having grown up with her sister, she understood her well enough. And that was indeed true. Ling Xuan knew all of Etienne's habits and her personality, but the young woman had clearly not expected that her sister also had some strange quirks. Ling Xuan asked in disbelief, "Tian'er, what did you say?" Mu Jian's kind intentions were only to make the two sisters more honest with each other, so that in the future they could be more honest with him. Etienne's voice trembled slightly as she began to speak slowly. "I know that Sister and Brother Mu like each other, and she hesitated for a moment, then gathered her courage and continued, "Like to watch Sister and Brother Mu being intimate." Mu Jian's expression remained calm, but Ling Xuan's face had turned pale. She didn't understand what was happening and cried out in a daze, For the past few months, Ling Xuan had been worried almost every day about being with Mu Jian, wondering, what would happen if my sister found out? Now her mind was running hot. Tian then added, "And I've known for a long time. When Sister and Brother Mu were occasionally intimate in the room, you really didn't notice at all." Ling Xuan cried out in fear, "You're glowing with a weird green light, Tian'er." Right after, Mu Jian gently set Ling Xuan down. Then he turned and said softly, "Take this opportunity for you two sisters to have a good talk. I won't disturb you." Ling Xuan's face was a little pale. She still couldn't adjust to what had just happened. Mu Jian glanced back gently and saw the two sisters talking intimately. He thought, "Can I expect a meal out of this?" Suddenly, a red sigil appeared before Mu Jian. Looking at the runes on the sigil, he frowned slightly and thought, "Is there a villain nearby?" The intense light from the sigil made him cry out so bright, "I almost went blind." A warning like this probably means this villain is very strong, which also means, as he spoke, he cast his gaze towards Yi Bian and Ling Xuan, continuing his thought, "There's more feed for the fish." As they were walking, Yi Bian suddenly stopped, her shoulders tensing slightly. She turned around and shouted, her voice laced with nervousness and vigilance, Who's speaking?" Ling Xuan didn't notice anything unusual and walked closer to ask, "What's wrong?" Yi Bian immediately replied, "There was a woman's voice. Didn't you hear it, sister?" She shook her head. "I didn't hear anything." Yi Bian gently closed her eyes and continued to describe, "A very kind voice. I can vaguely make out the direction." Mu Jian slowly approached and said softly, "Tian'er, listen carefully. Can you find the direction?" As he spoke, he thought to himself that the voice was probably from the major villain. Has Tian'er's fated opportunity arrived as well? The more the better. Tian'er obediently listened and answered softly, I'll try again to see if I can catch that voice." Suddenly, all three of them fell into a tunnel. Mu Jian worriedly asked the two beside him. Ling Xuan, Tian'er, are you alright? Ling Xuan replied calmly. We only fell a few meters, I'm fine, just startled. Ignoring the other two, Yi Biam suddenly let out a soft cry of surprise. Then she pointed ahead and said to Ling Xuan, and Mu Jian, it's over there, let's keep going. Seeing Yi Bian in such a hurry, he quickly spoke up to stop her. Tian'er, wait, we should still be careful of potential dangers. It'd be one thing if we were on the Sect grounds, but getting out of this tunnel won't be easy. Ling Xuan held out her hand and two jade pendants emitted a faint glow. She said in a gentle tone, take these jade slips, just think of my name and crush the slip and you'll be transported to my room, I've already set the coordinates. Hearing this, Yi Bian praised her shyly. Sister, you're so thoughtful. Mu Jian also chimed in with praise. How reassuring, Sister Ling Xuan, to be able to live a lifetime with a thoughtful girl like Sister Ling Xuan would truly be a blessing. Hearing this, she couldn't help but blush, responding shyly, haha, that kind of flattery won't work on me. Suddenly, a demonic voice also reached Mu Jian's ears. The voice kept inviting him, come over here. He listened intently. I heard this voice too, but why is it different from the kind voice Tian'er heard? It's another old man's voice, like a ghost's, but the direction the voice is coming from is also different. Could it be? Thinking this, he slowly walked towards the source of the voice. Yi Bian looked back and saw him, calling out in a daze, Brother Mu. Mu Jian smiled slightly and said quickly, I'm a bit curious about that direction, I'll go scout ahead. If there's any danger, I'll teleport out immediately. You don't have to worry about me. Seeing her sister was still worried, Ling Xuan said, we should still be safe within the two-element sect. The sect wouldn't leave such a dangerous place unchecked. Hearing this, Yi Biam also nodded lightly, feeling much more at ease. The two walked side by side until they reached a passage covered in light, passing by a giant tree with gnarled roots. Ling Xuan subconsciously looked up and exclaimed, that tunnel leads to a huge underground grotto heaven. Suddenly, Yi Biam shouted, Sister, that ceiling, the voice is coming from up there, that's it. The two looked around but saw nothing. Ling Xuan murmured in confusion, is there no one here? Is the voice still here? Directly in front of them an ancient zither slowly materialized, simple and serene. Yi Biam gently touched the zither and called out nervously, Sister. Listening to the zither's music, Ling Xuan frowned slightly and said slowly, who knows how many years this zither has been here? It's broken, besides there's no one here at all, how is that possible? Several soft green lights drifted out from nowhere, gently swirling around the ceiling. As if they had a life of their own, they quickly spread across the ground. The green light suddenly wrapped tightly around Yi Bian. A chill seeped into her skin, reaching her very bones, making her whole body tremble as she couldn't help but cry out, so cold, this sinister wind. A few points of ethereal blue flame suddenly appeared. Though small, they burned with great intensity. The scene on the other side was much the same as the ethereal blue flames spread rapidly, covering the entire opposite space. The ethereal blue flames moved in a peculiar trajectory, spiraling and converging until they gradually formed a complete circle, surrounding the ceiling. Suddenly, a figure shrouded in that blue light slowly appeared. Sensing an unfamiliar aura, Yi Bian turned back worriedly, her face filled with shock. Over here. Mu Jian walked for a while and then stopped. He looked around and judged. Voice Tian'er heard must be a different opportunity. At least I don't have to worry about their safety. The villain's friend system indicates the major villain is definitely this way. Suddenly a faint cold black aura drifted from nowhere, causing Mu Jian to halt his steps. The corner of his mouth lifted. Speak of the devil. Before he could react, a claw as sharp as a blade swung out, grabbing Mu Jian and dragging him away. Seeing this, his eyes widened in surprise, somewhat at a loss for how to react. Then Mu Jian thought with annoyance, can't you villains just show your faces honorably and offer a polite greeting? Then the monster said in a deep voice, that student found his way here on his own. Mu Jian saw it and said softly, Demon Emperor. The monster's crimson eyes opened wide, flashing with surprise, its hoarse voice echoing, you've finally come. Mu Jian frowned slightly and asked with suspicion, Senior, were you the one calling me before? The monster's voice echoed in the dim space. That's right, it was I. A realization dawned on Mu Jian, and he thought, the light from the villain's friend system was so bright it almost blinded me. The Demon Emperor continued to ask, did you encounter any obstacles on your way here? Mu Jian shook his head. He pointed at the demon cultivator beside him and said, I just followed the voice and wasn't stopped. Hearing this answer, the Demon Emperor laughed gleefully. HMPH, ha, excellent. Although I'm left with only this decaying shell, I'm afraid that woman couldn't even leave a wisp of a remnant soul behind. For trying to seal me to death with such a low-handed trick, the price she had to pay was far more tragic than this. Hearing her say this, Mu Jian fell into deep thought. That woman. To venture a guess, the place Tian'er went is likely where that female cultivator sealed this villain. Judging by the remains of this giant bird at its peak, it must have reached the Dao integration realm. The cultivator who could seal this demon emperor must have been at least at the same level of cultivation. To think there are two great powers under the two-element sect, it's truly the real deal. Thinking this, he spoke up and asked, May I ask why Senior has repeatedly summoned this junior? After hearing the explanation, Mu Jian nodded lightly as if he understood. I see, it's likely because this junior killed her envoy that I was marked. The demon cultivator beside him retorted, How is that possible? Their people are all at least at the spirit transformation realm. To be wiped out by a kid who was only at the essence refining realm before entering the sect, if it were that girlfriend of yours, Bai Yaki, with her talent, it might be somewhat possible. Mu Jian looked helplessly at the person chattering on beside him, thinking, "You're so well informed, you must be the one who's been hiding in the sect all this time, aren't you?" The Demon Emperor heard this and questioned softly. Seeing this, Mu Jian quickly spoke up to smooth things over. "My apologies, Lord Demon Emperor." Your subordinate spoke out of turn. She paid it no mind and continued, "Those trivial matters are unimportant. You only need to deal with that rebellious son of mine." Mu Jian asked directly, "Then what does Senior want this junior to do?" The Demon Emperor continued, "Rest assured, I'm not asking you to do something like breaking the seal. This seal has already decayed. If I wanted to, I could escape right now, but to be frank, the current me is just a walking corpse. This rotten flesh doesn't even have a tenth of my peak power. There's no point in getting out. The living water from the western forbidden land and the heavenly balm imperial fruit from the divine tree of the jade pool holy land. With these two things I will have a way to reconstruct a new body." Mu Jian obediently lowered his head and replied respectfully, "If they are things that can be bought with money, my family might have a way, but these two items don't sound like treasures money can solve. I'm afraid this junior," the demon cultivator beside him interrupted impatiently. "Enough, kid, do you think we didn't investigate you before coming here? In the two-element sect, you have the ability and the motive to bring these two treasures to our lord. You are the most suitable person," the Demon Emperor continued to tempt him. "The Void Return Realm. After this is done, I will grant you a great fortune, allowing you to reach the Void Return Realm. It's enough to let you go from being a new disciple to standing on equal footing with the elders of the two-element sect." Mu Jian thought in silence for a long while, his gaze gradually darkening. Then, his eyes red, he roared, "I reject my humanity." This sentence stunned both the Demon Cultivator and the Demon Emperor. Mu Jian slowly continued, "A human's ability is truly limited. From my short life I have learned one thing. The more one schemes and plots, the more likely one is to stumble in an unexpected situation. Right now the people around me are still mocking me, openly or secretly, calling me a useless young master who can't keep up with that girl's pace, but now Senior tells me, as long as I join the great ranks of demon cultivators and serve you faithfully, I can directly reach the Void Return Realm. This is the true path of cultivation." Hearing this, the Demon Emperor was stunned. Her originally haughty eyes gradually sank, her eyes widened, and she couldn't help but think, his words are so fluent and unhesitating, how can such an evil will be so natural? This kid is a natural-born villain. Could he truly be the one born to help me resurrect? Mu Jian continued, "Senior, although we've hit it off, this junior is after all weak and powerless. I wonder if Senior can give me some sort of promise." Seeing this mortal dare to make a request, the demon cultivator beside them roared angrily, "Insolent, are you saying my lord will go back on her word?" Mu Jian remained calm, answering without flinching, "The risks of cooperating with Senior are extremely high. I cannot afford to be careless." The demon emperor beside them burst out laughing. "Ha, well said. I hereby swear that after my young friend brings back the living water and the heavenly balm imperial fruit, I will certainly grant you a great fortune and help you break through to the Void Return Realm. You heard the thunder, didn't you? The oath has been made." After being completely reassured, Mu Jian put on a resolute expression and said, "This junior will definitely retrieve the living water and the heavenly balm imperial fruit for Senior. If I dare to go back on my word, may I be struck by lightning." At this moment, streaks of red lightning continuously descended from the sky above. Yi Hao looked up, his expression serious, thinking with curiosity. Such a powerful oath, lightning, if he fails to complete it, he'll likely be reduced to ashes. Where did this reckless brat come from, daring to make such a wild oath? Seeing Mu Jian's sincerity, the demon emperor praised him with delight. "Ha ha ha, my young friend is also a man of his word. I have no use for this soul-nourishing pill. Consider it a gift for our first meeting." Mu Jian took the pill, held it tightly in his hand and said sincerely, "Thank you for your praise, Senior. This junior will not let you down." In the heavy darkness, two figures quietly appeared. Mu Jian frowned and asked with confusion, "What, you want to return to the sect with me?" The demon cultivator beside him replied in a low voice, "It's to prevent you from being targeted by that woman." Hearing this, he asked back curiously, "Are you talking about the female cultivator who sealed Lord Demon Emperor?" "My journey to see Lord Demon Emperor was very smooth. She should have long since dissipated body and soul," the demon cultivator replied slowly. "If it's her, it's hard to say. Perhaps she is currently lying low here preparing to eliminate those loyal to the Demon Emperor like you." As she spoke, she took out a scroll and continued to instruct, "Take this map." Mu Jian asked back blankly, "A map?" The demon cultivator continued. "In 3 days, reinforcements will arrive at the two-element sect. We will rendezvous at the location marked on the map." Hearing this, he held the map tightly in his hand and calmly replied, "No problem," he thought to himself. "There are reinforcements. Are they from the Jade Pool or the Forbidden Zone?" After being buried for so many years, her wings are still so full. This group of old subordinates is truly loyal, aren't they? A slow footstep echoed in the darkness, the sound dry as if stepping on someone's heart. Mu Jian frowned, his eyes sharp as he observed. From the darkness, Mie Tian slowly walked out, Ling Xuan floating beside her. She was unconscious, her face pale, her breathing faint. Without any warning, EBM suddenly turned and attacked the demon cultivator. The demon cultivator watched leisurely, then her figure flashed, easily dodging the attack. Turning the tables, the demon cultivator revealed her sharp claws and attacked EBM. She kept her head down, her face showing no emotion. Then EBM rushed forward, striking back. The demon cultivator attacked like a whirlwind, her eyes flashing with arrogance. The two figures intertwined like two opposing beams of light, their moves vicious and precise. Liu Tian struck out with a move of unparalleled ferocity. The demon cultivator was not to be outdone, quickly counterattacking. Yi Ya launched a fatal attack and a huge burst of energy erupted. A dazzling silver light pierced through layers of demonic energy, heading straight for the demon cultivator. The blow shot straight through the ceiling of the tunnel, violently shattering it and causing an earth-shattering explosion, as if it would tear the entire mountain range apart. Mu Jian followed the direction of the attack and softly deduced, "She's been crushed." Then he looked at the person before him with reverence, a smile on his face, and thought, "If you're not Tianer, then who are you?" Yi Xian also had a slight smile on her lips, her gaze somewhat empty as she arrogantly met Mu Jian's eyes. She raised her hand and lifted his chin, making him feel a bit intimidated. But she had no intention of doing anything, just quietly observing him. A slight smile played on his lips as he thought better to leave first. The white light around her body gradually converged, growing dimmer and dimmer. Qing Di turned Mu Jian and Yi Lingxuan into two small objects to carry with her. He spoke up and asked, "Senior, can you give Tianer back to me?" A ray of light suddenly flashed, piercing through the hole in the ceiling. Mu Jian, Qing Di and Yi Lingxuan moved outside together. He bowed slightly to her and asked, "Young cultivator, do you still have the mind to think about that woman?" Hearing this, Qing Di raised an eyebrow and retorted, "I caught you colluding with an evil demon cultivator. Aren't you afraid I'll eliminate you?" "Not only that," she continued. This junior's first reaction was indeed to worry about Tianer's safety. Mu Jian didn't look up but still answered her. At the same time, this junior also believes that this hero who sacrificed herself to seal the evil demon must have the ability to see things clearly. What abilities do I have now? All that remains here is but a wisp of a spiritual consciousness guarding the demon emperor. Hearing him say this, Qing Di just smiled faintly. She looked at him with a cold gaze, her finger touching his brow. "The girl you call Tianer called you brother, which is why I didn't strike you." After speaking, she bowed and sat down beside Yi Lingxuan, using her power to heal her. Mu Jian stood to the side and asked, "Senior, can you tell this junior what happened?" Yi Bian stood up, looked at him and answered, "This child, Tianer, is very kind. She just discussed with me, hoping I could go out for a walk before dissipating. So she lent me her body. My spiritual consciousness has become so weak that it could dissipate at any moment. This child used her spiritual power to help me stabilize my spiritual consciousness. But this spell is too draining for a child of her age, which is why she collapsed from exhaustion and lost consciousness." As soon as she finished speaking, her voice rang out again. "But what a coincidence, this child named Tianer has a deep affinity with me in some ways and our personalities are quite similar." Mu Jian just let out a surprised "oh" in response, but Qing Di's gaze seemed to become even more resolute. "It's decided. I will leave my legacy to Tianer, hoping she can inherit my name." As soon as she finished speaking, a jade stone enveloped in azure immortal energy appeared in her hand. Mu Jian's brow furrowed at the same time. The seed of enlightenment. In a flash of enlightenment, the comprehensions of a long lifetime could all be contained within an extremely rare seed, a peerless magic treasure for a great power to pass down their thoughts. A smile suddenly appeared on her lips and she said, "I have already passed on my most essential cultivation techniques to this child through the seed of enlightenment. Consider it a final gift to posterity." After speaking, she called him over softly. "Come here." Hearing her call him, he approached and replied, "If Senior has any other matters, please don't hesitate to command me." Qing Di placed a small azure pouch in his hand and said, "There are some more seeds of enlightenment. It would be a waste to keep them, so I'm giving them to you. Not only that," she continued, "it's just that these seeds of enlightenment haven't absorbed my good fortune, so they can't compare to Tianer's. You can use them however you like." He looked blankly at the pouch in his hand. Even a blank seed of enlightenment can help a spirit transformation realm cultivator break through. This is the first time this junior has met Senior. I am truly unworthy of accepting this. She seemed dissatisfied with his attitude. "You child, why are you so polite? My spiritual consciousness will dissipate soon enough. Just take it. I can feel that you will need it." He finally had no choice but to respond. "Then this junior will respectfully accept." Qing Di turned to look at the slowly setting sun. "My physical body has long since dissipated. I have been sustained only by my divine sense for many years." Mu Jian asked unconsciously, "What if you had the living water and the heavenly balm imperial fruit?" Hearing him say this, she was even more surprised and asked back, "You know about these things? These two treasures can indeed reconstruct a physical body, but even if they were all collected, I'm afraid it would be too late." He continued to ask, "What if I have a way to help you preserve your spiritual consciousness?" She also replied, "Young friend, a weakened spiritual consciousness is extremely susceptible to external influences. Right now I can't even maintain myself in Tianer's body for very long." She was suddenly startled as if she remembered something. She turned her face and whispered to him, Unless there is an alternate space that can isolate the outside world and consistently maintain an exchange of spiritual power like a natural cauldron. He also happened to turn his face to look at her, smiled and said, "That's right. Senior and I are also fated to meet." Suddenly, a voice from behind caught their attention. "Old friend, you would pin your hopes of reconstructing your body on a good-for-nothing chi refining stage, Junior?" It was Yi Yu's voice. He retorted, "Have you been lying underground for so long that you've become more muddled than this, old man? But just from the tone, I know that's not Yi Yu. The body is his, but the soul is not." Mu Jian quickly realized this as well. "Yi Yu, the thing inside his body, is controlling him," Qing Di spoke. "Who are you? Ha, so you're also borrowing someone else's body." He did not deny her words. "One can only say we each have our difficulties. This old man happened to discover this child favored by the Heavenly Dao and decided to temporarily reside in his body." He suddenly paused, then spoke again. "But this old man's situation is better. At least I'm not so weak that my soul is on the verge of scattering." She gave him a look full of contempt. "So what business do you have with a lonely soul like me who is about to dissipate?" He immediately made his request. "Enter the body of this child I inhabit. This old man's cultivation technique can help your spiritual consciousness exist for another 3 months." His gaze turned cold and sharp. "In a fight to the death, this old man is not your match, but this old man's title, the Medicine Emperor. I trust you still know of it. As for reconstructing a physical body, it's not a difficult matter for this old man either." Qing Di quickly understood his intentions. "What are the conditions?" The man pointed to Yi Yu's body and answered, "Pass your legacy on to this child." His words made her chuckle softly. The disdain on her face did not change in the slightest. "Too late. I've already promised this young friend first," he retorted, unwilling to back down. "If it's just for some face or rules, this old man sees no need for it." Qing Di just replied happily, "No, I sincerely believe this boy is not without the ability to save me." Seeing that the situation hadn't changed, he stopped trying to persuade her. "Fine, then let your spiritual consciousness just disappear. The living water from the Forbidden Zone, do you expect the Lord of the Forbidden Zone to give it to you? Would he be so kind as to create another Dao integration realm powerhouse in the world?" He sneered without reservation. "I know the woman you've possessed is one of the Lord of the Forbidden Zone's daughters, but no great power would create a rival of the same level just because their child received a small favor. Be realistic. Only I, the Medicine Emperor, have the ability to reconstruct a physical body without the living water." Qing Di's face darkened, and the way she looked at him gradually changed. Suddenly a loud shout broke the conversation. Mu Jian and Qing Di turned to see that Yi Lingxuan had woken up at some point. She wouldn't let herself be outdone. What if both of the Lord of the Forbidden Zone's daughters want to ask for the living water for Brother Mu? Yi Lingxuan placed her hands on her hips, staring intently at the Medicine Emperor. And a thought flashed through his mind. Although this Yi Lingxuan usually seemed gentle and refined, she was a proud girl at heart. He felt a bit intimidated by her attitude. It would be best to win her over while she's still young. It will be difficult to befriend her once she's fully grown. He frowned slightly, as if in deep thought. Right now, the cunning boy Mu Jian has completely seized the advantage, and that boy Yi Yu wasted his chance because of his pride. It's useless to say more. Then he sighed in disappointment. In the end, the Medicine Emperor chose to leave Yi Yu's body. Mu Jian suddenly reached out, placed a hand on Yi Lingxuan's shoulder and pulled her into his embrace. "HMPH, you say the most interesting things. Isn't it normal for a couple to help each other?" Hearing this, Yi Lingxuan's face turned as red as a tomato. Yi Yu, who had just been returned to his body, had to witness this scene. He turned and left. "Let them waste their time on romance." Yi Yu asked, "Who is the person possessing Yi Tian?" The Medicine Emperor's spiritual consciousness answered him. "She is the first holy maiden of the Jade Pool Holy Land. Her power is located in the southeastern part of the eastern continent bordering the extreme abyss. It is the Jade Pool Holy Land. The border between the extreme abyss and the eastern continent is where the spiritual energies of extreme yang and extreme yin converge. This environment is most likely to produce geniuses. They are called the Jade Pool Holy Maidens. The first Jade Pool Holy Maiden once had a name that shook the 9 provinces, Qing Di." The Medicine Emperor continued to explain. "She should still have the seeds of enlightenment left from when she reached the Dao integration realm. If you use just one, your future cultivation path will be much smoother. Moreover, Qing Di has a natural Dao body. If you had seized the opportunity, 2 good opportunities were ruined by your sister. A natural cauldron disperses spiritual energy, while a natural Dao body contains a trace of the great Dao from birth. The first person to unite with her can monopolize the benefits of this great Dao. In the 9 provinces, many cultivators take pride in marrying a Jade Pool Holy Maiden, but since ancient times only 1 or 2 Holy Maidens have actually married. Because the Jade Pool Holy Maidens themselves are too powerful, as long as their partners can defeat them, they will not be looked down upon like concubines in ordinary stories. Qing Di is the strongest among this group of battle-hardened Holy Maidens." Mu Jian, Yi Lingxuan and Qing Di silently watched Yi Yu's departing figure. The old lecher is finally gone. "Senior, please take care of yourself." She laughed out loud at his words. Yi Lingxuan stood to the side looking up at him. "Brother Mu, I didn't disturb you, did I?" She clasped her hands tightly behind her back, revealing a mix of worry and anticipation for his answer. He was amused by her appearance. She wants to be praised but doesn't want to say it directly. It looks like a greeting, but she's actually pouting and saying praise me quickly. Mu Jian stepped forward and gently ruffled her hair. No, you came at the perfect time, at least thanks to you, little sister Lingxuan. Yi Lingxuan's face turned even redder. Qingdi stood aside, observing everything, and then she smiled slyly. She finally spoke. What a coincidence. I didn't expect you two sisters to be the daughters of the Lord of the Forbidden Zone. No wonder you're so confident, but the Medicine Emperor was right. You're still young and don't understand the competition between those at the Dao integration realm. Your father probably doesn't want to see me resurrected at all. Hearing her say this, Yi Lingxuan comforted her. Since Senior has already chosen Tian'er as her successor, of course I have to help. I'll be returning to the Forbidden Zone in a few days and I'll definitely bring back the living water then. She hesitated for a moment before continuing. Although it might be a little troublesome, it's all worth it for Brother Mu and Senior. Mu Jian also said happily. I was the one who promised to help Senior reconstruct her body. If possible, let me explain it to your father in person when the time comes. Yi Lingxuan gently poked his nose. You can rely on me for a bit, you know. But he replied calmly, I want to rely on you, but I don't want you to have to beg others for my sake, not even your father, he spoke, pulling them closer together. He is my father-in-law after all. Your father is such a powerful and respected figure. I must leave a first impression on him that is neither servile nor overbearing, right? Although Lingxuan was a bit flustered, she managed to answer in time. My father might not be easy to talk to, he tried to reassure her. I believe that as long as there's a reasonable explanation he will agree. Coincidentally, I found something when I was separated from you all earlier. But for now we should first find a place for Senior to settle her spiritual consciousness. He closed the door to the room before asking Qingdi, You don't seem worried at all. The sun is almost down, Senior. But she just replied indifferently, because I never really cared much about whether I could be resurrected or not. Qingdi revealed a faint smile and confessed, No one in this world wants to see me return. Before I was sealed, I had already prepared myself mentally. I have no more lingering attachments. Her gaze swept over Mu Jian, and she asked again, Are you wondering why I'm not worried at all that the old monster will break the seal after I dissipate? He seemed to have calmed down a bit. This junior won't use morals to pressure Senior. I'm sure Senior already has a plan. Hearing Mu Jian say this, she could only offer reassurance. Don't worry. With the sect master of the two-element sect and the spirit dragon here, a remnant soul can't stir up much trouble. She sat on the large bed in front of them. And you, did he try to win you over and trick you into doing things for him before? He had no intention of hiding it and spoke up. He asked this junior to help him find the living water and the heavenly balm phoenix fruit to help him reconstruct his body. I only gave him my verbal agreement. But when he saw her sitting on the bed, he couldn't help but ask in surprise, Senior, this is Qingdi. And Yi Tian's body looked at him and replied, Transferring spiritual consciousness. Come here. This sentence made him freeze for a moment. His instincts told him something was wrong. All right? She looked at him lying on the bed and instructed, The process of transferring spiritual consciousness will be a bit intense. I was only able to complete it before with little sister Lingxuan's help. Now with direct contact with your body, the consumption might be very large, he answered confidently. Don't worry, bring it on. I am Mu Jian, also known as the King of Endurance. She turned her head and instructed Yi Tian's spiritual consciousness. Tian'er, next your 5 senses will gradually recover. But until it's completely over, you won't be able to control your body. Qingdi suddenly said, It's starting, and immediately leaned down. He was slightly stunned, but Tian'er, before he could finish his sentence, she had already pressed her lips to his, and a green light flowed between them. Mu Jian couldn't help but wonder, but wasn't Senior going to at least symbolically ask for Tian'er's opinion? Qingdi retorted, Tian'er calls you Brother Mu so affectionately. Don't you know Tian'er's preferences yet? At this moment, Yi Tian's spiritual consciousness slowly opened her eyes, observing everything. She was a little dazed. Sen Senior. Qingdi gently brushed her hair back and said in a seductive tone, This situation right now, isn't it exactly what Tian'er likes most? His eyes clearly showed his surprise at the previous question. What Yi Tian wanted was 1, to be intimate with Brother Mu, and 2, to watch others be intimate with Brother Mu. Now her body was being intimate with Mu Jian, while she herself was merely an observer. Qingdi squinted and smiled. Tian'er, this is the second gift from your master. This scene was simply too satisfying for Yi Tian. He couldn't help but feel her eyes well up, yes, just the corners of her eyes. Lying underneath, Mu Jian cursed in his heart. Damn it, Senior, you really know how to play. The entire sky was covered by thick dark clouds and massive bolts of lightning struck the mountain peak. Below, Lan Mulian gently deflected the falling lightning with her sword. The crowd below shouted, So envious. Senior sister Lan can really treat the lightning tribulation of the Void Return realm like a juggling act. She is, after all, a disciple valued by the sect master. Of course, she's different from us nobodies. At this moment, someone suddenly brought up, that new disciple a few days ago also handled his lightning tribulation pretty well, but this was immediately refuted. That was the spirit transformation realm. Senior sister Lan's is the Void Return realm. How can they be the same? Bai Yaki, passing by, was also angered by this. She snorted coldly. Bai Yaki frowned unhappily. HMPH. I found Mu Lang. Then she saw a familiar face. Why is the young lady from Sky Profound City's auction house here too? Mu Jian tilted his head to the side and asked, My dear sister, we haven't seen each other in a long time. Are you also at the Two Element Sect? Why didn't you tell me? Lan Muyan smiled and replied, It's just a small matter. Then she said politely, Young Master Mu hasn't come to the auction house in a long time. Have you perhaps forgotten about me? I've still got plenty of treasures saved for you to see. He also smiled in reply, extending his arm towards her, wanting to wrap it around her waist. How could I? I've been busy cultivating lately and I'm stuck at a bottleneck. When the sect has a break in a while, I'll definitely go ask for my dear sister's help. So sister, don't keep me in suspense. Coming here in person, it must not be a small matter, right? He moved closer to her and continued to persuade. Tell me, maybe I can help a little. But Lan Muyan just coldly pushed his hand away and reminded him. There are still many disciples watching here, don't mess around. His expression instantly froze. Sister, you've changed. A sad barrier has formed between us. She looked at him and smiled faintly. Stop fooling around, my sister over there is finished too, he asked, somewhat dazed. Sister, at this time she had also finished her lightning tribulation. All the disciples who witnessed this scene had the same thought, to be able to suppress it 3 times before breaking through and to be so composed, what monstrous talent. Yaruyu smiled helplessly and thought, she is indeed stronger than I was at her age, but how difficult is it to break through in the Void Return realm? No one knows better than I, however, as long as my precious disciple is still here, your continuous progress is mine. Just then Lan Muyan slowly walked forward, making him stare in a daze. Dear sister, she held a small bottle in her hand and said, Little sister Lan Muyan, on behalf of the Lan family, present sister with a flower condensing pill to congratulate sister on successfully breaking through to the Void Return realm. He still maintained his smile, but countless thoughts were racing through his mind. Lan Muyan, so that's their relationship. His gaze gradually became serious as he continued to speculate. I thought the auctioneer was some kind of NPC with an independent model. Since she's Lan Mulian's sister, I'll have to pay attention to whether she could be a protagonist in the future. This analysis was not born from Mu Jian's objective judgment, but because a pure, studious, and truth-seeking Mu Jian was very fond of tasting various sister rice bowls. Lan Mulian looked at her own sister and said softly, Thank you. She said nothing, just smiled in response. Besides the Lan family, many disciples within the sect also presented congratulatory gifts, be it heavenly materials and earthly treasures or precious pills. Suddenly, Yi Yu walked out from the crowd to Lan Mulian presenting a red box. Congratulations, senior sister, on breaking through to the Void Return realm. I hope this humble gift will be of some help to you. She politely accepted the box. Thank you, junior brother. Yi Yu's gaze seemed to have changed, now tinged with a hint of wickedness. I suggest senior sister open it and take a look first. She did as he said and opened the box, immediately seeing a large pink pill. At this moment Yi Yu suddenly bowed and said loudly, This is a 6th grade appearance-preserving pill that I personally refined. Today I specially present it to senior sister. The surrounding disciples immediately stirred, their discussions buzzing. Yi Yu could actually refine an appearance-preserving pill. This pill could lock one's appearance at a certain age and was highly sought after among the female disciples. However, Lan Mulan couldn't have cared less. She closed the box and said to him, After the Void Return realm, a cultivator can maintain their appearance on their own. I have no use for it. Despite what she said, he continued to speak. I understand, junior brother, but I still hope senior sister will accept it. I will definitely work harder in the future and refine even better pills to repay you. As soon as he finished speaking, more discussions arose from the crowd. Although I knew Yi Yu was an alchemist, I never thought he could refine a 6th grade pill. If I could befriend him, it might be very convenient in the future. Yi Yu's brows furrowed, a calculating look on his face. The gift itself wasn't the main point. What mattered was that his reputation was now established, making it easier to befriend others and find opportunities in the future. He suddenly turned to Mu Jian. Young Master Mu, I heard you have a good relationship with senior sister Lan. Why haven't I seen your congratulatory gift yet? After speaking, he shot him a wicked glance, feeling secretly smug. Back in the Mu family, Mu Jian could act high and mighty only because he was backed by the vast wealth and power of the Mu family. Now in the sect, that pile of gold and silver was of little use. Besides, he didn't have any pills above the 5th grade in his inventory this time. I'm sure to win. Suddenly, Yi Lingxuan appeared behind him and called out softly, Brother Mu. She handed him a small cyan object. Take this storage ring. It has as many 6th grade pills as you want. Mu Jian looked at her happily, marveling in his heart. You really are a little rich girl. His voice dropped a little. Sister Lingxuan, let's skip it this time. She frowned slightly and said, Brother Mu, you don't have to be so polite with me. He quickly explained, It's not about being polite. At this moment, Mu Jian took out a small bag. Because your brother Mu prepared for this long ago. The crowd gathered around, ready to watch the show. Lan Mulian had ascended to the Void Return realm, and everyone in the sect had presented congratulatory gifts. But Mu Jian's gift was, no one knew what surprise Mu Jian would pull this time. He took a step forward and announced loudly, Junior brother Mu Jian, congratulate senior sister Lan. Everyone's eyes focused on the yellow bag in his hand, which was printed with the pattern of a red spirit beast. They were also very curious about what was inside. Is that a food box? I think I smell a fragrance. Is it pastry? Before the crowd's curiosity could last too long, he immediately introduced his gift. Senior Sister Lan, this is the top-grade osmanthus cake, self-produced by the Mu family's trading house. Lan Mulian looked at him with a gentle expression and asked with concern, "You went back to Sky Profound City?" He handed her a bag of pastries, not forgetting to take credit. "I rushed back to the city overnight just to bring you fresh osmanthus cake. I hope Senior Sister won't mind," she pressed on with more questions. "You went back with a maid on a flying sword, wasn't it a lot of trouble?" Mu Jian didn't think it was a big deal. He replied politely, "It was just a matter of consuming 2 spirit-replenishing pills and essence-restoring pills. Nothing worth mentioning." Yu watched the two of them talking intimately, frowning in displeasure. This guy went all that way just for a bag of pastries. Is he crazy? But that wasn't quite it. Lan Mulian was the Sect's senior sister, long accustomed to seeing all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Besides, the gifts from this group of brats were all more or less the same. Yiyu's thoughts grew deeper, his gaze anything but simple. At this moment, someone who went to the trouble of rushing to Sky Profound City for his senior sister had on the contrary become the most thoughtful person. Moreover, that bag probably contained more than just osmanthus cakes. This Mu Jian really knows how to strike at the weak spot. He's extremely cunning. If only you had 7/10 of his cunning. Lan Mulian tilted her head with a smile, accepted the bag of pastries and said gratefully, "I love it." Just because of that one sentence, the people around immediately started buzzing again, creating a lively scene. My God, did Senior Sister Lan just smile? But in the end it's just a snack. If I'd known Senior Sister liked snacks I would have bought some too. Mu Jian began to talk endlessly, introducing the gift he had prepared with such care. But this isn't just ordinary osmanthus cake. I call it the Enlightenment Cake. Senior Sister Lan, open it and see. Lan Mulian finally opened the bag. She looked at the delicious pastry with confusion, but something seemed off. In the center of the pastry a green object was emitting a strange energy. At this moment her expression was one of utter shock as she finally recognized what it was. The seed of enlightenment. As soon as her words fell, the surroundings became clamorous again, and everyone's attention was focused on this rare treasure. Speaking of its origin, the seed of enlightenment was a rare item that could only be obtained when a Dao integration realm expert underwent a lightning tribulation or a Dao enlightenment realm expert broke through. Let alone the sect disciples present, even those ancient and noble families might not be able to produce a single seed of enlightenment. Some old blurry images surfaced. In this era, Dao integration realm experts were few and far between, and even Dao enlightenment realm experts had been extinct for over 100 years. An image of a man smiling wickedly flashed by. And at this moment the appearance of a seed of enlightenment represented the possibility of entering the Dao enlightenment realm. They began to discuss the matter endlessly again. If I had a seed of enlightenment I might consider giving it away, but I'd still hesitate in the end. But this Mu Jian is really willing to part with it. Another person retorted, "Don't even talk about it. If you said you were willing to give it away you would have already refined it long ago. I'm willing to call Mu Jian the #1 lovesick fool in the sect." Lan Mulian had been silently observing from the side for a long time, planning something in her mind. This romantic young master actually went to such lengths for my sister. After refining the seed of enlightenment one's own strength would greatly increase. What kind of beauty couldn't he pursue then, to give up the entire forest for a single flower, although my sister is indeed that rare flower. A faint smile played on her lips as if she was plotting some mischief. But my sister is indeed the type to be easily deceived by scumbags. This is going to be a good show. After the commotion in Mu Jian's room he paced back and forth restlessly. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. It was Lan Mulian. He met her gaze seemingly unsurprised. "Senior Sister." The moonlight fell on Lan Mulian and she spoke to him mysteriously, "Follow me." Mu Jian couldn't help but wonder, what's this, where are we going so late? She didn't say much, nor did she explain, simply commanding, "Follow." The two had now moved to a secluded and deserted place. Mu Jian broke the silence. "If Senior Sister likes my gift you can thank me another day. The mountains are a bit—" Lan Mulian didn't look back, only warning sternly, "If you dare to be slick with your words again I'll throw you down the mountain right now." Mu Jian immediately knew his place. "Then I'll shut up." In a moment of back and forth she glanced at him and instructed, "Watch your words later." "Did you hear me clearly?" He smiled gently, responding in a very good mood, "Yes." When they reached their destination it was an extremely private place. Behind a hanging curtain a mysterious figure appeared, seemingly having waited for them for a long time. Lan Mulian pulled back the curtain and walked in, reporting to the person inside, "Master, I've brought Mu Jian." He smiled faintly. A look of pride on his face, giving the seed of enlightenment served not only to help Senior Sister Lan cultivate, but also had another important purpose, advertisement. As a Dao integration realm sect master, seeing a seed of enlightenment appear, she would surely be able to guess a few things. His eyes widened and with a resolute will he stepped forward. "I must first attract attention to gain the upper hand. Let me see what kind of person the legendary sect master is." Contrary to the tall and mighty image he had imagined, this figure, revered as a master, had a rather peculiar appearance, looking quite cute. Lan Mulian bowed respectfully. "Disciple will take her leave first," Yan Manfei replied softly. Mu Jian hadn't figured out the situation yet, his face full of question marks. Now that only the two of them were left to talk, she got straight to the point. You were the one who gave the seed of enlightenment to Mulian, weren't you? Mu Jian politely replied at once. It was indeed this disciple. After asking this short question, she threw the question back at him. If you have any questions, just ask. Mu Jian was a bit helpless in this situation, unable to speak. A long string of thoughts flashed through his mind. A Dao integration realm expert, if they wished, could completely prevent others from seeing their true appearance. This wasn't a superficial illusion, but more like a method of directly modifying the target's brain's reception of images in their eyes. Yan Manfei appeared in two different forms, one like a round chubby mascot, and in Lan Muyan's eyes a complete person. In other words, the Sect Master in Senior Sister Lan's eyes and the Sect Master in my eyes are definitely completely different. His brain began to analyze the situation. In his previous life, Mu Jian was the Lord of the Path of Slaughter and had developed an ability to record all of a person's physical data with his eyes. Senior Sister Lan's master's strange figure was not natural. In the future, no matter how she changed her clothes, Mu Jian wouldn't need to see her face, he could recognize her by her figure alone. But facing her current form, even if he wanted to use her figure to recognize the Sect Master, Mu Jian would be helpless in the future. Returning to the unfinished topic, he decided to ask again. Won't the Sect Master first ask me where the seed of enlightenment came from? She answered immediately without a thought. No need, he continued to ask. That demon emperor from the pilgrimage hall. Do I need to know their information? She replied immediately. No need to know. Mu Jian continued to ask other questions. There is another Dao integration realm senior. How should I help her? Can the Sect Master give me some guidance? She was again very sparing with her words. Adapt to the situation. Faced with these extremely brief and concise answers, he was also quite speechless. All right then, Sect Master, just pretend I didn't ask anything. And she just replied with an "oh" and let it go. Mu Jian clasped his hands and bowed his head respectfully to express his sincerity. If all my questions are within the Sect Master's expectations, then I don't need to worry too much. Yan Manfei praised him, then continued to pique his curiosity, very tactful. Any other questions? Mu Jian thought for a moment and decided to ask a silly question. Sect Master, are you still looking for a lackey? Her expression remained the same, but her words revealed a cold rejection. We're not a good match. Mu Jian tearfully expressed his hardship. But Lord Sect Master, I don't want to work hard anymore. Yan Manfei tried to explain to him. This is only human nature, but the right benefactor for you right now is not me. Those heroic and chivalrous benefactors in the martial world. You should seize the opportunity yourself. She left with one last sentence and disappeared. Mu Jian stood there, not yet fully processing the situation. I hope that when we meet again you'll still be in one piece and not a Mu Jian chopped into five. After a strange conversation, the two met again. Lan Mulian spoke first. You've met my master. How did it feel? Mu Jian replied with dissatisfaction. She didn't say a single valuable word to me. Lan Mulian rested her chin in her hand, also unable to understand her master's mysterious behavior. That guy went all that way just for a bag of pastries. Is he crazy? I thought Master would reward you with something, he retorted. No, this is for the best. He raised his hand to cover his mouth and spoke a few profound words. The girls are the clothes, and I am just the needle and thread. The needle and thread only need to be responsible for sewing the clothes behind the scenes. Lan Mulian found it hard to understand his meaning and had to give up. All right, as long as you don't feel like you've wasted your time. Mu Jian approached Lan Mulian and enthusiastically expressed his wish. Besides, being able to see Senior Sister's face is the best reward. I gave the seed of enlightenment to Senior Sister precisely because she is the guiding light on my path of cultivation. However, Lan Mulian was also good at making requests. She tilted her head slightly, looked at him, and proposed a deal. If I can really make junior brother focus his thoughts on cultivation, I don't mind letting him see me once a day. At this point, Mu Jian was completely convinced by this deal. Senior Sister, are you serious? She teased him. I'm just afraid junior brother is too busy philandering every day to have time to find me, he immediately retorted. How is that possible? Since Senior Sister has agreed, I'll come visit you every day as soon as I have time. The scene switched to a place covered in thick cobwebs. The demon cultivator was bound by those spider silks. She commanded, "Come here." The mysterious person immediately walked over step by step. Looking at the demon cultivator's sorry state, the person said with a mocking tone, "Injured? It seems your lurking in the sect isn't going so smoothly." The demon cultivator immediately defended herself. It wasn't done by someone from the sect, it was just an accident. The black-robed person didn't seem simple. He warned, "That's good. If your existence is completely exposed, our deal will be meaningless. Their whereabouts are still a mystery. The opportunity to get the living water is coming soon." The mysterious person made a corresponding request. "I also need a reward from the old demon emperor's tribe, those who shouldn't exist." The demon cultivator seemed a little hesitant about this. "That's natural. Besides, speaking of which," Mu Jian secretly felt that something was wrong and sneezed. "Lord Demon Emperor has already found a very suitable mole for you." The sky was already bright, and Zhou Hao stood outside the door with a displeased look on his face. I heard that the young lady has been pestered by someone since she arrived at the Two-Element Sect. Is it you? Mu Jian was still a little groggy from being woken up and couldn't help but ask this person who was disturbing him. And you are? Zhou Hao didn't answer, but asked directly, you should also know the difference in status between an ordinary family and a forbidden zone, although I heard you are the young master of a great family in Sky Profound City, compared to a forbidden zone that stretches for thousands of miles and is guarded by a Dao integration realm expert, it's nothing at all. Mu Jian smiled triumphantly. Things were finally developing according to his wishes. Here it comes. The stepping stone NPC that activates the Forbidden Zone storyline has appeared. He frowned and thought, according to the original flow, this guy should have been matched against the protagonist Yi Yu, but now after a moment of thought his expression changed as if he were a different person, much to Zhou Hao's surprise. Sister Lingxuan, someone sent by your family's master is here to see you. Yi Lingxuan appeared and spoke calmly. Looking for me? Zhou Hao looked at her in surprise and stammered, young lady. Suddenly his gaze changed. A look of panic also appeared in his eyes. He noticed that Yi Lingxuan's clothes were a bit revealing, which was inconsistent with her usual style. Zhou Hao was terrified, and his mind began to race with wild thoughts. How could the young lady be in this guy's room dressed like this? He clutched his head in pain. Has the young lady already been defiled by this brat? Of course, Mu Jian knew what he was thinking and stood by watching the show. Although you didn't say it out loud, I can directly see the dialogue box in your mind, brother. Mu Jian asked Yi Lingxuan. Sister Lingxuan, who is this gentleman? Yi Lingxuan said simply. The son of the fourth elder of the Forbidden Zone, Zhou Hao. She twirled a strand of hair around her finger and tilted her head to ask, what brings you to the Two-Element Sect to find me? Is there an emergency in the Forbidden Zone? Zhou Hao bowed respectfully and reported, young lady, the inheritance of the Forbidden Zone is a matter of great importance. The elders have ordered me to escort you back first. But Yi Lingxuan immediately evaded. When the time is right, I will naturally return. Is it necessary to specially send you here? Zhou Hao bowed respectfully. Young lady, this is the elder's wish. Yi Lingxuan crossed her arms and commanded with authority, since you are here on the elder's orders, you should first follow the elder's arrangements and rest for a few days. I will set off immediately. Zhou Hao immediately complied. Yes, inside the small hut the scene returned to its original silence. Now only the two of them were left. Mu Jian asked curiously, Sister Lingxuan, what exactly is the inheritance? Yi Lingxuan answered without thinking, I've reached the age where I can try to receive the inheritance. If I succeed when I inherit my father's position as the Lord of the Forbidden Zone, no one will have any objections. She spoke for a long time, but he couldn't help but be curious. It's fine if you succeed, but what if you fail? She patiently explained to him. Then it means my ability is insufficient, and the chance for the inheritance will be given to the eldest son of another elder. And I will also lose my qualification as the heir. Mu Jian leaned down to look at her and continued to ask without hesitation, this rule, your father as the head of the family has no opinion on it? Yi Lingxuan answered immediately, the rule was personally set by him. The cultivators in the Forbidden Zone are all immigrants from the outside world. The most suitable rule is that the strong are respected, and whoever is strong has the right. He finally seemed to understand a little. Mu Jian offered his opinion. So the elders want you to participate in the inheritance as soon as possible because they believe you are improving every day, and the earlier you participate, the higher your probability of failure. Yi Lingxuan looked at him and agreed with this statement. That's about right. I came to the Two-Element Sect to cultivate also because the education in the Forbidden Zone is too rigid. To improve faster, I must come out to learn. Even if my father can accept my failure in the inheritance, I myself will not allow such a thing to happen. As she spoke, she looked at him with a hint of meaning. Originally, I wasn't 100% confident of winning the inheritance, but now I have brother Mu. After speaking, she took off her clothes and stepped into the warm bathtub. Mu Jian said slyly, let's continue the medicinal bath. Let's see if we can break through another realm before returning to the Forbidden Zone. Mu Jian immediately turned his face away. Yi Lingxuan's face was full of comfortable relief. She chatted with Mu Jian in a wrong tone. Brother Mu, you won't not like me as much as you like Sister Bai just because I couldn't help you advance further, will you? Mu Jian leaned closer to her. Sister Lingxuan, does your brother Mu look like a bad person? Yi Lingxuan replied frivolously. Didn't brother Mu do a lot of bad things in Sky Profound City before? She kept teasing him with her words. For example, deceiving those ignorant young girls with sweet words. He immediately denied it. I have never deceived any young girl. The distance between the two of them grew closer and closer, and Mu Jian whispered in her ear. Besides, Sister Lingxuan isn't an ignorant young girl, is she? She shyly denied. Of course not, he asked her in a low voice. Then what are you worried about? Yi Lingxuan coughed dryly in embarrassment to cover her awkwardness. Who knows if brother Mu can perform or not? Mu Jian clicked his tongue and then laughed out loud. Then I'll have to do something bad. Mu Jian's hand had somehow landed on Yi Lingxuan's small shoulder, and she also touched that hand and said softly, the cultivation technique I practice, if I can preserve my virginity, my progress will be faster, and receiving the inheritance will also be more secure. So, at this moment their faces were very close. He reached out to stroke her cheek and coaxed, all right, it was just a joke. I respect all of Sister Lingxuan's decisions. Yi Lingxuan suddenly remembered something she had forgotten. By the way, Brother Mu, have you thought about how to explain it to my father? Hearing this, Mu Jian hesitated, trying to think of a way. How about I find a way to get some living water? She responded, that will depend on how I adapt to the situation. The two created an ambiguous atmosphere. Mu Jian said in a volume that only the two of them could hear. Have you ever thought that if what Senior needs isn't a bottle of living water but a whole lake? Besides, I have to meet my father-in-law eventually. You just need to focus on winning the inheritance. After speaking, he injected energy into the water for Yi Lingxuan. Let's add some more medicine to the water. The scene switched to the place where he met Huang Manting. She had a look of doubt on her face as if she couldn't believe her ears. The mission is just to inform the third prince that someone is coming to take Yi Lingxuan back to the Forbidden Zone. It's that simple. Mu Jian stood up straight and spoke seriously. The third prince should be very interested in this news. Huang Manting leaned against the wall with her arms crossed and said leisurely, all right, I'll find a chance to reveal it to him. Didn't he used to be very interested in Bai Yaki? Has he switched targets? Mu Jian jokingly replied to her. Maybe it'll be my turn next time. Huang Manting giggled as if she had heard something funny. It's hard to say. Since you said so, I'll just consider this as doing you a dangerous favor. Some strange things appeared in Mu Jian's hand, and he slyly made a request. I'll have to add more money. In the dense cobwebs, the mysterious person in the cloak was secretly discussing with the demon cultivator. The mole you arranged, is he coming to see you or not? I can't stay in the two-element sect for too long. She immediately soothed the person's emotions. Because the situation was urgent at the time, we didn't have time to set an exact time. The person was still inevitably suspicious. Is he really reliable? The demon cultivator immediately said. Don't worry. However, the person still couldn't completely believe it. According to you, you haven't even summoned him once. Now you've even given him the address of your hiding place. What if he reports to the elders and leads the sect members to annihilate the demon cultivators? The demon cultivator refuted this view and defended, you haven't seen that guy's true face. A person who can be completely recognized by Lord Demon Emperor wouldn't do that kind of thing. The two were still arguing endlessly. But Mu Jian had already arrived. This cave is full of hidden formations. Without a map to guide me, it would indeed be difficult to find. His face was full of confidence, ready to welcome this interesting meeting. The mysterious person grabbed his cloak and shouted in surprise. What? It was Zhou Hao. He finally revealed his disguise and was naturally horrified by this so-called mole. How is it you, Mu Jian? Mu Jian pretended to be innocent and smiled, his surprise also appearing very contrived. Oh, what a coincidence, Brother Zhou Hao. So you're also a running dog of the demon cultivators. This situation was truly unbelievable. The demon cultivator hadn't expected this either, and she immediately asked, you two know each other? Zhou Hao replied with dissatisfaction. I can't cooperate with this guy. I'll go get the living water for the demon emperor myself. Mu Jian remained silent, secretly pondering. So the external support the demon cultivator mentioned was actually someone from the Forbidden Zone. When he saw me with Lingxuan just now, he was clearly very angry. As a villain who passed the inheritance, his goal is naturally, he sighed, and finally began to defend himself. Brother Zhou Hao, for the sake of the living water, I have spent so much effort, yet you hold a grudge against me for personal reasons. How can we accomplish great things like this? Zhou Hao immediately retorted. Tell me, what do you call doing your best? Mu Jian deliberately provoked Zhou Hao, but every word was true. I deliberately approached the daughter of the Lord of the Forbidden Zone, befriended her, and tried every means to get her to agree to let me go back to the Forbidden Zone with her. Isn't that doing my best? Could it be that Brother Zhou Hao resents me because you have feelings for Yi Lingxuan? Zhou Hao gradually became angry. He retorted, gritting his teeth, you say you're just using Lingxuan, but is it necessary to go this far? Mu Jian continued to provoke him. Brother Zhou Hao, have you forgotten the rules of the Forbidden Zone's inheritance? Preserving her virginity gives her a higher chance of succeeding in the inheritance. With Yi Lingxuan's personality, she would never break that rule. Mu Jian's aura was aggressive. He questioned relentlessly. I'm doing all this to resurrect the great Lord Demon Emperor. What about you, Brother Zhou Hao? He continued, pressing Zhou Hao with his cunning expression. I've laid out my entire plan for you. In return, I need to know what my teammate is planning, right? Zhou Hao could only swallow his anger and agree. The demon cultivator at the side also chimed in, saying that mutual trust was necessary for mutual assistance. She persuaded, as someone from the Forbidden Zone, you know better than I do how risky it is to steal the living water right under the Lord of the Forbidden Zone's nose. Zhou Hao's face was still filled with anger, but he had no choice but to accept. Fine, have the Demon Emperor's people sabotage Miss Lingxuan's inheritance. Transfer the inheritance to me and I'll help you transport the living water out of the Forbidden Zone. Mu Jian smiled slyly. Oh, after you receive the inheritance, will you still have designs on Yi Lingxuan? Zhou Hao answered seriously. To succeed in the inheritance and marry the daughter of the previous Lord of the Forbidden Zone, isn't that a matter of course? Mu Jian raised his hands in agreement. I get it. Since our goals are aligned, I'll naturally support you. See, isn't it better to be honest with each other? After some argument, the three began to discuss their plan. Next, let's discuss the plan to transport the living water out of the Forbidden Zone in detail. The sky darkened. After their discussion, Mu Jian returned to his room to pack for the trip to the Forbidden Zone. At this time, Yi Tianxi's figure was also in the room. She called out to Mu Jian. "Brother Mu." He was surprised by her appearance. "Tianxi." Yi Tianxi asked him gently, "Brother Mu, are you going back to the Forbidden Zone with my sister?" He immediately replied happily, "Yes. While Lingxuan is receiving the inheritance, I can help the senior obtain the living water." Yi Tianxi stammered, a little fearful, "But my father." But Yi Lingxuan was more composed and spoke up immediately. "I've already told him about father's temper, but he still decided to go. Tianxi, I'm sure Brother Mu is already mentally prepared." Mu Jian called out to Yi Lingxuan, "Sister Lingxuan." He leaned down and said something vague to her, as if apologizing for something that was about to happen. "If one day you find out that your brother Mu has wronged you, what will you think of me?" Yi Lingxuan hadn't processed what he had just said. "Brother Mu," he continued, "I know I'm not an upright person, and I'm afraid I'll make you angry in the future. So I want to know the answer first." She avoided his gaze, thought for a moment, and then spoke her true feelings. "If Brother Mu really did something, I would be very sad and I would be really unhappy." Despite this, Yi Lingxuan faced the situation optimistically, answering with a happy smile, "But no one is perfect. As long as Brother Mu is willing to let me ride him like a horse and then apologizes obediently, it's not impossible for me to forgive him." Mu Jian's thoughts were deep and inscrutable. He only left one sentence, "It's a deal." As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled Yi Lingxuan into an embrace, startling her. "But Sister Lingxuan must also remember, your brother Mu will never betray you." She looked up at him and responded gently as well. "You don't have to say it, Brother Mu, I already know." Yi Tianxi was like an outsider, shyly watching the two of them being intimate. She held back her laughter, her heart fluttering at the rare scene. "Oh my God!" Mu Jian went to see Linglong on urgent business. Because he didn't know how long he would be in the Forbidden Zone, Mu Jian still had some things to handle. He pulled her into his arms, their lips and teeth meeting as they transferred energy to each other. After the transfer was complete, both felt incredibly refreshed and full of energy. Wei Mengru found the situation strange. She was a bit hesitant, at a loss for words. In an instant, Mu Jian's lips had touched Wei Mengru's cheek. She felt very shy now, but she endured it. After finishing his business, Mu Jian announced cheerfully, "All right, the important stuff is all done. Senior Linglong's excess luck has all been released and the luck Sister Mengru was missing has been fully replenished." Mu Jian moved closer to Wei Mengru to instruct her, not forgetting to crack a few jokes. "Because I don't know if I'll be back in half a month or a few months, I kissed you a little longer to transfer the luck. I hope Sister Mengru doesn't mind?" She immediately replied evasively, "No." However, Wei Mengru couldn't help but worry and said, "Do you really not need me to accompany you to the Forbidden Zone?" Mu Jian immediately refused. "If your bad luck were to stack with the Forbidden Zone's curse, that would be a huge problem. I'll be fine on my own. I might even be able to find a way to resolve your bad luck." The scene changed. At this moment, Mu Jian was leisurely holding Bai Yaki in his arms. Bai Yaki for her part was not hard to persuade. After Mu Jian said just a few words, she agreed to let him go to the Forbidden Zone. Bai Yaki happily enjoyed Mu Jian's embrace. Of course there were conditions. If Mu Jian dared to make any request to the Lord of the Forbidden Zone related to his daughter, he had to mention Bai Yaxi's existence. A scene of mountains and forests with dark clouds obscuring the sun appeared before the eastern continent. In the western region, the Forbidden Zone hidden behind the clouds, a strangely shaped object suddenly appeared. It opened its mouth and spat out a small falling sphere. This was how Mu Jian's group of three traveled to the Forbidden Zone. Mu Jian found it truly magical. The way to enter the Forbidden Zone is so peculiar. "What's the deal with that giant strange fish?" Yi Lingxuan immediately explained to him. "That's Senior Kunping. It usually lives in the Sea of Clouds." He watched its figure gradually disappear and suddenly had a strange thought. "It looks so big, its meat must be pretty good, right? Linglong would definitely love it." Yi Lingxuan, curled up in Mu Jian's arms, spoke shyly. "Brother Mu, you can put me down now if my clansmen see us." Despite this, he insisted on his own way. "It's fine. One of the reasons I came to the Forbidden Zone was for you." Zhou Hao gritted his teeth in anger, glaring at Mu Jian. "Mu Jian, do you have to be so intimate with Lingxuan and right in front of me?" He was not one to be trifled with either. He glanced at Zhou Hao, giving him a silent warning. "Brother Zhou Hao, if you're going to act, you have to go all the way. We need to maintain Yi Lingxuan's current mood. You want to be the Lord of the Forbidden Zone, but you don't even have this much patience and composure?" Just as Zhou Hao was trying his best to suppress his explosive emotions, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck towards them from somewhere. It was the Thunder God welcoming them. "Young lady, welcome back." Yi Lingxuan happily called out his name, "Uncle Thunder God." He narrowed his eyes, looking suspiciously at the stranger who had appeared. "I heard there was a young man at the Two Elements sect who is on good terms with the young lady. Is that you, boy?" Hearing this, Mu Jian immediately greeted him cheerfully and introduced himself. "Junior Mu Jian, it's an honor to meet you, Senior." Contrary to the friendly greeting, a force immediately seized Mu Jian. Facing the giant dragon god, he was also at a loss. Then he got straight to the point. "Pardon my rudeness. The master has ordered that as soon as you arrive I am to bring you to see him immediately. Mu Jian was speechless at this situation. He was stunned, having thoughts but not daring to voice them. Aren't you going to let me grind some EXP in the Forbidden Zone first? Why do I have to see the boss as soon as I get here? In the vast forest a voice rang out. The young lady is back. Is it to receive the inheritance? How exciting, the whisper sounded again. What about that disciple from the two-element sect, the one rumored to be fated with the young lady? They say he was taken to the boss's place. Oh my god, how tragic, hearing these words. Ling Xuan pondered to herself, why did father summon brother Mu so quickly? In the heavenly immortal hall of the Forbidden Zone a lone small figure stood before the magnificent gates. The gates slowly opened and the person walked in step by step. Yi Lingxian's father had a dark and gloomy expression. He sat silently in the main seat. Jian bowed. Disciple of the two-element sect, Mu Jian pays his respects to senior. He originally wanted to say father-in-law. He looked up and asked, may I ask why senior has summoned this junior? He spoke, on the contrary, this seat has something to ask you. Speak freely, there are no outsiders here. After a moment Jian said, this junior would like to borrow some living water. Yi Lingxian's father asked curiously, what for? His eyes widened as he thought, his face still grim. I thought he'd get angry and kick me out when I mentioned the living water. The lines I prepared are useless now. The Lord of the Forbidden Zone is truly farsighted. After this thought Jian spoke, Senior, do you remember that giant bird demon emperor from before? He rested his chin on his hand and said, he has been sealed for many years. Why bring him up? He replied, the demon emperor's true body has been fully revived and is about to appear in the world. We must have the great expert who once sealed him come out of seclusion to fight him again. Hearing his words, a look of surprise immediately appeared on his face. Yi Lingxian's father asked, what proof do you have of what you say? Jian replied, please look at this. He took out a small pill, surrounded by a purple aura. He introduced it. This is a soul-nourishing pill given to me by the demon emperor. I was to present it when I feigned surrender, to find an opportunity to escape, he pondered. An 8th-grade immortal pill. On it, there is indeed a long-lost familiar aura, he continued to press. Assuming the demon emperor can truly be revived, what can a kid like you do to help him? The corners of Jian's mouth lifted slightly, a glint of cunning in his eyes, and he slowly said, this junior's realm is indeed low, but you don't need a high realm to destroy the Forbidden Zone's living water. Yi Lingxian's father's eyes widened slightly in disbelief. Then he continued, right now the demon emperor isn't in a hurry to break his seal. The first thing he wants to do is completely destroy his opponent's seal, as long as he can contaminate the living water for a few years, or even a few months. Then before the demon emperor breaks out, his opponent will completely lose the chance to be revived. Jian concluded, and this junior wants to help that person who sacrificed themselves for the greater good to be revived. Yi Lingxian's father sat quietly for a moment, then spoke, but young man, even if the demon emperor emerges, the two-element sect still has its sect master and Linglong to guard it. Besides, the person you want to revive and I were not on good terms in the past. As he asked, he released his imposing aura. How do you plan to convince this seat to give up the opportunity to weaken two Dao integration realm experts, while at the same time making an enemy of the same level for myself? Jian smiled slightly, pondering. Although father-in-law says they weren't on good terms, his words carry a hint of respect for that senior. Then he smiled and said softly, Ling Xuan received guidance from Linglong and the teachings of the elders, and thus her talent has awakened. What do you think, senior? Your beloved daughter, Ling Xuan, would you say she has an affinity with the two-element sect? He nodded. Yes. Then he listed a series of reasons. That senior who sealed the demon emperor took your second daughter, Yi Tianqi, as her personal disciple and has already passed on her secret techniques to her. Does that count as affinity? Yi Lingxian's father replied, somewhat surprised. That happened? Then of course it counts as affinity. Jian jumped up. There's more. His sudden action confused him. What is it? A cyan aura erupted, enveloping him. He called out, little brother Yi. After hearing this, a look of shock and astonishment appeared on his face. Jian showed a sincere, happy smile and said, long time no see. Yi Lingxian's father murmured, Azure Emperor. Then a thought surfaced in his mind. The aura emanating from here was indeed unique to her. He blurted out, I never expected that the great expert who once dominated the world would now be reduced to living in a child's body. The powers are all balanced now. No one wants to stir up trouble for no reason, so I'll be blunt. I don't want to save you, and others don't want to see me make a move to save you either. He chuckled and said, I never planned on being revived either, but this child, Mu Jian, is insistent on helping me. He says that heroes who protected the world shouldn't just vanish silently. Besides, with the demon emperor making his move, he hopes I'll return to extinguish the demon emperor's ambitions. Yi Lingxian's father's expression also grew serious. To be honest, back then when I heard you and the demon emperor perish together, I was truly shocked. You had no obligation to go that far, Jian asked him. Little brother Yi, you're now firmly seated as the Lord of the Forbidden Zone and have a family. If the demon emperor threatened Ling Xuan and Tianqi threatened your Forbidden Zone, what would you do? He remained silent. He had no choice but to continue. Yaoqi is the most important front line of the eastern continent against the demon race, and I am the saintess of Yaoqi. So naturally this is something I should do. His tone was a bit frivolous, joking. but after being sealed for so many years, my sense of responsibility has been worn thin. Now I'm afraid my compassion for the living beings of the Eastern continent doesn't even match this child's." His words echoed in the magnificent hall. "It doesn't matter if you don't want to give him the living water. I can't last much longer in his body anyway. I have never begged anyone for anything, but before I fade away I want to ask one thing of you. Please at least promise this child that you will protect the peace of the Eastern continent. Don't disappoint his pure heart." Yi Lingshan's father angrily raised a fist and threatened, "Are you trying to emotionally blackmail me with your death? I have no interest in the last words of a dying person. Since you stirred up this trouble, you can go solve it yourself." He suddenly spun around, his back to him, and a low voice sounded, "I don't want to think back in the future and remember that the last words of the once high and mighty Azure Emperor were to ask me to protect the world or something. It's disgusting. No, absolutely not. The living water, if the kid has the ability, he can go get it himself." Jian chuckled, then ran a hand through his hair and said, "If he doesn't have the ability and dies in the pool of rebirth, then that's the fate of you both." After a moment, Yi Lingshan's father spoke. "Senior, regarding your wish to revive the Azure Emperor, this seat will temporarily give you a chance." The next second he immediately spoke sternly, glaring at him sideways. "But as for the matter between you and Lingxuan, this seat has not acknowledged it yet. Let me make this clear. If Lingxuan fails the inheritance, it will be all because you, boy, wasted her time. Do you hear me clearly?" He continued to curse. "When that time comes, this seat has plenty of ways to make you suffer. You little brat." Then he kicked him lightly. Jian immediately replied, "Rest assured, Senior. I have great confidence in Miss Lingxuan." The anger in his heart had not yet dissipated. "Saying that is useless. Scram. This seat doesn't want to see you again for the time being." As soon as the words fell, Jian ran towards the door, saying, "This junior takes his leave, Senior." Just then, from the depths of his left eye, a wisp of cyan energy quietly escaped. It was the Azure Emperor leaving his body. She spoke, "Hurry up and find Lingxuan. You still need to help her consolidate her cultivation before the inheritance." "Hey, little Mew, I saw everything from inside the cauldron just now," the Azure Emperor whispered in Mew Jian's ear. "Little Mew, I saw everything from inside the cauldron just now. For a grown man, you're quite skilled at pretending to be a woman, huh?" He turned his head, smiling. "Senior," she immediately taunted him deliberately, "in front of another Dao integration realm expert, you've got some nerve. Since ancient times, has any cultivator ever dared to do that?" Mu Jian had a look of remorse, apologizing for borrowing the senior's title, but was suddenly stopped by the Azure Emperor, who had a teasing expression. "I don't recall ever telling you my title or my past, did I?" He quickly covered it up. "Master, my junior's master happens to be the head of the Two Elements Sect's library pavilion. Based on the available information, this junior read some ancient texts and learned about the deeds of Senior Azure Emperor. Only then did she lower her guard. Why didn't you just say so? Were you afraid I'd become complacent and arrogant, unable to show weakness in front of others?" Mu Jian was a bit embarrassed. This junior did indeed have that thought. The Azure Emperor immediately laughed. "You were right to think that. If it were me, I probably wouldn't have been able to say it either, but I have no objection to what you said in front of the Lord of the Forbidden Zone just now." Hearing her reply, Mu Jian also breathed a sigh of relief and responded, "This junior based it on the deeds of Senior recorded in the ancient texts, and boldly guessed Senior's personality. I hope Senior Azure Emperor will forgive me." She hovered high above, looking down. "I never said I was angry. In fact, you could say I was pleasantly surprised. You acted a lot like I was before I was bound by titles and status." She suddenly moved close to Mu Jian. "You should be more worried. If the Lord of the Forbidden Zone finds out that a brat like you called him little brother, do you think he'll tear you to pieces?" As soon as she finished speaking, she laughed. He replied with a deadpan expression. This junior was just adapting to the situation. "Senior Azure Emperor, please keep it a secret." The Azure Emperor immediately put on a cunning expression. "You don't seem to be afraid of the body integration realm at all, do you? At the same time, you're very measured when you speak to Dao integration realm experts. It gives me the feeling that you yourself are a Dao integration realm expert." Mu Jian's mouth lifted in a slight smile as he replied, "Senior Azure Emperor, please don't joke with a little chi refinement realm cultivator like me." The Azure Emperor suddenly wrapped her arm around his neck and said mysteriously, "Dao integration realm experts are only human, not gods. We don't have the ability to see through everything. To deceive a Dao integration realm expert, what's important isn't the method but the audacity to speak. You first deceived the Demon Emperor, then you deceived the Lord of the Forbidden Zone. Now I'm quite looking forward to it. I want to see what method you'll use to deceive me." She alluringly probed Mu Jian's attitude. He only whispered in her ear, "That's a secret, of course. After Senior Azure Emperor is revived, you can experience it for yourself with your own body." The Azure Emperor was silent for a long time. Then her cheeks suddenly flushed crimson. Mu Jian frowned in confusion. "Senior, what are you thinking about?" She shyly avoided him. "It's too tiring outside. I'm going back to the cauldron to rest." The scene switched to a familiar place. Yi Lingxuan covered her mouth with her hand in surprise. "My dad agreed just like that." Mu Jian beamed. "He agreed. Your dad agreed to our marriage. From now on, I'm your man, okay?" He reached out and gently tapped Yi Lingxuan's nose. She puffed up her cheeks in annoyance. My dad would never say something like that, and Brother Mew doesn't seem like the type to propose to my dad. He dodged helplessly. I wouldn't dare either. What if your dad beats me up? Yi Lingshan's eyes welled with tears. My dad would never bully a junior. Mu Jian showed an indulgent smile, hugged her gently and said in a sweet voice, I've run off with his precious daughter. If I go to propose now, wouldn't he beat me up? I have to perform well first and make him satisfied. Okay, no more joking. Your dad also gave me a condition. You must succeed in the inheritance. A trace of hesitation flashed across his face. Yi Lingshan's eyebrows drooped slightly, and Mu Jian immediately became a little worried. What's wrong at this point? Have you lost your confidence? She began to stammer. The added condition of being able to be with Brother Mew, it's really a lot of pressure. He scratched his head in embarrassment. I'm very happy that Sister Yi Lingxuan thinks so highly of me, but you don't need to be too nervous. I will definitely do my best to help you. Before that, can you take me to see the living water? This is also one of the tests from His Lordship my father-in-law, she answered immediately. Okay, follow me, Brother Mew. To the north of the Heavenly Immortal Hall, there's a lake called the Pool of Rebirth. As the name suggests, the water in the lake is the living water. The spring water comes from underground, and the spring's source is the most precious treasure discovered by the pioneers when they first explored the Forbidden Zone. In the Forbidden Zone, all young cultivators have used the living water. Mu Jian followed behind and asked curiously, besides reforging the physical body, does this living water have any other effects? Yi Lingxuan carefully recounted, before the Forbidden Zone was pioneered, it was a cursed land. After our predecessors overcame the curse of the Forbidden Zone, their bodies also underwent some kind of change. Whose descendants have also inherited this constitution? He stroked his chin, thinking, this setup sounds like the miasma of a barbaric land before it was civilized. He spoke hesitantly. Then the curse of the Forbidden Zone now, Yi Lingxuan quickly explained. When the residential areas were built, the curse was mostly cleared away, so Brother Mew can't feel it. But the impression of the Forbidden Zone's curse is still deeply ingrained in people's minds. She immediately recalled some images from the past. Mu Jian turned to look. Sister Yi Lingxuan said mostly, so the part that wasn't cleared away, isn't it in the living water? She frowned slightly. Brother Mew is so smart. After all, it's a water source. The curse from the outside still seeps into the living water, which is why only descendants of the Forbidden Zone dare to drink it, he replied calmly. I see. Otherwise I was thinking of making the living water into a specialty product. Yi Lingxuan looked at him. I still have to remind you, Brother Mew, even if you get the living water, it will be very difficult to help Senior Azure Emperor revive. The two walked for a while and happened to meet someone when they arrived. Yi Lingxuan hurriedly called out, Sister Yi Ying, she replied immediately. Long time no see, Lingxuan is finally back. Yi Ying asked curiously, is the young man next to you fellow Taoist Mew? Mu Jian was all smiles. Greetings, sister. She immediately teased, such a sweet talker, no wonder Sister Lingxuan was. Since you're at the Pool of Rebirth, fellow Taoist, are you interested in testing your own reincarnation? Yi Ying's unfinished words left him puzzled. Yi Lingxuan hurriedly interrupted. Sister Yi Ying, the curse, she replied mysteriously. Why don't we hear what this good friend of yours has to say first? Mu Jian chuckled. Why don't you tell me, good sister? Yi Ying happily explained. After a cultivator reaches a certain realm, their soul is also tempered to be sufficiently strong. Even if their body and spirit are destroyed, their soul is indestructible. The soul will be reborn, which is usually called reincarnation. Even for an all-powerful being, they cannot retain memories of their past life after reincarnation, so they must cultivate from scratch. But the living water has a special function. It can resonate with a cultivator's soul and give back a corresponding amount of spiritual energy, allowing the cultivator to strengthen their current life's constitution. But there are also risks. The more times a cultivator has been reincarnated, the stronger their soul is, and the higher their adaptability to the impact of the living water's spiritual energy. Conversely, if one is not the reincarnation of an all-powerful being, forget about resonating. They probably can't even withstand the curse of the living water. To date, for those who test at a soul strength of level 3 or 4, drinking 1 cup of living water a year is already the limit. If it's level 7 or 8, then it's 1 cup every 6 months. And for someone like Lingxuan with a level 10 strength, she could even bathe in the living water every day. A look of horror immediately appeared on her face. There's no need to say that out loud. Yi Yung leaned close to Mu Jian again and said in a low voice, this test can also be said to be to see how this little fellow Taoist's fate aligns with the Forbidden Zone. If the Forbidden Zone's future son-in-law has no resonance with the reincarnation water, it will be hard to win over the masses, he answered calmly. I see, it's a test of my compatibility with Sister Lingxuan's bathwater. I'm more than happy to oblige. His words made her even shyer. Don't mention bathwater. The rumor seemed to have spread as some people began to stir. Let's go to the Pool of Rebirth to see the excitement. What's wrong? The young lady brought back a boy and he's being tested at the Pool of Rebirth, a curious person said. I don't even know who it is. Why is everyone running? I'll just follow, another person immediately replied. Everyone can see that the young lady is interested in him. Shouldn't the person who can capture the young lady's heart be a peerless genius? In no time, a crowd had gathered to watch the spectacle. Yi Lingxuan whispered, "Brother Mu, there seem to be too many people watching." Liu Jian chuckled, "Since we're here, let's give it a try. Maybe I was a great power in my past life. Then Sister Lingxuan's clansmen won't doubt your judgment anymore." The Pool of Rebirth was the foundation of the Forbidden Zone's dominance over the Eastern continent. The reincarnation water continuously nurtured countless reincarnated geniuses, and it had long become a cultural symbol of the Forbidden Zone. With my reputation as the #1 expert in the Dao integration realm in my past life, a master who roamed the world, I should at least be rated at level 7 or 6, he thought to himself as he looked at Yi Ying, who had a slight smile on her lips. This guy dares to snatch our young lady. What's his background? Many people were full of anticipation, discussing among themselves. Yi Ying had already begun to cast a spell. A stream of water flew up and Mu Jian's body was immediately enveloped by a force, but his eyes were calm and unfazed. After an incense stick's worth of time there was still no movement. Mu Jian muttered to himself, "Why is there no reaction at all? Give me some face water, bro. Could it be because I lived too dirty a life in my past so it doesn't count?" On the other side, Yi Lingxuan was also full of worry, calling his name in her heart. "Brother Mu," the crowd started murmuring again. "This person's soul strength is too weak." Suddenly a loud bang was heard and the crowd was thrown into a panic. What's that noise? A strong beam of light shot directly into the lake. It was huge. A flash of surprise crossed Yi Ying's face. His past life was very powerful. This level of resonance should be at least level 6. Everyone was dumbfounded and the vibration showed no sign of stopping. Yi Ying frowned slightly. Could it be? Then another beam and another, followed by a continuous stream of different colored pillars of light. There's more and new spiritual energy. It's not over yet. Yi Lingxuan's eyes widened and she stammered, "Brother Mu." Mu Jian, however, watched their reactions thoughtfully. The returned spiritual energy is even more than Lingxuan's. Could it be that in my lost memories I've already gone through many reincarnations? But can anyone really go through so many? This was a point of doubt, but also an important piece of information. This trip to the Forbidden Zone was truly worthwhile. He sneered and looked at Yi Ying with a feigned innocence. "Sister, these are," she hurriedly explained. "The Pool of Rebirth has had a strong resonance with you, so it's impossible to determine your grade. This is the spiritual energy gifted by the Pool of Rebirth. Please accept it." He looked at Yi Lingxuan with a grin. "Is it my dowry?" Her cheeks flushed red and she jumped up, saying, "What are you talking about?" The faces of the onlookers turned pale. "Damn it, he's too close to the young lady." But I'm so envious." At this moment, Mu Jian replied, "Since I'm fated with Sister Lingxuan's bathwater, I'll accept this gift." As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his mouth, and the several streams of power immediately shot into his throat. After swallowing, he heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Yi Lingxuan gently, making her even more shy. "I didn't expect Brother Mu to have been reincarnated more times than me," he replied softly. "This was also beyond my expectations. Perhaps I was destined to follow Lingxuan through life after life." She immediately became a little jealous. "Is that so? What about the extra ones? Did you chase after other girls?" Mu Jian happily flattered her. "Not at all. Those were all on the way to chasing Sister Lingxuan." Before he could finish, a sharp pain suddenly shot through his internal organs. He frowned and clutched his chest. "Oh no, come back and go directly into the cauldron." The cauldron's wine fire seemed to be fighting against that force. "Damn it, this cauldron, doesn't it feed back any of the good stuff to the main body?" Mu Jian squatted down, hugging his knees with a worried look on his face. That force was wriggling again, slowly coiling up. In a flash it was already lying peacefully in the Azure Emperor's hand. So she slowly brought it to her lips and took a bite. "Little Mu, this stuff that came out of you tastes pretty good." Hearing this, Mu Jian was stunned. 2 streams of clear tears flowed down his face. Yi Lingxuan's father watched silently from above. He said softly, "Before Lingxuan receives the inheritance, no one else is allowed to enter the Pool of Rebirth area." The subordinate beside him quickly responded, "Yes." As soon as he finished, he added, "Except for Mu Jian." Mu Jian's test at the Pool of Rebirth unexpectedly revealed that he seemed to have gone through many reincarnations. At this time, the area around the Pool of Rebirth was packed with people, and the sound of discussion was endless. "This Mu Jian, I never thought he'd be like this. I told you the young lady wouldn't misjudge someone. With that many reincarnations, if he were from the Forbidden Zone, his status would be at least that of a minor saint." Zhou Hao turned and shouted loudly, "You all know he's an outsider. Are you really willing to let an outsider be the fiancé of the Forbidden Zone's young lady? I'll go teach that kid a lesson and establish my authority. Let him know that in the Forbidden Zone, only the people of the Forbidden Zone have the final say." Everyone immediately burst into laughter, as expected of the best among the younger generation. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked towards Mu Jian and challenged him loudly. "Young Master Mu, your talent has indeed surprised me. How about a fight with me?" Facing Zhou Hao's sharp gaze, Mu Jian's eyes were almost ruthless. He recalled that Zhou Hao had mentioned before that the reincarnation water contained a curse and the Forbidden Zone strictly prohibited taking it out. Elders constantly monitored and guarded the Pool of Rebirth. Even if disciples wanted to use the reincarnation water to improve their strength, they were only allowed to use it within the pool's area. Mu Jian smiled meaningfully. "So many disciples of the Forbidden Zone have access to the reincarnation water. Has no one ever taken it out in all this time?" Zhou Hao immediately explained. No, the supervising elder has set up a restriction. Without her and the Lord of the Forbidden Zone's permission, no one can break it. Mu Jian immediately became suspicious. What if someone gets injured in the pool of rebirth? Zhou Hao was a little confused. What do you mean, he continued. From what you're saying, the reincarnation water can help people of the Forbidden Zone increase their strength. Can't it also heal injuries? Zhou Hao hesitated after hearing this. Perhaps that's possible. He was interrupted by Mu Jian again. If someone is injured in the pool of rebirth and needs a large amount of reincarnation water for treatment, Zhou Hao frowned at him. You mean the elder would lower her guard against the injured person, and the injured person would also take away a large amount of reincarnation water. Even if it's a switch, the elder wouldn't know, he replied enthusiastically. Brother Zhou Hao is indeed brilliant. So who will be the injured person? I'm an outsider, so it definitely can't be me. The vigilance would be too high. Before he finished, Zhou Hao hurriedly said, I'll do it. You just have to find a way to get to the pool of rebirth first. I'll find an opportunity to fight you. When the time comes, you can just attack me with all your strength. Back to the present, Zhou Hao challenged loudly. What do you say, young Master Mu? Yi Lingxuan quickly stood in front of him. Brother Mu just arrived in the Forbidden Zone and is still very tired. It's not convenient. He gave a look offering a reason. I just want to see young Master Mu's strength. Everyone wants to see it too. Besides, we came back together. If we're talking about fatigue, it shouldn't be much different. Yi Lingxuan looked at him angrily. Brother Mu, don't mind him, but Mu Jian smiled and accepted the challenge. Since Brother Zhou Hao is suddenly in the mood, I should have a spar with you. He immediately rushed towards Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao gritted his teeth inwardly. Hurry up and come over. Why did you let Lingxuan say so much nonsense? Mu Jian replied cheerfully. If you're going to act, you have to go all the way. The two skillfully channeled their energy and flew far away. Zhou Hao had already begun to cast a spell. Mu Jian stood calmly expressionless. He secretly signaled to the Azure Emperor. Senior, it's your turn, she smiled. Above, the subordinate next to Yi Lingxuan's father spoke. Do you need me to stop Zhou Hao? He answered in a deep voice. No need, just watch. Then he gently stroked his chin, observing intently. Back on the field, Zhou Hao had already calculated. Mu Jian is only at the mid-stage of the spirit tempering realm. Even if he attacks with all his strength, he can't hurt me much. I just need to pretend to be defeated. A fierce attack came, and Mu Jian easily dodged it, then raised his hand to deliver a blow. Zhou Hao gave him a look. Do it. A terrifying attack immediately condensed in Mu Jian's hand. Zhou Hao's eyes were about to pop out, attracting countless curious gazes. Then a huge force descended. Countless clumps of earth flew up, leaving a deformed Zhou Hao lying in a crater. The battle was over. Yi Lingxuan's father came forward. Although it was my Forbidden Zone's disciple who provoked first, your move, Mu Jian hurriedly explained. Rest assured, Senior. This junior has asked the Azure Emperor to control the force. It will just make Zhou Hao lie down for a while. Sister Lingxuan, I have something to say to your father. He looked at her happily, and she could only reluctantly accept. All right, I'll go back first then. Yi Lingxuan's father pied softly. This girl never listens to me. You brat. At this time, only the two of them were left by the lake. He finally spoke. If you have something to say it all at once. Mu Jian slowly approached. This matter concerns Lingxuan's inheritance. It's a serious matter. Then he whispered a few words in his ear, revealing the whole story. He immediately frowned tightly. There's such a thing. How dare they involve my daughter in this? His eyes were bloodshot. Mu Jian quickly tried to calm him down. Senior, please calm down, don't be angry. It's just a group of ants, not worth your anger. I'm being honest with you, not so you can get rid of them early. On the contrary, I want to ask for your permission to also enter the ancestral land of the inheritance and finish the play the Demon Emperor wants to see. You've been in charge of the Forbidden Zone for many years. The number of people who want to harm you is in the hundreds. In the future, when Lingxuan succeeds you, she will definitely face the same situation, he said softly. He could only sigh helplessly. To receive the inheritance, Lingxuan must enter the Forbidden Zone's ancestral land alone. No one else is allowed to set foot in it. This is the rule. Mu Jian's eyes suddenly sharpened. Even if you don't say it, someone will find a way to sneak in. Besides, do you really think that Lingxuan in her current state can be accepted by the inheritance? He immediately fell silent. Mu Jian continued, this junior is genuinely concerned about Lingxuan. That's why I'm being direct. Although Lingxuan's talent far surpasses her peers, she is still a flower in a greenhouse. Far from being capable of shouldering the responsibility of leading the Forbidden Zone, he was a little angry after hearing this. What, boy, are you blaming me for protecting my daughter too well? I haven't even settled the score with you for lying before. In a flash, Mu Jian started flattering him again. Senior is truly wise. What I mean is, I believe you also understand that this matter is an opportunity for Lingxuan to grow. The Azure Emperor and I will stand firmly by Lingxuan's side, and now we only need your permission. He cautiously approached and said in a low voice. His eyes lit up again, then drooped in resignation. Listen, I'm agreeing because of the Azure Emperor's face. It doesn't mean I've accepted you. Mu Jian quickly replied. This junior understands, but in his heart he cursed discontentedly. This Sunare old man. In a flash he put on a fawning expression again. This junior has another matter to ask of senior. He accepted reluctantly. Mu Jian continued, I told you before, Senior, that I could contaminate the reincarnation water, which is why the Demon Emperor believed me. You didn't ask much, Senior. Now that I think about it, you must have seen that I wasn't telling the truth back then, right? He answered silently. The curse in the reincarnation water is more poisonous than anything else. Adding other poisons is just like adding a few more grains of salt to pickled vegetables. So either you, brat, were lying to the Demon Emperor, in which case you are a friend and not an enemy, or you really have the ability, in which case I must test you. As it turns out, both are correct. You are a friend, not an enemy. But the one who was deceived was me. This makes me even more curious about your purpose. Since you've said everything now, how do you want me to help you? His scrutinizing gaze swept over Mu Jian. Mu Jian immediately smiled. I need Senior's permission to bring a portion of the reincarnation water to that old Demon Emperor. Violent green energy swirled in the air like a tide, then suddenly erupted in a dazzling light. In the hazy mist of light, the Azure Emperor appeared. Jian looked up, his voice calm. Fairy sister, can I ask you a question? The Azure Emperor replied, Go ahead. His gaze never left the figure before him, his tone soft yet full of vigilance. Can you feel the curse in the reincarnation water? I don't feel very comfortable. The Azure Emperor tilted her head to look at him, her voice steady. If it's too dense, you can indeed feel it. Then she slowly explained. But the reincarnation water only acts as a glue to fix my soul. As long as you don't drink it, you'll be fine. Jian suddenly frowned slightly, a flash of doubt in his eyes. How does the curse manifest specifically? She replied. Usually it's lingering illness or a bloody disaster. If an ordinary person is contaminated, they must find a way to resolve it, otherwise I'm sure you can guess the consequences. Jian pondered for a moment, his fingers stroking his chin. So as long as you don't touch it, it's fine. If you're really unlucky and encounter it, there are ways to treat it. Mengru's figure flashed through his memory, his voice deepening. But there's a type of person who is always extremely unlucky even without touching the curse. Even if you give her a lot of luck, it can only provide temporary relief. The Azure Emperor's voice suddenly became grim. Yes, boy, there is. After a pause, she continued. The body of misfortune, the space seemed to be compressed and the spiritual energy solidified in the air. Jian softly repeated, The body of misfortune. The Azure Emperor's eyes darkened, and she said slowly, It is said to be a mysterious constitution that can absorb the national fortune of an entire dynasty. Of course, you can imagine that a person who can withstand this constitution must at least reach the Dao integration realm. The Azure Emperor continued to explain, I've only heard these things through rumors. I don't know if they're true or not. Jian frowned in thought. According to this worldview, an unlucky person actually has such a great impact. Thinking of this, Jian's gaze darkened slightly, and Sister Mengru's blurred figure appeared in his mind. A trace of doubt flashed through Jian's mind, but Sister Mengru has only cultivated to the spirit realm now. She definitely can't withstand this kind of constitution, right? The Azure Emperor stood quietly in the rotating circle of spiritual power. Suddenly, drops of reincarnation water lost their stability and fell from the surroundings. She frowned, surprised by the scene before her. The Azure Emperor asked herself in confusion, What's going on? She tried to gather the energy of the reincarnation water back into a single drop, but another drop separated from the stream of spiritual power as if it had been cut off. Hey? Jian, who was beside her, was also very surprised, and a sense of foreboding rose in his heart. How did it break? The Azure Emperor didn't turn her head. She quickly replied, Not good. I underestimated the fragility of my soul now. The reincarnation water alone is not enough to connect it. Jian shouted with a worried face. Couldn't you have predicted this earlier? The Azure Emperor whined. It's my first time being resurrected. I have no experience. Jian was still complaining. No way, Senior. Can you be a little more serious about this? Elsewhere, after hearing Jian recount the entire matter, the Grand Elder of the Two Elements Sect, Yi Hao, shouted impatiently. Appearing before me more frequently than Lingxuan, truly troublesome. Jian stood by and quickly soothed him. Senior, please calm your anger. Like this. After listening, Yi Hao said thoughtfully, My heart has grown complete and cold. I've been a lonely ghost for thousands of years with no physical body to attach to. He continued to ponder. Using only the reincarnation water is indeed not enough to reshape the soul of a Dao integration realm expert. Jian rushed up and hugged him, his tone sincere. Senior, you must have a way. He leaned back, thinking to himself, So annoying, this kid is so annoying, he's driving me crazy. Then he replied helplessly, In this situation, my treasures are also powerless. But a glimmer of hope suddenly flashed in Yi Hao's eyes. If Lingxuan can resonate with the inheritance of the Lock of Desolate Time, there might still be hope. Jian tilted his head in confusion. The Lock of Desolate Time? As soon as Yi Hao said it, Jian instinctively shivered. Yi Hao turned around, his voice slow and decisive. I don't need to explain in detail. It's impossible to predict which inheritance Lingxuan will resonate with, but the problem now is Yi Hao suddenly flew into a rage, his voice hoarse. In your current state, how can you help Lingxuan? Tell me, what if those demon cultivators who plan to sneak into the ancestral land injure Lingxuan? Jian raised an eyebrow slightly, his tone completely unafraid. Those demon cultivators are just here to harass Lingxuan. Ling Xuan can handle it. Jian looked him straight in the eye. Do you not have any confidence in your own daughter? Yi Hao warned sternly. Boy, watch your words. The atmosphere became tense. Jian looked straight at Yi Hao, his voice decisive. Senior Azure Emperor has already made preparations behind the scenes to deal with the danger. But for now, let's focus our energy on the inheritance. After half a month of secret recuperation and preparation, under the watchful eyes of everyone in the Forbidden Zone, Ling Xuan stepped into the ancestral land alone. The gate of energy erupted like a giant galaxy, spinning violently in a vortex of life and soul. Ling Xuan walked forward, her eyes determined. Legend has it that in ancient times, a queen left countless treasures in this ancestral land of the Forbidden Zone. She was a woman of peerless beauty. Although her traces have been erased by time, the inheritance was left for those who stepped into this forbidden land. Yi Hao stood there, his gaze firm, observing Ling Xuan from a distance. His eyes incredibly heavy. No words were needed, but everyone understood in their hearts that this was a gamble with no way out. Under the dense jungle at the same time, in a hidden corner far from the main entrance, a purple light flickered in the air. Zhou Hao stood quietly. In front of him was a huge demon cultivator wearing golden purple armor. The mechanical demon cultivator asked, Zhou Hao of the Forbidden Zone? Zhou Hao said proudly. It seems you are the assistant sent by the old demon emperor to help me. The mechanical demon cultivator stood up straight, his voice low. If it weren't for the demon emperor's orders, who would want to come to this cursed place? Zhou Hao took out a hand-drawn picture, his tone cold. Enter the Forbidden Zone from this temporary entrance, find the girl in the picture and just obstruct her journey. The mechanical man didn't say much, just gave a simple reply. Zhou Hao nodded, quickly finishing, I'll keep watch outside. The mechanical demon cultivator looked at the space inside the Forbidden Zone, his eyes cold. Don't worry, it's just a little chi refinement realm doll. After speaking, the mechanical demon cultivator immediately stepped into the Forbidden Zone. 10 minutes later, Jian flew over. He looked at the galaxy-like distorted energy flow, then rushed in, his cloak flying like a black lightning bolt cutting through the wind. In the hellish crimson space of the Forbidden Zone, there were countless giant red mirrors like tall towers. Ling Xuan was walking quietly. In front of her were countless images. Ling Xuan stopped, her eyes filled with doubt. What did that queen leave here? She reached out to touch the mirror surface, frowning slightly. What is this material? The reflection is even clearer than a bronze mirror. Suddenly, a cyclone appeared out of nowhere and rushed towards Ling Xuan. She turned vigilantly, but was charged at by a red figure. An excited shout rang out. Sister Ling Xuan! Ling Xuan turned her head sharply, exclaiming in surprise, Ah! Ling Xuan cried out in surprise. Brother Mew! Ling Xuan's eyes widened and she stammered. You, how did you, right now Jian explained with a smile. The people of the Forbidden Zone have to follow the rules, but I'm not from the Forbidden Zone. I just came to help Senior Azure Emperor find materials, so I got special permission. Ling Xuan looked bewildered. But in the ancestral land, Jian quickly replied. The sooner I find what I need, the sooner I can leave. I drank the anti-curse medicine your father gave me, so I can last for a while. The sky above suddenly lit up, and a purple light shot across from between the distant stone pillars. The demon cultivator in golden armor had found his target. He said coldly, Found them. His gaze rested on the spot where Jian and Ling Xuan were standing. He frowned. Why is there someone else? But he immediately waved his hand to gather his power. It doesn't matter as long as that little girl runs into trouble. The purple lightning in his hand turned into a sharp bolt, destroying those giant objects. The fragments are enough to injure them. Purple light shot out in all directions and huge rocks began to shatter. Jian immediately turned around, his expression grim. He flew to block the lightning bolt heading towards Ling Xuan. Ling Xuan stood in front of a giant rock watching in terror as the purple light shot into it, causing the mirror to shatter, accompanied by a painful scream that echoed, Ah! In extreme fear, Ling Xuan cried out Jian's name. Brother Mew! The demon cultivator squinted at the chaotic scene, tilting his head in surprise. Is that kid throwing himself into the net? He suspected. Is this kid faking being hit? Faced with this unexpected situation, he couldn't hide his confusion. Ling Xuan stared in horror at the cracks spreading across the huge rock that Mu Jian had just crashed into. The demon cultivator hired by Zhou Hao had snuck into the ancestral land to ambush Ling Xuan. However, he didn't expect anyone else to be there. At this moment, Ling Xuan hadn't recovered from the shock. The look of anger appeared on her face as she stared directly at the demon cultivator. He stood in the crimson light, raising his hand and shouting, Don't look at me. That guy ran into it himself. He gritted his teeth and thought, Wait, that guy confused me. But that kid is only at the chi refinement realm. Damn it, why am I so nervous? At that moment, Ling Xuan leaped into the air, her dress flying like ribbons. She kicked out fiercely, a green light cutting through the air. He also rushed over immediately, his body covered in purple lightning, muttering, If I can't complete the mission, I might as well make sure that girl can never speak again while she's not paying attention. Ling Xuan shouted sharply, her eyes piercing, her whole body turning into a gust of wind as she swept across the battlefield, preparing to launch a decisive blow. He immediately activated his skill, his body spinning in the air, surrounded by surging lightning. The demon cultivator remained arrogant, even with the bloodline of the Lord of the Forbidden Zone. The chi refinement realm is ultimately crushed by the spirit tempering realm. Before he could finish his sentence, he charged forward and unleashed a powerful attack. A purple-blue light shot straight at Ling Xuan, the blade spinning violently. Ling Xuan was hit and sent flying, her body crashing to the ground, spitting out bright red syrup. She lay motionless, covered in wounds, her weak gaze fixed on Jian as she whispered intermittently, "Brother Mu." Mu Jian slowly turned to look at Ling Xuan. His body was also in tatters, but a faint smile still lingered on his face. "Ling Xuan, I won't stop. As long as you don't stop, I'll be waiting for you up ahead." Jian used all his strength to utter the last few words. "Don't stop." Ling Xuan's eyes widened, tears streaming down her face, her lips trembling. At that moment her heart felt as if it had been set ablaze. She clenched her fists, her trembling hands pushing off the ground as she stood up again, her entire being radiating a powerful aura. The demon cultivator sneered arrogantly. "You can still stand, as expected of the bloodline of the Lord of the Forbidden Zone. You're indeed stronger than the average Qi refinement cultivator." He swung a blow from the air, a sharp blade descending like the shadow of death. Ling Xuan immediately jumped to dodge, directly grabbing the demon cultivator's weapon. The demon cultivator struggled but unexpectedly couldn't break free. Ling Xuan gritted her teeth and kicked him in the stomach. The fellow was struck hard and staggered backward. With a loud bang, the demon cultivator swayed in the fissure created by the clash of power and finally fell. Ling Xuan quickly ran to Jian's side, calling out softly, "Brother Mu." She hugged him, her soft body pressed against his. A thought flashed through his mind, so small and soft. Mu Jian smiled faintly, still forcing a calm demeanor. "I told you, as long as Sister Ling Xuan doesn't stop, I'll be fine," Ling Xuan blurted out. Jian looked around and continued. "Seems no inheritance has appeared," he asked. "Ling Xuan, have there been any changes in your body?" Ling Xuan stood up, her eyes full of confusion. "No," he looked at her, thinking to himself. "This girl's realm has just been raised by 1 tier. Is that not enough to trigger the cheat?" The image of the little boss helping Ruaxi awaken flashed through his mind, but the current Ling Xuan was at most a strong little soldier. However, a slight smile appeared on Mu Jian's lips, his eyes bright. This was also within his expectations. Under the crimson sky of the Forbidden Zone, black qi rose like smoke, enveloping the surrounding scenery in a suffocating killing intent. Black rocks sharp as beast teeth emerged from the ground, reflecting the eerie light of the sky. Darkness began to spread, heralding the arrival of something even more ominous. Ling Xuan looked up at the crimson sky, where black smoke was churning. She murmured in a low voice, "The forbidden curse." Then she realized with astonishment, "Has it already materialized?" On the other side, Ninglong stood before a wooden railing, quietly gazing at the distant mountains, seemingly calculating something. He recalled his conversation with Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao had stepped forward, asking warily and directly, "The Forbidden Zone and the Chinkan Kingdom have never had any dealings. How did you know I came to the Two Elements Sect?" Ninglong turned, his eyes filled with confidence. "This prince has noticed young Master Zhou for a long time." Zhou Hao frowned slightly. "What do you mean?" Ninglong smiled and said, "This prince believes that among all the outstanding young people today, the most suitable successor to the Lord of the Forbidden Zone is young Master Zhou, not the young Lady Yi." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Hao became angry. "You are not allowed to be disrespectful to our Forbidden Zone's young lady." Ninglong replied calmly, "All right, young Master Zhou, there are no outsiders here." His eyes were sharp. "I am still very optimistic about your future. If you become the Lord of the Forbidden Zone, there are many things we can discuss." Zhou Hao remained silent, a hint of hesitation flashing in his eyes. Ninglong continued, "However, before we can talk, we must first seize the inheritance right from young Lady Yi, correct?" Back in the present, Ninglong was standing on the wooden corridor, raising a hand to shield his eyes as he looked into the distance. He asked softly, "Imperial Preceptor, has it begun?" As soon as he finished speaking, a huge formation was activated. A halo of ancient patterns appeared in the air, spinning into a blood-red light array. In the center of the formation, a man with white braids and sharp eyes was calmly controlling everything. He was the Imperial Preceptor of the Great Qian Kingdom, the one secretly manipulating the entire situation. He nodded gently in confirmation. "The Imperial Preceptor of the Great Qian Kingdom, it has begun." Pillars of burning black qi continuously poured out, enveloping the entire crimson sky. His cold voice rang out, "Then let's use the Forbidden Zone's forbidden curse. Let's see if Yi Ling Xuan is the person we're looking for." Ling Xuan looked up at the crimson sky. The black smoke swirled and gathered, as if forming a dark force. Under the previous collusion between the third prince and Zhou Hao, the Imperial Preceptor of the Great Qian Kingdom had gathered and formed a curse from the ancestral land of the Forbidden Zone. The forbidden curse gradually took shape in the Forbidden Land in the form of a hexagram, tall and deformed, with a blue glowing sigil in the center. Mu Jian looked up and muttered to himself, "As expected, that guy's information was worth something. The attack just now was indeed a huge sum." The entity nodded. "It's possible." Then it immediately launched an attack on Ling Xuan, the forbidden curse in the middle cracking slightly. Ling Xuan's eyes widened. Before she could react, her vision was filled with a dazzling light, and countless attacks swept out from the huge entity. Mu Jian promptly grabbed Ling Xuan and rushed out of the attack range. He looked at her with concern. "Sister Ling Xuan, is that a test from the inheritance?" Ling Xuan also became confused. "Why have I never seen a curse with my naked eye before?" After thinking for a moment, Ling Xuan continued, "But in this ancestral land it's not impossible." The huge creature suddenly circled in the air, then swooped down fiercely, its sharp black claws tearing through space. Ling Xuan screamed, "Run!" She hugged Mu Jian tightly and flew up, her eyes showing helplessness. If I were a little stronger, at the spirit tempering realm I could fly better. Suddenly, Mu Jian saw a blurry figure appear in a mirror up ahead. He blurted out, "Sister Lingxuan, there's someone in the mirror." Lingxuan immediately followed his gaze, her eyes tense. "There really is someone, isn't it just ourselves?" She gritted her teeth and said, "Brother Mu, don't distract me now." Lingxuan clenched her jaw, determined not to let Brother Mu get hurt in her forbidden zone. Seeing Lingxuan's pained expression, Jian thought to himself, "I'm sorry Lingxuan for putting so much pressure on you. But this is necessary for the protagonist's growth." The forbidden curse attacked again, the monster unleashing its energy once more, crashing straight into the ground. Everything exploded. As Lingxuan dodged, she cried out in her heart, "How can I make the inheritance appear?" Thinking of this, she felt helpless. Or perhaps the inheritance doesn't want to accept me right now. While thinking, Lingxuan didn't notice the forbidden curse's attack. A green light tore through the mirror's surface, sending her tumbling into the shards. She widened her eyes, the light reflecting on her terrified face. Then bright red syrup flowed from the corner of her mouth, covering her eyes before she could even react. The black form with eerie red patterns was still spinning in the air, the light of magic and black chi intertwined, emitting a thick killing intent. Lingxuan had almost lost consciousness. She thought anxiously, all the curses of the ancestral land, what should I do now? How can I deal with them? At this moment, Jian, lying beside her and pretending to be unconscious, was silently encouraging her in his heart. "Show your confidence. You are the true heir to the Lord of the Forbidden Zone." Mu Jian clenched his fists. Even if he had to use anger, regret, and despair to motivate himself, he had to bring out the unparalleled pride of a protagonist. Mu Jian's entire body suddenly ignited with purple-green spiritual flames, his body floating in the air. A burst of light exploded, and he was trapped by the forbidden curse. The black chi artifact of the ancestral land raised its scythe, its hand still tightly gripping the energy sphere that imprisoned Jian. On the other side, in a huge formation, a man in black was kneeling quietly. The imperial preceptor stood in the center of the light array, his sharp eyes looking coldly ahead. He said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, since you promised not to really kill Yi Lingxuan, what about the person with her?" A murderous smile played on Ninglong's lips, his voice as cold as frost. "If he's killed, he's killed. One less person means one less mouth to feed." He turned and continued, "I happen to want to see how that woman's luck will change after he dies." Mu Jian was released from a high altitude, falling like a meteor, his burning body tearing through space. Lingxuan struggled to crawl on the crimson ground, her eyes filled with despair. She gasped, "Cough, cough, Brother Mu." Bright red syrup gushed from her mouth, her body trembling, unable to support itself any longer. Jian thought anxiously, "Am I really going to get the canon fodder script this time?" As he thought of this, a tragic script flashed through his mind. Lingxuan screamed in pain, "Let go of Brother Mu," and all he could manage were two cries of Lingxuan before he exploded. Suddenly, a stream of green energy tore through space from above, interrupting Jian's chaotic thoughts. In the center of the light, the Azure Emperor slowly approached Mu Jian. She bent down, her voice gentle yet cold. "Your thoughts are truly dangerous." Her face drew near, her eyes glowing in the eerie green space. "If you really want to die, what am I supposed to do?" The space suddenly trembled. The Azure Emperor raised her hand and swung fiercely. A wave of green sword chi swept out, knocking away the approaching monster's arm and tearing through the night sky. The Azure Emperor stood to the side, her eyes confident. She said, "Watch carefully, little sister. This is how you use Mu Jian." Lingxuan was stunned, as if frozen in that moment. She watched the scene before her, the Azure Emperor pressing her face close to Jian's. Streams of pale green energy were blown from her mouth into his, shimmering strands of light twining around them, forming a fantastical stream of light. The Azure Emperor lifted Jian's face, injecting a stream of emerald energy into his body. The light of magic flowed from her mouth into Jian's chest. The Azure Emperor maintained the connection, her hand steadily holding Jian's face, purposefully and stably transferring magical power. The Azure Emperor snapped her fingers, and the forbidden curse was immediately broken. Seeing this, Lingxuan was petrified, her eyes wide with astonishment. The Azure Emperor turned her head, her gaze cold and proud, her voice ringing out, "Little sister, did you see? This is how your brother Mu is used." Lingxuan watched, her eyes twitching as if she couldn't believe what she had just heard. The Azure Emperor landed, and Jian also landed successfully. The Azure Emperor continued to provoke, "You have no idea of this man's value, do you?" The Azure Emperor closed her eyes and murmured, "Yi Lingxuan, a farmer." The Azure Emperor looked down with a profound gaze. Why is it that just one kiss can make Mu Jian feel such intense pleasure throughout his body? Why did that girl with the surname Bai's realm advance so quickly after she slept with him? Why has my soul been able to live in his body for so long? Lingxuan's eyes widened in surprise, lost in thought. The Azure Emperor placed her hand near Jian's neck. She said softly, "There is only one answer." The Azure Emperor brought her cold face to Jian's ear and continued, "Mu Jian, he is the world's natural cauldron body." Lingxuan looked at the two of them, muttering to herself, "Am I the only one who didn't know?" The Azure Emperor still held Jian tightly. "It's right that Mu Jian didn't tell you." The Azure Emperor glanced at Lingxuan, then tilted her head mockingly. "Little sister, I assume I don't need to tell you how precious a natural cauldron body is. The kid from the Forbidden Zone, oh no, the daughter of that old man, didn't even inherit 1% of his decisiveness." Lingxuan lowered her head in silence, her eyes bewildered. The Azure Emperor looked around, then raised an eyebrow and asked, Is this your family's back garden? The Azure Emperor frowned and continued. What kind of owner doesn't even bother to take care of their own back garden? Suddenly, a green arm stretched out from above as if to grab Lingxuan. She looked back in horror. In an instant, the Azure Emperor had already grabbed Lingxuan, choking her with a stream of light energy. Jian stood there, his expression serious. The Azure Emperor said coldly, "Even a flower in the garden can crush a master like you." Mu Jian watched her, cursing inwardly. Azure Emperor. Lingxuan was restrained, biting her lower lip tightly. The Azure Emperor bent down and whispered, "Now I'll enjoy this, brother Mu, right in front of you." A flash of light passed, and the Azure Emperor flicked her finger lightly, green energy enveloping Jian. Jian gritted his teeth and endured, thinking, besides getting beaten, this is really all I can do. Meanwhile, the Azure Emperor was still clearly speaking beside him. "I'm going to enjoy your natural cauldron, brother Mu, right now." The Azure Emperor looked directly at Lingxuan, her voice steady. "What can you do now besides watch helplessly?" Lingxuan's face was pale, cold sweat dripping, her eyes wide and trembling uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Jian's clothes had been stripped off and he was forced to lean back. The Azure Emperor approached, her hand gently resting on his cheek. Lingxuan trembled with anger, the sight of the Azure Emperor's hand gently gliding over Jian's body before her eyes. The Azure Emperor leaned down, her lips almost touching his, which made Mu Jian's eyes even more sorrowful. He called out in a low voice, "Lingxuan." Lingxuan struggled resentfully, tears streaming down, intertwining with the toxic light that bound her hands and feet. "Brother Mu." The Azure Emperor wouldn't let go. She moved her fingers, then tilted her head to look at Lingxuan. "Little sister, watching your brother Mu's cauldron being monopolized by me, are you about to die of anger?" Lingxuan gritted her teeth, her entire face pale, her eyes wide. Lingxuan clenched her jaw, tears shimmering in her eyes which were filled with anger. She struggled in vain, the scene of the Azure Emperor and Jian's intimacy still before her. Lingxuan watched this scene, her expression shifting from pain to determination. A strong green light emanated from her chest, her hands clenched with surging energy. She closed her eyes, then snapped them open, filled with resolve and fury, and shouted, "Forbidden Zone, give your energy to your future master." In the mirror, countless blood-red chains appeared simultaneously, piercing through the stone pillars with a series of roars. The magic formation was activated, spinning rapidly, forming a series of magical seals. Chains flew towards the center where the three of them stood, converging tightly like a cage. The Azure Emperor smiled faintly. "The opportunity has been created, you decide for yourself." Mu Jian looked ahead in surprise, feeling Lingxuan's fierce eruption. Suddenly, the huge forbidden curse gradually materialized from the void, forming the shape of the monster from before. Mu Jian was shocked and shouted, "Sister Lingxuan, that monster is up again, we have to first." However, before he could make a move, the monster emitted a surging purple energy, which then turned green as if mutating, spinning continuously. A fierce roar sounded, and then it fell silent. Jian raised his head, sweat trickling down his cheeks, his heart racing whether from pressure or excitement. It stopped. Could this be the lock of desolate time? Jian suddenly heard Lingxuan's call in his ear. "Brother Mu." Lingxuan blushed and looked directly at Brother Mu, her voice trembling but full of determination. "I want the natural cauldron body. I want to obtain power that is not inferior to Senior Azure Emperor." She clenched her hands, her eyes filled with longing. "I want you, Brother Mu." Lingxuan blushed and looked directly at Jian, pleading. Brother Mu's eyes widened, looking at Lingxuan's sudden confession in astonishment, his gaze lingering for a long time. At that moment, the light from the formation behind him illuminated his contemplative face. Jian asked in confusion, "But Sister Lingxuan?" Jian still held her shoulder, gently reminding her. "Didn't you say you had to maintain a perfect body to better receive the inheritance of the forbidden artifact?" Lingxuan's eyes were sharp. She raised her hand and made a gesture to manipulate mana. The red chains ignited, circling her body. "Lingxuan is confident that the inheritance is already in hand, so it's okay now." Lingxuan chuckled slyly. Jian smiled helplessly. "Then do as you please." Lingxuan explained excitedly, "In this static space of the lock of desolate time, 1 second for other objects is 3 days for us." Her face became extremely excited, her eyes flashing with a crazed light as she said hurriedly, "I also want to be proactive, just like when?" Lingxuan shouted excitedly, her eyes wild. "Brother Mu, are you ready?" But the words came out in a ridiculously stuttered mess. Lingxuan clutched her head in embarrassment. "I can't even speak fluently." She was so shy her face turned bright red, standing before Jian with her hands clasped, both embarrassed and nervous. Jian gently took Lingxuan's hand. Jian's gaze was gentle and understanding. "Sister Lingxuan, there's no need to compare yourself to the Azure Emperor, just go at your own pace." This sentence made Lingxuan's head buzz, her body trembling. But Brother Mu has to be patient." Jian smiled brightly, his eyes curving into crescents, sparkling. "All right, I will accept everything from the cutest Sister Lingxuan in the world." Seeing that pure smile, Lingxuan was momentarily stunned. "Then Brother Mu doesn't?" She lowered her head, tears gently sliding down. "This pure smile is truly radiant, Brother Mu." But her eyes suddenly dimmed, her voice low. "Then Brother Mu doesn't?" She paused, slowly raising her face with an inviting look. "Have any feelings?" The restless thing in his clothes felt like it was about to jump out. Lingxuan took Jian's hand and placed it on herself. "Brother Mu, put your hand here." Jian's hand touched Lingxuan's jade bead. She said excitedly, He, Brother Mu must have already thought about this in his heart, right?" Jian looked satisfied. "It's even softer and warmer than the hundreds and thousands of times I imagined." Lingxuan lowered her head. "I also want to massage Brother Mu." Ling Xuan gently sat down beside him, her movements tinged with a bit of clumsiness. She thought to herself, the Azure Emperor only needed one hand, but I have to use two. Ling Xuan's cheeks were flushed, her eyes cast down. Brother Mu uses this to nourish his natural cauldron body. Suddenly, Jian let out a soft cry. Ah, it hurts, Ling Xuan fumbled. I am sorry, she said with admiration. I didn't expect Brother Mu to use this to nourish other girls. At that moment, Ling Xuan trembled slightly, her body leaning towards him. Jian smiled and said, I understand. Sister Ling Xuan's feelings for me are that most precious first time. He immediately blamed himself, but I didn't respond. Jian took responsibility. But in 1 year, 10 years, or 100 years, I will cherish Sister Ling Xuan with this first love. Hearing these sweet nothings, Ling Xuan was moved to a shy blush, stammering, I told you, this future lord of the Forbidden Zone is like a child. Ling Xuan stood before Jian with a flushed face, lowering her head and saying softly, do you need some lubricant? Jian replied, yes. Ling Xuan bit her finger. Then sister knows what to do. The two then became entangled. Jian said seductively, to be fair, I should also, for Sister Ling Xuan. Ling Xuan was nervously afraid. Inside the lock of desolate time it was quiet, with only the soft glow of spiritual power enveloping the two. This rare moment of intimacy had finally arrived. After a round of activity, Jian said with concern, my natural cauldron body has been strengthened many times now. If Sister Ling Xuan feels it's difficult, Ling Xuan said softly. Brother Mu, the one beneath you, is the future ruler of the Forbidden Zone. Ling Xuan leaned closer to Jian and said softly, I will possess Brother Mu's cauldron until the time of this barrier ends. Jian asked curiously, what do you mean by ends? Ling Xuan revealed a sly smile. After the lock of desolate time merged with me, I feel that its stagnation in the ancestral land can be maintained for a long time, Jian pressed with confusion. A minute? Ling Xuan answered softly. No, she looked at Jian and smiled sweetly. Actually, for every second that passes under the stagnation of the lock of desolate time, it is equivalent to 3 days and 3 nights. The countdown hourglass showed 72 hours. Ling Xuan was in tears, her whole body trembling, tightly held in Jian's embrace. Time flew by with only 65 to 28 left in the hourglass. The hourglass tilted. Only 50 to 42 remained, the sand falling faster. Only 38 hours left. The hourglass was already half empty. Now only 23:40 remained. The sound of the falling sand was as tense as a rapid heartbeat. The clock continued to count down with only 3 minutes and 2 seconds left. The sand almost gone. Ling Xuan and Jian were still focused on cultivating together. The hourglass ran out, and everything fell into a terrible silence. Ling Xuan and Jian walked out of the Forbidden Zone together. Her eyes had changed now, this confidence hard-won. The two stood quietly, their gazes calm, before the entrance of the Forbidden Zone, which reflected the strange light around them. In front of them, the forbidden curse monster was still trying to attack. It blocked their path, its body covered in red lightning-like cracks. A magic sigil on its chest glowing with a dazzling red light, a stream of green spiritual power streaking across its body. Suddenly, hundreds and thousands of green chains tightly wrapped around the monster, crushing it without leaving a single gap. The chains tightened, twisting its body. The energy uped violently, and green light enveloped everything. Ling Xuan remained still, her face expressionless. The ground beneath her cracked, and countless cellular fragments shot out from the monster, sprouting tentacles as they hit the ground. Ling Xuan watched quietly, her gaze serious and firm. She ordered softly, retreat. All the black shadows turned into a viscous liquid, retreating with her shout, leaving mottled traces on the surrounding ground. In another space, the Imperial Preceptor was sitting in a blue light formation, his eyes narrowed, observing the abnormal fluctuations. He frowned. What happened in the ancestral land? In a blink of an eye, I've completely lost control of the curse, and all 24 formations were dodged, he pondered. Could it be that the Lord of the Forbidden Zone himself took action? According to the rules of the Forbidden Zone, that's also impossible. At this time, the images of 2 people appeared on the light screen. The Imperial Preceptor and the third prince, Ninglong, were conversing. Ninglong asked the Imperial Preceptor, is Yi Ling Xuan the person we're looking for? The Imperial Preceptor replied, the national fortune of Great Qian has not fluctuated. We can rule out Yi Ling Xuan. This test can be stopped, Ninglong said warily. This isn't necessarily a bad thing. I can't imagine what the consequences would be if we really had to lay a hand on the daughter of the Lord of the Forbidden Zone. A look of satisfaction appeared on the Imperial Preceptor's face. He looked at the rotating formation and muttered, our target is getting closer and closer thanks to your highness. The Imperial Preceptor stood on the balcony and said calmly, that maidservant, apart from having a higher cultivation realm than her peers, has no solid family background. If sacrificing her can protect the national fortune of our Great Qian, he turned his head, his eyes sharp. That would be the best outcome. After speaking, he instructed his subordinate, the fewer bad things the better, before young Master Mu returns. Go and test that maid. Inside the formation, Jian and Ling Xuan were surrounded by glowing chains. He looked at her and asked, have you fully accepted the inheritance, Sister Ling Xuan? Ling Xuan smiled and replied confidently, almost, thanks to Brother Mu, I've completely accepted it now. Jian showed a gentle smile and said in a deep voice, your lock of desolate time seems to be very fond of me. Suddenly the chains activated, wrapping around Jian and making him cry out in surprise. It was indeed Ling Xuan before him. She lowered her head, her eyes gleaming, and chuckled slyly. Hee hee. Jian was stunned, his expression a mix of nervousness and surprise. Do all these protagonists have to come with a bondage tool? He was bound by the chains of light, and when Lingxuan approached, his face was blank. Lingxuan's tone was gentle yet sharp. Unlike those bad women who covet your cauldron body, sister only has brother Mu in her heart. Lingxuan smiled and pulled Jian away. In the room the mirror emitted a fiery red light. Lingxuan said softly, Brother Mu, come here and stand right here. In the eerie red light, Lingxuan extended her hand. After accepting the inheritance, I learned that by infusing spiritual energy into this magical mirror, one can see scenes from their future. She turned to Brother Mu and tempted him softly. Brother Mu, why don't you give it a try? Jian's face showed confusion as he silently looked at Lingxuan's brilliant and meaningful face. She continued, I'm very curious to see who will be by Brother Mu's side in the future. After Lingxuan accepted the inheritance, she learned a secret. The lens in the ancestral land could reveal the future. Out of jealousy, she insisted on pulling Mu Jian to the mirror to foresee what was to come. He smiled and said, If Sister Lingxuan wants to see, then let's see. I was actually quite curious myself, but in the next second he cried out in agony in his heart. Please, please, please don't let my future be when I'm on all fours. Mu Jian reached out and gently touched the lens in front of him. A flame-like orange light immediately radiated and burned intensely. Then everything dissipated in a dazzling halo, blurring his vision, leaving only his silhouette standing in front of the screen. A line of text appeared on the screen. We're sorry, this video may not play properly for one of the following reasons. The video has expired, the content is inappropriate, the video has been deleted, or it infringes on someone else's copyright. The two of them stared at the blank screen, their faces full of confusion, a large question mark clearly appearing above their heads. Lingxuan couldn't believe her eyes. Brother Mu's future can't be seen, no way. He turned his head and said softly, Heaven's secrets must not be revealed. Hearing this, she was stunned and let out a surprised, ah. Jian muttered to himself, if my future involves heavenly secrets, it might have been blocked by the heavens themselves. She still wouldn't give up, pressing, Did you hide it, Brother Mu? He laughed, haha, how could a small character like me do something like that? Jian's expression gradually became serious. He thought to himself, someone has hidden Mu Jian's destiny, but to conceal heavenly secrets one must pay a great price. To put it crudely, it means severing my connection with the Heavenly Dao of this world. He continued to ponder, to interfere with the workings of the world's rules, the cost must be unimaginable. The image of his master's gentle face flashed in his mind, lovingly holding him. He guessed in astonishment, could it be master? He quickly regained his calm expression and silently asked himself, if she really did it, then where is master now? Seeing Jian in a daze, Lingxuan called out worriedly, Brother Mu. She looked up and said in a small voice, about your future I was just kidding, don't be angry. Jian asked in confusion, why would I be angry? She explained awkwardly, your expression looked very pained just now. Mu Jian lowered his head and looked at Lingxuan gently. I just wanted to see if Sister Lingxuan and I would have a future full of children and grandchildren, but since I can't see it, I can't help but feel a little disappointed. Hearing this, her face instantly turned red. She blinked, then lowered her head, beads of sweat trickling down her cheeks, unable to hide her shyness. Lingxuan turned around, coughed a few times, then looked up at her reflection in the mirror. She changed the subject, saying, let me see if I can see myself. Jian's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at the reflection in the mirror. The mirror shimmered with light and a figure slowly emerged from a verdant glow. Her future face, clear amidst the crisscrossing light, held a calm yet mysterious expression. The present Lingxuan stared wide-eyed at the figure, stammering, You are, she continued in a daze, my future self? Beside her he also confirmed in a deep voice, I vaguely saw her figure in the mirror just now. The lock of desolate time was also thrown out from the mirror by her. Past images suddenly flooded his mind. Jian tilted his head and looked at Lingxuan, his eyes deep. Or rather, it was you. Lingxuan stood frozen, looking at the clear reflection of herself and her future self in the mirror. She murmured in astonishment, I gave myself the lock of desolate time, but isn't that the reincarnated empress's? Jian slowly analyzed, what if the reincarnated empress from your Forbidden Zone's legends is you? He paused, looked at Lingxuan in the mirror, and continued, what remains in the Forbidden Zone and the ancestral land, as well as the inheritance specially prepared for you, were all arranged by you yourself. In another space, another version of her with rabbit ears stood quietly amidst chains of light, her body bound by layers of seals. The glowing chains turned simultaneously, pulling at the space. From within, her other self was violently dragged out. Her hair flew in the strong light. Outside, Lingxuan and Jian widened their eyes at the same time, exclaiming, What? The lock of desolate time wants to pull my reflection out of the mirror? Doesn't that mean there will be two of me? In the light, the second Lingxuan was still asleep, her hands clasped over her chest, her face serene. Then her entire body was dragged through the space, colliding with dense light and energy, before suddenly exploding into a ball of intense light. Under the dazzling light, the shimmering new body transformed into a small doll, resting safely in her palm. Lingxuan looked up and asked, Did it turn into a doll after coming out? The doll's voice sounded, The reincarnated empress is a new individual in each life. By saving the world, you can attain the supreme Dao fruit and no longer reincarnate, living forever with the world. Brother Mew looked at the doll in horror. "It can talk," the doll replied softly, "and there's the lock of sealed time that once sealed you." The doll affirmed softly, "This time I won't let you disappear again, Brother Mew." Jian was speechless. The scene changed. By a corner of the city wall near the lake, he stood quietly by the water, his head slightly lowered, his shadow stretching long at his feet. A gentle female voice sounded. "Young Master Mew, aren't you going to congratulate Lingxuan on receiving her inheritance?" She approached, her purple eyes shimmering in the night. He didn't turn to look at her. "This is a celebratory banquet for Sister Lingxuan to establish her authority in the Forbidden Zone. I'm not yet a member of the Forbidden Zone, so it's not appropriate for me to appear now." Yi Yim gazed at him and asked softly, "Is that so? I thought you had something on your mind and wanted to be alone to clear your thoughts." Jian remained silent, his eyes filled with confusion. He replied, "I feel like I've forgotten something. I thought looking at the water of the reincarnation pond might help me remember." Yi Ying smiled gently. "I think this must make you feel very conflicted." She smiled, her eyes turning sharp. "What if I told you that my long-term care of the reincarnation pond has given me a special constitution, and if I combine my spiritual energy with yours, I can help you remember your past life? What would you do?" Yi Ying asked calmly. "Young Master Mew of the natural cauldron body." Yi Yin suddenly pointed at herself, tilted her head, and said, "Me?" Lingxuan's father stood on the steps, looking down seriously. He said, "Go test that Mu Jian's character. If that boy is a womanizer, how can the future ruler of the Forbidden Zone be with someone like that?" She glanced at him nonchalantly, pursed her lips and retorted, "HMPH, didn't you used to flirt with everyone?" The other person quickly refuted. "How can that be the same?" the elder continued. "If I'm not mistaken, that boy might have a natural cauldron body." Yi Ying exclaimed in astonishment, "A natural cauldron body?" She immediately turned and shouted, "Well, how do you know he has a natural cauldron body? Don't tell me you've made a move on the young ones?" The elder's face turned pale. "Read fewer street novels, they're full of men and women messing around," his voice continued to echo. "In short, go and test that Mu Jian. I don't want Lingxuan's feelings to be deceived by him either." Yi Ying thought for a moment and agreed. "That's true, for the future master of the dignified Forbidden Zone to become someone's mistress would be too disgraceful." Back in the present, she said to Jian, "In the future, whoever Lingxuan chooses, we as elders cannot completely interfere. But young Master Mew also knows that many in our clan are fond of her." Yi Ying immediately brought up an old matter. "For example, Zhou Hao, whom you defeated before, also has feelings for Lingxuan." Hearing this, he instantly flared up in anger, wishing he could run over and beat Zhou Hao up right away. She continued to provoke. "However, I told him long ago, with Lingxuan's talent she will soon surpass his realm, so he is not worthy of Lingxuan." She continued to approach him. "But there are other young men whose aptitude far exceeds Zhou Hao's waiting for you as well." Jian replied warily, "Love is a matter of freedom. If one must seek a Taoist partner based on aptitude or social standing, I'm afraid it would be very difficult to find someone worthy of Sister Lingxuan in this lifetime." Yi Ying leaned close to his ear and said, "Young Master Mew is right. As the future master of the Forbidden Zone, no one in this world is worthy of Lingxuan. There will be even more voices of doubt waiting for you in the future." As she spoke, she caressed Jian's cheek with her hand, her tone seductive. "But if you're with me, there won't be any of this gossip. At the very least, what Sister Lingxuan can give you right away I can give you too." Yi Ying's gaze was fixed on Jian. She thought to herself, his whole body's spiritual energy is boiling, he's tempted. Yi Ying looked up at him, a hint of triumph in her eyes. "Come on, make a mistake with me. If you're really a fickle scumbag, it's better for Lingxuan to see it clearly. Besides, I'd also like to taste what a natural cauldron body is like." Yi Ying was still observing the flow of energy within Jian, her gaze shifting downwards, wanting to see what that place of the natural cauldron body looked like. Just then, 2 red lights burst forth, emitting a fierce glow. Yi Ying was stunned, her eyes wide, and then she fell to the ground, dizzy. Jian called out in alarm, "Hey, Sister Yi Ying." Yi Ying hadn't yet recovered her senses. There's something inside him. Her face was pale as she stammered. Jian's voice came to her ears. "I should probably take her back to the guest room to rest for a bit." In the room, she lay resting, her expression still dazed. Jian sat beside her, sighing in relief. "Phew," the Azure Emperor's voice sounded in his mind. "I just jolted her divine sense a bit. At most, she'll be dizzy for a few days. It's nothing serious." Jian pursed his lips and lamented. "Senior is quite heavy-handed." The conversation in his mind continued. "Who told her to peek at you with her spiritual sense?" He calmly replied, "Because she was sent by the Lord of the Forbidden Zone to test me." The Azure Emperor let out a soft sound of surprise. "Is that so?" the voice in his mind continued as Jian thought. "Lingxuan would never tell anyone about my natural cauldron body, because if she did, she would be no different from someone who only wants me for my body," he continued to explain. "Then it can only be that the Lord of the Forbidden Zone knows that Senior Azure Emperor lives inside me, and thus guessed my constitution." The Azure Emperor listened, nodded, and then said, "HMPH, if he knew you were involved with several girls at the same time in the Two-Element Sect, he would definitely chop you into pieces." Brother Mew walked out of the room, green light filtering through the wooden window lattice. He asked softly, "Senior, why do you put it so harshly? I've given 100% of my true feelings to every girl, how can you say I'm messing around?" As soon as he finished speaking and opened the door, a familiar figure appeared before him. Jian was stunned, silently saying her name in his heart. Sister Lingxuan, shouldn't you be at the banquet right now? She replied calmly. Just showing my face is enough, I'll leave the rest to my father to handle. I'm not the lord of the Forbidden Zone yet anyway. She held out her hand in which lay a small purple-blue doll. Lingxuan said softly, this doll hasn't responded since then. Jian gazed at it, his expression solemn. The reincarnated empress is your past life. I'm also surprised that she knows me. She stood in the misty green snow, her heart filled with mixed emotions. It was clearly something Brother Mew and I experienced together, but in this life I have no memory of it, although Brother Mew can't remember either. Lingxuan lowered her head, her voice as soft as a breath, but it feels like my first time was stolen by someone else, Brother Mew. Jian was taken aback. He looked at her and only softly called her name. Sister Lingxuan, she raised her eyes, her gaze bright, but I am the future master of the Forbidden Zone, the current master of the Lock of Desolate Time, so I won't be troubled by this. She stepped forward, grabbed Jian's collar, and pulled him down, speaking clearly. My Brother Mew in this life exists for me, for the 10th generation Yi Lingxuan, for the person standing in front of Brother Mew right now. His arm gently wrapped around her waist, his eyes full of tenderness. Yes, whether you remember your past life or not doesn't matter, he smiled. The one I'm destined to be with is the Sister Lingxuan right in front of me. Meanwhile in the room, Yi Ying heard these words and a faint smile appeared on her face. Little Mew is a very well-behaved child, he passed, but her eyes held a trace of regret, but I still really want to taste the natural cauldron body. Meanwhile at the Two Elements Sect, the lanterns were still bright in the quiet night. Mengru stared at her hand. When the golden stream of air disappeared, she cried out in alarm. Why did the spirit dragon's luck attached to me disappear so quickly? Mengru gritted her teeth, her eyes heavy as she watched the gradually dimming light, a sense of foreboding rising in her heart. This is bad. I don't know when he'll return to the Two Elements Sect. She was vexed. I can't believe there would come a day when I would hope for him to return to my side soon. Ning Long stood quietly in the darkness outside the hall, his gaze following the light emanating from the room ahead. Then the light of thousands of candles suddenly lit up, forming a searing encircling formation. The Imperial Preceptor walked to the center of the formation, a glint in his eyes as he said in a low voice, "Found it. It's the body of misfortune that's absorbing the national fortune of Great Qian." Mengru was soaking in a dark red stream of water. She slowly opened her eyes, her dazed gaze instantly turning vigilant. Mengru stood up abruptly, walking quickly across the water's surface. When she began to notice something amiss, her expression darkened. Suddenly, countless terrifying sounds rang out and innumerable ghostly faces appeared from all directions. Mengru realized she was surrounded by dense demonic qi and cold sweat dripped down her back. Screams of demoness echoed, enveloping the entire space. She clenched her fists and retreated, her voice trembling. Anew, from all directions, blood-drenched skulls appeared surrounding her. In her panic, Mengru was dragged into the pitch-black water. She struggled desperately, but to no avail. In her most desperate moment, a hand reached out and gripped hers tightly. Mengru opened her eyes from her unconscious state to find Jian by her side holding her hand tightly. He smiled slightly, looking at Mengru gently. "Don't be afraid, I'm back." She suppressed her surging emotions, turned her head away, and said nonchalantly, "It's just a nightmare, who's afraid?" Jian sighed and chided softly. "What about the spirit dragon's luck I left you with? Logically, there should still be a little left." She lowered her head slightly and answered in a small voice, "It all suddenly disappeared yesterday, so I didn't dare to go out at all." He immediately leaned closer, his eyes twinkling with a teasing light. "Is it because you were waiting for me to come back?" Mengru shyly hid under the covers. "I'm borrowing your constitution to ward off disasters, and the price is to be your maid for life. Our relationship is nothing more than that." She buried her face in the pillow and said aggrievedly, "I grew up with you, we've never been apart, how could I not know your true nature? You might be able to fool those young ladies now, but can you pretend for a lifetime?" He watched this scene, a faint smile playing on his lips, then said calmly, "I found some information about your constitution in the Forbidden Zone." Jian continued, "It might be a constitution known as the Body of Misfortune, which is somewhat similar to the curse in the reincarnation pond of the Forbidden Zone. This constitution can even topple a dynasty." Jian stood by the bed looking at her curled up in the blankets. "But that only happens when a dynasty's luck is about to run out. How could a dying regime admit that the reason for its decline is its own incompetence? As long as I'm by your side, I won't let misfortune get close to you." Mengru lay in the blankets, her eyes open, a flicker of emotion in her gaze. Jian smiled gently and then left. Mengru responded softly from behind him, "Thank you." The scene switched to a window lit up late at night. Yi Biam stood in the room smiling excitedly. "I'm not surprised at all that Big Sister could inherit it, but to finish so quickly, Brother Mew must have helped, right?" He stood with his hands behind his back and replied calmly, "Your sister is the reincarnation of the Empress. To have such achievements is due to her talent. I just gave Lingxuan a little encouragement." Yi Buan cried out in alarm. "Brother Mew and Big Sister have already done that kind of thing." Jian was so choked up he could barely speak, his face pale. His thoughts were in chaos. Tian'er is as innocent as a little cake, but when it comes to this kind of cuckolding matter, his mind matures like a landslide, directly turning into the most basic logic. Yi Thian asked in surprise, "What about Master Azure Emperor?" Jian replied, "Thanks to the treatment from the reincarnation pond and the Lock of Desolate Time, her condition has improved a lot." He recalled a scene from his memory. a shimmering light surrounding the Azure Emperor, her body bound by countless chains. With the injection of external force, the chains began to vibrate, emitting a strong light. Her body trembled, and she let out a piercing scream. In a moment of soul reconnection, the Azure Emperor emerged, standing before the waiting pair. She said calmly, "Thank you. Thanks to the time stasis of the Lock of Desolate Time, my soul was able to be reconnected by the reincarnation pond," the Azure Emperor said confidently. "Now I can leave Brother Emu's cauldron without my soul dissipating." Then she looked at Lingxuan beside her and laughed mockingly. "However, don't you resent me for playing around with your brother Mu right in front of you?" She addressed the future Lord of the Forbidden Zone with ease. She smiled faintly. "Senior did that to provoke me. Once I calmed down I could figure it out. It's embarrassing to say, but my inheritance really had to be stimulated by jealousy, so I'm a little embarrassed." The Azure Emperor glanced at her, sighed helplessly, then her eyes became sharp and profound. "Only a perfect love has the value and pleasure of being torn apart in front of the other person." After speaking, the Azure Emperor smiled wickedly. Jian looked at her in horror, thinking, "Your dark thoughts are exposed now." He turned to Yi Yan and said, "Your sister still needs some time to consolidate her inheritance. She will be back from the Forbidden Zone after a while." Jian continued to instruct her. "During this time you can learn more from Senior Azure Emperor. You have to catch up to your sister's footsteps." Then he turned to leave. "I'm heading back first." The moment he turned, his expression became tense, and he exclaimed in his heart, "Oh no, the person hasn't arrived, but their presence is already here." Opening the door, it was indeed Yaxi. Her eyes were bright and she appeared with a calm expression. Jian softly called her name. "Yaxi." She responded calmly, "Mu Lang." Then with an aggrieved expression she chided, "I've been away from you for so many days, waiting for your return every night. You came back, but you didn't come to see me first. Why? I'm really hurt." Jian was silent, his eyes filled with confusion. Yaxi continued, "Mu Lang, before you left you only said you were going to the Forbidden Zone to help Sister Lingxuan, but you didn't say you were going to sleep with her." At this moment the light in her eyes turned into a shimmering purple, her tone filled with killing intent yet still gentle, pressing Jian. "Mu Lang, I'll give you a chance to explain clearly." Jian looked at Yaxi and suddenly knelt down. He hugged her legs and said loudly, "Yaxi, the reason I came to see you last is because this might be our last meeting." She was stunned, her eyes wide, unable to react. In another place, the Azure Emperor's figure appeared in the darkness. A voice sounded, "Your soul has fully recovered. You can now move around outside the cauldron." The Azure Emperor gazed at the person standing opposite her and asked, "Isn't this all part of your plan, Shang Yanfei? Even the time of my revival was arranged by you." The Azure Emperor pointed at Yanfei and added, "Because the little brat you sent to help me is quite to my liking, I don't mind being used as your pawn." Yanfei's figure was faint in the darkness. The Azure Emperor's tone was soft and meaningful. "But I'm curious, if all you needed was a natural cauldron body, why wait so long to find a suitable person?" She tilted her head slightly, a glint of light in her eyes. "So the person you were really waiting for is Mu Ji?" A cold expression appeared on Yanfei's face. The Azure Emperor's voice echoed in the icy darkness as she asked clearly, "Shang Yanfei, what is your relationship with Mu Jian?" The Azure Emperor tilted her head, half smiling and half mocking, as she asked Yanfei, "Shang Yanfei, what is your relationship with Mu Jian?" Yanfei smiled and replied sarcastically, "You just need to know that it's a relationship that can excite you." Yanfei leaned closer, her smile wicked, and said in a mocking tone, "For the Azure Wisdom Empress who is famous for taking pleasure in destroying the relationships of Taoist couples." The Azure Emperor smiled awkwardly. The Azure Emperor triumphantly held up a finger. "I told that boy before that I had no motivation to revive, but now I do." The Azure Wisdom Empress skipped along, her tone filled with excitement. "If I can snatch away your little boy toy Shang Yanfei, that would be so much fun." Yanfei remained expressionless and said slowly, "If that's what it takes to get you interested in joining the game, you can play as much as you like." The Azure Emperor squinted her eyes as if thinking of something interesting. "Speaking of which, that girl with the surname Bai who had a lot of fun with Mu Jian." The image of him and Bai Yaxi appeared on the screen as the Azure Emperor continued, "Her appearance is exactly the same as that person who died even earlier than me, known as the midpoint of the sword." A cold glint flashed in the Azure Emperor's eyes as she slowly asked, "Was that also part of your arrangement?" The scene cut back to Jian hugging her legs and shouting, "The reason I came to see you last is because this might be our last meeting." Yaxi looked up at him with a dazed expression, her voice trembling. The last meeting," she clutched her chest, stammering. "Mu Lang, what do you mean by this?" He didn't dare to look her in the eyes, his voice choked with emotion. "I know I made a mistake and broke my promise to Yaxi." He gently closed his eyes, a single tear rolling down. "Don't worry, Yaxi. A heartless person like me will soon disappear completely from your world." She was taken aback, repeating in confusion, disappear." Her eyes were filled with suspicion. Ian's voice was still choked with sobs as he said, "Although there were reasons for it, anything I say now is just an excuse. I don't think I need to say anything more." She looked at Jian kneeling at her feet and continued coldly, "Ha, then go on and talk. I'll listen to your excuses." He lowered his head and said softly, "If I hadn't dual cultivated with Sister Lingxuan back then, I wouldn't even be alive now, let alone saying goodbye to you." She clenched her fists, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "There are thousands of talented young men in the Forbidden Zone. What kind of trouble could there be?" Did she really need you to personally disrobe and save her? Jian tried to explain. Because we were trapped in the space of the Forbidden Zone's ancestral land without any help. It all happened so suddenly. The image of a group of red-eyed people flashed in his mind. He continued, I never expected there would be traitors in the Forbidden Zone who wanted to kill Ling Xuan and seize the inheritance, and they even teamed up with a dozen demon clan assassins. Yaxi was shocked. A dozen. She looked forward as Jian said in a deep voice, It was just like the danger you encountered before, Yaxi. Mu Jian hung his head and sighed. To protect me, Ling Xuan was besieged by all the demon cultivators. She was covered in wounds and couldn't move, and I was powerless to fight back, she said helplessly. Back then I was just one demon cultivator, but if the situation was really as you say, and it was indeed helpless, just as we were about to die, a miracle happened. Jian recalled the experience, his expression grave. The inheritance of the Forbidden Zone manifested, responding to Ling Xuan's wish for me to live. Just like back then, the bronze responded to your wish to save me. His eyes filled with tears as he looked at her pleadingly. Time stood still all around us. Only the small area where we stood was unaffected. That was our only chance of survival. Yaxi was surprised and asked in return. You mean your natural cauldron body, Mu Lang? He confirmed. That's right, he then said seriously. Yaxi probably knows best how miraculous a natural cauldron body is. With the help of the inheritance and the cauldron, Ling Xuan was able to lead me out of the encirclement and escape the danger. Hearing this, she frowned and asked coldly, Then weren't you already out of danger? Why? And what's this about Mu Lang disappearing? He slowly placed his hand on his chest, his eyes sunken, and admitted in pain. When those demon cultivators attacked me, they used the native curse of the Forbidden Zone. Those curses have already invaded my body and taken root. He pressed his palm to his chest and lowered his head. Do you feel it? The discomfort brought by that curse. She was stunned. Is there no cure? He replied calmly. There is a way. Ling Xuan is the holy maiden of the Forbidden Zone. She has spent years with the water of the reincarnation pond, so she herself is a living antibody to this curse. Yaxi's eyes widened, her expression pained, but she forced herself to be strong. So you must dual cultivate with Yi Ling Xuan. He nodded in confirmation. That's right, and to eradicate the curse. It is a very long process. Jian looked into Bai Yaxi's eyes and said in a deep voice, Yaxi doesn't want to see me entangled with Sister Ling Xuan, so I can only leave. In a place you can't see, I'll let the curse slowly erode me and then disappear. This can be considered the punishment I deserve for my promiscuity. She was at a loss. Jian continued his assault. Even with things having reached this point, I still tried to keep a smile on my face now that I've confessed everything to you. I really feel much more relieved, Yaxi. Yaxi raised her head and gently chided. What kind of person does Mu Lung think I am? Now that this matter is explained, it's not like I can't understand. I'm not the kind of bad woman who would destroy something if she can't have it. But she still had some doubts, even though he gritted his teeth and swore to the heavens. Yaxi, I swear by the heavens the matter of the traitors and demon cultivators is all true without a single lie. Yaxi sighed softly. All right, I never said I didn't believe you. For Yi Ling Xuan as the heir to the Forbidden Zone to do so much for you, I admire her. But then her eyes dimmed and she turned away, blushing. But now that you're cursed, can we still do that? Jian gently held Bai Yaxi's hand, his eyes soft as he comforted her. Just be patient for a while. After some time, Sister Ling Xuan will help me get better. She cupped her cheek, her voice soft and bitter. Then for Mu Lang's sake I can endure a little longer. He looked at her gently, calling her name. Yaxi. Then he held up the concentric lock pendant and asked, Can the concentric lock be opened a little? But Yaxi just sighed. I'm sorry, Mu Lang. I don't know when, but it just appeared on its own. Jian's heart sank as he looked at the golden chain that automatically flew back into his hand. In his, Mu Jian's view, if he could say it out loud, it meant he completely trusted it. After all, in his pond, the prettiest weren't the goldfish fry, but the killer whale calves. What could he do to keep these killer whales from tearing each other apart, while also ensuring he wasn't eaten by them? A moment later he held his head and broke down. Although Zhou Hao tried his best, his plan was discovered by the Lord of the Forbidden Zone, but he was indeed a man of his word. Even in his own desperate situation he did not forget his promise to the Demon Emperor. Jian fumbled in his robes, a green light surrounding his hand. He took all the blame to protect me and brought the reincarnation water out. In front of the Demon Emperor, Mu Jian presented a shimmering vial. Jian said, Take it, Lord Demon Emperor. This is Zhou Hao's last relic. Ah no, it's the reincarnation water. The Demon Emperor looked at the glowing green vial and confirmed in a deep voice, This water, which emits an ominous aura, is indeed the reincarnation water of the Forbidden Zone. There's no mistake. A red light flared in his eyes. The Demon Emperor leaned down and said, I was not mistaken about you. You are a kindred spirit. The Demon Emperor's gaze grew even more fervent as he continued, Next we need the Heavenly Pill Emperor fruit. Then the Demon Emperor's eyes became profound. The Demon Emperor reminded him, The Jade Pool is the territory of the woman who sealed me. Trying to get the Heavenly Pill Emperor fruit might lead to more trouble. Jian revealed a cunning smile. Rest assured, Lord Demon Emperor. I already have a plan. I will borrow the Azure Emperor's name to first go to the Jade Pool and impersonate him to retrieve the Heavenly Pill Emperor fruit. The red-eyed crow's voice was cold. "Oh, you already have a plan," he laughed arrogantly. "To be honest with you, Lord Demon Emperor, I have read all the scriptures about the Azure Emperor during this time. Playing him is as easy as pie," he declared confidently. "No one understands the Azure Emperor better than me. Even if the real Azure Emperor were to watch my performance, he would surely applaud." However, a calculating glint flashed in Jian's eyes. "To make the Jade Pool believe I'm possessed by the Azure Emperor, acting alone isn't enough. I need to project the aura of the Dao integration realm from the spiritual energy I emit." He turned his head and asked, "I wonder if the Lord Demon Emperor has any way to help me?" The crow was silent for a moment. The Azure Emperor held the vial, exclaiming in surprise, "An 8th grade Dao heart pill. That old monster actually gave you his most prized possession." Jian continued. "That was something the old Demon Emperor prepared to quickly raise his strength after his revival. But compared to the Heavenly Pill Emperor fruit, which can completely regenerate him, any 8th grade pill is secondary. Trading this pill for the Heavenly Pill Emperor fruit is worth it for him." He smiled at the Azure Emperor and said, "If the Dao heart pill is used by you, Senior, it will surely help your recovery advance even further." The Azure Emperor gently shook the bottle and said, "That's not a bad idea." However, when she turned the bottle upside down, she froze, a look of bewilderment on her face. "Where's the pill inside?" A purple aura rose from behind Jian. He stood there imposingly, his eyes bright. "Of course it's in the cauldron," he continued with a teasing tone. "Senior Azure Emperor, how about you come and get it yourself?" Jian moved closer to the Azure Emperor, the two becoming intimate, his expression a mix of challenge and provocation, thinking, using a cauldron full of pills to start a bet, whoever system panel reacts is the protagonist. A thorny green vine suddenly shot out, tightly wrapping around his foot and hoisting him upside down to the ceiling. Jian was shocked, his eyes wide, letting out a strangled cry. The Azure Emperor looked up at him hanging upside down and said coolly, "Although I enjoy the process of interfering with and destroying other people's relationships, I have no interest in dual cultivation without feelings." The Azure Emperor's face darkened, her eyes sharp as she looked up. "When I was the holy maiden of the Jade Pool, if I wanted to, I could fill the Jade Pool with male concubines of the spirit refinement realm at any time and no one in the world would dare to say a word, but I didn't need to." Jian hung upside down, holding his position, while the Azure Emperor continued, "Even those Taoist couples I broke up, which one of them wasn't a prominent figure in the martial world, I just enjoy seeing their expressions of collapse after I've captured their psychology. Dual cultivate with me? Not a chance." The Azure Emperor took a step back, still with a contemptuous smile. "Next time you want to play clever tricks, be better prepared, otherwise I won't even be interested enough to tease you." The vague image of Shang Yanfei's back appeared in her mind, and she thought to herself, although his methods of coaxing those young girls are not bad and the natural cauldron body is indeed rare, these conditions aren't enough to make that old hag Shang Yanfei. "I really don't get it." The Azure Emperor turned around, a cunning and calculating expression on her face. She muttered to herself, "Whatever, as long as I can snatch the heart of this amorous little lecher, that's all that matters. For now, I'll use a showdown to make him think I'm not interested in him, causing him to give up his attack and also let his guard down." Meanwhile, he was still hanging upside down in the air, his expression complex, the mockery in his eyes gone, replaced by a touch of quiet unease. Suddenly, the thorny green vine burrowed into his clothes, fumbling around. A moment later, Jian couldn't help but panic as the vine began to suck his life force. The Azure Emperor tilted her head and looked at him lying face up in the air, saying softly, "After my soul recovered, I can use my divine abilities too. This way I can suck out the refined pills from your cauldron without needing to dual cultivate." Jian thought helplessly, "There's such a method?" After sucking out the pill, the Azure Emperor retracted the vine. She asked triumphantly, "The pill will be forcibly kept by the natural cauldron body, right?" After saying that, she sighed. "Going out to pick up girls with this kind of constitution, it's indeed hard for ordinary cultivators to refuse." Seeing his eyes widen after being called out, the Azure Emperor continued to provoke, "But this kind of temptation is useless on me. The Jade Pool has plenty of other ways to drain a little lecher like you who's full of messy thoughts." The Azure Emperor walked up to Jian and kissed him lightly. She explained, "Let's keep things separate. A thank you is still in order." Jian's body suddenly glowed with a green light. Jian held the thing the Azure Emperor had just passed into his mouth, his expression puzzled. "An enlightenment seed." The Azure Emperor smiled sweetly. "The enlightenment seed I gave to Tian'er before truly contained the comprehension of the Dao integration realm. After my soul was fully resurrected, a new enlightenment seed containing comprehension was born. Consider it a return gift from you to me." The Azure Emperor continued to look straight at Jian. "As for whether you want to use it to please other women, that's up to you." Jian's eyes widened, his mouth agape in surprise, his voice filled with endless admiration. "Senior Azure Emperor," her eyes dimmed as if preparing a plan, she said to herself, "First, use words to decisively reject his lust, then immediately use intimacy and the enlightenment seed to soothe him, giving him a sense of loss that he can't advance further. Then, without giving him a chance for the disappointment to fade, immediately release new bait." The Azure Emperor's inner monologue sounded, "Shang Yanfei, I really want to see the expression on your face when you're crushed in my palm." The next moment, the Azure Emperor's figure pressed close to Jian, her arms wrapped around his neck, their bodies close, her narration sounding, "The Azure Emperor's plunder has never been one of words or body but an absolutely thorough one, breaking all old relationships from a spiritual level, and then completely taking possession." A flash of light passed, and the Azure Emperor placed Jian on the ground. He knelt on the floor, panting heavily, then looked up at her, his voice trembling. "Senior Azure Emperor, I was rude before. Before you are fully resurrected, would Senior be willing to stay in my cauldron?" The Azure Emperor bent down slightly to look at him, her tone calm with a hint of pride. "Your little tricks are like child's play in my eyes. I won't take them to heart." He blushed and said in a low voice, That's great." At this point, Jian really had to admire the Azure Emperor. He thought to himself, "A master hunter in a very short time has skillfully used the current situation. A stick and a carrot, used as naturally as drinking water," he chuckled to himself. "Although I haven't been able to confirm if the Azure Emperor is a protagonist this time," he showed interest, "but playing like this makes me even more excited." Jian deliberately fell into the Azure Emperor's preset trap. "Then I'll let you have the first round and I'll be the prey. A battle has begun, a battle of wits and love between a 1,000-year-old female ghost and a Dao integration old monster. Who will be the winner?" As the Azure Emperor and Jian were talking in the room, a soft call came from outside. "Little Mew, head of the library pavilion, Yan Ruyu." Ruyu stood at the door, her eyes melancholic. "You're back, but you didn't come to greet your teacher?" The Azure Emperor quickly hid inside Jian's body. He stood with his hands clasped on the other side of the door, responding to Ruyu's words. "I just got back from the Forbidden Zone and I'm still a bit tired. I wanted to rest a bit before going to the library pavilion." Ryu interrupted. All right, stop making excuses. There's business to attend to." She smiled and continued. "The Sect Master has an away mission he wants to entrust to you and Bai Yaki." Amidst thousands of mountains and ravines, the Zan Yin sect of the eastern continent was in the nearby mountain range. Bai Yaki was traveling with Mu Jian. She noticed something and called out to Mu Jian, "Mu Lang, look over there." She pointed at a half-hidden ancient palace. Could that be the ancient palace we're looking for? Bai Yaki and Mu Jian looked seriously at the entrance of the ancient palace. He looked inside to assess it. What a heavy stench of decay. It's a palace that has just emerged from the ground recently. This must be the place. While Mu Jian and Bai Yaki were together, an ancient palace would occasionally appear in a mountainous area of the eastern continent. The palace occasionally appeared in the area between the Zan Yin sect, the Qian Yuan Pavilion, and the Two Elements sect. Some mortals who occasionally saw the palace picked up a large amount of spirit ore at the palace entrance. This news attracted many nearby cultivators to come in search of the ancient palace and prepare to go deep into it for opportunities. But what followed was not the good news of finding more spirit ore, but the successive disappearances of nearby cultivators. The young sect master of the nearby Zan Yin Grand Sect and the young pavilion master of the Qian Yuan Pavilion were responsible for investigating this matter, and the result was also, Bai Yaki said in surprise. Because the young sect master of the Zan Yin sect once cultivated in the Two Elements sect for a few years, he is also considered our fellow disciple, so we can ask the Two Elements sect for help. But can we solve it ourselves? Liu Jian replied unhurriedly. You have to trust the sect master's judgment, not to mention, he turned around, and Bai Yaki also turned around. Isn't Sister Mengru still following us? With two at the spirit refinement realm, there's nothing to be afraid of. Wei Mengru observed silently without making any comment. Mu Jian smiled and clapped his hands. From the previous situation, the spirit dragon's luck has disappeared, and the body of misfortune has erupted. In that case, Sister Mengru, you should stay by my side for now and not go too far. After all, with me here, the body of misfortune at least won't cause big trouble. Wei Mengru closed her eyes, tilted her head, and sighed softly. Bai Yaki walked into the palace side by side with Mu Jian. Can Mu Lang feel the spiritual energy of cultivators? He replied. Not at all. How about you, Sister Mengru? Mengru, who was silently following behind, also said. No. Mu Jian was puzzled. Logically, quite a few people should have entered the Sword Palace, not to mention corpses. But why is there not even a trace? He stopped in his tracks. Logically, these two sects only appeared here for a short time, so they should have left some traces. Bai Yaki frowned slightly. Perhaps the palace has more than one entrance, or the inside of the palace is a different dimension that is still mutating, he thought to himself. She's already starting to think like a protagonist. That really touches me, Yaki. He smiled and said, Yaki, what you said makes a lot of sense. For safety's sake, we shouldn't separate. A volley of sharp swords shot out, making Yaki, him and Mengru dodge to the sides. A row of swords blocked his and her path. Bai Yaki frowned. This is, he asked in his mind, Senior Azure Emperor, can you recognize these swords? She smiled and said, It's the trial of the Sword Palace. The purpose of this trial is to assess the palace's rating of those who enter. He was surprised. The Two Element sect has trials. The Forbidden Zone has trials. This damn place has trials too. What happens if you don't pass the trial? She laughed. If you are judged by the light swords to be incompetent, you will be executed afterwards, he said with a scowl. Stop hee-hawing, Senior. Using a sword is not my strong suit. If I get killed by a sword, where will you live? If you have a way, tell me quickly. Bai Yaki looked at him. Mu Lang, he was surprised. Ah, is that so? She was at a loss. He smiled and said, Yaki, take a sword and then try to use all your spiritual power. She touched the sword in front of her. Since Mulang said so, the sword glowed brightly. 10, 15, 20, 55, 60, 95, 100, 105, he smiled. 108. She was very surprised. The swords of the three people around them arranged themselves in circles. Mengru looked at him. It seems you already guessed this outcome. 108 swords. What does it represent? He smiled and explained. This is the ruin of the Sword Palace. Anyone who can activate more than 88 swords is considered to have extremely high sword talent and can be allowed to enter the inner court. But only the master of the Sword Palace can activate all 108 swords. Yaxi still gripped the hilt of her sword. Mu Lang means that the Sword Palace has chosen me as its master. She put down the sword in her hand. But why? He replied. It might be related to the bronze sword you activated before. You can try to use your will to influence the Sword Palace and see. Yaxi exhaled, swung her longsword, and the surrounding swords spun, pulling her elsewhere. She frowned slightly. Where's Mu Lang? A massive sword-shaped stone tablet appeared in front of her. At the same time, he and Mengru were walking in an area with colorful plants. The inside of the Sword Palace is indeed divided into many small grotto heavens. It seems Yaxi and we have been teleported to different spaces. Mengru glanced at him. Are you worried about her safety? He smiled and said, No need to worry for her, it's just the return of the true master. Let's take care of our side first. I suppose someone has been cleaning this place in the Sword Palace all along. Suddenly, a girl with her abdomen pierced fell from the sky. He was slightly shaken. Oh no, it's a falling from the sky type. Lin Qiyu held a longsword, her smile confident. I am the only daughter of the Zan Yin Hallmaster, Lin Qiyu. In terms of sword Dao, I am confident I can rank in the top 3 among the younger generation of the Eastern continent. Lin Qiyu's father helplessly tried to persuade his daughter, but she turned a deaf ear. My father is always urging me to get close to other sects, but neither he nor I listen. His worries, I know them of course. Isn't it just wanting to quickly find a big family with more power than the Zan Yin Hall to protect me? Her body was an ice body, although she looked warm on the outside. But my body is a once-in-a-century ice body. To maintain my body's stability, I have always needed to use heat-type pills to balance the cold energy in my body. As I grow older, the demand for pills is also increasing. Lin Qiyu's father sighed with worry. When the Zan Yin Hall can no longer provide me with enough pills, I might. So father is really anxious, she fantasized. But for a teenage girl to marry someone I don't love at all just to live, I would rather choose to accept the fate of the ice body. The good man in my heart should be calm on the outside and fiery on the inside. Only then can we support each other both inside and out. Qian Shen appeared. If I have to say, the young master of the Qian Yuan Pavilion who grew up with me is very suitable. She secretly watched his back. Because we are childhood sweethearts who grew up together, I know brother Qian Yuan very well. Although he is serious, he actually speaks gently and pleasantly. Lin Qiyu smiled. Although the power of the Qian Yuan Pavilion is not as strong as the Zan Yin sect, I think father will accept brother Qian Shen. He also smiled in response. If the two families were to marry, the fate of the ice body is not impossible to deal with, so why? She now stared wide-eyed, unable to believe it, with bleeding wounds all over her body, while he looked at her indifferently. A few streaks of blood on his face. Did things turn out like this? Qiyu sat in a pool of blood, clutching her stomach. Qian Shen held a longsword, his body stained with blood. Sword Palace Master, the victor is me, the Palace Master smiled. Very good, as expected of a sword genius who can light up 100 swords. He gathered his power, a sword appearing in his hand. He smiled ferociously. From now on, the Qian Yuan Pavilion won't have to bow to your Zan Yin sect anymore. She still sat in the pool of blood. Brother Qian Shen, he said mockingly. Your father has been looking for a son-in-law of higher status, and I, the one who grew up with you, am just a backup for when the Zan Yin sect can't find a suitable candidate. She cried and retorted, No, I didn't. Father has always treated you as an adopted son. The sword pierced her body, and she fell backward, the black hole beneath her sucking her in. She laughed. Another newcomer who meets the rules of the Sword Palace has entered. You know what to do, right? He responded. The inheritance of the Sword Palace belongs only to the sole survivor. For this I have already killed the person closest to me. He jumped into the black hole, shouting, Kill the rest of them. The palace master looked at the black hole. Continue to kill each other, she laughed, until a sword saint's body worthy of my attachment can be killed out. Qiyu opened her eyes and said weakly, Run quickly. Mu Jian frowned. Although I don't know what happened to abandon an injured girl and run away alone. This kind of thing I, Mu, cannot do. She looked at him weakly. I'm beyond saving. I beg you, just tell others that the daughter of the Zan Yin Hallmaster was killed by Qian Shen. The coalesced energy sword that had pierced her was suddenly pulled out, causing her immense pain. He was surprised as Qian Shen retracted his sword. Lin Qiyu, there's no need. Because he said proudly, The only one who can leave the Sword Palace alive is me. He held her in his arms and Wei Mengru rushed up. That woman won't last much longer. I'll hold this man back. He swung his sword and Mengru jumped up, pressing down on his shoulder. She warned, Don't disturb my young master. He looked worriedly at the weakening Qiyu. She already had a lot of external injuries and she was pierced through, losing too much blood. He picked up the medicine bottle. But fortunately, what I, Mu, don't lack is high-grade pills. He poured the medicine bottle into her mouth and she frowned, swallowing with difficulty. He looked at her and thought, My natural cauldron body is activating. Mu Jian's expression was serious as he thought, But I, Mu Jian, have always respected women's wishes. I wonder, Miss Lin, he took her hand and bowed slightly. My apologies, miss. Mengru was knocked back with several more wounds on her hands. He brandished his sword and thought, such skill yet used to protect a man. Qian Shen charged up, leapt and swung his sword, shouting, you will lose to me because my heart is devoid of women. My sword is divine. He kicked Qian Shen in the groin. Qian Shen's face contorted in pain as he fell to the ground and passed out. He stepped on Qian Shen and said, any man below the Dao integration realm who takes that hit from me is guaranteed to lose. Wei Mengru exclaimed, how are you so fast? He grinned roguishly, touching his belt. A real man can be slow when he wants and fast when he wants. Fast is slow. Qian Shen glared at him, furious, you bastard. He took a step back and raised his sword angrily. Dai. Mengru leapt up and kicked him in the head. Qian Shen fell to the ground. He looked at Qian Shen and said, what do you mean your heart is devoid of women? The reason I was able to win was all thanks to a woman. Mu Jian looked at Qian Shen, who had fallen to the side, and thought, this guy must be the young master of the Qian Yuan Pavilion. The girl we saved is from the Zan Yin sect. He looked up and shouted, hey, fellow Taoist who's been hiding in the Sword Palace, show yourself. A dark power descended from the sky. He squinted and smiled. Fellow Taoist, you've kept the Sword Palace in such good order, but no matter what, this Sword Palace should belong to. Mu Jian's eyes widened in shock as he thought, Yaxi. A voluptuous palace master walked forward. He came to his senses. I see, it's her. Wei Mengru looked at him, puzzled. The palace master sneered. You say I was hiding, aren't you here for the Sword Palace's inheritance as well? You don't even have the most basic respect for me, the palace master. He quickly knelt on one knee, surprising her. Palace master, forgive me. This junior did not know you were still in this world, she smiled. Don't worry, I don't mind. Come, let's try. The palace master pointed a finger at him, and a black energy from Qian Shen's coalesced sword wrapped around her finger. Let's test our compatibility. A black sword appeared in his hand. She smiled smugly. She thought, such high compatibility, how is this possible? The palace master leaned against him, her hand caressing him as she smiled with the corners of her lips turned up. Look no further. The inheritance of the Sword Palace will be received by your body, he frowned. Then I thank you, senior. She grabbed his hair, her hand piercing his abdomen. No need to thank me. I won't be polite. Wei Mengru angrily prepared to rush forward, but saw him shake his hand, signaling her not to interfere. His face was pale and he was drenched in sweat. She looked at him and said, with such a compatible body, I don't have to wait any longer. The palace master transformed into a stream of air and merged into his body. Perfect, just perfect. Inside his body she felt as if she had fused with this flesh hundreds of times. She used his body to pick up the sword, opened a circle and rushed into the grotto heaven. Wei Mengru looked at him and thought, even though that person who looks like Bai Yaki has taken over his body, what is he planning? She used his body to walk to the sword-shaped stone tablet. Gong Lianyue, too bad, I was the one who got this body first. The palace master poured her power into the stone tablet and was surprised to find, where is Gong Lianyu's sealed consciousness? The stone tablet cracked in half and Bai Yaki stepped forward. Looking for me, she tilted her head and said, you remnant of the Heavenly Dao, do you only know how to seize things that don't belong to you? Get out of Mu Lang's body, she glanced at her, surprised. It's a physical body. Back then you didn't want to accept the Heavenly Dao's path, so you separated from me and died. We became two consciousnesses bound within the Sword Palace. The palace master frowned. As expected, you've already prepared a sacrifice to resurrect yourself. How different are our actions? Gong Lianyue, we're the same, so why bother? If you had accepted the Heavenly Dao's path back then, wouldn't that have been the most perfect ending? Bai Yaki frowned, gathering power in her hand. There's no point in talking further. Draw your sword. Using his body, she revealed a dangerous smile, threatening him with the tip of her sword against his neck. But you just called this man Mu Lang, didn't you? It seems your sacrifice is mixed with unnecessary feelings. You wouldn't be unable to bring yourself to do it, would you? She smiled smugly with his face. She raised her hands holding a sword of immense power. Letting another woman enter my body without asking for my opinion. She was surprised and flustered. Yaxi shouted in anger, Mu Lang, you wouldn't be wronged even if you were hacked to death. Then she swung the sword down, sword of pond evaporation. Mu Jian allowed the consciousness of Palace Master Gong Lianyue to enter his body, and Bai Yaki seemed to have a connection with the consciousness of the Sword Palace Master Gong Lianyue. The sword light fell. Sword of pond evaporation. The Palace Master angrily separated from his body. You really couldn't bring yourself to do it. Yaxi held her sword, smiling smugly. He hugged her leg. She frowned and sneered. It's just a beam of light. Look how scared you are. Besides, she's just a fake who happens to look like me. The Palace Master frowned angrily. HMPH, you are not her. That Sword Empress didn't even care about her own life. You are not Gong Lianyue. Yaxi smiled smugly with him happily by her side. Of course not. My name is Bai Yaki, the sole daughter of the Bai family in Tianquan City. Mu Jian is my man and mine alone. You have no right to touch him. The Palace Master brandished her sword and laughed. I thought Gong Lianyue herself had awakened. She smiled smugly. Just a puppet she left behind. I am the will of the Heavenly Dao's Dao integration. Just in time. You're a much better vessel than that man's body. His image suddenly appeared in the Palace Master's eyes. She thought, this woman. She was stunned. Surrounded by countless images of him, accompanied by a cacophony of noise, his images kept clamoring, making her fall to the ground. Yaxi asked in surprise. Mu Lang, why did she suddenly go crazy? He replied. It looks like she's about to go berserk. Cut her down now. In dark Yaxi's vision, countless Mu Jians were clamoring, making her dizzy. The palace master roared in anger. Get lost. Ah, amidst the noise, one of him spoke up. When you injected your consciousness into my body, I also secretly slipped a bit of my consciousness into your mind. She held her forehead with her hand and shouted, How is this kind of spell possible if you haven't reached the Dao integration realm? He replied, seeing you so flustered. I can still make you lose everything, he smiled calmly. And I absolutely detest anything related to the Heavenly Dao, the palace master frowned with difficulty. Another one who defies the Heavenly Dao, who are you? She gripped her sword tightly in anger, unleashing her power. The palace master charged at him and Yaxi with her sword, shouting, A heretic who defies the Heavenly Dao. Yaxi looked into his eyes. Mu Lang, leave it to me. Mu Jian replied to her, As you command. Outside the grotto heaven, Wei Mengru was taking care of the unconscious Lin Qiyu. A crack appeared in the sky. Mengru looked up as a figure shot out from the crack at high speed. Mengru stood in front of Qiyu to protect her. Mengru looked at the palace master, who was covered in cracks. She thought angrily, Again, that face of yours is also one that betrayed the Heavenly Dao. Mengru frowned in confusion as she quickly disappeared. Bai Yaki slowly walked out of the crack, carrying him in a princess hold. Mengru thought, Why does he look like a little blushing bride? He teased. Should I call Yaxi now or the Sword Palace Master? She retorted. Of course you should still call me Bai Yaki. He looked at her. Then what happened after you were separated from us? Tell Sister Mengru, she must be very curious. Mengru said, Not really. Yaxi replied, The true identity of that Sword Palace Master is Gong Lianyue. She was once a Sword Empress at the Dao integration realm. For some reason Gong Lianyue betrayed the Heavenly Dao after integrating with it. She severed the part of herself that had once fused with the Heavenly Dao, forming that purple will, he sighed. As expected of a Sword Empress to be able to sever something as ethereal as will, she continued. After that, Gong Lianyue died, and her lingering will caused the Sword Palace to be buried deep underground, sealed within the Sword Palace along with the will of the Heavenly Dao. Liu Jian looked up. It wasn't until recently, when Yaxi activated that bronze sword, that the Sword Palace reappeared. She pondered. Yes, that must be it. That bronze sword has always resonated with the Sword Palace. Mengru looked at him. From the appearance of that Heavenly Dao will, doesn't Gong Lianyue look exactly like you? Plus the Sword Palace has also acknowledged you as its master. Could it be that you are? Suddenly, Lin Qiyu's wound started bleeding, startling the three of them. He said in a panic, Oh no, I only temporarily treated Miss Lin's injuries. They're too severe. We need to get her back to the Sect for treatment as soon as possible. Meanwhile at the Two Elements Sect, Yi Lingxuan said with dissatisfaction, Mu Ji and Bai Yaxi have already gone out on a mission. I didn't expect to hear such annoying news as soon as I got back to the Sect. Yi Tian'er blinked her innocent eyes. Sister Yaxi didn't do anything to you. Why do you hold so much resentment against her? Lingxuan said angrily. Tian'er, whose side are you on? She smiled, touching her chin. After comprehending the inheritance of the Forbidden Zone, I have also reached the spirit refinement realm. In terms of realm, I am no longer suppressed by that big-breasted cow. And now I am the true heir of the Forbidden Zone. That big-breasted cow is just a young lady from the city. Yi Lingxuan taunted smugly. Aha, big-breasted cow, I'll make you see the difference. I'm the one in the lead now. She believed she had caught up to the current version of Yi Lingxuan in the library pavilion. Mu Jian looked at Yan Ruyu. Can't she be saved? She frowned at him. Her current health is very complicated. The two looked at Lin Qiyu lying on the bed, all her wounds carefully bandaged. She was on the verge of death, too weak to even digest solid pills. The sword wounds on her body were accompanied by corrosion, constantly reopening and bleeding uncontrollably. On top of that, her constitution was one of extreme cold, making ordinary medicinal principles inapplicable. He thought to himself, with so many fatal conditions appearing in her, I feel like I can see the fate of a protagonist flickering. Qiyu remained unconscious and motionless. He asked Yan Ruyu, So to save her we must first neutralize her extreme cold constitution, then treat the demonic sword wounds and then pull her back from the brink of death. Yan Ruyu looked at him. Theoretically, yes. She closed her eyes and frowned. Under these circumstances even someone at the Dao integration realm would. She was startled. Hey, you're not thinking of... He lowered his head slightly. Miss Lin Qiyu was once a member of our Two Elements Sect. When a disciple of the sect is in trouble I naturally cannot refuse. Yan Ruyu angrily tapped him on the head. You lecher, still putting on an act in front of your teacher, don't I know what you're up to? She discussed with him. The three problems on her body must be solved at the same time, otherwise there might not be enough time, or it might not be a permanent cure. Yan Ruyu broke out in a cold sweat. So you must, with Bai Yaxi and Yi Lingxuan at the same time. Can you convince them? He replied. They are both kind girls. They will agree. Outside the library pavilion, Yi Lingxuan walked up to Bai Yaxi. She said in a strange tone, Long time no see, Sister Bai. Is Mu Ji inside? Bai Yaxi looked at her grimly. Isn't that address a bit too intimate? Please get it straight. I am Mu Lang's Taoist partner. You're the one who's cheating. Yi Lingxuan's eyes widened and the hair on both sides of her head stood on end. She glared angrily. You cow, you're not humble at all. Lingxuan tilted her head, hands on her hips, and shouted, Don't be so arrogant just because you knew Muji a few days earlier than me. Before you could suppress me because you were one realm higher, but now our realms are equal." She frowned and pointed at her. "If we really fall out, I don't mind taking Muji back to the Forbidden Zone. My father is the Lord of the Forbidden Zone and he has already acknowledged him." Ling Xuan stood face to face with Yaxi, shouting in anger. "I call you Sister Bai because I have a good temper. When I'm in a bad mood you're just a cow. Yaxi looked down dangerously. "You want to suppress me, you might as well use your former title as the Reincarnation Queen. That would at least make me frown." She looked at her in surprise. Ling Xuan frowned, looking at her seriously. "Who are you? If you were Bai Yaki, you might not have heard the term Reincarnation Queen, let alone recognize that I am now the Reincarnation Queen." A doll appeared in midair. She glanced at it. "Sword Empress Gong Lianyue." She was surprised. "Sword Empress," Bai Yaxi replied. "HMPH, every Reincarnation Queen carries a doll that records her past." Yaxi smiled provocatively. "It knows more than you do." "You cheater." She was suppressed and cried out. "Oh," she smiled, gently twirling a strand of hair with her finger. "But to correct you, I am still Bai Yaxi, but Gong Lianyu's will did have some influence on my personality," she said angrily. "Is that so? Then you should thank her for correcting your green tea personality." Her face turned ashen as she gritted her teeth in anger. "What about you? After reincarnating for so many lifetimes, aren't you still a flat board in this life?" The two angrily collided, shouting, "Stay away from my Mu Lang Mu Ji." The two jumped back. Bai Yaxi gathered her power into a sword and threw it fiercely at Yi Lingxuan. Yi Lingxuan blocked the sword with a formation. She jumped up and kicked, 3 swords attacking her with the force. She blocked with 3 formations and was pushed back a distance. Yaxi panted heavily. "She's the same." She pulled out a golden chain and she also pulled out a green chain. The two rushed forward, throwing their chains at each other. Suddenly a hand grabbed each end of the 2 colliding chains, stunning both of them. Mu Jian stood in the middle holding both ends of the chains tightly. Bai Yaxi was stunned. Mu Lang. Yi Lingxuan was also stunned. Mu Ji. The pull of the chains drew her and her towards him, both of them still stunned. He stroked both of their heads. "Yaxi, Lingxuan, don't fight. It's an emergency. Let's have a threesome cultivation." When Lin Qiyu was brought back from the Sword Palace, her injuries were a combination of multiple symptoms. Mu Jian's treatment plan was, he stroked Bai Yaxi's and Yi Lingxuan's heads. "Yaxi, Lingxuan, don't fight. It's an emergency. Let's have a threesome cultivation." The two turned to look at him angrily. "Hey!" She and he widened their eyes, staring at each other, their faces close. Yaxi and Lingxuan shouted, putting aside how absurd this threesome cultivation is. "But to do it with this woman, absolutely not." She glared at him with an ashen face. "Mu Lang, you'd better explain yourself clearly. I'm very angry right now and can't accept this kind of joke," he explained. "But if we don't do this, the girl we rescued from the Sword Palace will die." Both girls were silent for a few seconds. Mu Jian briefly told Yi Lingxuan what had happened in the Sword Palace and explained Lin Qiyu's current condition to them. She asked softly, "So this girl's condition is a simultaneous onset of extreme cold constitution, demonic sword wounds and severe blood loss." He stood by Lin Qiyu's bed explaining to her and her. "And these 3 injuries must be treated at the same time, otherwise they will affect each other. I think with your intelligence you should understand what I'm trying to say." Yi Lingxuan's eyes widened. "You need me to use my spiritual power and reincarnation power to help her escape her near-death state." Bai Yaxi's eyes also widened. "And then use my body as the Sword Palace Master to see if I can heal the corrosion of the demonic sword." He proposed the plan, "Then inject your spiritual power into my natural cauldron body. When I ignite the cauldron, I can eliminate the extreme cold and perform the treatment." Both girls were silent for a few seconds. She gripped the hair on both sides of her head tightly, thinking shyly. "But if Mu Ji wants me to be with that woman," she blushed, her fingers gently twirling a strand of hair as she thought. "Even so, if Mu Lang wants me to be with this woman," Yaxi suddenly came to her senses, thinking, "Wait a minute," she said shyly. "Mu Lang, as disciples of the immortal sect, we should prioritize saving lives. I am willing to try, but it seems little sister Lingxuan has some prejudice against me. I'm afraid she doesn't want to see me." Lingxuan's eyes widened in surprise. She smiled slyly. She thought angrily, "That big-breasted cow beat me to it. Now I'm the petty, unrighteous woman." She held her head high and smiled smugly. "Little sister Lingxuan, the stubbornness in your personality is precisely the reason for your failure." Bai Yaxi wins 1 round. Leading Yi Lingxuan, she tilted her head and smiled. "Sister Yaxi is overthinking it. I've always treated you as a sister. Let's do it together. A life is at stake, let's begin." She squinted smugly. "Very good." Lingxuan looked at Yaxi. "It's just to save a life," she smiled. "It's just for the sake of saving a life," he smiled. "Thank you both, you're both good girls." The 3 of them began their threesome cultivation and she took the initiative to help him. She thought, "She's actually taking the initiative, but there's still a bottomless chasm between us." She suddenly spoke. "Mu Lang, lie down. You come, use this." Lingxuan's eyes widened in shock, thinking, "I really can't compete with that." Bai Yaxi continued to win the 2nd round, leading Lingxuan. He thought, Yaxi is playing dirty. She blushed shyly and thought, "Damn big-breasted cow, using that trick right from the start." Yaxi placed her hand on his stomach. "Oh right, there's still business to attend to. The spiritual power of the Sword Palace Master still needs to be injected into Mu Lang's body." She raised her hand and gathered her spiritual power. "Are you ready? I'm about to receive the spiritual power of the Sword Palace Master." He looked up blankly. Ha Yaxi, where did you learn this from? Ling Xuan thought blankly. What are Mu Ji and the big-breasted cow talking about? It feels like they've touched upon a taboo topic. Ling Xuan was shocked when she heard their conversation. For a young reincarnated girl, there are still many new things to explore in the future. She defeated her with a score of 3-0. She thought angrily, I can't admit defeat. I can still make a comeback. Ling Xuan summoned her doll. Lock of Desolate Time. The doll told her the next steps. She retracted the doll. Oh, I see what you want me to do. Ling Xuan licked her lips, playing with the chain with her fingers, thinking happily. Big-breasted cow. The queen's counterattack begins. The reincarnation queen's counterattack began. To save the seriously injured young miss of the Zan Yin Hall, Lin Qiyu, Mu Jian engaged in a threesome cultivation with Bai Yaxi and Yi Lingxuan. The two girls were secretly competing, and they took this opportunity to start their rivalry. Seeing this, he propped himself up, panting as he looked at the two girls. Bai Yaxi placed one hand on Mu Jian's chest and looked down, saying, All right, Mu Lang, all the spiritual power of the Sword Palace has been injected into your natural cauldron body. After saying that, Bai Yaxi turned to Yi Lingxuan, who had been sitting quietly by the side, and asked, Little sister Lingxuan, why are you just watching? As soon as she finished speaking, a burst of energy shot towards Bai Yaxi's head, causing her entire body to stiffen and become unable to move. Only her eyes were wide open as if in disbelief. Seeing this, Yi Lingxuan sat there, raised her index finger, and the green chain also raised its sharp head. She kindly answered her question. Who said I'm just watching, taking a step back to gain control, you understand? And she leaned close to Bai Yaxi's ear and whispered, Too complacent, cow. You didn't even guard against time freeze, but I preserved your vision, so it wasn't frozen in time. Bai Yaxi looked away, avoiding her. Yi Lingxuan hummed lightly, in a good mood as she stroked the green dog collar-like chain. Bai Yaxi stared straight ahead. Yi Lingxuan untied her thin robe, revealing the butterfly wings on her back. She pressed her body close and looked at Mu Jian, continuing to whisper, Mu Ji is completely frozen. Wait a moment. As she spoke, she straightened up, her cheeks flushed, and her demonic name slipped out. Wait until the effect of the Lock of Desolate Time ends. The sea level rose, trapping them in a towering ice tower bathed under the waning moon. This was the Lock of Desolate Time, and her hair flowed like waves with her movements. Her voice was somewhat intermittent as she said, Now is the time for my solitary enjoyment, both painful and blissful. She covered her mouth with her hand, panting heavily. Suddenly her soft hair fell to both sides. As if she had thought of something, she muttered to herself, Right, now that I'm in the Lock of Desolate Time, why should I suppress myself? At this point the butterflies began to flutter again, this time more violently than before, and she screamed along with them. And Bai Yaxi, who had witnessed the entire process from the side, had a grim expression. One could see the murderous intent in her eyes alone. After about an hour of time being frozen, a huge burst of energy erupted from Mu Jian. At this moment, Yi Lingxuan also stood up. As the effect of the Lock of Desolate Time ended, Bai Yaxi's body suddenly became mobile and she fell forward due to inertia. She quickly stabilized herself and looked at Mu Jian, calling out, Mu Lang. Mu Jian's head was tilted to one side, his eyes still lifeless. Seeing this, Yi Lingxuan explained, Although the effect of the Lock of Desolate Time is greatly reduced outside the ancestral land, the impact of this period of time will all return to Mu Ji's body after it ends. As if to confirm her words, Mu Jian's pupils were like they had been hit hard, erupting like a volcano. Mu Jian completely lost control, his head unable to stop tilting back. Unexpectedly, even in the Dao integration abode, Mu Jian had never had such a wonderful experience. Mu Jian was full of energy like Sun Wukong, thinking, This feeling is like accumulating my Dao integration bit by bit. I can win. I can defeat the Heavenly Dao. A red energy shot up into the sky. Bai Yaxi saw this and thought, Mu Lang and I have never reached this level either. She gritted her teeth and let out a light hum. Yi Lingxuan crossed her arms over her chest and turned her head to return a ha. A colorful light erupted like fireworks. Yi Lingxuan stretched out her hand and the light gradually gathered into a colorful energy ball. Mu Jian asked in confusion, Little sister Lingxuan, what are you doing? Yi Lingxuan replied, The spiritual power of the natural cauldron body, the spiritual power of the sword palace, the spiritual power of the reincarnation water. Just let me mix them together, so Mu Ji doesn't have to be forced to exercise with that little girl to heal her. Mu Jian's ears perked up, his mouth wide open in surprise, while the two women looked at each other and gave each other a thumbs up, a rare moment of understanding between the two. Mu Jian squinted, staring at the energy ball, his clothes in disarray, thinking, It's Tian'er who became the Azure Emperor's disciple, not you, little sister Lingxuan. You've become a bad girl. In the end, the two brought the energy ball to Lin Qiyu's bedside. After receiving the energy, the unconscious Lin Qiyu slowly opened her eyes. Seeing the blurry figure of Mu Jian in front of her, she leaned forward and kissed him on the lips. Bai Yaxi and Yi Lingxuan were dumbfounded, with two question marks appearing above their heads. Lin Qiyu slowly woke up, let out a soft hum, and saw a person with a blue exterior and a red interior in front of her. She thought, cold on the outside, warm on the inside. Is this a god of the afterlife? Lin Qiyu thought, immediately getting up and kissing him. Bai Yaxi and Yi Lingxuan were stunned, shouting in unison, Shameless woman. Lin Qiyu was startled, turned her head and let out a confused ah. She sat on the bed, looked at the three people in front of her and said, So I'm still alive. Hearing this, Mu Jian crossed his arms and said, "Your special extreme cold constitution gave us quite a bit of trouble." He moved closer to her face and continued, "But thankfully the treatment was effective and you've pretty much recovered now." He squinted, sizing up the girl before him. Enveloped by his scorching gaze, Lin Qiyu felt as if she were hypnotized and stared back at him with wide eyes. She thought, cold on the outside, passionate on the inside. Lin Qiyu began to recall the times she had described her ideal type. "The ideal man in my heart must have a calm exterior, but be as warm as fire on the inside. Only then can we complement each other and achieve harmony." Flowers began to bloom in Lin Qiyu's heart. Her mind was filled with fantasies. "Isn't this the person I've been looking for all along?" Thinking of this, Lin Qiyu seized the opportunity to ask for information. "May I ask for your name, sir?" Mu Jian replied, "Mu Jian of Tianquan City." Hearing this, the corners of Lin Qiyu's mouth turned up as she thought, "Father once investigated this. Besides using common warming medicines, there is another way to neutralize the extreme cold constitution." Without hesitation, she quickly came to a conclusion. "A natural cauldron body. During my coma I saw this very man activating his natural cauldron to save me." Lin Qiyu grabbed Mu Jian's hand and shouted excitedly, "Mr. Mu, please marry me." Bai Yaki and Yi Lingxuan simultaneously spat out a mouthful of blood, shouting, "Ah!" On the left, Yi Lingxuan thought, "So shameless." On the right, Bai Yaki gritted her teeth, thinking, "Why is this woman's mind so full of that stuff?" Then their thoughts officially synchronized. "You're not allowed to make such a request before I do." They glanced at each other. "Could it be that I was too reserved?" At this moment, Mu Jian spoke up and refused. "Miss, I did save you, but a matter of this importance should be decided after careful consideration." Seeing his refusal, Lin Qiyu lowered her head and explained, "Because of my extreme cold constitution, I've always been weak and sickly. One day, my entire body will fall into a deep sleep as the cold intensifies." She looked up again and declared clearly, "So whatever I'm thinking, I must say it immediately. I don't want to leave any foolish regrets in my heart." Ha! The other two girls heard this and felt some sympathy, turning their faces away, but then turned back to look at each other. Yi Lingxuan pouted and asked, "What are your eyes darting away for?" Bai Yaki didn't back down. "You're no different, and the only male character on the scene." Mu Jian thought, "So frank." The Azure Emperor observed everything and also commented, "How interesting." Looking at Bai Yaki and Yi Lingxuan, who resembled two flustered little foxes, she sighed. To see the reincarnation queen and the sword empress like this is truly amusing. But then she realized something and said, "So marriage can provoke such a strong reaction from them." The Azure Emperor began to formulate some intriguing new ideas in her mind. Back to Mu Jian, he glanced at Lin Qiyu and thought, "This character setting hasn't changed at all. Could this Miss Lin be?" An image of Lin Qiyu's brilliant smile appeared in his mind with a line of speculation below. In the work The Rival, her personality is sunny and cheerful, with a resolution as high as 8K. She serves as a supporting character to contrast with the protagonist who has personality flaws, creating a super strong sense of contrast. Looking at the three lovely girls beside him, Mu Jian thought, "Protagonist, this is a necessary step on your path to growth, to help you become better protagonists." So he refused again. "Miss Lin, such a momentous decision shouldn't be made by you alone. You should at least consult your elders." Lin Qiyu jumped off the bed and happily replied, "All right." With that, she ran off quickly, leaving behind a sentence, "I'll go tell father about this at the Sect right away." Seeing this, Mu Jian's face contorted as he roared inwardly, "Her motivation is too strong. No wonder she's not the protagonist." The inner monologue continued, "Seriously, a protagonist needs to know how to drag out the plot to increase the word count. If you're this decisive, won't the story that just started end immediately? How is the author supposed to make a living?" Just then, Bai Yaki spoke up, "Mu Lang, why didn't you just refuse her directly?" Mu Jian spread his hands, looking helpless. "Yaxi Lingxuan, you two wouldn't have the heart to let me bluntly scold a girl who just came back from the brink of death, would you?" Bai Yaki lowered her eyes, turned her head slightly and muttered, "I didn't want you to scold her either." Seeing this, Mu Jian pulled the two girls into his arms, patting their heads to comfort them. "I've already rejected her in a way that won't hurt her feelings. Because of her constitution, her family must dote on her very much, but this also means her family won't listen to her personal opinions." On the other side, Qiyu was hurrying back to the Sect, but she ran into her father on the way. Seeing him, Lin Qiyu quickly asked, "Dad, why are you at the Two Elements Sect?" Lin Qiyu's father replied, "I received news that you were saved by the Two Elements Sect and rushed over immediately." Afterward, Lin Qiyu briefly recounted how she was rescued by Mu Jian. After listening, he excitedly grabbed Qiyu's shoulders and inquired, "What, a natural cauldron body? Doesn't that mean Mr. Mu was born for you?" Hearing her father ask this, Lin Qiyu blushed, turned her head, and said softly, "I was in a coma at the time, but according to the information you found about the natural cauldron body, it must be that Mr. Mu and I." Qiyu trailed off vaguely, but her father had already understood. His face turned red as well and his expression became frighteningly sharp. The door was opened again and Lin Qiyu's father rushed in saying, "Are you the boy named Mu that Qiyu mentioned?" Lin Qiyu followed closely behind shouting, "Dad." Mu Jian wasn't surprised at all, just faintly asking, "So soon?" Then he turned around, covered his mouth and whispered to the two girls, "Yaxi Lingxuan, what did I tell you?" Look at Miss Lin's father's expression. Turning to look, Lin Qiyu's father's expression was still flushed and filled with killing intent. He continued, I told you, Miss Lin's family definitely won't. Before Mu Jian could finish, Lin Qiyu's father had already leapt up and with a thud, knelt on both knees. This was followed by a loud kowtow, accompanied by a shout, please marry Qiyu and take responsibility for her. The Zanyin Hall can satisfy any of your requests, sir. Everyone was stunned. Mu Jian moved closer to him and whispered, Senior, although I helped your daughter when it comes to marriage, Qiyu's father interrupted, Mr. Mu, a man must be responsible for his actions. Do you want my daughter to suffer the fate of a fallen woman? Hearing this, he quickly said, Sir, I think you've misunderstood something. He replied in disbelief, What misunderstanding could there be? Isn't it the natural cauldron? I get it. The two young ladies by your side are also here because, as the two were whispering, a voice interjected, refuting. No, the two of them, plus Lin Qiyu, who had been watching with wide eyes, all looked at Yaxi and Lingxuan. The two answered in unison, I'm by Mu Ji Mu Lang's side, but not because of the natural cauldron. Hearing this, Qiyu's father said awkwardly, my apologies. After a brief moment of understanding, Yaxi and Lingxuan both HMPHED at each other and turned away. Hearing this, Mu Jian turned his head, a corner of his mouth lifting, then he turned back and said, Senior, there are countless ways to activate a natural cauldron, not just the one you're thinking of. It doesn't require direct contact. Hearing this, Qiyu's father apologized, It was I who was shallow. But he still didn't give up, continuing, But regarding my daughter's marriage, I still insist it must be Mr. Mu. The three fell into silence. Mu Jian's lips curved as he thought, Sir, are you trying to bomb my fish pond? Although I don't mind expanding the number of followers for my scum Dao, it's still a bit too early. So he said, If it's for Miss Lin's extreme cold constitution, I can think of other ways. Lin Qiyu looked at him, and her father glanced at his daughter, saying, Then I'll have to trouble Mr. Mu to accept the treasure of our Zanyin Hall. A necklace forged from Zanchong stone. Qiyu, give the necklace to Mr. Mu. Lin Qiyu replied yes. She stepped forward holding the necklace with both hands and said, Brother Mu, Zanchong stone is the ultimate treasure of the Zanyin Hall. Its stagnating power can reduce a person's presence. It can even obscure heavenly secrets. The pendant was shaped like a teardrop with a sky blue liquid flowing inside. Mu Jian thought, Obscure heavenly secrets, little sister Lin, you really are a supporting character who can drive the plot. An image came to his mind. Not only can it repair the relationship between the Reincarnation Queen and the Sword Palace Master, but perhaps Sister Mengru's problem can also be solved. The scene changes. It is also night. Under the eaves a voice sounded, The young lady gave you a token of her affection, and you just turned around and gave it to me. The one speaking was Wei Mengru holding that very necklace. She looked at Mu Jian and said, Scumbag. Then she continued to lecture him. Trampling on a girl's feelings like this, I thought you had turned over a new leaf recently. Scumbag. Mu Jian quickly said, Sister Mengru, just feel it for a moment. Mengru retorted. Feel what? He replied. Feel how your bad luck is doing. Hearing this, Mengru doubtfully held the necklace to her chest and said, I didn't notice until you mentioned it. Holding this necklace, the oppressive feeling that has always plagued me has actually disappeared. Mu Jian tsked, and exclaimed, It really works. Hearing this, Mengru immediately pressed, What's going on? Judging by your reaction, do you have any clues? He replied. It has a shielding effect. He held up his index finger, and Mengru said with confusion, Shielding. Mu Jian said, Shielding from heavenly secrets. Wei Mengru was a little surprised and repeated, Heavenly secrets. Mu Jian explained, It means the heavens are displeased with you and want to mess with you, so you have to hide from their sight. Mengru rested her chin in her hand and replied, I don't quite understand. What did I do to provoke the heavens? Then she remembered something, closed her eyes, and blurted out, Just because of that inexplicable reason. Mengru once again recalled the sea of fire from her childhood, kneeling in front, watching everything helplessly. Opening her eyes again, Mengru's mood had worsened considerably. She continued, My life has always been shrouded in a dangerous darkness, impossible to escape. Mu Jian suddenly leaned in, the corners of his eyes crinkling, breaking Mengru's mood as he teased, Then doesn't that make me the sun that helps Sister Mengru dispel the darkness? Her thoughts interrupted. Mengru's eyes widened, and she replied through gritted teeth, All right, you and your girls are stuck together all day. Go be their sun. I don't need to be bathed in sunlight. Hearing this, he didn't get angry, thinking to himself, By combining Gong Lian Yue, I can eliminate a part of the integration with the Heavenly Dao and then investigate the past records of this world. It might help me better understand this world's setting. The scene shifts to another place, this time in a room with a blue formation in the center, covered in circular patterns. Yi Tian'er asked from outside, Sister, what's this? Yi Lingxuan, sitting on the edge of the formation, replied, I was a little provoked. I need to quickly prepare a gift for Mu Ji. Yi Tian'er said, If you're refining metal, wouldn't it be better to have the craftsman in the Forbidden Zone do it for you? Yi Lingxuan replied dismissively, That process would take at least a week. If that big-breasted cow has the same idea during that time, it'll be too late. Besides, she lowered her head to look at a pair of rings before continuing, Rings, of course, are most sincere when made by hand. The scene changes again, this time to the library pavilion. Yan Ruyu leaned against the desk, her whole body trembling slightly, her cheeks flushed as she cursed. That little brat Mew. The rest of her words were unspoken, just thoughts in her mind. Fooling around so openly in my library pavilion, now I can't calm down whenever I smell the scent of the natural cauldron. Then Yan Ruyu clamped her hands between her thighs, leaned back and sighed. All those juniors around little Mew are enjoying it. I really miss the taste of the cauldron. Just then a head poked in and said, "Master?" Yan Ruyu was startled and hurriedly asked, "Little Mew, why are you back again?" Mu Jian, with a smile on his lips, walked to the desk opposite Yan Ruyu before saying, "I wanted to check the information about Dao integration realm experts in Master's library pavilion, but before I disturb Master," he paused slightly here, leaned close to Yan Ruyu's ear and whispered, "Let your disciple serve Master first." Mu Jian stood up straight, smiling at his master and said, "Let your disciple do it. How about I serve you first, Master?" Hearing this, Yan Ruyu blushed deeply, coughed awkwardly twice and then said, "Serve me, Master is not that thirsty." Mu Jian tilted his head slightly, his eyes darting away as he touched the tips of his fingers together in front of his chest and said, "With Yaxi and Lingshan's help, my natural cauldron seems to have changed a bit, so I thought of Master first." Yan Ruyu was immediately startled. She stood up and said, "Quick, let me." Realizing her voice was a bit loud, Yan Ruyu cleared her throat and continued, "Let me, your master, check it for you." She first observed and sized it up, seeing little difference. Then she bent down for a closer look and concluded, "Sure enough, this kind of cauldron still needs practice." She sniffed the lollipop in front of her and said, "The smell hasn't changed either." Then came the tasting and she continued to comment, "The taste isn't any different either." Finally Yan Ruyu closed her eyes and felt it with her heart. By the time it was over, 3 hours had passed. Yan Ruyu couldn't help but pant, sighing, "My mouth is sore." Yan Ruyu shouted loudly, "This kind of changes, you lot have been playing too hard." She softened her tone slightly. "What I mean is, young people should still know some restraint." Hearing this, Mu Jian lowered his head slightly, a few drops of sweat trickling down his temple, and said, "I feel a very strong spiritual power accumulating in my natural cauldron right now. It's so uncomfortable, Master." Yan Ruyu was silent, tilting her head slightly as she thought, could the natural cauldron have been played with by the reincarnation queen and the sword palace master to the point of evolving and expanding? In that case, thinking of the scene of that energy gushing out, she silently roared, "Hopelessly stupid." Thinking of herself, if she could absorb that massive spiritual power accumulated in the natural cauldron, then wouldn't. Yan Ruyu's face turned as red as a tomato, wanting it badly but still hesitant. "But no matter what I do, I can't pull it out. What should I do?" Looking at Mu Jian's handsome face, Yan Ruyu was about to go crazy. Am I really going to give my first time to this little brat who's been messing around since he was a kid?" Seeing her lost in thought for too long, Mu Jian leaned closer, calling out seductively, "Master!" At this moment, Yan Ruyu felt as if she had fallen into a demon's trap, her entire being shrouded in a demonic purple light, his approaching gaze piercing into her heart. Her inner voice emerged, "Come to think of it, if little Mew really had that intention and frankly exposed his constitution, I'm afraid everyone in the sect would want to sleep with him." She glanced at him, and Yan Ruyu continued to think, although he has many close female disciples around him, little Mew respects them all and rarely crosses the line with reckless behavior. She glanced at him again. "I was originally prejudiced against the natural cauldron. Could it be that little Mew is actually a good person, genuinely affectionate?" At this thought, Yan Ruyu's heart trembled. "And the one who is truly shameless and immoral is actually—" She paused for a moment before the answer came to her mind. "Me." Suddenly, Yan Ruyu's hands were grabbed and raised. It was Mu Jian holding her hands. He said, "If it's Master, I can accept trying any method. Although Master says you're only after my cauldron, I can truly feel your concern for me." Mu Jian's face was gentle as he said, "This special cauldron energy, I only want to leave it for Master." Yan Ruyu blushed deeply again, still being stubborn in her heart. "Your Master is really just after that cauldron energy." But then the corners of her lips turned up as she sighed and undid her clothes. Yan Ruyu caressed Mu Jian's face with both hands and said softly, "I will use the power of the Void Return Realm to help you guide that energy." Mu Jian nodded in agreement. This was precisely the strategy of advancing by retreating. For a child like Yi Tian'er, who had little experience with the world and a very reserved personality, one must use a 9-step advance, 1-step retreat, aggressive assault to occupy the position of the white moonlight in her heart. For women like Yi Lingxuan and Bai Yaki, who have their own opinions but are inexperienced in matters between men and women, one should also maintain sincerity and passion, but can use a 7-step advance, 3-step retreat, to leave them space to take the initiative. And for a female cultivator like Yan Ruyu, whose status, age, and realm far surpassed Mu Jian's, the strategy of 9 retreats and 1 advance was the most stable, maintaining her dominant position. By letting Yan Ruyu always maintain the position of an elder during their contact, it would be difficult for Mu Jian to make a mistake. On this basis he would retreat little by little, testing Yan Ruyu's bottom line. And now, Yan Ruyu had already pinned Mu Jian to the ground, her fingertips lightly caressing, undoing his clothes. She straddled him, looking down from above. Mu Jian thought, although it's just to compensate for Master's emotions, if it can really help you activate some ability. Yan Ruyu panted heavily, then closed her eyes, her body leaning slightly forward. Mu Jian raised his head, his heart fluttering. I never expected Master to be like this at her age. What a sin, what a sin. At this moment, Yan Ruyu was very nervous, thinking, please, I hope little Mu doesn't think I'm not as good as those two young girls. Mu Jian lay flat, immersed in the stimulation. Let's try the level of the Void Return Realm. Yan Ruyu struggled to sit up straight and he squinted, secretly evaluating. Although her movements are a bit clumsy, she's being quite serious. Green energy enveloped a fiercely burning red energy and rose up. Mu Jian said, let me first give Teacher Yan a gift in return. Suddenly, two round green lights flashed in the darkness of the night. Mu Jian was stunned, thinking to himself. Those eyes, he said to himself. Senior Azure Emperor, can you not so openly watch others conducting their business? The Azure Emperor replied. My apologies, I thought you were only interested in girls your own age. Who knew you'd take anyone, so I got curious and watched a little longer. Mu Jian responded in his mind. Senior Azure Emperor, you still misunderstand me too deeply, she replied. Perhaps my misunderstanding of you is too shallow. Noticing Mu Jian was distracted, Yan Ruyu asked. Did you just get distracted? He quickly replied. Sorry, it was just for a moment. The tightly closed door blocked the sounds from inside. Yan Ruyu leaned down, panting, and said, For you, I, your master, have broken my virginity. I am very sincere. She pushed aside the obstructing strands of hair with her hand and continued. Can't you also be a little more serious? With a knot in her heart that had been suppressed for decades finally loosened. Something deep inside Yan Ruyu also began to stir. Yan Ruyu asked Mu Jian, can you be more serious? Hearing this, Mu Jian said, Then I, your disciple, will take the initiative. Before he finished speaking, he had already pulled Yan Ruyu onto his lap, restraining her hands with just one of his, forcing them up. Subsequently, Yan Ruyu was intensely stimulated and couldn't help but cry out. Mu Jian said, Master was too hasty just now, which would cause discomfort. I will help you warm up again. As he spoke, his hand reached out. Yan Ruyu could only watch helplessly, her eyes shimmering with moisture as their faces drew close, their breaths mingling. Yan Ruyu asked intermittently, how are you so skilled? Suddenly, Mu Jian covered Yan Ruyu's lips with his own. Her body was pushed down to the ground and she could only think in her mind, HMPH, you don't want to answer directly, do you? Stimulated, her legs bent slightly, trembling uncontrollably. Yan Ruyu could only cry out, stop for a moment. Afterward, Yan Ruyu turned over and lay on her stomach. Mu Jian watched intently as she turned her head back and said, let's do it like this. The two locked eyes. Mu Jian moved closer while Yan Ruyu knelt on the ground, her hands clasped together nervously. Mu Jian got into a starting position, preparing to accelerate. Yan Ruyu cried out in pleasure, letting sweat stream down her face, her flushed cheek pressed against another rosy pretty face. Mu Jian said, get ready. Mu Jian stood before 5 large cannons, pulled the fuses and all 5 cannons fired simultaneously. Yan Ruyu was so shaken she was speechless, her head tilting back unconsciously, her face vacant. Their backs were connected, one in front of the other. Mu Jian leaned down, scooping up a lock of hair in Yan Ruyu's face, followed by a warm kiss. The scene changes. Yan Ruyu sat with her eyes closed as a green energy rose around her. Then that energy burst through the roof, soaring into the clouds. Whirlwinds of air gradually pushed outward from around Yan Ruyu. Finally, she opened her eyes and said, I've broken through. 4th level of the Void Return Realm. Just then, Mu Jian walked over and said, Master's mood has calmed down. The energy still swirled around Yan Ruyu, not yet dissipated. She replied, I, your master, rarely thought there was anything more interesting than breaking through a realm. Hearing this, Mu Jian said, I've heard there's a Taoist technique based on intimacy which focuses on the process rather than the result. Yan Ruyu asked in surprise, There's such a Taoist technique? How interesting. But now I, your master, am not unable to understand it. Mu Jian chuckled lightly. He extended his hand and a wisp of purple energy gradually gathered. He said, But just because it focuses on the process doesn't mean there's no result. Rather, the result is produced during the process of union. Yan Ruyu looked at the purple light spots surrounding her and remained silent. The energy ball was reflected in her eyes, their hands touched, and a world full of purple unfolded before him. Mu Jian said in confusion, This place is, Yan Ruyu pointed out from the side. It seems to be an ability that appears after reaching the mid-stage of the Void Return Realm. With Mu Jian's help, after Yan Ruyu broke through the Void Return Realm, her consciousness merged with the library pavilion, presenting all the information about Dao integration experts to Mu Jian. He opened a book, flipped through it, and then quickly closed it. Yan Ruyu's voice came through. Have you found the information you were looking for? He replied with an image of myriad beasts appeared, and Mu Jian began to narrate for her. In this world, the birth of all living beings is within the rules of heaven and earth. The rules of heaven and earth allow every cultivator to reach the Void Return Realm, but to advance further, one must seek Dao integration. At this point, the scene changed to a white bird emitting a golden light. He continued, Although the operating rules of each Dao are vastly different, if one wants to reach a higher level, almost all cultivators choose to integrate with the Heavenly Dao. Mu Jian naturally concluded, the Heavenly Dao governs the strongest Dao. It's not surprising that they choose to integrate with it. At this point he frowned slightly and continued the story. What I wanted to look for were records of cultivators who regretted integrating with the Heavenly Dao. Yan Ruyu asked, and what were the results? Mu Jian replied coldly, I think they've all been erased by the Heavenly Dao. Yan Ruyu looked puzzled. He then explained, I had contact with the Sword Palace Master Gong Lianyue before. She has already severed her own connection to the Heavenly Dao. For a Dao integration expert to sever their Dao is a major event that should shake the 9 provinces, but there are no records of it in the Two Elements Sect's archives. The reflection of a figure appeared on the sword's blade. Mu Jian said, "The last record of Gong Lianyue only states that she and the Sword Palace vanished from the world. If even the #1 immortal sect in the world, the Two Elements Sect, has no related records, I'm afraid no other library in the world would have information on this matter." Sensing his disappointment, Yan Ruyu stepped forward, took his outstretched hand and said, "I have indeed checked. None of the scriptures contain any records of a Dao integration expert defying the Heavenly Dao." As they faced each other, Mu Jian said softly, "The Heavenly Dao has no need to leave behind records of punishing those who do not integrate with it." Yan Ruyu continued, "Because it only needs to ensure that the concept of not integrating with the Heavenly Dao does not exist in this world." The scene changes, and Mu Jian pushes open a door to the empty room. Mu Jian said, "Senior Azure Emperor, you were awake just now, weren't you?" The Azure Emperor replied immediately, without any pretense, "Are you asking for my opinion on Gong Lianyue severing her connection to the Heavenly Dao?" He admitted. "That's right," the Azure Emperor said. "I also chose to integrate with the Heavenly Dao in my lifetime, but it's hard for me to imagine what Gong Lianyue went through to make her choose to sever that connection." She crossed her arms and said casually, "After all, there is no Dao stronger than the Heavenly Dao now, but your judgment is correct." She smiled slyly and continued, "When I learned of the path Gong Lianyue chose, I was indeed a little shaken. What would it be like to choose a new path?" Hearing this, Mu Jian smiled, propped his chin on his hands and grinned, revealing 8 teeth, thinking to himself, "From not questioning the status quo at all to wanting to give it a try. Thank you, Gong Lianyue. Your death will help me shake the mindset of the Dao integration realm. But to go a step further, I must widen the crack that the Sword Empress carved out. I must make it bigger." Mu Jian said firmly in his heart, "and then replace it." The camera pulls back outside the room, but their conversation can still be heard. The Azure Emperor asked, "What were you muttering in your heart just now?" Mu Jian replied, "Just some thoughts from a junior about the Sword Empress." Another scene change, this time to Wei Mengru, who is studying the necklace Mu Jian gave her. She muttered to herself, "According to the information you found, I have to wear this necklace that shields me from the Heavenly Dao for the rest of my life just to avoid misfortune?" Mu Jian was already standing opposite Wei Mengru and replied, "You can for now, but not necessarily for a lifetime. This necklace is just a temporary way to help you avoid the punishment of the Heavenly Dao." Hearing this, Mengru lowered her head to look at the necklace and said sorrowfully, "Then what should I do? Is there no way to escape this fate without dying?" She narrowed her eyes, her tone angry. "Can't that Heavenly Dao be a little clearer? What have I done wrong to deserve such a punishment?" Mu Jian approached, his tone firm. "What if it's not Sister Mengru who is wrong, but the Heavenly Dao?" He lowered his gaze and continued, "What if the Heavenly Dao is just a jealous, cowardly, sore loser of a bastard? Wouldn't that also make sense?" Wei Mengru looked up, staring at him in surprise. Mu Jian moved closer, their eyes meeting, and he said, "Walk a brand new path and trample the Heavenly Dao underfoot." Wei Mengru was too shocked to speak. Just when it seemed she was about to say something, she said, "Hey, your eyes were too murderous just now." Hearing this, Mu Jian could only fall backward. He cleared his throat and tried to laugh it off, saying he had just been reading too many stories about Dao integration experts in the library pavilion, and was still too excited to calm down. Just then, Wei Mengru's voice suddenly interjected, "Thank you." Mu Jian stopped immediately and she continued, "For doing all this for me." Seeing his chance, Mu Jian said, "Then let me see what's inside." Before he could finish his sentence, a heavy punch landed on his handsome face, accompanied by Wei Mengru's loud shout, "Get lost!" At that moment, a knock on the door startled them both. A voice called from outside, "It's me, Lan Mulian." Another scene change. Lan Mulian was now standing in the room holding a stack of papers and asking, "How is it? Are the rules for this Ascension tournament simple and easy to understand?" Mu Jian crossed his arms and replied, "Understood, understood, crystal clear. You're just throwing us juniors into a place called Wujia to play a survival game. Oh wait, I mean to compete and spar." He continued seriously, "But if it's just an annual martial arts tournament with no special rewards, there's no need for you, Senior Sister Lan, to personally inform us, right?" Lan Mulian, with her arms crossed, replied, "Because the Sect Master asked me to convey the special reward for this Ascension tournament to several disciples. Miss Wei, you are also on the list." Wei Mengru looked at her, then her eyes widened in surprise as she blurted out, "Ah." But Lan Mulian had no intention of explaining. She turned and left with a single sentence, "I've delivered the message, I'll be leaving now." As soon as she left, Mu Jian asked, "What did Senior Sister Lan tell you to make you react like that?" Hearing this, Wei Mengru glanced at him cautiously, cold sweat beating on her temples. Mu Jian continued to guess wildly. Could it be that my natural cauldron body is the reward? His narcissism was too much for even Wei Mengru to bear. Wei Mengru threatened, "The Sect Master said that if a disciple from our sect wins first place, they will get exclusive rights to you for a year. If you dare to run away, the Sect Master will personally drag you back in shackles." Mu Jian was so scared he turned into a two-dimensional sausage man with a giant "ah" popping out of his head. Mu Jian began to imagine the scene. If the winner of the Ascension tournament was from another sect, that would be fine. but if it was any of the three girls he really wouldn't be laughing, and the probability was high. After all, Mu Jian had been helping the girls around him, and now the little sharks had all been well fed and grown strong. Wei Mengru looked at him and sneered. Miss Bai and the other girls must have received the notice too. So what are you going to do now? Mu Jian said helplessly. There's no other way, I'm not holding back anymore. He grinned until his eyes narrowed and said, the plan has changed, I'm aiming for the championship. Wei Mengru tilted her head and thought, whether it's the Forbidden Zone or the Sword Palace, they both sound quite prestigious. You might as well start considering the process of marrying into one of their families now. Hearing this, Mu Jian froze and asked, if that's the case, wouldn't sister have to be the dowry maid? She immediately replied, After getting his answer, he proposed an idea. Actually, there's a better way. Wei Mengru crossed her arms and asked, what? He stated enthusiastically. For example, Sister Mengru, you could win first place in the Ascension tournament. She closed her eyes and sighed, I have no interest in joining your harem's melee. I have nothing better to do. Mu Jian tried hard to persuade her. Sister, think about it. If you win first place, our roles can be reversed. She, on the other hand, had her eyes half closed, looking uninterested. He laid out his reasons. I'll serve you tea, pour you water, give you a shoulder massage, and by the way, I can also attend to you in bed. Wei Mengru, with her arms crossed and eyes closed, replied, forget about attending to me in bed, but the other things sound pretty good. I'll consider whether I should make a move. Then she suddenly asked, Senior Sister Lan Mulian should just be here to deliver the message, right? She shouldn't be participating, right? Mu Jian said in surprise. Avoid Return Realm expert participating, isn't that bullying? But if Senior Sister Lan really participates, then I'll have to personally suppress her. Hearing this, she replied, there's someone calling outside. Brother Mu, are you free? At this moment, both of them looked towards the door. Wei Mengru sighed, you're really busy tonight. With that, she quickly left, not forgetting to add, you have fun now. Under the night sky dotted with stars, the beautiful Yi Lingxuan appeared. Mu Jian opened the door, a little puzzled. Sister Lingxuan, seeing him, she held out her hand and said, Brother Mu, for you. Taking the ring in his hand, he asked in surprise, an engagement ring. She was also taken aback and said flusteredly, it's just a gift, not a proposal. Yi Lingxuan put her hand to her mouth and said shyly, at least not yet. In the room, she expressed, if I can stand out among the new cultivators in the tournament, perhaps then. He interrupted. Senior Sister Lan has already told you about the Sect Master's crazy idea, hasn't she? She said confidently. But I have confidence that no matter who the opponent is, I will definitely win the reward of Brother Mu. Mu Jian moved closer to her and said in a low voice, then let's cultivate well. She also replied, just cultivate. Yi Lingxuan continued, as for the results of the cultivation, we'll talk about that later. The door to the room was already closed at this moment. A crescent moon hung high in the sky. Yi Tian'er was staring blankly at the sky. She pursed her lips into a smile. She recalled the scene she had just seen and thought, Sister and Brother Mu are getting more and more skilled at sleeping together now. She covered her face and thought shyly, they're progressing too fast. Sister is so amazing. Suddenly, someone put a hand on her shoulder from behind, making her cry out, ah! Mu Jian greeted her. Sister Tian'er. She was surprised. Brother Mu, why are you out? Where's Sister? He closed his eyes and thought, so she was peeking after all, Sister Tian'er. Then he slowly said, Lingxuan was too tired after cultivating and has already fallen asleep. Then he asked with concern, what realm is Tian'er at now? She replied confused, 9th level of Qi refining. I can't compare to Sister and the others. Mu Jian was so shocked his whole body trembled. This speed was too monstrous. When he first met Tian'er, she was only at the 8th level of essence refining, and in just a few months she had jumped so many levels on her own. He recalled how Yi Tian'er looked before and thought to himself, Tian'er hasn't been enhanced by the natural cauldron yet. Lingxuan has been nourished by the cauldron so many times and is only at the spirit refining realm now. He glanced at her and mused. Tian'er's aptitude must also be listed at the top of the protagonist training list, but for now, Mu Jian put his hand into his sleeve and closed his eyes. Then he took out many pastries. Yi Tian'er saw them and was a little surprised. This is, under her puzzled gaze, he explained softly, these are Western region desserts I learned from the records in the library pavilion. Would Tian'er like to try some? She seemed to understand something. No wonder I've never seen them before. Yi Tian'er picked up a pastry and ate it with relish. After the first bite, she covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes shining with delight. Then she couldn't hide her affection. The crispy skin wraps around a rich milk filling and the dense milk skin melts in your mouth. It's super delicious. Mu Jian was also very happy. It's my first time making these desserts. I'm glad they're to Tian'er's liking. She was stunned in surprise. First time, Brother Mu is too talented, he thought to himself. It's not my first time at all. In his previous life, his master had put him through 30,000 cooking training sessions, a third of which were for baking. Food and sex are both human nature. No matter the situation, they are of great benefit to spreading the scum Dao. Moreover, eating food doesn't leave behind evidence like giving jewelry does. Mu Jian was very proud. It was perfect for pleasing Tian'er without being discovered by Lingxuan. He took her hand and reminded her. Sister Tian'er, saying thank you can't just be with words. Yi Tian'er politely thanked him. Thank you, Brother Mu. He went forward and kissed her on the lips. After the kiss, her shy expression with her face covered made him sigh. Sister Tian'er is too cute. Mu Jian suddenly remembered something and asked, "By the way, Sister Tianer, did Senior Sister Lan come to talk to you too?" She answered honestly, Brother Mu has become a reward." Mu Jian expressed his feelings. Actually, I've been very troubled by this recently. I was born free and being a prize in a competition is really not suitable." He made a request, "Can Tianer help me?" Tianer replied, "How can I help Brother Mu?" He held her tightly in his arms. "As long as you compete to the best of your ability in the Ascension Tournament and try to last as long as possible. During the Ascension Tournament I will also help Tianer." Then he said in a low voice, "Tianer wouldn't have the heart to let me become a male slave, would she? Tianer just needs to help me maintain the status quo. Can you do that?" She obediently replied, I understand what Brother Mu means." He put his hand on the back of her head and pulled her closer to his face, listening to her whisper. "This way Brother Mu can relax a little, right?" he praised. "Tianer is such a smart child." Tianer also wrapped her arms around his back and hugged him. Although their bodies were pressed tightly together, she had other thoughts in her heart. "I'm sorry, Brother Mu, I won't listen to you this time." There were 4 regions on the world map, including the Sea of the World, the Eastern Continent, the Martial World, and the Southern Wasteland. The Martial World region used for the Ascension Tournament is located at the junction of the Eastern Continent, the Southern Wasteland, and the Sea of the World. The Sea of the World is the largest sea in the center of this world with scarce land. Therefore, the participants of the Ascension Tournament mainly come from the populous Southern Wasteland and Eastern Continent. Today, the Southern Wasteland is ruled by the 4 pillar gods of the 4 sects. The operation of society relies on the sorcery provided by the 4 pillar gods. Usually the pillar gods are hidden in the continuous mountains of the Southern Wasteland, absorbing the energy of the believers in the Southern Wasteland. When a representative of the Southern Wasteland is needed, their representative, the Saintess, will appear. Bai Yaki sat at the table with her chin in her hand, annoyed. "What is the Sect Master trying to do with this order? I clearly have complete control over Mu Lang right now." Huang Manting stood at the door with her hands on her hips. "It seems all the newcomers in the sect related to Mu Jian have received the notice." She was stunned. "Huang Manting, how did even you receive the notice?" She replied with a disdainful look. "HMPH, ridiculous. What do you mean even I?" she continued. "If Kang Yanfei hadn't personally invited me, I wouldn't have bothered to come." A transformation spell was gasped between the two of them. Huang Manting said, "After the 7th Eve went into seclusion in the Eastern Continent, she did give birth to a good daughter." Bai Yaki was surprised and said, "Since you know my mother's secret, then you are not Huang Manting." But she smiled provocatively. "HMPH, your mother's position was designated by me anyway. What is there that I don't know?" she explained. "I didn't want to be rude to a junior like you, but considering you are still the master of the Sword Palace, I'll just go through the motions and inform you," she boasted. "I'm here to steal your Dao companion." The time for the Ascension Tournament had arrived, and various sects from the 9 provinces sent their outstanding young cultivators to the Martial World. The disciples of the 2-element sect led by Lan Mulian will also be heading there. Lan Mulian stood before everyone with her arms crossed and said loudly, "When you get close to the border of the Martial World, you will be teleported in by the seniors who have already prepared nearby." She continued, "All teleportation locations will be randomly scrambled. Whether you choose to defeat your opponents one by one, cooperate, or hide, you decide for yourselves." A disciple asked in confusion, "Does Senior Sister mean that if we can win by dragging out time, that's also fine?" Lan Mulian answered, "Of course. Although it seems like a free competition between disciples of various sects, there's actually a tradition of ganging up on the 2-element sect every year. You are disciples of the 2-element sect, and in the eyes of other sects you are the strongest elites. To win, they will usually team up to deal with you first," she explained. "If you really have the ability to evade and win in a multi-person siege, that would also be quite impressive. By the way, I will also participate in this Ascension Tournament." Present Bai Yaki, Yi Lingxuan, Yi Tianer, Wei Mengru, and Mu Jian were all shocked and couldn't believe it. He shouted, "Senior Sister, you're a university student bullying elementary school students?" Other disciples also started discussing, "Why is Senior Sister Lan participating too? She's already in the Void Return realm. Although there are many disciples in the Spirit Refining realm, Senior Sister has never participated in this annual tournament before. Why make an exception this time?" Lan Mulian explained calmly. "In the Martial World, one's realm will be suppressed. I'll only be in the Spirit Refining realm when I enter, so don't worry about it. And you can use the same tactic, team up to besiege me." Wei Mengru crossed her arms behind her back and thought, "Similarly, it's not out of the question that other sects might have high-realm cultivators who intentionally suppress their realm to enter the Martial World. This trip will be quite difficult. I must remain vigilant at all times." Mu Jian also stroked his chin and thought, "Is it the Sect Master's idea or Senior Sister Lan's own idea?" Ling Long stood before the crowd and announced, "Get ready to enter the Martial World. Have some martial virtue, don't disgrace the 2-element sect." Bai Yaki asked Yi Lingxuan, "I wonder if I can be with Mu Lang after being teleported in." The girl with the surname Yi replied, "Even if we're not teleported together, I'll immediately go find Brother Mu," she shouted. "When the time comes, let's see whether the Forbidden Zone is stronger or my Sword Palace is superior. Let's have a fight to decide." She was not to be outdone. Am I afraid of you, big-breasted cow? Wei Mengru sighed in annoyance as she looked at them. Bai Yaki whispered to Mu Jian. By the way, Mu Lang, if you encounter Huang Manting, be careful, he said casually. Oh, Huang Manting appeared in her illusion and threatened. I'm here to take your Dao companion. She trembled as she listened. Don't be anxious, it's not now, otherwise what would I be doing looking for you? Huang Manting pushed her luck. Anyway, the natural cauldron constitution still needs you all to water and cultivate it a bit more. HMPH, so she's really after Mu Lang's cauldron constitution. Bai Yaki looked at her and questioned. You came to find me, it's not just to stir up trouble, right? She replied confidently. Because you are a member of my demon cultivator lineage, that's why I'm leaving this opportunity for you. In the martial world, your Mu Lang will encounter danger, Huang Manting continued. The demoness will awaken, and your lover will be swallowed by the demoness's swamp. She was confused. What do you mean by demoness? Can you be clearer? She smiled and said her last words. I've already told you in advance. If I say any more, I'll be touching heavenly secrets. Seize the opportunity and save your lover. After speaking, she disappeared without a trace. Immediately after, Bai Yaki instructed him. Or rather, you should be careful of some other things, like a demoness or something might appear. She held his hand and tried her best to persuade him. In short, after entering the martial world, I will rendezvous with Mu Lang as soon as possible. He said politely. Thank you, Yaki. A voice sounded. We have arrived at the martial world teleportation area. Teleportation will begin shortly. Mu Jian thought, to make the outcome of this as controllable as possible, I must keep her by my side. Although the teleportation array is designed to be random, using a small spell to guide one person to the same place is no difficulty at all for me. The master of the Scum Dao, spells flew from him back and forth, winding around the hands of several of the girls traveling with them. 2 flashes of light later, they landed in a snowy mountain area. The next second, Bai Yaki and Yi Lingxuan appeared, both surprised and confused. Both said in unison, How did I end up in the same place as you? Let's settle this right here. Yi Lingxuan shouted. Getting eliminated by me right at the start. How embarrassing. Don't use the same sentence structure as me. Several other disciples appeared where the two were standing and said, You two seem to be disciples of the Two Element Sect. They whispered to each other. Let's team up first. Those people from the Two Element Sect are not easy to deal with. I have no objections. Yi Lingxuan said softly. Big-breasted cow, don't. Bai Yaki also joined in. I know what you're thinking. The two understood each other tacitly. Let's team up and send these troublemakers flying first, then we'll go find Mu Lang. Brother Mu, Wei Mengru appeared at Mu Jian's location. He was a little confused. What a coincidence, Sister Mengru. She kicked him in the face, surprising him. It's actually translucent. After she retracted her foot, he clutched her skirt and pleaded. Sister Mengru, that felt so good, please do it again, she shouted. Pervert. Wei Mengru grabbed his head and lectured him. How come you're not mischievous at all with the other girls? Craving love, are you? He slowly explained. Because I see Sister Mengru as family, there's no need for any pretense. She sighed. I believe your nonsense. The two of them walked forward together and she said, Stay behind me. There are basically no plants on the mountains in the martial world. When we meet, it's a fight. A flash of light appeared and Wei Mengru sensed it, thinking, Have we encountered other participants? Be careful. The southern wasteland saintess appeared with Nillard and another old man. Mu Jian saw them and muttered to himself, blonde hair and twin tails. Immediately after, his eyes lit up. I want this woman. Suddenly, Wei Mengru rushed forward and she engaged in battle with Nillard. She aimed a straight kick at him. He retaliated with his own power, making her marvel at his abilities. She was then pushed back towards Mu Jian. He steadied her and asked, Sister Mengru, are you all right? She replied calmly, I'm fine. His moves are a bit unexpected. Nillard confidently walked forward with great power, and she said in a panic, Why did he just charge up without saying a word? Since we're in the martial world, we have to fight to the end anyway, so let's start now. Wei Mengru covered her mouth and said with certainty, I've already said I'll help you win until the end. Seeing him, Mu Jian said, I've seen this kind of spell in the library pavilion. It should be the power of a cultivator from the southern wasteland. The cultivators of the southern wasteland believe in the pillar gods and receive their blessings, thus gaining power. They can easily equip a part of the divine power onto themselves, which is really convenient. Nillard confessed, I like that Eastern Continent girl's straightforward style, unlike other people from the Eastern Continent who are always so roundabout. She's more like us from the southern wasteland. The southern wasteland, Saintess replied gently. All right, Nillard, that girl is protecting that young master from the Eastern Continent. Don't get your hopes up. Hearing this, his expression turned cold. Then I'll just have to use the southern wasteland's way and take her heart with force. Suddenly, the old man with glasses shouted loudly. Stand down, Nillard. Do you really think we're here to participate in this kind of children's party? He seemed very dissatisfied. HMPH. He stood before the southern wasteland, Saintess and the old man clenching his fists. Mu Jian stood beside Wei Mengru and speculated. That guy named Nillard has a cultivation of at least the 5th stage of spirit refining, while that old man, like Senior Sister Lan, suppressed his realm to enter the martial world. As for that girl, her abilities probably can't be defined by realm. The southern wasteland Saintess crossed her arms, looking at everyone confidently. he continued to think. They also used advanced connection spells to bypass the random teleportation mechanism. To go to such great lengths to participate in a gathering for newcomers like the Ascension Tournament, they must have other motives. If their goal isn't to win the Ascension Tournament, then there's room for negotiation. Hearing this, Wei Mengru scolded him. Cut that out. He smiled bitterly. It's Sister Mengru who misunderstands me too deeply. Suddenly the Southern Wasteland Saintess charged toward the two. My apologies, you two. Mu Jian marveled. What a well-mannered young lady. She began to gather her power, aiming it at them. The Southern Wasteland Saintess shouted, Let the eye of the Pillar God examine your past lives. Year after year I must find the traitor who betrayed the Southern Wasteland, the primeval demoness. Mu Jian and Wei Mengru had entered the martial world and immediately encountered a cultivator from the Southern Wasteland. Both were surprised and confused. Mu Jian held Wei Mengru and comforted her. Don't be afraid. I guess she just wants to peek into our past. If she has the guts, let her see all she wants. The Southern Wasteland Saintess possessed the eye of the Pillar God, which could see the hidden memory fragments deep within a cultivator's consciousness. Before she got close, he held Wei Mengru tightly. As she used her ability, she grew puzzled. Why did they suddenly stand together? I was only planning to look at the girl's past life. Forget it, I'll just look at both of them. Countless eyes appeared before the Southern Wasteland Saintess. This shocked her. Why are there so many pasts? She struggled amidst the pile of eyes, lamenting internally. And all of them are of a magnitude that could affect the entire world's timeline. The Saintess fell to her knees in pain. Seeing this, the old man asked, Have you found the demoness? The Saintess replied, No, she calmly analyzed. It is indeed a powerful reincarnation. My eyes were caught off guard just now, but since the primeval demoness isn't among them, they are not the ones we're looking for, the old man said calmly. Is that so? He held out his hand to the Saintess and said, A medicinal pill. Eat something before we continue. Saintess, there are many others waiting for your examination, she replied. I'm fine. Finding the demoness is what's most important. Let's go. Mu Jian held Wei Mengru until they left. At this moment he thought, I was right. In the reincarnation fingers investigation I saw many past lives I had no memory of. Such a vast amount of information is too much for a mere spirit-refining realm girl to bear. He glanced back at the Southern Wasteland Saintess. I should thank you, little blonde sister. Your reaction has helped me confirm once again that I have had countless past lives. He couldn't help but wonder. But why didn't that girl tell her companions what she saw? Did she think it was unnecessary, or did she deliberately hide something? Ahem. Mu Jian looked at Wei Mengru in his arms and she spoke. How long do you plan on holding me like this while staring at another girl? He explained softly. Would you believe me if I said it was my protective instincts awakening and I couldn't help myself? She acted indifferent. She thought to herself, the force with which he held me just now was more than just an act. Something fell to the ground, he spoke. It seems they dropped something. He picked it up and examined it closely, saying, This should be it. It looks nothing like something from the eastern continent. It suddenly glowed, startling him. That black box moved on its own. The power of the box was astonishing. Mu Jian quickly searched. Sister Mengru, did we fall into an illusion as soon as the innermost layer opened? A voice sounded. Long time no see. The primeval demoness appeared and asked, It's been a long time since we had a moment alone like this, hasn't it? She continued. I'd also like to sit down and have a good chat with you. Are you interested? Mu Jian hesitated. Very interested, but I don't think we've met before. She pointed at him and said, No, we have. I'm the one who gave you this interface. At this he was utterly shocked. Then he asked in confusion, You can see it. The primeval demoness pointed to herself and said slowly, I told you I gave it to you. He confronted her, demanding, What about the natural cauldron? She said softly, What do you think? The primeval demoness cupped her face and explained, Perhaps you've already used it to please many women, but that's all right. As long as it's you, I can tolerate whatever you do. Because the love of everyone in the world combined cannot match my love for you alone. He voiced his confusion. Why did you leave these abilities for me? She moved closer to him, pressing her face against his and explained, Because I have always loved you. No matter how much time has passed, no matter what has happened, my love for you remains unchanged. After hearing this, Mu Jian started to reason with her. Miss, my Dao is about mutual affection. I can't accept this kind of one-sided love. Why don't you tell me what we've been through in the past? She intertwined her fingers and said softly, Sorry, I am just a lingering obsession of the primeval demoness. The primeval demoness pulled his head towards her and said softly, Can you stay and play with me? Mu Jian said coldly, No. He looked at her firmly and said, Primeval demoness, you are just an obsession from the past, and right now there's a living girl waiting for me outside the black box. Will you be angry? She smiled brightly. No, even if I'm just a lingering obsession, that's fine too, he began to plead. Then can you let go, demoness sister? If you don't let go soon, I'm going to die in your illusion. The primeval demoness reached out and caressed his face, saying, Then my task as a lingering obsession is complete, but I think you'll see my true self again very soon. After speaking, she kissed him. Returning to reality, it was Wei Mengru kissing him. Inside the black box left behind by the Southern Wasteland Saintess's group, Mu Jian encountered the primeval demoness's lingering obsession. As the obsession faded, it kissed Mu Jian. But when he opened his eyes, both he and Wei Mengru were stunned. She pushed him away, panting heavily. Then she said angrily, I lost consciousness just now. When I woke up I knew it wasn't me who did that. He replied, Mu Jian looked at her. Is that so? Wei Mengru started questioning him, making him widen his eyes. What exactly happened just now? Let's go first. We can talk as we walk. Elsewhere, Yi Yu had just finished fighting 2 others and said, only by coming out to compete do you realize that the disciples of the Two Elements sect are much stronger than outsiders. No wonder everyone is jealous of the Two Elements sect disciples. It turns out they set up a reverse array, so anyone who gets seriously injured will be teleported out, he said forcefully. Very good, this way I can let loose without any worries. Since the targets are the disciples of the Two Elements sect, let's have a good fight. A voice from deep within his eyes guided him. Don't just indulge in fighting. Trials like this often hide great opportunities, you must seize them. Yi Yu shouldered his sword and said with certainty, if there's really an opportunity then possess me. Every time there's something good it goes to Mu Jian. Can we not miss it this time? The old man in his eyes transmitted his voice. Then I won't be polite. Suddenly a voice was heard. The primeval demoness. The box contained an illusion left by the primeval demoness. She said she's been waiting for me. It was Mu Jian explaining to Wei Mengru. Then she took the initiative to get close to me. She waved her hand and analyzed. Let's not even talk about how a great power who disappeared 1,000 years ago could be so close to you. Also, if she wanted to get close to you, why would she possess my body? Wei Mengru turned her head to remind him. You'd better ask for my opinion before you do anything. I never said I would definitely refuse, he asked with a smile. Is it possible that Sister Mengru and the primeval demoness are related by blood? She put her hands on her hips and denied it. Before I entered your family, I was always an orphan. Even if there was some connection, it's impossible to trace it now, she continued. And I don't think that shameless person would be my ancestor. Only a young master like you would resonate with someone like that. Mu Jian closed his eyes and reminded her. You'd better be careful with your words. Don't be so absolute, Sister Mengru. He put his hand to his ear and said, was that thunder? A giant azure dragon appeared in the sky. The sight of it made his face turn pale. Why did it suddenly appear on the other side? Bai Yaki also saw it and was startled. A thunder tribulation, Yi Lingxuan while attacking chimed in. Who would choose to undergo a thunder tribulation at a time like this? She lamented, in this situation, it's really hard not to attract attention. Both of them opened their mouths wide in unison. Could it be? Then their voices synchronized. It's near brother Mu. Mu Lang, the unbreakable alliance that had lasted for half a Shichin shattered. Huang Manting stood in one spot observing everything. She leaned against a tree and said, who would have thought that a small junior martial arts tournament would have the Sword Emperor, the reincarnated Empress, and the primeval demoness participating? She said excitedly. It's not over yet. There are a few other guys. Hee, as expected, a game personally invited by Kang Yanfei is much more interesting. Lan Mulian walked over from somewhere and said loudly, I don't recall you having a single trace of demonic energy during your entrance examination. Are you borrowing the shell of my Two-Element sect? She pointed her sword at Huang Manting and questioned. Or did you possess it? At this moment in the room Ling Long held a go piece and shouted excitedly. The person sitting opposite her spoke soothingly. I know you're worried about your husband's safety, but sit still and don't speak in that tone, the person continued. We're still playing Go. Are you trying to flip the board? Facing Ling Long's agitation, the voice spoke again. That's right, just believe in your husband. Inside the purple box, Mu Jian and Wei Mengru were pressed closely together. He asked, Sister protected me, right? Sister Mengru? Hearing this, she replied, it was the primeval demoness's box that protected us, he said excitedly. But Sister Mengru's first reaction was to protect me with your body, right? She slowly explained, it was just the instinct of a worker. Mu Jian didn't give up. But hiding under the protection of this box isn't a long-term solution. After all, to be able to create such a massive man-made thunder tribulation to specifically attack us, someone must be trying to kill us under the guise of breaking through a realm. After escaping the primeval demoness's illusion, Mu Jian and Wei Mengru unexpectedly encountered a thunder tribulation. At the same time, the other girls were also approaching the thunder tribulation. She asked anxiously, the roar of the thunder tribulation is still going on, how do we get out? He sat down cross-legged and said, let me prepare. Ahem. Immediately after, he shouted with all his might, girls, help! The moment Mu Jian cried for help, several cultivators in the martial world immediately sensed the still raging thunder tribulation. Yi Lingxuan walked and said, you felt it just now too, right? Bai Yaki also responded. I felt Mu Lang asking me for help. It's in this direction, she thought to herself. Although I can't see where Mu Lang is right now, she continued. Brother Mu's cry for help is definitely related to this thunder tribulation. Just as the two saw something, Yi Lingxuan shouted, shatter! Bai Yaki immediately followed up, slash! The two moves were executed simultaneously, showing the girl's determination. Bai Yaki shouted loudly. Who goes there? Yi Yu said faintly. Such a massive thunder tribulation, who knows how many opportunities are hidden within? Don't be a spoilsport. Perhaps because immortality and transcendence defy the laws of nature. Or perhaps it's the Dao's way of screening true powerhouses. Whenever a cultivator breaks through a realm, they must face a thunder tribulation. The higher the realm and the deeper the accumulation, the more violent the thunder tribulation. Sometimes the essence of the Dao is hidden within the tribulation. So a great power's thunder tribulation often attracts cultivators from all over the 9 provinces to observe. Yi Lingxuan shouted, "Yu, get out of the way, Brother Mu might be inside the thunder tribulation," he replied. "Might be impossible," then he explained. "How long has he been stuck at the early stage of qi refining? Can his realm trigger a thunder tribulation of this magnitude? Don't you all know this by now?" Bai Yaki struck with a single move and retorted, "It's you who is too ignorant. When Brother Mu says something, anything is possible." Yu forcefully pushed back, blocking the previous attack. This made her ponder. His swordsmanship used to be full of flaws, how has it become so profound and steady now? He was also pondering, this little girl's strength is much more stable than it was in Tianquan City. Is it the blessing of the Heavenly Dao's energy, or is there another reason? Yi Yu rushed over like a bolt of lightning, greatly surprising Yi Lingxuan. He threatened Yi Lingxuan, "Don't you think about sneaking past and disrupting the thunder tribulation either." His plan was clear in his mind. Although you two are indeed top-tier experts in the spirit refining realm, it would be difficult to gain an upper hand against a body completely controlled by a Dao integration realm expert, the 2 girls whispered to each other. "I have a strong premonition that an opportunity will definitely appear. We can't let that idiot Yi Yu miss it again," Bai Yaki asked her. "What do you plan to do?" Yi Lingxuan replied without hesitation, "What else can I do, as long as there's a slight chance that Brother Mu is asking me for help?" She continued, "I must lend a hand, right?" A voice came from Yi Yu's deep and bright eyes. If only Yi Yu had gotten on good terms with these 2 girls from the start, it would have saved so much trouble. Truly blind. But from now on, this body's luck will no longer be wasted. On Mu Jian's side, Wei Mengru said frankly, "It seems no one is coming to save you." He began to analyze. Under normal circumstances, Yaxi and the others would never ignore a princess waiting to be rescued, which is me. So the only possibility is, it's not their home ground anymore. They've been grounded. The surrounding vibrations grew stronger, making Wei Mengru panic and unable to hold on much longer. The 2 began to channel their power and fight with their techniques. She ordered, "I'll draw the thunder tribulation away, you take this chance to slip out." Mu Jian was still stunned by her coughing up blood when he heard her yell again. "Hurry up, don't just stand there dumbfounded. I can't hold on much longer against a thunder tribulation of this intensity," he argued. "I'm the protagonist. How can the princess waiting to be rescued on stage leave the knight who is protecting her?" With that, he threw out a card, Spirit Refining Realm Experience card, effective for 1 minute. Mu Jian thought about the card. "Primeval Demoness, since you said you granted me this panel, I will use this reward here for you. 9th grade of Spirit Refining, Descend." A golden light shone beside Wei Mengru. He felt, having reached this realm, I finally regained a bit of the feeling from back then. A massive spell appeared, drawing everyone's attention. "With thunder, shatter the thunder." Seeing the tables turn, she asked him, "What did you do?" He leaned on her and explained. "The Primeval Demoness helped me temporarily break through to the Spirit Refining realm. Although it was only for a moment, I took the opportunity to summon my own thunder tribulation to descend here." The 2 thunder tribulations collided with each other and then detonated together. Amidst the dust and smoke, a figure slowly walked over. Mu Jian believed, "The real test is next, Sister Mengru." Hearing this, she was stunned. "What?" he patiently explained. "Because the person who created that thunder tribulation really wants to blast us to smithereens." Mu Jian summoned his own thunder tribulation to counter the previous one. After the tribulation dissipated, he emerged supporting Wei Mengru and called out, "Third Prince." Ning Long, seeing the situation, negotiated, "Young Master Mu, would you be willing to lend your maid to the royal family? I will surely repay the Mu family generously in the future." He skillfully refused. "That won't do. I've been accustomed to my sister Mengru's service since I was a child. I wouldn't be able to adapt to anyone else." Mu Jian suggested, "Or perhaps your highness could just be a bit more rude and strike us dead with another bolt of lightning." Ling Long covered his mouth and explained, "The thunder tribulation shouldn't have been fatal to your spirit refining realm maid. I just didn't expect Brother Mu to be present as well. I sincerely apologize for this matter. I bear no ill will towards you. It's just that for the great Qian, your maid is very important. If you truly grew up together, you must know that she carries bad luck with her, right? She possesses the body of misfortune." Mu Jian protected Wei Mengru and said calmly, "So what is being unlucky against the law in the great Qian? Does it require the royal family to personally arrest someone?" he said resolutely. "The body of misfortune will affect the entire national fortune of the great Qian." At this moment, Mu Jian's tone was somewhat disbelieving. "One person's affairs affecting an entire country to fall into misfortune is just a rumor. How could such a thing be?" Ning Long announced from his own standpoint, "But as long as her constitution has the potential to threaten the great Qian and threaten my countless subjects, I cannot stand by and do nothing." He continued to speak eloquently. "Brother Mu, being able to spare your maid's life is already the greatest concession. As long as she doesn't go out and have contact with people, the influence of the body of misfortune can be completely controlled. Hand her over to me, and rest assured the great Qian will treat her with the courtesy of a royal guest minister." He resolved all of Mu Jian's concerns. "If Brother Mu needs a new maid, all the maids in my palace can be gifted to Brother Mu, no problem." Ning Long seemed to have finished speaking and began to use a spell to urge him. Brother Mu, what is your answer? He sighed, then rubbed Wei Mengru's head and said, first of all, she's not some maid. Her name is Wei Mengru and only she is qualified to be my maid. He opened his arms towards her. As for whether she goes with you or not, the answer should come from Sister Mengru herself, he thought to himself. I wouldn't dare steal the protagonist's spotlight. Ning Long cast his gaze upon her, tilted his head and then held out his entire palm in front of her. He was still staring at her. She shouted, you damn great Qian bastard, get lost. Mu Jian thought to himself, third prince, I don't need a man's end-of-life care. Your killing intent and obsession are about to overflow from your brain. I can't even hide it. Hearing this, he angrily gave the order, negotiations have failed. Execute on the spot.